Miss, my brother has arrived. Early in the morning, Lonnie Nyang excitedly came to find Xiao Juyu. Xiao Juyu didn't rest. She immediately went to see Shang Ting. In the front yard, Jun Lai was sunbathing in the courtyard. When he saw Shang Ting, he took a good look at him. Shang Ting also looked at Jun Lai, pondering. I haven't heard that Miss Xiao is married? When Xiao Juyu arrived, she just saw them staring at each other. She stepped forward to introduce herself. Second young Master Shang. Miss Xiao, good day. When Shang Ting saw Xiao Juyu, he was very excited. After returning home, the shop had dyed purple fabric and gained a place in Mingzhou's fabric market. Now, working with the Xiao family's young lady, Shang Ting felt his chance to turn things around had come. As long as the shop established itself in Hongdu, he wasn't afraid that the merchants in Mingzhou would look down on him. Because of the Xiao family's trouble, they wouldn't buy his fabric? This time, Shang Ting brought his son, Shang Yifan, to see the world. Miss, this is my son, Shang Yifan. He has a real talent for dyeing fabrics, Shang Ting proudly said about his son. Hello, Miss. Shang Yifan nervously bowed to Xiao Juyu. If it weren't for the Xiao family's trouble, he probably wouldn't even get to meet someone from such a noble family. You're the cousin of Jechen's uncle, no need for formalities. Please sit. Xiao Juyu invited them to sit. Behind her, Aunt Lan's eyes were red as she watched Shang Yifan. In an instant, her own nephew was now of marriageable age. Aunt. Shang Yifan recognized Aunt Lan immediately. When he was young, she liked him the most. Aunt Lan wiped her tears and poured tea for Shang Ting and his family herself. Xiao Juyu picked up her tea and took a sip, not in a rush to speak. She let their family catch up and talk comfortably. Jun Lai watched Shang Ting enter the reception hall, happily chatting, and asked, Guosheng, who is that? That evening, Guosheng was following Manager Jean to investigate clues. Now, he was dozing off from the heat. Suddenly hearing Jun Lai's words, he jolted awake and asked blankly, Who? Third young master. I'll go find out. Guosheng quickly went to inquire. After a short while, he returned and said, Third young master, I found out. That second master Shang is the elder brother of Xiao Er's wife. The younger man is Shang Er's son, only 16 years old.
Oh.
Third young master. Could they be here to discuss marriage with Miss Xiao? Guosheng exclaimed. Jun Lai gave him a cold look, showing he wasn't amused. Guosheng, unaware, kept guessing, third young master. They seem to be about the same age. Just a merchant's son. They're about the same age? Jun Lai raised an eyebrow and looked at Shang Yifan. He hasn't even grown hair yet, looks like a skinny chicken. Guosheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Jun Lai. Then, when he looked at Shang Yifan again, his expression changed. Slim and tall Shang Yifan looks a bit like a skinny monkey chicken. Third master. You didn't used to say that. Guosheng still remembers when he called that fat man a pig and third master scolded him like one, telling him to mind his words.
Why?
Isn't what I said the truth? Jun Lai leaned back in his chair and said, Honesty is important. Can a small, thin man really take on the responsibility of a husband? Can he protect Miss Xiao? It seems not. Guosheng looked at Shang Yifan, noticing he was quite young. If something happened, he was afraid his small shoulders might break under pressure. Jun Lai shot him a glance and said, Is that what you call finding out clearly? Third master, I will find out again now, and I promise to get the full details, Guosheng said with a sheepish smile, then turned to gather information. In the main hall, Shang Ting listened to Xiao Juyu and looked excited, his face turning red. Miss Xiao, I brought a whole boat of goods. Can they all be sold? The entire boat was filled with summer fabrics, matching Xiao Jiuyu's words. Of course. If they can't be sold, wouldn't Second Master Shang have come all this way for nothing? Xiao Jiuyu said directly, Second Master Shang, just hand over the fabrics, and I'll settle the payment later. Good. Good. Shang Ting happily agreed, then added, Miss Xiao, there's no rush for the money. As long as the goods sell, you can pay whenever it's convenient. Xiao Juyu gave him an address to arrange, and all the goods were sent there. She then gathered everyone from the third household with various fabrics. Mother, Aunt Lon, third aunt, now it's your turn to shine. I know your sewing skills are excellent. From now on, the earnings from Jian Building will belong to our Xiao family. Jian Building was her new fabric shop, which would sell not only fabrics but also ready-made clothes. I've never seen these clothing styles before, said Aunt Lon. Are they beautiful? And the colors match so well? Sue and third Aunt Xiao looked at the clothing styles, their eyes shining. The bright colors looked especially nice just to look at. They couldn't imagine how beautiful they would be when made. Aunt Lon, you used to do business. From now on, you'll handle the miscellaneous tasks at Jian Building, Xiao Juyu assigned roles. No problem, Mississippi, rest assured. Aunt Lon felt a surge of excitement in her chest. She, too, could contribute to the Xiao family. 5 days from now, I want to see 10 finished outfits.
Can you do that? Xiao Jiu asked.
Su Shi and Aunt Xiao Sand exchanged a look and said no problem. Winter coats are definitely not possible, but summer clothes are fine. As for the patterns and styles, only simple embroidery can be done, Su Shi reminded them. The clothes can be made, but embroidery is very time-consuming. If you want intricate and beautiful designs, it becomes more complex. It's okay, Mother. Just embroider some auspicious cloud patterns or intertwined branch patterns, Xiao Juyu said. Nearby, Xiao Yurong volunteered, Sister, I can make 2 pieces too. Don't worry, you'll have your share, Xiao Juyu replied. She took out all the fabric, and Su Shi and Aunt Xiao Sand immediately started cutting and sewing the clothes. Whether it was Su Shi, Aunt Xiao San, Aunt Lon, or Xiao Yurong, they were all very skilled at needlework. Xiao Juyu watched for a while and was amazed. The 4 of them worked together very harmoniously. Eventually, Xiao Jiuyu's gaze fell on Xiao Tingwu. Usually weak, Xiao Tingwu surprisingly had good management skills. After her reminder, Su Shi and the others began to work in a streamlined manner. Mother, eldest aunt, is the fastest at cutting clothes. Sister Yurong sews up the cut fabric the quickest. Aunt Lan's embroidered cloud and grape patterns are very beautiful, Xiao Tingwu said while sitting nearby, giving instructions. For each pair of clothes, Su Shi was responsible for cutting fabric and making buttons and loops at the end. Xiao Yurong stitched the pieces into garments, while Aunt Lon and Aunt Xiao Sand embroidered the patterns. One embroidered the collar, the other the cuffs. Xiao Tingwu was responsible for making the belts. Though young, she was quite skilled at making these small items. Tingwu, did you make all these yourself? Xiao Juyu looked at the bold color combinations, which had a strong visual impact. The luxurious peony pattern on the belt gave a sense of nobility. Pink peach blossoms seemed to bloom across the belt, with green leaves and white lotus flowers, like blooming white lotuses.
Yes.
If Sister Juyu likes it, I can give it to you, Xiao Tingwu said. She was delicate and rarely went out, mostly staying in her room reading or doing needlework. Over time, Xiao Tingwu's embroidery skills improved very quickly. Good, Xiao Jiuyu replied happily, sitting beside Xiao Tingwu. The Xiao family was full of talented people. Their beautiful mother was especially skilled at managing the household. Aunt Lon can go outside to manage the shop, and Aunt Xiao San, Xiao Yurong, and Xiao Tingwu are all skilled and clever. Suddenly, Xiao Jiyue looked at the flower in Xiao Tingwu's hair and asked, "Did you make this yourself?" Xiao Tingwu felt a little shy and touched the flower in her hair. She said, "It's a spring flower. I made it when I was bored during spring. Tingwu, after we finish making these clothes, I will take you to meet someone." Xiao Jiyue thought of He Lian, who has been practicing making velvet flowers. She believed that if Xiao Tingwu and He Lian worked together, they might create some beautiful hair accessories. Since ancient times, women's money has been the easiest to earn. Things like rouge, powder, clothes, and jewelry attract women who love beauty. On the clothing side, Sue and a few others are watching closely, which makes Xiao Jiyue very at ease. She went to the county town to pick some tall, pretty women. Nowadays, not many women are willing to show themselves publicly. It's even harder for Xiao Jiyue to find women with a gentle appearance. "Miss, according to your plan, these girls should wear beautiful clothes and walk on stage. I think, besides the women in the brothel, no one else would be willing," Lianxin whispered, watching Xiao Jiyue, who seemed to have seen many people, but still had no idea. No, Xiao Jiyue shook her head. Our clothes are meant to be sold to noble ladies, including you. If women from the brothel wear them, who will want to buy? Xiao Jiyue didn't look down on women from the brothel, but the world is like this. Her eyes flickered, and she said, Lianxin, your words remind me of something. After a cup of tea, Xiao Jiyue went to the largest pawnshop in Song County. Maybe because summer was coming, many families selling children quickly caught her eye. She picked 6 girls, all around 14 or 15 years old, just blossoming. Except for being a bit thin, their faces looked lively and beautiful. All right, I'll take these 6 girls, Xiao Jiyue said directly, buying all 6 from the pawnshop. The girls nervously followed Xiao Jiyue back to the village. The 6 girls looked at each other, as if to say, Village girls? When they arrived at the Xiao family, Xiao Jiyue looked at the 6 girls lined up and asked, What are your names? Miss, I am Arya, said one girl. I am Chun and I, said another. I am Jadi, said the third. Servants. Xiao Jiyue listened to the names of the 6 girls and suddenly fell silent. She asked, Are you willing to change your names? Yes, I am willing. Arya immediately knelt down. She thought, as long as she worked hard and stayed with the young lady in the village, it wouldn't be a bad thing. I am also willing, soon. All 6 girls knelt in a row. Xiao Jiyue told them to stand up, prepared ink, paper, and a brush, and after some thought, she directly wrote down the names of the 12 flower gods. She said, You can choose from these 12 names. These are the names of 12 flowers: plum blossom, apricot blossom, pear blossom, peony, pomegranate, lotus, crabapple, osmanthus, chrysanthemum, hibiscus, camellia, and water lily. Xiao Jiyue recited the names of the 12 flower gods in one breath. She looked at the 6 shy girls, whose timid expressions were not good enough. I like plum blossom. I like pear blossom. Peony.
Crabapple.
Hibiscus.
Camellia.
After all 6 girls chose their names, Xiao Jiyue marked them in order. She looked up, and Lian Exile had already matched the girls with their new names. She said, Since you are following the young lady, whatever she asks you to do in the future, just do it. No talking back. If you work well, the young lady will reward you. If anyone slacks off or betrays her, don't blame her for turning cold and selling you. Lian Exian's face was cold. She had always been by Xiao Jiyue's side, dressed better than young ladies from small families, and spoke with authority. Yes, the 6 girls, including Plum Blossom, responded in unison. Xiao Jiyue raised her hand and said, Starting tomorrow, you need to practice proper manners, stand tall, hold your head high, and be confident. The 6 girls, including Plum Blossom, looked stunned. Peony and the others exchanged glances and asked, Young lady, I only want to be a servant, not a courtesan. If she had wanted to be a courtesan, she wouldn't have willingly sold herself to the brothel. She liked peony flowers because they sounded noble.
Ha!
Xiao Jiyue chuckled softly, looking at the brave Peony. She said, Your name is Peony, right? You're quite bold, but your voice is a bit soft. In a crowded place, how can people hear what you're saying? Our Xiao family is a respectable family, and we don't force good girls into prostitution. Xiao Jiyue's words seemed to reassure the 6 girls. She said, I want you to learn proper manners because in half a month, I plan to send you to sell cloth. Sell cloth? Peony and a few others exchanged surprised looks. Their expressions showed they were stunned. Weren't they here to be maids? Why were they going to sell cloth? I only need a simple thing from you, Xiao Jiyue said, glancing at the 6 girls. Wear the clothes we make and stand on the platform to show everyone. That's all. She added, Of course, if you don't want to do it, I won't force you. Clothes? Won't they be like those in the brothel? Peony looked hesitant. No, not at all, Xiao Jiyue replied. These clothes are for the wealthy ladies and young misses in Song County. She raised an eyebrow. If you do well, besides your monthly allowance, you can also earn a commission. Commission? When money was mentioned, Peony's eyes lit up. Yes, a commission. How well you sell the clothes depends on your skills. If you're good, earning an extra 1 or 2 silver coins a month is possible, Xiao Jiyue said with a smile. When she mentioned earning a little extra money, the 6 girls' eyes shone brightly. They wanted to earn money? That was great news. Xiao Jiyue continued, if you want the noble ladies and young misses to like your clothes, you need to practice good manners. Otherwise, even the prettiest clothes won't look good on you if you're nervous. Miss, we will sell the cloth well. Peony was the first to speak excitedly. The other 5 girls quickly followed, afraid they might miss the chance to sell cloth. Miss is kind. If you do a good job, you'll get extra money. But remember, Miss doesn't support useless people, Lotus Heart said seriously. Compared to Xiao Jiyue's gentle tone, her words felt very strict to the girls. Peony, Plum Blossom, and the others nodded seriously. Miss, we will cheer up and do our best. Work hard, Xiao Jiyue said a few more words before dismissing the girls. There were still many rooms in the backyard, so the 6 girls could share one.
Let's go see Grandma.
Xiao Jiyue went to the kitchen, busy preparing a bowl of bird's nest porridge for her grandmother. Why are you here? Old Lady Xiao had just finished worshipping and looked surprised when she saw Xiao Jiyue. Is something the matter? Grandma, I don't come here for no reason. I want to borrow someone for a bit, Xiao Jiyue said directly, handing her grandmother the bird's nest porridge. I'm planning to open a ready-made clothing shop. Well, I don't have anyone who knows how to do business. Old Lady Xiao looked at her and asked, I heard you bought 6 maids? Since Luo Kuei hurt her leg, you only have 1 person with you. You should buy a few more. Grandmother, I bought these maids for the clothing workshop. Lian Xian is with me. And that's enough? Xiao Jiu looked at Jiang Mama, who was tidying up clothes, and said, I heard Jiang Mama used to be a governess in the palace. She knows all the rules. You sell clothes and still need a governess? Old Lady Xiao looked at Xiao Jiu curiously. She had seen merchants before, those full of greed and sharp plans, almost like they were on display. When the Xiao family had problems, Xiao Jiu stepped out to earn money. Old Lady Xiao felt sad but fully supported her. Over half a year passed, and Xiao Jiu showed no signs of greed. Instead, everything she did surprised everyone. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Without proper manners, even the best clothes won't look good, Xiao Jiu explained clearly and looked at Jiang Mama, begging, So, I just want a quick fix. Jiang Mama, just teach them how to walk with their heads up and shoulders back. Walking properly is the easiest to learn. Jiang Mama smiled and nodded at Old Lady Xiao. She continued, Miss, don't worry. In 7 days, they will be able to walk confidently. Thank you, Jiang Mama, Xiao Jiu said gratefully. She then chatted with Old Lady Xiao, giving her a shoulder massage and saying, Grandmother, I think He Chongqing and Chuang should have reached Lingnan by now. If everything goes smoothly this time, Grandfather and Father won't lack food for a long time. The supplies they sent, grain and canned food, were very abundant. After reading your grandfather's letter, I feel relieved. Old Lady Xiao saw the letter from Old Master Xiao and let go of her worries. Sending silver and food to Lingnan, she wasn't so worried anymore. She was looking forward to returning to Xingjing. Grandmother, since more people are going this time, they can bring back more things. I guess Grandfather will send you some good stuff. Xiao Jiu happily cheered up Old Lady Xiao. After Old Lady Xiao took her afternoon nap, Xiao Jiu left with Jiang Mama. She then asked Jiang Mama, how is Grandmother doing lately? Miss, don't worry. The old lady has been taking her medicine on time every day. Ever since she read the letter from Old Master, she has been more cheerful during her daily prayers. Mother Jiang replied, even the times she wakes up at night have decreased. That's good. Thank you, Mother Jiang, Xiao Jiu said politely. Soon after, she led Mother Jiang to meet the 6 young women, including Muden. Mother Jiang looked at the 6 girls, who were about the same height and looked delicate and pretty, and said, Miss, don't worry. I will teach them well. Mother Jiang, thank you for your hard work, Xiao Jiu said, giving her respect. She also told Muden and the others that Mother Jiang had once taught even palace ladies. The girls looked at Mother Jiang with a mix of fear and awe. After handing the girls over to Mother Jiang, Xiao Juyu took a step back and relaxed. She was determined to take business from the Fong family's fabric shop during the opening of Jiyun Tower. Gentle Miss Xiao, Guoshenggang, carrying an empty medicine bowl, saw Xiao Juyu and quickly stepped forward, bowing with a smile. Miss Xiao, I noticed the 6 maids. Is the Xiao family short of maids? Xiao Juyu looked at Guosheng, hesitating. The maids in the Xiao family are proper maids.
If
you need a personal maid, I can arrange that. Miss Xiao, Guosheng's face turned red with embarrassment. He hurriedly interrupted, Don't say that. Third young master doesn't have a personal maid. He was anxious, worried that Xiao Juyu might misunderstand, and that the third young master might get angry. Xiao Juyu looked at Guosheng in surprise. As a son of the emperor like Junlai, how could he not have a personal maid? Clearing his throat, Guosheng hesitated before speaking again. The third young master. The prince had grown up in the cold palace. If not for helping the Empress Dowager with medicine, he might never have left the palace. The palace might have forgotten that besides the crown prince and the second prince, there was also a third prince. His mother had passed away, and no one was taking care of the third young master's personal maids. Most importantly, the third young master was not interested in women. Once a maid tried to undress and climb into bed with him, but he kicked her out immediately. Guosheng didn't know how to explain these things. Xiao Juyu raised her hand to stop him. All right, if that's not the case, I was mistaken. How is the third young master recovering? If anything is missing, just tell me, Xiao Juyu said. As the host, she wanted to make sure her guests were well taken care of. The last good word, Guosheng turned it around in his mouth and then swallowed it. He changed his tone and said, Third young master's shoulder wound is very deep, and he also has a leg injury. He can't walk now. Third young master is in Fuan village, and he's not familiar with the place. Miss Xiao, if you could find time every day. Guosheng stretched out his words and looked at Xiao Juyu as if to say, The ladder has already been extended, Miss Xiao. You should seize the opportunity. Under Guosheng's eager expectation, Xiao Juyu smiled slightly, her lips parting softly, and said, Third young master is very important. So, every day, let Jiyuan go to keep him company. Jiyuan admires him very much, and I hope third young master won't mind the noise. Guosheng's face twitched visibly. Does Miss Xiao really not know, or is she pretending to be naive? This should be asked of third young master, Guosheng said awkwardly, rubbing his nose. Maybe I can talk to him later?
Good.
If my Jiyuan can get some guidance from third young master, it would be a blessing for her, Xiao Juyu said with a gentle smile. When they returned to the house, Lianxin asked cautiously. Mississippi Lianxin hesitated, wanting to ask but not daring to. Her anxious expression made Xiao Juyu laugh. She teased her. Lianxin, what do you want to say? Miss, Guosheng is close to third young master.
He means,
Lianxin whispered, could it be that third young master?
You.
Lianxin's words trailed off, and she swallowed her question. Xiao Juyu raised her hand, pinched her cheek, and said, Silly girl, we are now carrying a burden of guilt. But Miss, Lianxin argued for her lady, feeling that her lady deserved to be a princess consort. Lianxin, don't mention such things again. Xiao Juyu looked at her with a serious expression, her smile fading. Third young master is recovering at the Xiao family. Our Xiao family should take good care of him in every way. Yes, Lianxin replied. Tonight, there should be Yang Mei at Shirleyzheng. Once it arrives, remember to have someone bring it to the courtyard. Xiao Juyu looked up and saw Lianxin's guilty and remorseful expression. She smiled and said, Earlier, you hurt your leg and Guosheng took you to the hospital. If you have time, you can ask around and see if third young master needs anything. Miss, I'll go right now. Lianxin's eyes lit up, as if she had found something meaningful to do, and she hurriedly ran off. Xiao Juyu leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes, and thought about Guosheng's questions to the maids again. She replayed the scene in her mind. Could Junlai be coming for the Xiao family? Xiao Juyu wouldn't flatter herself, thinking Junlai was after her. Through her teasing words, Guasheng probably now thought she was a very bold girl. After all, she dared to speak even to the maidservants. Third master, you didn't see Xiao Girl's expression. She looked conflicted and hesitant, Guasheng said dramatically, acting out her recent look. Junlai kicked him and said with disdain, Guasheng, you don't need to act. His expression might move someone if it was on Xiao Jiuyu's beautiful face, but on Guasheng's face, it was hard to describe. Oh dear, Guasheng said, holding his kicked leg and looking upset. Third master, I was just acting honestly. Xiao Girl really said those things. I was worried she might misunderstand you, so I tried to explain. But you still kicked me. Guasheng looked genuinely hurt. Junlai looked at his sad face and said coldly, why did you ask about the maids? Third master, wasn't it you who told me to find out what Xiao Girl was doing? Guasheng answered confidently, then added, I just wanted to find out why Xiao Girl suddenly needed so many maids. But when I asked, she misunderstood me. Third master, this isn't really my fault, Guasheng said weakly, taking a step back. Gua Yang's angry voice sounded, and Guasheng realized he had stepped on Gua Yang's foot. Third master, I'll go now, Guasheng said, looking at Gua Yang's black cloth shoes with footprints. His back shivered. Gua Yang loved cleanliness. His shoes were ruined, and he knew he'd get scolded. Come back. Guasheng wanted to run, but hearing Junlai's cold voice, he stopped and quietly moved away from Gua Yang. Then he looked up and asked, Third master, do you have any other instructions? Did you explain everything clearly?
Yunli asked.
Guasheng was stunned for a moment, looking confused. Explain what? Guasheng, Third master asked you to explain, and you still don't know what to say? What kind of servant are you? Gua Yang kicked him hard, right where Junlai had just kicked. The force was so strong that Guasheng almost fell. He only realized what happened afterward and quickly said, Third master, I explained very clearly. I said that third master has never taken a concubine or a maid. Guasheng's voice was very loud, loud enough for the servants outside to hear clearly. Luckily, they were his own people. Otherwise, the third master's face would have been lost. Gua Yang covered his mouth, telling him to be quiet, then looked at Junlai and said, Third master, I will talk to him properly. Are you stupid? If you explain clearly, it's over. Why are you saying all that nonsense? Gua Yang dragged Guasheng into the yard and kept pressing him, beating him until he was crying out loudly. You did it on purpose. It's your fault I stepped on your shoe. Guasheng lay on the ground, not wanting to move even a finger, accusing Gua Yang. Clearly, this was just personal revenge. No, I just want you to be careful when you speak in the future, Gua Yang said, brushing dust off himself and quickly walking into the house, leaving Guasheng lying on the ground, roasting under the hot sun.
Ugh.
As soon as Guasheng moved, he took a deep breath. His whole body hurt, but strangely, they were twins and looked exactly the same. Why was Gua Yang so talented and gifted in martial arts? Guasheng, why did you fall on the ground? Lian Exile came over and saw Guasheng struggling to stand up. She hurried to help him and asked, The weather is getting hotter. The ground is very hot. Did you fall and hurt yourself? I'm fine. Guasheng didn't want the young girl to help him. He rolled himself up from the ground, grimacing in pain, but when he looked up, he smiled. Lian Exile looked at the footprints on Guasheng's body and asked uncertainly, Are you really okay? I'm fine. I just fell. Guasheng quickly brushed off the dust from the footprints and pretended casually, Miss Lian Exile. Why are you here? Did Miss Xiao give you any orders? Third master, your guess is correct. The Fong family people have indeed had contact with people from Xinjiang, but it's not certain whether they are the crown prince's or the second prince's people, Gua Yang said quietly in front of Junlai, so quietly that only Junlai could hear. Keep watching. The weapons at Gugiling must be checked carefully. Find out where they are hidden, and it's best to have evidence, Junlai said with a slight smile. Since I started collecting herbs for the Empress Dowager, my two brothers have also been paying some attention to me. I must make them think I am out gathering herbs in the mountains every day. Third master, rest assured. Our people are already leading them in circles, Gua Yang replied. Junlai nodded slightly, finished arranging his matters, and then asked, "The Fong family can't be moved for now. What about Magistrate Chung? I want to find some evidence of his guilt, preferably something that he can't retaliate against the Shao family for." Guiyang hesitated and asked, "Third Master, if we target County Magistrate Chung, won't that expose us?" Initially, the Third Master only sent someone to warn him. If we go after County Magistrate Chung now, especially with Third Master and Hongdu, it would surely reveal our plans. What if it was the Shao family who did it? Junlai leaned back in his chair. "Third brother, I'm back." Shao Jiyuan's clear voice rang out as he ran into the house. When he saw Junlai, he politely bowed and said, "Third brother, the teacher praised my writing yesterday." Shao Jiyuan's face was flushed with excitement as he looked at Junlai. Yesterday, Junlai had given him some guidance, and it seemed his writing had improved. Junlai looked at his excited expression, sincere and lively, and felt much better himself. He said, "Let me see." Shao Jiyuan happily handed over the corrected work from his teacher and said, "Third brother, look, Mr. Jiang is very knowledgeable, and his handwriting is beautiful. Indeed, it's good."
Yunli glanced at.
Even just the simple words "keep trying" showed that Mr. Jiang had put a lot of effort into his calligraphy. "My family's teacher heard about the methods you taught me and kept praising your talent," Shao Jiyuan said, biting his lip but unable to hide the smile on his face. He wasn't naturally talented at writing, but with daily practice, he believed he would get better and better.
"Oh."
Junlai raised an eyebrow. "How did your teacher praise you?" Shao Jiyuan had a good memory and recounted every word from Mr. Jiang without missing a detail. Mr. Jiang said that knowing one's shortcomings and striving to improve is how one makes progress. "Well, your teacher is quite learned," Junlai said. "Is Mr. Jiang a scholar?" "Yes, but unfortunately, he's had bad luck. He never gets to take the provincial exams." Shao Jiyuan pressed his lips, feeling sorry for his teacher. 2 years ago, he scored very well, but he offended someone and lost his chance to take the exams, he added. Junlai patted his shoulder and said, "If your teacher truly is talent, it won't be hidden forever." "Third brother, can you help your teacher take the exam?" Shao Jiyuan's eyes lit up. He was young, and everything he thought was clearly written on his face. He didn't need anyone to guess. Junlai patted his shoulder and said, "As long as your teacher is truly talented, he'll have his chance someday."
"Oh."
Shao Jiyuan's eyes showed obvious disappointment. Junlai asked why. "Do you think your husband isn't talented?" "Yes," Shao Jiyuan replied firmly, without hesitation. "That's good enough. Your husband won't be stuck here forever," Junlai encouraged. The once disappointed little guy suddenly became very excited. He said, "By the way, I have a message I want you to give to your sister." "Jiyuan, is this really what Third Master said?" Shao Jiyue was stunned when she heard what Shao Jiyuan brought back. "Isn't this like giving a pillow when you're sleepy?" Junlai actually asked her what kind of person could become a good county magistrate who cares for the people. "Big sister, the master praised me for having a good memory and being able to remember things clearly. How could I forget?" Shao Jiyuan pursed his lips. He had already confirmed and assured his sister, but she still thought it was fake. "Big sister, when I become a county magistrate, I will definitely help the common people," Shao Jiyuan said. Shao Jiyue looked at him with complicated eyes. This silly boy probably thought that once he became a magistrate, he would help the people. But in reality, they just wanted to make money from the common folk. Shao Jiyue didn't want to crush his enthusiasm and asked, "How will you help the people?" Shao Jiyuan tilted his head. He didn't know how he could help the people right now. "Come back and tell me when you grow up," Shao Jiyue said, giving him some leftover snacks and sending him away. She sat in the room, pondering Junlai's intentions. After a long while, she wasn't sure what Junlai really meant, so she simply got up and headed outside. "Miss, where are you going?" Lien Xian had just finished her snack and quickly stood up to follow. "No need. I just want to take a walk around here," Shao Jiyue said, dismissing Lien Xian. She headed straight to the front yard. The gates of the front and back yards were already locked. Shao Jiyue looked at the tall wall. Climbing over her own yard wall shouldn't be a problem. Xiao Jiyue was light and agile, easily climbing over the wall. It was late at night, and she saw no one. She moved smoothly to Jun Lai's window. Jun Lai was sitting by the window, sipping tea. When he saw Xiao Jiyue, he wasn't surprised at all. Xiao Jiyue brushed off her clothes and jumped onto the window ledge, sitting there. Since no one was around, and Guisheng, who usually chattered and followed Jun Lai everywhere, was not there either, she curiously asked, "Did you already know I would come? The person who hurt you is the Chung family and the Fong family. If given the chance, I believe you wouldn't want the Chung family to continue serving as the county magistrate of Lansong County." Jun Lai's voice was cold as he poured her a cup of tea. She sat on the windowsill, leaning against the window, with moonlight and candlelight illuminating her face, softening her features. Xiao Jiyu climbed through the window and sat opposite Jun Lai. She took a sip and asked, "So, the people chasing you, are they also connected to the Chung family?" "Yes and no," Jun Lai said, his gaze falling on the jade gourd at Xiao Jiyu's waist. His calm eyes carried a hint of excitement. Chung County Magistrate had been the stable magistrate of Lansong County for many years, which meant he had some background. "I wonder, Third Master, how you plan to bring him down." Xiao Jiuyu's voice was gentle and sweet. Although everyone called him Third Master, her words made him sound charming and alluring. Jun Lai clenched his hand around the cup and reached out with a prepared ledger. "A ledger?" Xiao Jiuyu's eyes lit up as she looked at it. She opened it and saw clear records of how much bribe money Qing County Magistrate had received over the years and how much disaster relief funds he had embezzled. Disaster relief funds. Xiao Jiuyu's pupils shrank. The Xiao family was wiped out because of the disaster relief funds. All males over 10 years old were exiled to Lingnan. That county magistrate Chung was quite bold. 180,000 taels. Xiao Jiyu exclaimed when she saw the final amount. A small county magistrate, and he has so much hidden wealth? Jun Lai sipped his tea, watching her shocked expression, and said, "Lansong County is just a small town, but as the local official, if he's bold enough, he wouldn't mind earning even more than that." It's not surprising. No wonder he's been staying in Lansong County and showing no interest in transferring elsewhere, Xiao Jiyu had thought before. She suspected Qing County Magistrate might not have powerful backing, but she never imagined he simply didn't want to leave. Lansong County, a small and insignificant place in Hongdu, was far from the emperor's direct control. As long as Qing Magistrate maintained good relations with the prefect and deputy prefect and managed the local gentry and officials well, he could live comfortably in Lansong. "Your Highness, obtaining this ledger must have been very difficult, right?" Xiao Jiyu closed the ledger. If it was true, it was enough to bring down Qing County Magistrate. She didn't believe in free handouts from the sky. She knew there were traps, not blessings. "The Xiao family once helped me." Jun Lai's cold voice sounded as he looked down, his gaze falling on the jade gourd hanging at Xiao Jiuyu's waist. Xiao Jiuyu leaned forward, half her body resting on the table. She said, "Third Prince, you have helped our Xiao family again and again. Your great kindness will eventually run out. Now our Xiao family is poor and helpless. This ledger you hold needs to be repaid. What can we use to pay you back?" Jun Lai slightly lifted his eyes. His glass-like eyes reflected Xiao Jiuyu's face clearly. There was no romantic feeling in her eyes. When he got closer, he could even smell her light, pleasant scent, like flowers, sweetness, and fruit, different from the heavy perfumes in Xingjing. Jun Lai sat up straight and looked at her steadily. He said, "How about we talk about cooperation?" Hearing this, Xiao Jiuyu's guard lowered a little. She was honest about wanting to cooperate, which meant she wouldn't secretly betray him. Xiao Jiuyu moved back slightly, lowered her eyes, and said, "The Xiao family is now in a difficult situation, unable to protect itself.
I'm afraid.
We can't help the third prince." She had seen the struggle for the throne before and knew it was built on countless sacrifices and bones. Currently, the princes are in a weak position. The crown prince has no support from the empress, the mother clan is weak, and the second prince's mother, the noble consort, is the most important person in the harem. The second prince's uncle is the chancellor. The fourth and fifth princes are still young and can't compete. The third prince, Junlai, was loved in the palace until the fire that claimed the life of Consort Ro. After that, he grew up in the cold palace and became the most unnoticed prince. I can help Shao family clear their name, Junlai said. Shao Juyu sighed and replied, Third prince, my father was framed. Some evidence has long been erased by others' efforts. Now, it's not easy to clear his name. He said he would help the Shao family, but she was not a child. Could she trust what he said so easily? In the Shao residence, we haven't found where 80,000 silver taels for disaster relief went. The entire Shao family only found about 10,000 taels. Where are the remaining hundreds of thousands? That's the real question. Junlai's voice was deep, steady, and trustworthy. He continued, the person who supervised the dam construction in Xiangqing was named Ho Jian. If we find him and get him to testify, we can surely clear the Shao family's name. Miss Shao, besides these two clues, there is actually another way. King Lai's voice was full of charm. Shao, Juyu asked, what is it? She had been searching for Ho Jian. Previously, she exchanged information with Shang Ting using a dye formula, and the key was to find Ho Jian, the person building the riverbank. King Lai looked at her with interest and said, the person building the riverbank knows best who is good and who is bad. As long as you follow the clues, you'll find someone who can give you information. Shao Jiuyu's eyes flickered slightly. This method was too broad. Not only did the Shao family lack the ability now, but even if they had it, disturbing the situation might cause trouble. The Shao family was already fragile. I can help the Shao family clear their name, King Lai repeated firmly. His eyes were steady and his voice calm, as if he was saying, I can help you. To clear their name, to help the Shao family. Shao Jiuyu suppressed her wild excitement. She asked back, what does the third prince want the Shao family to do? Just have the Shao family firmly stand behind me. King Lai looked at her steadily. Unlike ordinary ladies in the palace, Shao Jiuyu is very clever. He said, my mother is from the Rowan tribe. The tribe skilled in beast taming? Shao Jiuyu exclaimed. The Rowan tribe only appeared in the original memory. She had heard they were very mysterious, and she had seen them in some miscellaneous records. Yes, King Lai nodded. Shao Jiuyu swallowed hard and said, Third prince, you shouldn't tell me this. Knowing too much might put her in danger of being silent someday. King Lai looked at her expression and could almost guess what she was thinking. He said, since we've decided to cooperate, I must show my sincerity. There's no need for that. Shao Jiuyu cleared her throat, afraid he might say more. From their time together, she believed King Lai was not the type to make empty promises. She asked, may I ask, why did you choose the Shao family? King Lai replied, your father is a respectable man, a good official who cares for the people. Good insight. Shao Jiuyu nodded at him and took the account book. She said, Third prince, I will handle the situation with Magistrate Chung. But if Magistrate Chung gets into trouble, who knows if the next magistrate will be good. Does Miss Shao have a good candidate? King Lai's eyes flickered, as if he already knew her thoughts. Shao Jiuyu smiled and said, I'm just a young lady from a palace. I don't understand these things. She spoke modestly. After finishing her business, Shao Jiuyu took the account book and eagerly wanted to go arrange things. She was just about to climb out the window. Miss Shao, you can leave through the front door, Junlai said, standing up. A handkerchief slipped from his sleeve. Shao Jiuyu turned and saw the handkerchief lying at his feet, revealing a clear black and white panda. Third prince, your handkerchief fell, she said, picking it up and feeling it in her hand. She could clearly see it was a panda. She said, so, the third prince also likes pandas. Junlai's eyes flickered slightly. Panda? Yes, look at those dark circles and its round face. So cute. Shao Jiuyu kept staring at the panda. In the past, when she saw Emo doing splits, she was almost melted by how adorable it was. Junlai looked at her with much softer eyes. Not far away, under a big tree, from a distance at the window, Xiao Juyue and Junlai sat facing each other. The candlelight flickered, creating a beautiful scene. TSK, Guasheng leaned against the tree trunk, munching sunflower seeds. Watching this scene, he threw a shell at Guiyang beside him. You say, third master clearly likes Miss Xiao but won't admit it. When do you think he started to like her? Could it be when he saved Miss Xiao during the chaos in Xingjing? No. Maybe when Miss Xiao dared to stand up to the officers and argued her case. That's not it either, Guasheng said, slapping his thigh. I know. It must be when Miss Xiao tricked those bandits. I've checked with those bandits. They hurt many people. If it weren't for Miss Xiao's cleverness, those bandits would have killed all the women of the Xiao family. Guasheng said excitedly, and this time, when we returned, we specifically went to see the bandits. They really planted rice according to Miss Xiao's method. Honestly, Miss Xiao and our third master sitting together is such a perfect match. Isn't that what they call in stories, Golden Boy and Jade Girl? Guasheng chattered on, but didn't hear Guiyang say a word. Guasheng threw a sunflower seed shell at him. Can't you say anything? Chirp, Guiyang, holding his sword, looked around sharply with eagle-like eyes. Nothing suspicious escaped his notice. Are you a mouse? Chirp? Guasheng rolled his eyes dramatically. You're so dull. Maybe you'll never find a wife. Guiyang glanced at him and asked, Did you get married?
Not yet, but...
Guasheng's eyes flickered. I can talk better than you, and I will definitely marry first. Guiyang didn't bother to give him a look. Inside the room, Xiao Jiyue looked at the panda, and her mind flashed with some images. Pretty brother, I will draw a panda for you. With a panda to protect you. No one will bully you. Long red walls, snow falling all around, and a handsome young boy kneeling on the ground. Isn't this the dream she often had when she was young? Xiao Jiyue shook her head and said, Third prince, so you also like pandas? You like them a lot? Junlai asked back without waiting for her answer. Yes, Xiao Jiyue nodded. Chubby, black and white national treasure. Who doesn't like it? As soon as she said this, Xiao Jiyue realized she had spoken too much. National treasure? Junlai raised an eyebrow. Xiao Jiyue cleared her throat and explained hurriedly, I think it's a very rare treasure. Junlai didn't say anything further. It's getting late. I should go back now. Thanks for the account book. Xiao Jiyue grabbed the book and ran off, feeling that if she stayed longer, she might say something she shouldn't. Miss, you're finally back. Lian Exile hurried over when she saw Xiao Jiyue return. Where did you go? The madam just brought you some food. I told her you were asleep. Did my mother believe it? Xiao Jiyue entered the room and saw the silver fungus and red date soup. Her beautiful mother always remembered her little health details. She liked eating the sweet silver fungus and red date soup. If it was chilled, that would be even better. Of course she believed it. I said Miss has been busy these days, Lian Exile replied. Xiao Jiyue picked up a brush and started drawing on paper. Soon, a cute panda appeared on the page. Lian Exile looked at the panda and blurted out, a metal-eating beast? Xiao Jiyue paused, shook the ink in her hand, and a black appeared on the paper. She asked, What do you think it's called? Metal-eating beast? Lian Exile looked carefully. I heard it likes to eat iron and lives in the mountain city. Miss, why did you suddenly think of drawing it? I heard it can bite through iron. Do you think it can bite through a person's mouth too? Thinking about how it can eat iron made Lian Exile feel uneasy. It seemed just as dangerous as wolves and tigers in the mountains. Is there no other name for it besides this? Xiao Jiyue put down her brush and asked, Panda. Lianxin thought for a long time before shaking her head and saying, I've never heard of it. How could that be? Xiao Jiyue looked at the panda in the painting and then remembered Junlai's eyes. It seemed like he had heard of it before. Maybe Lianxin is less experienced? In the front yard, Junlai sat by the window, looking at the empty spot across from him. If not for the half-empty glass of cold tea, it might not even prove someone had just sat there. Are you finally back? Junlai muttered to himself. He slowly closed his eyes. During the palace banquet in the heavy snow, he was teased by the second prince and punished to kneel at the cold palace gate. It was a sweet date paste cake and a sharp remark that kept him alive. Miss, Shirley is bringing Yangmei bayberries. It's a total of 230 jin, the gatekeeper reported. Xiao Jiuyu didn't delay and went to check immediately. It wasn't Shirley but his daughter-in-law, Tian Jinhong, who arrived. Miss, these are the Yangmei collected yesterday. They were supposed to be delivered yesterday, but something came up and delayed it overnight, Tian Jinhong said shyly, looking at Xiao Jiuyu. She added, each one has been carefully selected. Miss, do you think they are good? Xiao Jiuyu looked at the bright red Yangmei. They were much smaller than the hybrid ones from later generations, but each one was bright red. She picked one up and put it in her mouth. Lianxin, standing nearby, hadn't finished speaking and could only swallow hard. Sweet and sour, quite tasty, Xiao Jiuyu said while looking at the Yangmei. Put half a basin of Yangmei aside, wash them, and soak them in salt water. Lianxin responded, and after all the Yangmei were weighed, Xiao Jiuyu paid Tian Jinhong directly at 2 coins per jin. Thank you, miss. Tian Jinhong looked happily at the heavy copper coins in her hand. Everyone had earned a little more. All the Yangmei you chose are very good, Xiao Jiuyu said meaningfully. It was obvious that the Yangmei had been carefully selected, all bright red, with none green. The green ones hadn't been sent. That's right, Tian Jinhong replied shyly. Even after seeing Xiao Jiuyu many times, she was still stunned by her beauty. After seeing Tian Jinhong off, Xiao Jiuyu went straight to the kitchen, told Gung Mama how to handle the Yangmei, and then picked half a basin of Yangmei, sprinkling salt over them to soak. Miss, with so much salt, can we still eat it? Lianxin looked worried as she watched Xiao Jiuyu add salt. She wondered if it would be too salty to taste later. Lianxin, you don't understand this. Adding a little salt makes the Yangmei taste sweeter later, Gung Mama said with a smile. Adding salt makes it sweet? Lianxin looked confused. If she wanted it sweet, shouldn't she add sugar? In previous years, the Xiao family also had Yangmei bayberries. When Miss wanted to eat Yangmei, she would go straight to the kitchen. The kitchen staff would wash the berries thoroughly, place them on a plate, and hand them to her. She would then give some to Xiao Jiuyu. She never knew that Yangmei needed salt to taste better. Adding salt balances the sourness, and the sweetness becomes more noticeable, Xiao Jiuyu explained briefly. She didn't mention pH levels or anything complicated, which might make people suspicious or confused. Oh, Lianxin nodded as if she understood but wasn't quite sure. After rinsing the salted Yangmei again, she found that the taste was indeed different from the ones in the basket. It seems sweeter. Lianxin tasted both types of Yangmei. The salted ones seemed to be sweeter. This plate is for Luo Kue. Xiao Jiuyu sat on a soft couch, enjoying the early summer breeze and eating Yangmei, feeling very happy. Miss, Luo Kue is eager to have her leg healed quickly. Lianxin carried the Yangmei to find Luo Kue. Miss always thought of them whenever there was something delicious. When her leg was injured before, Xiao Jiuyu always made sure she had good food to eat. Yangmei, Lianxin, you are truly my good sisters. Luo Kue was bored in her room, not like Lianxin who could sit quietly and embroider. She was just touching things here and there. When she was really bored, Luo Kue would go find He Lian to talk. Usually, Luo Kue was the one talking, while He Lian focused on making paper flowers. No one knew when Miss got the silk thread, but He Lian seemed to be studying how to make flowers with it. If you want to thank someone, thank Mississippi. She asked me to deliver this, Lianxin said, looking at Luo Kue as she was about to get out of bed. Are you going to find He Lian? Miss will always be my mistress. Luo Kue took a sip of Yangmei, which was sweet and sour. She felt very satisfied. My leg isn't healed yet. If I don't go find He Lian, you won't have time to chat with me? Luo Kue stuffed another Yangmei into her mouth and said, Lianxin, if Miss needs me for anything, please remember me. Tell her about me often. If she forgets me. She puffed her cheeks, looked at her leg, and sighed. Don't worry. Miss has other things to do. I'm leaving now. Lianxin listened to Luo Kue talk about a lot of things and quickly found an excuse to leave. Every night, she stayed with Luo Kue, who kept reminding her countless times, making her ears sore. How is Luokue recovering? Xiao Jiyue was copying the account book and asked without looking up when she saw Lianxin return. He's recovering well, except he still can't walk on his own. Everything else is fine, Lianxin said as she stepped forward to grind ink. Miss, Gung Mama just asked if the pickled vegetables and radishes you made earlier are ready to eat. Xiao Jiyue paused, dipped her brush in ink, and said, yes, I'll fish them out later and make pickled fish. She carefully continued copying the account book. Last night, she stayed up until midnight copying, and today she had been copying all day. She wanted to keep multiple copies as backups. Otherwise, she wouldn't feel at ease. She kept copying until evening. Xiao Jiyue handed her handwritten account book to Jean the steward and said, take this evidence to the inspector in Hongdu Mansion, Songdan. This copy is mine. The other is the real evidence. When Songdan investigates County Magistrate Chung, that's when I'll produce the real proof. While copying, she deliberately imitated the handwriting, not copying every word exactly, but at least making it difficult for outsiders to tell the difference. Young miss, do you want to report this to the Xiao family? Jean the steward tucked the real account book into his sleeve. Xiao Jiyue kept her copy close to her chest. Jean the steward is an elder beside my father. Xiao Jiyue looked at him. Even the original owner remembered Songdan. If Songdan saw Jean the steward and didn't recognize the Xiao family. Be very careful now. Remember to disguise yourself on the way so that the Chung family doesn't notice, Xiao Jiyue warned. The attack outside Wannan County last time was clearly linked to the Chung and Fong families. As long as she takes down County Magistrate Chung, Fong's side will be busy with her Jian Tower taking their business, and they'll be desperate enough to do anything. After Jean the steward left, Xiao Jiyue sat on a soft couch. A cool breeze blew in. She looked up at the bright moon in the sky, counting the days. Chu Ong and He Chongqing should have arrived in Lingnan or might already be on their way back. Jia Ling, the new county magistrate, was clever and would prepare plenty of seafood rice noodles. With those fresh noodles, the city's taverns would open without worry. As for the restaurant's signature dish, she planned to find someone picky to taste it first, and then choose the best one. Xiao Jiyue's lips slightly curled. She had already sent Yu Ge to Xuanzhou to gather information. She was curious, would the third prince, who was never taken seriously at court, surprise her with something unexpected? Xiao Jiyue took a piece of paper from nearby, on which she had drawn a panda and a metal-eating beast last night. Panda? She looked at it for a long time until Lianxin reminded her that it was late, and Xiao Jiyue finally returned to her room to rest. Late at night, Xiao Jiyue had another dream. It was a dream she often had since childhood. High red walls, long deep alleys, snow falling all around, making the red walls look especially poetic. In a deserted palace, a handsome young boy knelt on the ground, wearing thin clothes, trembling from the cold. Even the snacks on the ground were stepped on by several people. That's so unfair. Xiao Jiyue rushed forward. When she arrived, the crowd had dispersed, leaving only the handsome young boy kneeling on the ground, his lips bleeding, but his eyes shining brightly, scary bright. Here. Xiao Jiyue took out a date flour cake and handed it to him. The sweet, sour, and soft cake. She gently wiped the blood from his lips with a handkerchief. Don't be afraid, little brother. We have pandas. They are very powerful. I'll draw a panda for you, and from now on, it will protect you. Xiao Jiyue squatted on the ground, her chubby fingers drawing in the snow. Soon, a chubby panda appeared. Why aren't you back yet?
Still not back.
Come back. A low voice, gentle as the wind, like a call. Xiao Jiyue struggled to wake up. She opened her eyes, feeling as if the anger from her dream was real, as if it had truly happened. The dark room was faintly lit by moonlight, revealing an antique-style house. She sat on a soft bed, gazing at the bright moon. She had another dream, one she often had before. Since arriving in Manhwa Kingdom, this was the first time she had such a dream. She wondered if she had gone crazy. Why did she think that the handsome young boy whose face she couldn't see clearly was Junlai? Miss, Shi Lijing's daughter-in-law, Tian Shi, has sent more Yangmei. Lianxin had just received the news from the gatehouse and hurried over. Yes, sell them at yesterday's price. Xiao Juyue closed her account book. Recently, business at Fengchun Tower had been good. Once this batch of Yangmei arrived, half would be made into Yangmei wine and the other half into Yangmei preserves. Xiao Juyue suddenly remembered the lychees and longans from Lingnan. If he Chongqing and his team really managed to secure this route, then when the lychees and longans ripen, perhaps they can be made into canned fruit. Have someone pick the bayberries and send them to Mother Gung, Xiao Juyue said immediately. She wrote a letter directly, clearly explaining how to make and store the canned fruit. She wrote quickly and diligently. Lianxin wanted to ask. Mother Gung told me to ask the young lady how to make pickled fish, but she silently swallowed her words. It was better to wait. There was still time. Lianxin hurried to pick the bayberries. After handing them to Mother Gung, she asked, Mother Gung, the young lady is busy now. Should I wait and ask her later? If the young lady is busy, then I won't ask, Mother Gung replied. She told me earlier, so I was worried I might get it wrong. I wanted to ask again, just to be sure.
All right.
If anything is unclear, I will ask again, Lianxin said, carefully storing the bayberries before rushing back to Xiao Juyue to continue working on the ink. Until lunchtime, Xiao Juyue looked at the long letter she had written. She put down her brush, rubbed her neck, and waited for the ink to dry. The letter had to stay here for now. She glanced outside at the sun and asked, What time is it? It's noon, young lady. Are you hungry? Lianxin asked.
Midday?
Xiao Juyue quickly stood up and ran to the kitchen. Just then, Mother Gung was making spicy and sour fish slices. As she entered, she could smell the delicious aroma. Perfect timing, young lady. Would you like to try some? Mother Gung hurriedly invited Xiao Juyue out of the kitchen, saying, The kitchen is smoky. Mother Gung's cooking gets better and better, Xiao Juyue thought. She noticed that Mother Gung had a real talent for cooking. With just a rough explanation, she could surprise her with a dish that turned out even better than expected. She tasted the fish slices, tender and smooth, just like the ones she used to eat, even tastier. Now, the fish were raised naturally without feed, making their flavor even more fresh and delicious. Very good. Mother Gung, pack a portion of the fish slices and send them to the front yard to my third cousin. Xiao Juyue almost said third lord, but quickly changed her words. Yes, Mother Gung replied. She immediately prepared the dishes, including the fish slices, and handed them to Lianxin. Lianxin carried the food box and hurried to the front yard. Lianxin had just arrived at the front yard when she bumped into Guosheng, who was on his way to get lunch. When he saw Lianxin, his eyes showed some embarrassment from the day he was beaten to the ground. Guosheng, this is a new dish from the kitchen. Miss said to send it to third master to try something fresh, Lianxin said, stopping Guosheng as he was about to leave. She carried a food box and headed into the house. New dish? Guosheng's eyes brightened at this. The cook at the Xiao family made good food, mostly spicy, but very tasty. When Lianxin entered the house, she saw Guoyang take the food box and relax. She felt relieved. Guoyang carefully placed each dish on the table. Lianxin introduced, Third master, this is a spicy and sour fish slices, which is very appetizing. Guosheng stood nearby, smelling the spicy aroma of the fish, and almost salivated. This is shredded chicken salad, with chicken, cucumber, and green and red peppers, Lianxin explained. As the weather got hotter, the chicken salad was especially suitable. Miss, I think third master really liked today's dishes. He finished everything, Lianxin reported. Xiao Jiuyu nodded in agreement. During the meal, she had already told Gung Mama how to make the spicy pepper chicken for tomorrow. Let's go see how Peony and the others are doing, Xiao Jiuyu said after eating to help digestion. She went to the main courtyard, where her grandmother was already asleep. In the side room next to the main courtyard, Peony, Camellia, and the other 6 maids, who had just joined the household, changed into Xiao family-made uniforms. Even after just a few days, under Mama Zhang's watchful eye, their manners had improved a lot. Xiao Jiuyu didn't disturb them and went to the second house's yard. To make clothes more easily, everyone gathered there. It was already noon, and the beautiful women were still carefully making dresses, chatting and laughing. Xiao Juyu stood at the door, feeling very pleased. The beautiful women needed something to do. Otherwise, thinking of her father working in Lingnan, her eyes would always be red. Sometimes, seeing her so tired, she would shed tears again. "Miss, why don't you go see?" Lianxin held an umbrella to block the sun for Xiao Juyu. "No need. If I go, I'll just delay their work," Xiao Juyu said. She returned to her room, but was not idle. She carefully thought about the upcoming fabric shop opening event and what to do next. A lottery is a must-have. As for the method of drawing, Xiao Juyu tried many times before deciding to use a lucky spinning wheel. It's easy to make, looks nice, and isn't easy to fake. Once she decided, Xiao Juyu started making it. Since she had no cardboard, she thought hard and decided to ask a carpenter. She asked Lianxin, "Does anyone in the mansion know how to do carpentry?" Lianxin replied, "Aibo can do carpentry. He makes all the flower stands and shelves himself." "Let's go," said Xiao Juyu, quickly heading outside. Lianxin hurried to hold her umbrella and said, "Miss, if you keep walking like this, you'll get dark." "It's okay to be a little darker," Xiao Juyu said casually. The original owner had a very fair complexion, so a bit of darkness wouldn't matter. It would even look healthy. When they saw Aibo, Xiao Juyu directly told him what she wanted. Aibo, who was about 40 and looked cheerful when he smiled, was called Old Aibo. Luckily, he wasn't old at all. The sketches he drew on the ground matched what Xiao Juyu wanted. "Miss, I can finish it tonight," Aibo said and started working immediately. Xiao Juyu didn't rush to leave. She watched from the garden. In the farthest part of the old Xiao family residence, near the foot of the mountain, she saw peony buds about to bloom. She said, "Are these Wei Zi and Yao Huang? They're actually going to bloom?" She remembered that when she transplanted these flowers earlier, Yao Huang and Wei Zi were the most precious, but they were also wilting and close to dying. She didn't expect they not only survived but would also bloom. "Lianxin, I know," she said as she approached, looking at the peony buds about to bloom. "Aibo plans to wait until they bloom before inviting Miss to enjoy them. The buds have grown quite a bit. They'll probably look beautiful when they open," Lianxin praised as she looked at the peonies. "Miss, Aibo's flowers and plants are really beautiful. Didn't he also grow a lot of hibiscus last year? They bloomed so nicely." "Yes, they are quite good." Xiao Juyu crouched down to examine them carefully. Unfortunately, they were only buds now. She glanced at Lianxin and asked, "Do you come here often?" I just come to check on the flowers for Miss," Lianxin replied, clearing her throat, sounding a bit guilty. "Does Aibo have a son?" Xiao Juyu remembered a character from the original owner's memories, someone who only existed in her memory. AI Qiushi is in poor health, but he is very skilled at woodworking and can make even the most delicate items. When Lianxin talks about AI Qiushi, she praises him highly.
Oh.
Xiao Juyu looks at Lianxin with interest and asks, "He hasn't gotten married yet?" Miss Lianxin blushes, stomps her foot, and runs away. Xiao Juyu follows her, seeing an old man, AI Lao, beside a thin young man working on wood. The young man looks handsome but appears pale and sickly, as if he has been shut inside a house for years. After leaving AI Lao, Xiao Juyu asks, "What illness does he have?" "He was born prematurely. If the Xiao family hadn't been kind, he might not have survived. They have carefully taken care of him, and he managed to live. But later, he developed a weak constitution. When exposed to wind, he easily falls ill." Lianxin's words make Xiao Juyu curious. She asks, "Is this the same problem as Tingwu?" Tingwu was also born early and is weak. Since last year, after she mentioned it to Annie Xiaosan, Tingwu has been allowed out occasionally to get some sun and fresh air, and her health has improved a lot. Xiao Juyu also taught Tingwu some yoga exercises. Because of this, Tingwu hasn't been sick all spring, and Annie Xiaosan's face shows a visible smile. Not quite the same. AI Qiushi also tries to go out and see the sun every day like Miss Tingwu, but it doesn't help. Lianxin frowns and says. The doctor said he's just too weak physically. Before he even gets enough sun or fresh air, he falls ill. Have you tried practicing martial arts? Xiao Jue asks. With such a weak body, can he even train in martial arts? Lianxin looks at her in confusion. Exactly because he's weak, he needs to strengthen his body. You can ask Jin Wenjinwu about it, Xiao Jue says, not very familiar with these things. She takes a few steps and then looks back at the thoughtful Lianxin, saying, Lianxin, if you have someone you like, remember to tell me. I'll help you. Miss, Lianxin blushes again, hesitating to speak. Xiao Jue interrupts, one thing I need to remind you. A future husband's good health determines whether he can stay with you until old age. After saying this, Xiao Jue turns and leaves. Lianxin stands there, muttering to herself, Miss, you really think far ahead. She hasn't even started her life yet. She's just grateful for AI Lao's past care and didn't think much more about it. After dinner, Xiao Jue saw the lucky big wheel made by Uncle AI and his son. It was a double-layered wheel, very stable and spun smoothly, better than she had imagined. Xiao Jue looked at the wheels, then took out some paint and started coloring them. She chose 5 colors: red, yellow, blue, green, and purple. Miss, do you think there are too many colors? Lianxin asked, standing nearby. Her dress was stained with several colors, and looking at the colorful wheel, she felt a bit overwhelmed. It's meant to be colorful, Xiao Jue smiled lightly. She hadn't decided on the gift yet. They could give a small bowl made by Tang Tian's family, which is inexpensive and pretty. They could also give small sweets from the candy shop, which would promote the shop and boost sales. Or maybe they could make embroidered items like bags, sachets, or handkerchiefs from Jian Tower, showcasing embroidery skills and advertising at the same time. Xiao Jue had a long list of potential gifts. The big wheel was mainly for fun and attracting people. As long as there were visitors, who would care if the restaurant's food was not appreciated? Lianxin, tomorrow, have Uncle AI and his son make 2 more identical wheels, Xiao Jue said after trying the wheel and feeling satisfied. She asked Lianxin to continue making them. These wheels needed to be shipped to the capital. If they broke, it wouldn't be easy to replace them. Having a few extra wheels was a good backup plan. All right, Lianxin replied. Over the next few days, Jian Tower was bustling with activity. They quickly repaired the house and sorted the fabrics in the shop. The people in charge of selling cloth were experienced, and a few of Xiao family's maids were also chosen. Xiao Jue asked about the progress every day. After a few days, the talented women finished making the clothes and placed them in front of her. When she saw the neatly arranged garments on the wooden racks, she felt like she was in a world of beautiful clothes. These clothes look great. Since it was summer, bright colors were in fashion. Just looking at them was a visual feast. Look, we made some changes here. Take a look and see if it's okay. Su Sure pointed out the modifications. The new designs were similar to Xiao Jue's sketches, but the colors looked more harmonious after the changes. Okay. Xiao Jue nodded confidently. I'll have a few girls try them on. In the evening, Xiao Jue organized all the women of the Xiao family in the main courtyard. The 10 sets of clothes they had prepared were worn by Mu Dan and the others, like models walking a runway. After being trained by Mama Jiang, Mu Dan and the others looked much more confident. Although they were still a little shy compared to the confident models Xiao Jue envisioned, it was enough to handle small events like Lansong County. Xiao Jue quietly observed the expressions of old Madame Xiao and the others, making sure to get their feedback. After trying on all 10 outfits in turn, she asked Grandmother, what do you think? It's innovative. At least in Xinjiang, I haven't seen anyone selling clothes like this, said old Madame Xiao. If you add a bit of music, like flowing water, while watching beautiful women and beautiful clothes, it can be quite enjoyable. After seeing this, I really want to buy a similar dress to wear myself. Xiao Yurong said excitedly. She looked at the 6 girls. Individually, they weren't particularly outstanding or even pretty. Some of the maids like Lian Xian and Luo Kue were prettier. But when they came out together, wearing these new, stylish clothes, the feeling was completely different. Because there are many people, Our first focus is on the clothes, Xiao Juyue said. If there were more people and the outfits were more uniform, it would be even more impressive. Grandmother, although music is nice, with so many people, the music won't stand out. I plan to have someone play drums. Xiao Juyue thought of some lively drum songs. If paired well, it could create a great effect. How would that work? Old Madame Xiao asked, looking at Xiao Juyue. Xiao Juyue's eyes sparkled with confidence. Grandmother, I asked Shirley Zheng. Someone in the village can play drums. I think, since the opening is still a few days away, we can try it out first. Old Madame Xiao nodded slightly. Xiao Juyue continued, Grandmother, I'm worried the drum sounds might be too loud and disturb you. I want them to go to the workshop instead. Anyway, the preserved plum cans haven't been made yet. No need. It's better to stay at the Xiao family. We must keep a close eye on those clothes. Old Madame Xiao reminded her. Xiao Juyue's eyes flickered. Don't worry, Grandmother. When the time comes to officially open, I will have them change into the new clothes. Early the next morning, the Xiao family was filled with the sound of drums. Oh, what happy event is happening at the Xiao family? Guosheng was dozing off. After staying up all night yesterday, he had just finished bathing and changing clothes. As he lay on the bed, he heard the drum sounds and was startled. He hurriedly ran out and asked, Third Master, is something wrong? Go to sleep. June Lai glanced at him. Early that morning, Lian Exile had come to greet him. Today, the Xiao family was holding a drum performance, so it might be noisy. Thump, thump, thump. The drum sounds kept coming in waves. Guosheng felt that the drums were louder than thunder. His ears were buzzing, and he wondered how anyone could sleep through such noise. Third Master, I want to go see what's happening, Guosheng said, annoyed that the drums had disturbed his sleep. Following the sound, he quickly found the source of the drums. What is the Xiao family doing? Guosheng watched for a while but couldn't understand. The drums kept beating, and a few young women walked back and forth under the shade of the trees. Guosheng was confused and returned to June Lai's side. Looking into June Lai's eyes, he dumbly said, I think Miss Xiao might. Could she be earning money? Or maybe she's just having these pretty girls perform. It couldn't be a brothel, right? June Lai raised an eyebrow. Guosheng, realizing he shouldn't guess, decided to say nothing. He simply described what he saw and asked, Third Master, what do you think Miss Xiao is doing? June Lai's eyes flickered slightly and replied, probably related to the opening of the fabric shop. The fabric shop opening? What does that have to do with the girls walking around? Guosheng asked, confused and puzzled. When the day of the opening comes, we'll know, June Lai said, picking up a book from beside him and starting to read. Third Master, it's so noisy outside. How can you read a book? Guosheng was so sleepy, his eyes nearly closed. Yet, the drum sounds kept humming nearby, making it impossible to sleep. June Lai sipped his tea and turned a page. Guosheng yawned and decided not to ask any more. He went back to his room, pulled the quilt over his head, and the drum sounds kept echoing in waves. Covering his ears, he pinched and dug at the quilt until he made a hole. Seeing the cotton inside, he grabbed 2 handfuls and stuffed them into his ears. Finally, it was quiet. The drum sounds from the Xiao family continued for 2 days. On the day of the Weiyin Tower's opening, Xiao Juyue had already prepared to leave early. When she saw June Lai also getting ready to go out, she was surprised. She asked, Third brother, are you going out too? Are you not inviting a doctor to come? Is there anything you need help with? Xiao Juyue looked at the crowd and deliberately changed her way of addressing Third Master. Join the fun. If someone doesn't invite me, I have to come uninvited. June Lai's gaze fell on Xiao Juyue. Beneath his calm eyes, his heart was burning with passion. Cough. Xiao Juyue cleared her throat and pretended not to notice his implied words. It's not that third brother came uninvited. Surely the other party has a hidden reason. Third brother is now resting after an injury. With so many people, if he bumps into someone again, it would be a trouble. June Lai casually rested his hand on his lap. It doesn't matter. Then, today we are celebrating the opening of Jiyun Pavilion. Please, third brother, Honor us with your presence, Xiao Jiuyu called several times, smoothly using the term third brother. Since Jiuyu is so warmly inviting me, I will go, Junlai replied with a steady and strong voice. Junlai's carriage moved steadily ahead. Xiao Jiuyu lowered the curtain and said, Jinwen, pay more attention later. Be sure not to let third prince get hurt.
Yes.
Jinwen responded promptly. Miss, Shangting had been waiting at Jiyun Pavilion early. In less than half a month, a fabric shop had opened. In such a short time, Shangting was a bit stunned but also a little hopeful. At the entrance of Jiyun Pavilion, they set up a stage-like platform, a long table covered with red cloth, looking quite strange just by sight. Many people are crowding at the door asking questions, Shangting said excitedly. I followed Miss's instructions. Anyone who buys something here can participate in a lottery. Miss, how do we do the lottery? Shangting prepared the prizes according to Xiao Jiuyu's instructions, eggs, meat, and other items. Jinwen, Xiao Jiuyu turned around and asked, bring out the small spinning wheel I prepared. Let's do a small test first. The small spinning wheel was quickly brought over. It had different colored sections, and just looking at it made people curious and excited. Everything is ready, Xiao Jiuyu ordered calmly. Most of the people with her were from the Xiao family, maids, Mother Gung, and Mother Yu. Although they had never worked before, as long as she gave instructions, they would do everything properly. Soon, drums and gongs sounded. Amid the festive noise, Shangting stepped onto the stage. His voice was strong and confident. Standing on the stage, he didn't say much but announced that Jiyun Pavilion was officially open today. Today, all customers who buy fabric or finished clothes at Jiyun Pavilion can participate in the lottery. First prize, 1 or 2 silver coins. The merchant loudly shouted, and soon, the door of Jiyun Tower opened. The people inside hurriedly rushed in. Xiao Jiuyu sat in a tea house across the street, drinking tea with Junlai. Junlai asked, aren't you going to personally oversee things? No need. I've already given instructions over the past few days. The rest depends on them, Xiao Jiuyu said casually, as if she wasn't the one opening the business or earning the money. Jiuyu is quite confident, Junlai said, even with only 2 people in the tea house. When he called her name in a cold, distant voice, it felt like feathers brushing the heart. Outside, drums and firecrackers sounded loudly, mixed with whispers from the crowd. Various noises filled the air. But Xiao Jiuyu only heard Junlai's cold, proud, and unique voice. Her eyes flickered slightly as she looked at Junlai's captivating face. She never believed in love. She trusted only partnerships. Only interests last the longest. Third prince, Xiao Jiuyu no longer called him third brother. The new title instantly cleared away the previous ambiguous atmosphere. She continued, I hope our cooperation is a strong alliance, moving toward our respective goals. Her only wish was for the Xiao family to be exonerated. As for third prince Junlai, whether he wanted to ascend the throne or simply protect himself depended on how much sincerity he could show her. Junlai didn't rush to speak. His intense gaze fixed on Xiao Jiuyu. She looked directly at him without any hesitation, showing her determination at all times. Jiuyu will see my sincerity. Junlai still didn't change his tone. At this moment, Xiao Jiuyu looked like shining stars in the night sky, dazzling and impossible to look away. Happy cooperation, Xiao Jiuyu smiled gently. Before waiting for Junlai's response, she looked out the window and said, the show is about to start. As the drums grew louder, Xiao Jiuyu had prepared special costumes for this clothing display, accompanied by a specially composed drum tune. Every beat matched perfectly with the performances of the peonies and others. If only the time could be longer, Xiao Jiuyu thought about hiring professional musicians to play traditional instruments like the guqin along with others. It would definitely sound more beautiful and pleasing than just drums. The drum sounds created a lively, eye-catching atmosphere. Xiao Jiuyu stared intently at the runway covered with red carpet. Unlike the usual restaurant business, this time at Jiyun Tower, she was watching the entire process. Every idea and plan was chosen by her.
Good.
Beautiful. Peony, dressed in a light green outfit that looked like fresh spring green, symbolized new growth and revival. After days of training from Mother Jiang, Peony and the others no longer looked timid like when they first came out. Peony, just as her name suggests, was like a blooming peony flower, bright and beautiful. I've never seen such a way of showing clothes before. Junlai glanced at Peony walking on the red runway below, then looked at Xiao Juyu's face. Her trembling eyelashes and tightly pressed lips showed her nervousness. Junlai took a sip of tea and looked down. Turns out, she's quite nervous too. Have you ever seen this third prince? What do you think? Xiao Juyu turned back. Her eyes were full of pride. She had brought a modern marketing plan into ancient times. Could she, like before, go from having nothing to building a team worth over $1 billion in sales? In ancient times, having $1 billion in value could probably make her a wealthy lady. Very innovative, Junlai said confidently, his gaze on the people watching intently. Besides men, many women were also captivated, staring at Peony on the stage. No, more accurately, looking at the beautiful clothes the women had never seen before. Then, third prince guests, do you think these people will buy the clothes? Xiao Juyu asked curiously. 5 women, Manhwa, Lihua, Haitang, Farong, and Shancha, followed Peony out, each stopping for quite a while. They will, Junlai put down his teacup. People are curious. The more they haven't seen, the more they want to try. Xiao Jiuyu's eyes sparkled, as if she understood the secret recipe that had been bothering her. Now it was finally coming out. I don't understand what makes a good style of clothing, but the looks in those women's and girls' eyes already say everything, Junlai said, glancing over. Listening to the excited voices of those wanting to buy clothes, it was clear what they thought. People with good taste, they are truly perceptive. Xiao Jiuyu rested her elbow on the table, watching more and more customers enter Jiyun Tower. She felt very happy. As long as Jiyun Tower establishes itself in Landong County, she was confident that it would flourish everywhere. In Xiao Jiyu's eyes, it was as if brilliant fireworks were blooming. Junlai watched her and thought of her words, "I'll draw you a national treasure, the giant panda. From now on, the panda will protect you." Later, he searched through all the data and traveled across mountains and rivers, but couldn't find a panda, only a ferocious iron-eating beast. Grand opening today. Please, third prince, come to Fengchun Tower for drinks and meat. Xiao Jiyue watched as all the guests leaving the cloud-weaving tower carried bags and packages, either filled with fabric or gifts, smiling happily, in a very good mood. Junlai raised his cup. Let's toast with tea instead of wine, wishing Jiyue's cloud-weaving tower business to flourish and make great wealth every day. Xiao Jiyue's voice was full of joy. She clinked her cup with his, her eyes smiling brightly. Thanks for the good wishes, third prince. Someone selling fabric and clothes, acting like a courtesan from a brothel. During the daytime, twisting and turning. So shameless. Exactly who sells fabric and clothes like that? Earlier, everyone was focused on the clothing and fighting over it, but suddenly these different comments stood out. The crowd, which had been eager to see the clothing show, now looked at each other with hesitation. Their gaze shifted back to the long red table. Those who couldn't bear to leave, staring closely, were none other than the men. Xiao Jiyue sat calmly, as if the sudden event at Cloud Weaving Tower had nothing to do with her. Nidazu, what are you looking at? The woman who had earlier spoken about courtesans suddenly rushed to the table, grabbing a man's ear and shouting, "Listen, I came to buy clothes, not to hang out at a brothel with you." Peony and Plum Blossom, along with 4 others, stood on the stage, watching the woman with fierce expressions, pointing at them and shouting about courtesans. Peony, with red eyes, loudly declared, "We are not courtesans. We are honest girls from good families." Unfortunately, no matter how loudly Peony shouted, the other's eyes carried a meaningful look. Bah! The woman spat. What decent girl would dress like this, stand so tall, so men can look at her? I tell you, little, we're here to buy clothes, not to look at girls. Isn't that right, everyone? She said, turning to the other women. Make sure your men are watching. Otherwise, you'll end up with a concubine or a mistress at home. Jiyue, do you need help? Junlai watched as the situation below grew more intense. One wrong move, and the clothes from Jian Tower, which everyone thought were worn by courtesans, would be misunderstood. Not to mention the ladies and young misses. Even ordinary folks wouldn't buy clothes from Jian Tower. Your Highness Third, your status is noble. You don't need to trouble yourself with such small matters, Xiao Juyu said with a smile. She added, Jian Tower is like a small grass trying to grow through cracks in the stone. No matter how hard the stone tries to block it, the grass keeps pushing upward. This small obstacle can't stop Jian Tower's path. Xiao Juyu had already predicted that the opening of Jian Tower was urgent. From the moment she had this idea, she prepared for all possible attacks. Smack! A loud slap echoed. Granny Gung rushed forward, grabbing the woman's hair and slapping her twice across the face. How dare you hit me? Everyone look. The madam from the courtesan house is hitting people. The woman screamed loudly, thinking Granny Gung was an old courtesan lady. She tried to grab Granny Gung's hair, but unfortunately, Granny Gung was too strong. Smack! Granny Gung slapped her again, louder than the woman's scream, and said, Ignorant fool, I'm helping you. The woman was stunned by the slap. Granny Gung pushed her away and pointed at Peony on the stage, saying, Do you know that the clothes they're wearing are the same as those worn by whom? Granny Gung's voice was the loudest in the Xiao family, so she had drunk plenty of water this morning, worried that her voice might get hoarse if she argued too long. She then pulled over Camellia, dressed in bright red. This bright red dress was worn by the current princess. Do you think the princess is a courtesan from Jian Tower, or do you think this dress is worn by a courtesan? Granny Gung's voice was sharp and high-pitched, but everyone could hear her clearly.
What?
The current princess wore this? Really? I don't know.
Well.
Just moments ago, everyone looked down on the dress as something a courtesan would wear. Now, they looked at Camelia's outfit, which they desperately wanted to take off and wear themselves. If they couldn't be the princess, couldn't they at least wear something the princess had worn? No, that's impossible. The woman's face turned pale. The status of the current princess was incredibly noble. This, I wouldn't dare to lie about, Granny Gung said confidently. Elder woman Gung looked down at her with a commanding gaze and said, How about now? Am I helping you? The woman, hearing Gung's confident words, was frightened and quickly tried to slip away. Hey, are you trying to leave? Gung jumped down from the stage, grabbing the woman roughly and pulling her back onto the stage. I was wrong. The woman panicked. Gung was very strong, and she looked back to call Nidazu to help, but he was nowhere to be seen. Now you admit you're wrong? Gung forcibly pulled her onto the stage, helped her stand properly, and asked with a smile, Madam, besides this dress that Shansha is wearing, is there any other dress you think a courtesan would wear? Gung's voice was loud, so everyone heard her. The 6 girls on stage were dressed very modestly, with no revealing or flashy clothes. Nothing like what courtesans usually wore.
Not really, a man's voice said.
Courtesans in the brothel don't wear so many layers. Ha ha ha, his words made everyone laugh. Soon someone else said, Exactly, courtesans only wear a layer of silk. Then you can see the color of their undergarments? Of course, look at that girl, her skin is so white it shines. Seeing the men continue to talk and laugh, Jin Woo quietly hid himself, trembling just from listening. All right, everyone, take a look. Do our clothing at Jian Tower look like what courtesans wear? Gung asked loudly. No, they don't, everyone answered in unison. Good. Gung said with a smile, then turned to the woman and asked, What do you think? Not really. Maybe I was mistaken. The woman lowered her head, no longer loud or confident, as if she had just entered and was afraid to make any noise. Oh, you just saw things wrong, Gung said playfully, stretching her tone. She held up Peony and the others' clothes and introduced them one by one. Let me tell you, our madam is from Xingjing. These clothes are the latest fashion from Xingjing. Last year, at the Xingjing Poetry Gathering, Lady Lin from the Prime Minister's residence wore this same style, exactly the same, just a different color and material. And this one is from Minister Chui. Gung Posey is not only good at cooking but also speaks very well. She is proud to have a princess from the current court, Miss Lin from the Prime Minister's residence, and a daughter from the Chui family. Now, everyone wants to buy clothes. Everyone. Don't rush. There are plenty of fabrics available for custom-made clothes. Our Weaving Cloud Pavilion's fabrics are imported from outside. The various shades of purple are especially loved by the ladies of Xingjing. Gung Posey smiled happily as she watched everyone eager to grab the clothes. She felt very pleased. She must have completed the task given by the young lady, right? Soon, Mama Yu appeared, and together with Gung Posey, they played off each other, scaring the women so much they almost peed their pants. Even the Fong family was involved. The women who hadn't left looked at her with even more disdain. When mentioning the Fong family, everyone understood, without words. They had been to the Fong family shop before. Not only was there nothing for them to buy, but those people also looked down on them. Wealthy ladies and young misses went there happily, but ordinary folks like them were ignored. Unlike Weaving Cloud Pavilion, where no matter their status, everyone was greeted with a smile. People said that Weaving Cloud Pavilion's clothes were worn by courtesans, which was very petty. For a moment, everyone secretly formed a bad impression of the Fong family's fabric shop. Clothes worn by the princess? Junlai looked at the red dress Shan Chao was wearing. Currently, there was only one princess, Princess Jing, who was pampered and loved. The style and fabric of this dress are naturally not comparable to what the princess wore, Xiao Jiyu added with a smile. But this is the style she wore 3 years ago. 3 years ago?
Yunli looked taken.
He couldn't tell if this dress was from 3 years ago or last year. Will the third prince expose me? Xiao Jiyu tilted her head. In ancient times, there was no copyright awareness. As long as she said Xingjing liked the style, even if she just draped a piece of cloth on herself, people would praise it for its beautiful color. We are in the same boat, Junlai reminded her. Xiao Jiyu immediately smiled and nodded in agreement. Yes, we are in the same boat. Gung Posey and Mama Yu, working together, cleared up all the doubts in everyone's mind. Even the Xiao family status was being exaggerated. Gung Posey and Mama Yu were also pretending to be pitiful, claiming that the Xiao family was harmed by treacherous people. Now, the old lady of the family was unwell, and the madam had cried so much her eyes were red. Their young lady had to come out to earn some money for makeup and accessories. Seeing this, Xiao Jiyu knew it was her turn to step forward. She went downstairs and was quickly helped onto the stage. Junlai's gaze stayed fixed on Xiao Jiyu. She wore a light green dress and stood on a red rectangular platform. When she stood there, all eyes in the room focused on her. She was the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue. Even though the Xiao family had been accused, it couldn't erase their past glory. Now, Xiao Jiyu stood on the stage, showing weakness to gain the sympathy of the simple villagers. High officials could be betrayed by treacherous people, and ordinary folks like them could also be bullied by corrupt officials.
Miss Xiao. Gu Xing stood behind Yunli.
Seeing the vulnerable Xiao girl, he remembered the day at the back of Sonli Pavilion, bloodied and sharp-eyed Xiao Jiyu. She was completely different from the delicate girl needing protection now. From the women wiping tears below, it was clear they had begun to sympathize with Xiao Jiyu. I now believe that beautiful women can't be trusted, Guosheng muttered to himself. The stark contrast in Xiao Jiyu surprised him completely. Junlai asked Guosheng, how is Jiyu doing in the Xiao family? Miss Xiao is the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, loved by her father and brothers. I heard that old Master Zhao's favorite was this granddaughter because she loved to eat the baked cakes from outside the city. She often left early in the morning. Guosheng eagerly shared more. I've seen grandchildren loved, but I've never seen such a granddaughter loved. When Xiao Jiyu entered the private room, she immediately started to apologize. Third prince, forgive me for making you laugh. When I talk about my father, I can't help but get emotional. Her eyes, which had just been crying, were still red and looked like a small, adorable rabbit she had raised as a child. She looked pitiful. Junlai felt an urge to reach out and wipe the tears from her eyes. The Xiao family will see a new dawn, Junlai said, handing her a handkerchief. The corner of the handkerchief had a cute panda embroidered on it. Xiao Juyu paused, about to say she had her own handkerchief, but Junlai stood up and directly handed her the handkerchief, saying, "Aren't we supposed to be going to dinner?" As soon as she finished speaking, Junlai turned and walked away. Xiao Juyu didn't even get the chance to refuse. She held a handkerchief, watching Junlai's back, silently clutching the gray handkerchief in her hand. It looked brand new, and the little panda in the corner was adorable. Still, the panda was the cutest. Xiao Juyu squeezed the handkerchief and then followed him. At Jiyan Tower, after her recent attempt to gain sympathy, business quickly returned to its lively state. She got into a carriage and headed straight to Fengchun Tower. Zheng Gongguan saw Junlai and Xiao Juyu coming one after the other, but he wasn't surprised. He immediately led them to a private room on the second floor, at the very end. It was very private and offered a good view of the street. "Shopkeeper Zheng, today I am treating my third cousin to a meal. All the best dishes in the restaurant are served. Please don't slack off on my third cousin," Xiao Juyu said happily, clearly in a very good mood. "Don't worry, Miss Xiao." Shopkeeper Zheng quickly started listing the dishes, familiar with the menu. Soon, the empty table was filled with food. Xiao Juyu looked at Junlai and said, "Third young master, enjoy your meal. I will go back first." Junlai looked at the table full of dishes and asked, "Aren't you inviting me to eat?" Xiao Juyu looked down at the food and confidently replied, "Yes, to show my thanks." "Isn't this enough?" Her eyes seemed to say, "Isn't all this food enough to show my sincerity?" Junlai, "Grandmother and my mother are at home, worried sick. If I don't come back early, they won't eat or sleep well." "Third young master, surely you don't want to see the elderly worried, right? They are too old to worry so much and might even lose their appetite." Xiao Juyu looked at him expectantly, as if saying, "Third young master, you probably can't bear to see them worried, right?" "Yes," Junlai replied. As soon as he said that, Xiao Juyu left as quickly as a gust of wind, her silver bell-like voice echoing. "Third cousin, enjoy your meal, Miss Xiao. Are you really leaving?" Guasheng chased after her, disbelief in his voice. He only saw her hurriedly walking away down the stairs. He then returned to the private room and said, "Is it normal to invite someone to a meal and then just run off?" Guasheng had lived 20 years and had never seen such a way of hosting a meal before. Junlai didn't answer. Instead, he picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of braised pig's trotter. Guasheng looked at him and asked, "Third young master, can you really eat that? The best restaurant and the finest food in Lansong County, yet I can't seem to eat anything." Junlai tasted the marinated pig's foot. The aroma was strong, the skin crispy, the meat tender, and it was flavorful without being greasy. It was truly delicious. Junlai tried every dish. When he was in the cold palace before, the food sent to him was either cold or gone cold quickly. Now, with steaming hot dishes bubbling in the pot, he knew he had to cherish them. Guasheng took a deep breath and had to admit that the food at Fengchun Lu was indeed fragrant. Even a simple bowl of cabbage tasted fresher than anywhere else. After eating his fill, Junlai looked at Xingqing and asked, "What do you think of Miss Xiao?" "Miss Xiao is clever and talented, and she values loyalty and righteousness," Xingqing said without hesitation. He then quietly observed Junlai and continued, "Although Miss Xiao is just a girl, she keeps her promises like a man. Maybe she had urgent matters to attend to, so she left?" "Huh." Junlai chuckled softly and placed his teacup on the table. Next to them, Guasheng quickly pulled Xingqing aside and whispered, "Miss Xiao is fine." Xingqing hesitated. Did he say the wrong thing? At the old Xiao family house in Fuan village, Xiao Jue hurried home after lunch. The family had already finished eating. She asked the kitchen to prepare something simple and then eagerly went back to share good news with her family. Whether it was Aunt Lon, Aunt Xiaosan, or the beautiful Madame Su and Xiao Yurong, none of them dared to show themselves. At most, they sent their close maids to gather information. When Xiao Jue returned, everyone gathered in the main courtyard. She had just served the noodles when she saw everyone had already arrived. She silently glanced at the blazing sun outside. Are they not afraid of the heat? Beware, don't worry, take your time eating, Madame Su said, feeling anxious inside. But seeing her daughter still hadn't had lunch, her concern was greater than her curiosity about Ji Yun Tower. Ji Yun Tower is busy with customers. I think the lucky wheel has already been spun, Xiao Jiyue said first to reassure everyone, then lowered her head to eat her noodles. Big sister, does that mean many people are buying our clothes? Xiao Yurong asked excitedly, almost unable to speak clearly. Yes, Xiao Jiyue nodded and kept eating. She was exhausted from the tea and acting this morning. To pretend to be weak, Xiao Jiyue had been painfully spicy from the soaked cloth she used, and her eyes still felt fiery. Should we start making clothes now? Aunt Xiao San asked. Master Su also said, there are only a few of us. Making clothes alone isn't enough. Clothes are usually ordered in advance, and people come to pick them up at the agreed time. Aunt Lon, who had done business before, said she once dreamed of opening an embroidery shop during her time in the inner chambers. She thought she had no hope in life, but now it might be possible again. Aunt Lon continued, it's hard for just a few of us to handle everything. We need to hire skilled embroidery women. To run an embroidery shop, you need talented workers. If their work is poor, even a good piece of fabric can be ruined. Finding skilled embroidery women might be difficult, Su said, feeling unsure. Fuan Village should have some. Xiao Jiuyu quickly finished her last piece of noodles, almost choking on them because she ate too fast. Su hurried to give her water and patted her back. After drinking, Xiao Jiuyu felt much better. She smiled at Su and said, thank you, mother. I'm your mother, Su scolded gently, annoyed that Xiao Jiuyu was being too polite. Mother, Xiao Jiuyu loved calling her that. Every time she saw Su's gentle eyes, she felt she had gained a great blessing from the original owner. She wondered whether the original owner had gone to the modern world or somewhere else. If she went to the modern world, she wouldn't be losing out. She left the original owner of fortune, took on her identity, and enjoyed her family love. Are you full? Want some more? Su asked with a smile. Xiao Jiuyu shook her head, then let out a burp. She cleared her throat and said, finding embroidery women isn't hard. There are many in Fuan Village and in Wanan Village or even in the county town. They can be recruited. The main point is, we can let them do simple clothes first, like what you all did before, working together in parts. Xiao Jiuyu had already planned that the best option was to hire villagers. It would be safe and reliable, and it could help the villagers earn some money. Most importantly, given the current situation of the Xiao family, making more good connections was a good thing. Yes, we can have them cut fabric or embroider simple patterns, like buttons. Aunt Lan's eyes lit up. Some buttons are very complicated to make, so if someone can do it, it will save us a lot of trouble. Each of us can bring along a few beginners. Some tasks can even be done by young girls around 8 or 9 years old. Aunt Xiao was very excited. This matter didn't require her to show herself publicly, and she could still make money. The Xiao family was lively, discussing how to produce the goods from Jian Tower and how to make more money in the future. Meanwhile, the Fong family was filled with gloom and sadness. Jian Tower opened with great fanfare, but at the Fong family's fabric shop, not even a shadow of a customer could be seen. All day long, the Fong fabric shop didn't sell a single piece of cloth. When the old master of the Fong family returned home, he passed by Jian Tower. Even though it was almost closing time, Jian Tower was still crowded with customers rushing to buy fabric. Humph, the old master of the Fong family snorted coldly and went straight back to his residence. When he arrived home, his face darkened. In the afternoon, he thought someone had come to buy fabric, but instead, they threw rotten eggs and spoiled vegetables into the shop. After inquiring, he found out that someone was falsely accusing Jian Tower, saying its clothes looked like those worn by courtesans in a brothel. Father, as Fong Kaiwei just arrived home, she was met with a loud slap. Who told you to send people to smear Zhao's family? The old master looked at Fong Kaiwei. He had hoped she would marry into the Cheng family and become the daughter-in-law of Cheng County Magistrate. But instead, She fell into disgrace, becoming a concubine, and brought shame to the Fong family. Father, Jian Tower from Zhao's family definitely can't open. Otherwise, our Fong fabric shop won't have a chance to rise, Fong Kaiwei said urgently. She didn't bother to cover her face and anxiously added, Xiao Jiyue is definitely targeting our Fong family. We have no grudges or conflicts, the old master said grimly. Halfway through his words, his eyes suddenly narrowed as he stared at Fong Kaiwei. What have you done? Father, Fong Tsaiwei's heart skipped a beat. She felt her father's gaze was terrifying, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. The old master suddenly slapped her again, furious, and shouted, Tell me, what have you done?
Ah!
Fong Kaiwei was knocked so hard, she nearly fell to the ground. She was finally caught by a maidservant. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and at this moment, she was no longer in a hurry. Father, I only used a secret assassin to try to kill Xiao Jiyue. Unfortunately, she was lucky, she admitted. The Xiao family is definitely targeting our Fong family. If Jian Tower opens and takes away our business, our family will be in danger. Rebel child. Old Master Fong looked at her confidently, claiming to have used a secret guard. He clutched his chest and nearly fell to the ground. He was so angry he trembled, pointing at Fong Kaiwei for a long time, without speaking. He raised his hand to slap her, but Fong Kaiwei quickly stepped back and said, Dad, the Xiao family isn't an ordinary family. Whether they can clear their name in the future or not, their strength is definitely not weak. Then why are you foolish enough to go against the Xiao family? Old Master Fong huffed angrily. I have no choice. Yanwen is now completely focused on Xiao Jiyue and won't even enter my room. Besides her, what else can I do? Fong Kaiwei couldn't swallow this anger. She said, Dad, I have a plan. Use a secret guard again to strike a fatal. Idiot. Old Master Fong was so angry, he grabbed a cup and threw it at Fong Kaiwei. If it weren't for his son, if Fong Kaiwei weren't clever enough, and if she hadn't just bumped into him, he wouldn't have let her know about the secret guard. Dad, the Xiao family situation now is such that no one is standing up for them. If I can just capture Yanwen's heart and have a son, I can restore our family's honor. Fong Kaiwei was eager to deal with Xiao Jiyue now. Get out. Old Master Fong stormed forward, grabbing Fong Kaiwei and pushing her out. She was shaken. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Old Master, did I hear right just now? Kaiwei is pregnant? Lady Fong looked at Fong Kaiwei lying on the bed, tears of joy in her eyes. Kaiwei is pregnant. The Chung family can't bully her anymore. Lady Fong wiped her tears. Her most beloved daughter was finally seeing some good fortune after all her hardships. Humph. Old Master Fong's face was cold. He snorted softly and said irritably, It's just a pregnancy. She did something foolish, and I haven't even settled accounts with her yet. Old Master. Lady Fong sat by the bed, looking at him with a serious expression. Kaiwei was just trying to stand firm in the Chung family. She was schemed against by Chung Fengjiao and became a concubine. Do you think she feels good about that? She's established herself in the Chung family, but her heart is still with our Fong family, Lady Fong whispered. You used to praise Kaiwei for being clever. Small cleverness. When it comes to big situations, she's clueless. Old Master Fong thought about the secret guard matter and couldn't feel at ease. He pursed his lips and said, Madam, don't speak too much. This isn't a small matter. Why should we say anything? Using a few secret guards, what's the big deal? Mrs. Fong pursed her lips and said, I don't care. Suiwei is pregnant now, and you are not allowed to scold her anymore. Old Master Fong looked at Mrs. Fong and then at Suiwei, who was resting on the bed. He immediately got up and left for the study. He needed to think carefully about how to fix this problem. Suiwei slowly woke up. Mrs. Fong was excited and said, Suiwei, you're finally awake. You didn't realize you were pregnant? Luckily, the baby is fine. If not, this child you've been hoping for so much might have. She stopped herself, worried about saying something unlucky. She looked at her with loving eyes and said, From now on, you must be more careful and not so reckless. Mother, Are you saying I'm pregnant? Sui Wei was still worried that her father would scold her when she woke up. She was prepared for punishment, but suddenly waking up and hearing she was pregnant? She couldn't believe it. She touched her stomach, which was still flat and showed no signs of pregnancy. Yes, the doctor personally checked her pulse. He said it's about a month and a half, almost 2 months now. You didn't even notice that your period didn't come? Mrs. Fong looked at her happily and a bit foolishly. I had some bleeding before. I thought my period was late, so I didn't pay much attention, Sui Wei remembered. On the day she saw the blood, it was when Chung Yenwen was insisting on marrying Xiao Jiyue. She was so angry that she couldn't sleep all night. She saw a little blood, but then it disappeared. She thought she had lost the baby because of her anger.
You.
Mrs. Fong wanted to say more, but old Master Fong came in. He said, Madam, Sui Wei is pregnant. Go to the kitchen and cook some nourishing food for her to strengthen her body. Yes, I'm so happy, Mrs. Fong said happily. She turned to leave, then paused and said, Old Master, Sui Wei is carrying Cheng's child. You must not hurt her again. Humph. Old Master Fong sat down on a nearby chair, keeping a distance from Sui Wei.
Mrs. Fong was happy now.
She immediately went to the kitchen to prepare nourishing soup herself. She wanted to supervise the cooking personally. Father, Sui Wei protected her flat stomach. Sui Wei, don't think that just because you're pregnant, your foolish actions can be forgiven, Old Master Fong said coldly, his lips tight. His gaze was icy as he looked at her. For your own selfish desires, you even used deadly agents. How many times have I told you before? Although Old Master Fong was far from Sui Wei, his cold eyes made her instinctively clutch her quilt tighter. Her body moved back, subconsciously. Father, I did it for the Fong family, she said softly. Humph. Old Master Fong snorted coldly. Are you trying to drag the Fong family into this, to die with you? His mind was clear and sharp. He warned, after returning to the estate, rest well and take care of the pregnancy. If you dare to make any small moves, don't blame me or father for being ruthless. Someone, send the young lady back to the Fong estate. Old Master Fong stood up and ordered coldly. Father. Fong Kaiwei just opened her mouth, but was cut off by a cold glance from Old Master Fong. She swallowed her words, feeling a chilling sense of danger. If she didn't obediently go back, she feared her life might be at risk. Father, tell mother about this, Fong Kaiwei said, clutching her belly and walking away. As she left the room, she felt a cold shiver down her spine. Mother Chiu, accompany the young lady back to the Fong estate and take good care of her. Old Master Fong's voice came from inside the house. Fong Tsiwei's legs weakened, almost falling to the ground. Dad, is he watching her? Fuan Village, Xiao family old residence. Xiao Jiyuan filled a big bowl with soup and handed it to Junlai. Third brother, my sister said you should eat more bone soup. It will help your foot heal. What else did your sister say? Junlai held a milky white bone broth, skimming off the oil on top. It looked light but smelled rich with the aroma of meat and bones. My sister also told me to listen to you carefully and not disturb your rest, Xiao Jiyuan answered cheerfully. You are very obedient. Junlai looked at him. His clear eyes were innocent and pure. Though young, he knew how to take care of others. Xiao Jiyuan's face lit up. He looked at Guosheng and then at Junlai, asking, Third brother, can he teach me martial arts? Guosheng instinctively straightened up. Teaching a little kid martial arts wasn't challenging, but the kid had good eyes. Why do you want to learn martial arts? Junlai looked at him. Usually, he only saw him practicing calligraphy and memorizing texts. He hadn't seen him train in martial arts. Xiao Jiyuan straightened his back and said, Dad, and the others aren't here. I am the man of the house. I want to protect my sister, my mother, and my grandmother, so no one can bully them. Jia Yuan, if you want to learn from Guosheng, you need to ask him yourself. Junlai glanced at Guosheng. Guosheng cleared his throat and asked, Young Master Jia Yuan, may I ask why you want me to teach you? He looked at Xiao Jiyuan expectantly, thinking about how the little brother trained by Xiao girl might be quite impressive. Later, He definitely wanted to hear some praise. No, just one word of praise would do. Better not to ask for too much, or third master might think he's unwilling. Xiao Jiyuan looked at Guosheng's smiling face and lowered his head, saying, "Because Guiyang is not at home, I agree to teach."
You.
The rest of the word, Guosheng didn't have time to say. He held back the urge to scratch his ear and asked, "Young Master Jiyuan, what did you just say?" Xiao Jiyuan looked up. His sister said that one should be honest. He replied, "Guiyang is not at home. I want to learn his flying skills. Can you fly around?" In Xiao Jiyuan's eyes, full of doubt, Guosheng looked the same as him, but he could always tell them apart at a glance.
Cough.
Junlai almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Young Master Xiao Jiyuan. Guosheng gritted his teeth. Could it be that because Guiyang wasn't home he was asked to teach him? "If you can't fly, it's okay. As long as you can teach me martial arts," Xiao Jiyuan said sincerely, looking at Guosheng and apologizing. "Sorry, I thought you looked alike, so you must know the same things." Xiao Jiyuan was honest and straightforward. Seeing his small, childlike figure, Guosheng's anger gradually cooled. Forget it. Why bother arguing with a child? Guosheng stepped forward and directly picked Xiao Jiyuan up, saying, "Hold on tight." Xiao Jiyuan instinctively hugged Guosheng's neck. Soon, he couldn't help but scream, "I can fly now." The Xiao family was a scholarly family, and from old to young, no one knew martial arts. "Master Guo, you're so amazing. Can I learn too?" Xiao Jiyuan looked at Guosheng with admiration. Guosheng's pride soared. He was at his peak. He said, "If young Master Jiyuan wants to learn, I can teach you." "Master Guo," Xiao Jiyuan called excitedly. Junlai sat in the courtyard, watching Guosheng happily holding Xiao Jiyuan as he returned, silently observing the excited Xiao Jiyuan beside him. The boy was honest in speech, sometimes making Guosheng angry, sometimes making him happy. "Third brother, I want to ask Guosheng to be my master. Is that okay?" Xiao Jiyuan looked at Junlai with a pleading face. "Young Master Jiyuan, there's no need to formally apprentice. I will teach you." Guosheng smiled with his eyes squinting.
Yunli nodded.
"This matter should be discussed with your elders at home." "My sister will definitely agree," Xiao Jiyuan said, then added, "Grandmother and mother will agree too." Jiyuan, practicing martial arts is not something that can be done overnight. You should be careful. Junlai looked at Xiao Jiyuan's thin arms and legs. If he really wanted to learn, he might suffer a lot. "I'm not afraid." Xiao Jiyuan puffed out his chest, with a determined look in his eyes, as if he was ready to face any danger. Junlai patted his head and said, "I know you're a brave man, but this matter needs your elders' approval." "Oh, then I'll ask them now," Xiao Jiyuan said, turning around and running away. Junlai watched his back as he left, a flicker in his eyes. Guosheng said, "Third master, young Master Jiyuan is quite good at speaking." Junlai looked up. Guosheng cleared his throat and said, "Young Master Jiyuan is young and honest." When he saw Guiyang use light skills, he was very excited. Later, I took him for a quick flight, and he was very happy. "Third master, I think what Miss shouted today was not fair. How could she leave you alone at the tavern?" Guosheng spoke up for his master. Fortunately, third master still helped her. He worked hard for Magistrate Cheng's matter. "Third master." Guosheng's words were cut off when Guiyang, who was walking home in the sunset, pulled him back. Guosheng turned and said, "Don't pull me. I haven't finished talking." "Third master, Miss Xiao."
Ah.
Guosheng was interrupted when he was kicked. The pain made him speechless. He glared at Guiyang, who was holding his arm tightly, squeezing his features together from the pain. "Third master, the news has already come back. Chief Guard Jin has arrived at Songdan's house." When Songdan received the evidence, he started acting. "At the latest, in half a month, Magistrate Cheng will have news," Guiyang reported, not giving Guosheng a chance to speak. Guiyang continued, "Third master, there's also news from the capital." He handed a note to Junlai, saying, they gave 3 names for the new magistrate. The note listed 3 surnames: Zhang, He, and Rong. Rong, Junlai said immediately, without hesitation. Before I leave, I want to see the new magistrate take office. Yes, Guiyang replied and quickly took Guisheng away. Guisheng said, I still have things to do. I have something to find you about too, Guiyang said with a forced smile, pulling him out. Guisheng shook off his hand. That hurt me to death. Smack. Guiyang slapped him and said, Who's your father? Guisheng wanted to fight back in pain, but as he raised his hand, he remembered being beaten to the ground a few days ago and rubbed his wrist. I'm the father of my future son. Isn't that enough? Guiyang glared at him. Your future nephew will have you as a father? That's sad.
Guiyang, what do you mean by that?
Guisheng felt annoyed. He counted on his fingers and said, Following third master, I won't have to worry about food and drink. I'm about to teach young Master Jia Yuan martial arts. It would be great if my future son had a father like me. No need to ask others.
Ha! Guiyang snorted coldly.
What did you want to say to third master just now? Of course, I was saying Miss Xiao went too far. Guisheng blurted out without thinking. He chirped angrily, you don't know. Today, third master went to support Jian Tower. Who knew? Miss Xiao hosted a meal, ordered a table full of dishes, and left third master alone at the restaurant. Tell me, does third master lack a little silver? Guisheng grew angrier the more he thought about it. Guiyang looked at him with a look that said he thought Guisheng was silly. He asked, Is third master angry?
Of course.
He's angry, Guisheng said stubbornly. He swallowed the last two words. Maybe, just maybe, third master wasn't angry? Third master status. Even if he's angry, he wouldn't show it, Guisheng said irritably. Guiyang shook his head. If third master really got angry, do you think he cares who the magistrate of Lansong County is? You. Guisheng hesitated, unsure what to say, then finally said, Third master is generous. Besides, he still cares about what happened at Guguling.
Fool.
Guiyang was too lazy to argue with him. He simply said, I've already sent people to watch Guguling. Now you go watch the Fong family. If they contact suspicious people, arrest them immediately. Why should I go? If I don't go, you go, Guisheng barked like a mad dog. Guiyang crossed his arms. Not interested in making a contribution? If the people behind the Fong family are caught, that's a big achievement. Since you've asked, as your younger brother, I have to help you, Guisheng's eyes flickered. He sighed and said, Sigh, I'm the only one who can do this. You've been watching for so long but haven't caught anything. Guiyang looked at him with a half-smile, showing a hint of sympathy. Big sister, can I learn martial arts from Master Guo? Flying around fighting. Xiao Jiyuan ran straight to Xiao Jiyue's courtyard, asking her eagerly. Master Guo? Xiao Jiyue asked. Guisheng or Guiyang? Master Guisheng is very skilled and can fly around. Xiao Jiyuan said excitedly, Big sister, third brother said that as long as you agree, Master Guo can teach me. I remember. Haven't Jin Wen and Jin Wu been teaching you all along? Xiao Jiyu pinched his face. His face, still chubby from being a baby, looked soft and round. Every time she pinched him, Xiao Jiyu thought, this soft face is really easy to squeeze. Big sister, can you not pinch my face? Xiao Jiyuan's face turned red, like a cooked shrimp. What? Now that you're grown up, you dislike your sister. Xiao Jiyu squeezed his face again, worried he might get upset. She cleared her throat and said, Master Guisheng and the others will be leaving soon. Don't worry. Master Guo said that as long as he's in the Xiao family, he can teach me every day. Xiao Jiyuan explained his plan. Big sister, Jin Wen and Jin Wu are also very good, but I want to learn as much as I can. Everyone teaches something different. Xiao Jiyu kept her smile and pulled him close. She said, Master Guisheng is a trusted officer beside the third prince. If he teaches you martial arts, it might delay his work. But Master Guisheng said, he could teach me. Xiao Jiyuan was half doubtful. Mother asked you to do something, and you're very busy. But would you refuse?
Xiao Jiyu asked.
Xiao Jiyuan shook his head. Mother asked me to do something. How can I refuse? So, Master Guisheng is also doing this for the sake of the Xiao family. Xiao Jiyu's words made Xiao Jiyuan fall silent. His eyes dimmed suddenly. Xiao Jiuyu comforted him. Jiyuan, when General Jean returns, I'll ask him to teach you light skills, as long as you're willing to endure the hardship. Big sister, I'm not afraid of hardship. When Xiao Jiyuan heard this, his eyes brightened again. After sending Xiao Jiyuan away, Xiao Jiuyu called Lianxin over. Miss, don't worry, I'll go deliver the message right now. Lianxin went to the front yard and saw Junlai. Although third prince looked fragile and weak, his casual glance made Lianxin feel a chill in her heart. She instinctively straightened her back. Lianxin quickly relayed Xiao Jiuyu's words. She stood there waiting for a long time before hearing the third prince's voice say, 3 people. There must be a teacher among them. Yes, I will tell Miss everything word for word. After Lianxin left, she finally let out a deep breath. Just a few steps out, she was stopped by Master Guosheng. Lotus Heart was forced to the side corridor. Nearby, Guosheng's puzzled voice sounded. Young Lady Xiao, why don't you want me to teach young Master Jiayuan? My light skills are very good. At first, it was because he wanted to compete with Guiyang. Later, he wanted to teach sincere praise to Xiao Jiayuan. Now, Guosheng felt that he must teach young Master Xiao Jiayuan, otherwise, it would seem he was not as good as Jin Wen Jinwu. I heard Miss say that third prince is busy with important affairs and might delay his work, Lotus Heart replied with a smile. Seeing Guosheng's face and his overly loud whisper about the lady today, she had heard everything. Guosheng wanted to explain, but Lotus Heart found an excuse. Miss is waiting for my reply. I must go now. She quickly left with her excuse. Guosheng wanted to chase after her, but she ran into the backyard. He could only stop and muttered, Young Lady Xiao must have some opinion about third master. Miss, if you refuse the third prince like this, will it cause problems? Lotus Heart still felt her heart pounding. Standing in front of the third prince, she felt like she couldn't speak at all. I'm just saving third master some trouble, Xiao Jiuyu said with a slight smile. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. Hurry to the gate and see if Tianjin Hong, Aunt Shi, and Aunt He have arrived. Yes, Lotus Heart replied and immediately went to the gate to welcome them. Xiao Jiuyu focused on drawing her design. She had seen many styles of ancient clothing, and with slight improvements, adjusting colors and accessories, a few small changes could make the clothes look more lively. The beautiful lady and Aunt Xiao San could bring out all the popular styles from Shengjing. From her modern perspective, even the old styles, when placed in Lansong County, would be considered fashionable. The most urgent task was to recruit more embroidery women. Miss, Aunt Shi, and the others have arrived. Second Uncle Shang is back too. He wants to see Miss. Lotus Heart returned shortly. Xiao Jiuyu finished her last, put down her brush, and went to the front yard to see Shang Ting. People are in high spirits during happy times. Compared to the tired, anxious Shang Ting when he first arrived in Hongdu, now he looked full of energy, with joy in his eyes. He excitedly said, Miss, this is today's order. 1/3 of the fabric has been sold, and we've taken 36 clothing orders. This is still with fewer embroidery women. We didn't dare make more, or else the finished clothes would be even more. Shang Ting became more excited as he spoke. This time, he brought a boatload of fabric to Mingzhou. These fabrics might not sell out even by autumn, and some could turn into old cloth that needs to be sold at a lower price. However, this time, one boat of fabric sold 1/3 in just one day. He believes that soon, the entire shipment will be sold. Xiao Jiuyu signaled for Shang Ting to sit down. She held her tea and said, Second Master Shang, this is just the beginning. Is the second batch of fabric from Mingzhou ready? Yes, Mississippi, don't worry. We've agreed to send the ships in 5 days. Shang Ting was still worried at first. What if the 2 shipments of fabric couldn't be sold? If they had to be shipped back, they would definitely lose money on that batch. Now, Shang Ting only remembered what his son, Shang Yifan, had said. Since they decided to trust Zhao's daughter, they should go all the way. All right, Second Master Shang, just get your goods ready, Xiao Jiuyu said. After discussing the Yunlu weaving house, she went to meet with Aunt Shi and the others. Aunt Shi, Aunt He, and Tianjin Hong were waiting for Xiao Jiuyu in the backyard. It was summer now and they stood in the pavilion. On the table were delicate snacks, untouched. Sorry to keep you waiting, Xiao Jiuyu said as she entered the pavilion, apologizing. It's okay. We just arrived too. Ansher shook her head. Although she had visited Zhao's house several times, each time she couldn't help but feel amazed. Rich people's gardens are so different from their humble homes. Looking at the simple pavilion with mountain tea flowers growing nearby, neatly planted on both sides, it felt like stepping into a garden. Sit, Xiao Jiuyu said, sitting directly on a stone bench. The evening breeze carried the scent of flowers. She picked up a snack to taste, then gestured for them to try. After they sat down and tasted the snacks, she asked, "Do you still have some yangmei?" "Miss Xiao, we came today mainly to talk about this," Aunt Shi immediately responded. Tian Jinhong added, "Yangmei is almost all picked now. Tomorrow, the workshop can start making yangmei preserves." I asked around. After spring planting, dozens of people are willing to make yangmei preserves, Auntie said. She had already asked the villagers. As long as there was work to do, many people wanted to come and work. The quantity of bayberries isn't large. Tomorrow, you should start making them, following the same method as orange preserves. Xiao Jiyue instructed. When she heard there were dozens of people, she asked, in the village, how many are skilled in embroidery? Everyone can do embroidery, but as for those with good skills, Aunt Shi named several people, saying, Old Third Shi, Huang Ming, Kong Lu, they all go to the county embroidery workshop to take on work. The Xiao family wants to hire embroidery girls. When the time comes, ask around and see who is willing to come. Before she finished speaking, Aunt Shi's eyes lit up. She said, Miss Xiao, are you hiring embroidery girls? Tian Jinhong and He Damao looked at Xiao Jiyue with bright eyes. If the embroidery work is done well, it can also help support the family. Yes, Xiao Jiyue nodded. The best embroidery is done by those who are skilled. If someone isn't very good, they need to be careful and meticulous. No problem. Our villagers may not be the best at many things, but they are careful and serious. They don't rush or make mistakes, Aunt Shi assured, her eyes shining like she was looking at a treasure. Until Aunt Shi and the others left, Lianxin poured tea for Xiao Jiyue and said with a smile, Miss, I think the villagers are completely different now compared to when they first arrived last year. Last year, when they first arrived, the villagers didn't like the Xiao family. It's all about mutual respect. Xiao Jiyue looked up at the bright moon, sipping her tea. The evening breeze was gentle, and life was peaceful. Miss, I think Aunt Shi's look at you is like she's seeing silver coins, Lianxin said, smiling at the thought of Aunt Shi's expression. Everyone likes silver, Xiao Jiyue replied with a slight smile. The villagers in Fuan village are doing pretty well for now. Whatever they do, everyone cooperates. When the villagers earn money, she achieves her goal. It's a win-win situation. Lianxin, go bring the zither. Xiao Jiyue put down her teacup, suddenly feeling like playing the zither. Yes, Lianxin quickly went to fetch the instrument. Xiao Jiyue stood in the pavilion. The small pond was not big. The wind brushed over it, causing the lotus leaves to sway. Everything was falling into place, and she felt especially happy. Miss, the zither is here. Lianxin brought it over and placed it on a stone bench. Xiao Jiyue gently plucked the strings. After 6 months of practice, she could now play some pieces on the guqin in the style of the piano. For example, she had recently been practicing the Song of Heroes, and each time she played it, it was joyful and happy. On a quiet night, the gentle sound of the piano reached the front yard. Jun Lai, standing behind a wall, listened to the intermittent music. Even without seeing the person, he was sure that the music was played by Xiao Jiyue. Miss Xiao, this is the first time I've heard your piano playing. Guosheng sat on the wall, far away, where he could see a pink figure in the pavilion. Guoyang leaned against a big tree, closing his eyes, feeling the bold and grand melody, which made him feel happy. Hey, do you think Miss Xiao doesn't like me, or she doesn't like Third Master? Guosheng looked at the figure in the pavilion and asked Guoyang beside him. I think she definitely doesn't like Third Master. Otherwise, she wouldn't leave him alone at the restaurant to eat. Guoyang, Hearing his noisy words, directly used his sword to make him shut up. Junlai looked at the empty spot where the window remained unchanged, missing the person with a smiling face like a flower. The piano music continued intermittently. He chuckled softly. So, there's still a dream of the martial world. Miss, good news. Manager Jean hurried back from the city overnight. When he saw Xiao Juyue, he was especially excited. I met Lord Song. Lord Song is already investigating this matter. I believe there will be results soon. So, the Chung family is about to fall? Xiao Juyue raised her eyes, her expression predictable. The person her father Xiao Fu left her would not disappoint her. Yes, Manager Jean confidently replied, pulling out a letter from his and handing it over. This is a message from Lord Song, who urged me to deliver it to you personally. Xiao Juyue looked at the letter, from her niece, Xiao Juyue, personally written. Seeing these words, she seemed to understand Lord Songdan's attitude. After reading the letter, Xiao Juyue had a clear idea. She said, Thank you, Manager Jean. You should go back and rest well. Miss, it's my duty, Manager Jean said before leaving. Soon after, Yugo also returned with good news. Yugo saw Xiao Juyue and, before he could even drink his saliva, eagerly brought her the information he found. He said, The people of Xuanzhou praise Lord Rong as a good official who cares for the common people. I heard that there is a river embankment in Xuanzhou that is repaired every year and rises every year. Since Lord Rong took office, the embankment has never broken. Oh, and this is a handwritten letter from Lord Rong to Miss. Yugo handed over the intact letter, worried that it might be problematic during the journey. Thank you. After reading the letter, Xiao Jiuyu's lips curled up happily. Talking to smart people makes things easier. In the letter, Rong Sun said he was already looking for someone to build connections and see if he could transfer to Lansong County. Xiao Jiuyu received 2 good news in a row. The weaving building in the county was also experiencing a boom in business. She felt very happy beyond words. Everything was moving in a good direction. Time quickly passed to early June. The rice in the fields was reaching the flowering stage. Xiao Jiuyu went out early in the morning when the sun was not too strong. Compared to the dense rice planted by the villagers, the rice grown by the Xiao family was clearly different. Every stalk of rice the Xiao family grew was bigger than others. When it reached the flowering stage, their rice heads were longer than those of the villagers. For the rice to produce more grains, the length and fullness of the rice heads were very important. Miss Xiao, Shi Lijing, had been checking the rice fields every day. He had planted rice in 2 different ways. Now he noticed that, according to Xiao Jiuyu's method of planting the rice more sparsely, the rice grew bigger and better, and the flowering heads were longer than before. Shi Lijing? Xiao Jiuyu was not surprised to see him. Now, it was the time when pests were common in the fields. The land managed by the Xiao family, following her advice of plowing and fertilizing, had fewer pests. Miss Xiao, the rice heads in the Xiao family are so long this year. We will have a good harvest, Shi Lijing said with hope in his eyes. If they really had a big harvest, the villagers wouldn't have to worry about going hungry. It's still too early to say that, Xiao Jiuyu replied. Now is a critical growth period. We still need to apply fertilizer. Today, she came specifically to see if it was time for fertilizing. Miss Xiao, may I ask how to apply the fertilizer? Shi Lijing looked at her with great respect and hope in his eyes. Miss Xiao, I will go and apply the fertilizer now, Shi Lijing said eagerly after learning the method from her. If fertilizing could make the rice heads longer and plumper, then the rice would grow more, and the harvest would be larger. More grains meant no one would go hungry. Shi Lijing hurried back to prepare the fertilizer. Xiao Jiuyu watched him run off and said, Shi Lijing is indeed a good official who cares about his people. Other places have their own ways, and she has heard others say that many rely on their limited power to make things difficult for others, often taking a little from the already struggling common people. Yes, I heard from the villagers that during the recent drought, not much grain was confiscated, and luckily Shi Lijing led everyone to plant sweet potatoes and helped each other through the hard times. Lianxin was speaking nearby. She often visits the workshop and occasionally hears people talk about the past. She admires Shirleyjing very much. Fuan Village might really become a peaceful and happy place someday. Xiao Jiyue looked around at the green wheat fields and scattered houses, dreaming of a rural life. Where the lady is, there is the blessed land, Lianxin said with a bright smile. Lianxin, your words are as sweet as honey, Xiao Jiyue said emotionally. If that's true, I hope all the people in the world can have enough to eat and wear warm clothes. The lady's wish will come true, Lianxin sincerely replied. She still remembers the hunger she felt when she was sold during the famine years. Xiao Jiyue wandered around the fields, making sure the crops were growing well before returning home. She asked Lianxin to grind ink and began recording the growth of the rice. Having been used to writing papers before, Xiao Jiyue didn't forget her habit. She carefully recorded details like how to raise seedlings, how to fertilize, and crop rotation methods. She decided that after the autumn harvest, she wouldn't waste the land. She planned to plant Chinese cabbage and purple alfalfa, which could be eaten as vegetables and also used to feed cattle and sheep, enriching the soil. Last year, Xiao Jiyue saw that there was plenty of alfalfa. She had already told Granny He to save seeds. After the harvest, she would plant purple alfalfa again. Lianxin stood nearby grinding ink but couldn't understand what Xiao Jiyue was writing. She just saw her writing on each piece of paper. The Xiao family didn't hide the fertilizing of the fields. Shirleyjing followed Xiao Jiyue's instructions and told everyone how to do it. Whether or not to fertilize was their own decision. For a while, the villagers of Fuan were busy fertilizing their fields, but some didn't believe it and didn't bother to try. Xiao Jiyue was busy every day. As the business at Jiyun Tower grew better, the embroidery girls needed more arrangements. By early July at the latest, she would leave for the county seat, but at this moment, she still hadn't received the items from Lingnan. Xiao Jiyue had already started organizing people to gather freshwater snails, catch yellow eels, and mudskippers. These dishes look simple, but if made well, they taste absolutely amazing. Now is the peak season for collecting freshwater snails from the fields. Every day, buckets of them are sent to Zhao's house, where they are kept in water. June 25th. Lianxin, is there any news from Lingnan? Xiao Jiyue looked into the distance, quietly calculating the time in her mind. According to her pace, Chuang and the others should have returned by now. Not yet. Lianxin shook her head and comforted her. It's been raining a lot lately. Maybe that's causing a delay? Let's wait a few more days. Xiao Jiyue calmed herself and continued working. The canning workshop had expanded, and the embroidery girls recruited from the village were working at Zhao's house, making garments one after another. It proved that assembly line work was efficient, and the finished products were good. When the first batch of garments was delivered, Jiyun Tower became popular again. Continuous orders sparked a purple craze throughout Landong County. Some young ladies and madams took pride in having bought the purple fabric from Jiyun Tower. The luxurious purple fabric, from light to dark purple, offered many choices. Plus, with the spinning wheel lottery, many people were attracted to come. Night fell. Miss, the third prince and the others have left the residence in disguise, Manager Jean whispered. Xiao Jiyue sat up straight. Is the third prince's leg better? It should be, Manager Jean replied confidently. I'm sure it's the third prince. Don't worry about them. Should we see if they return tomorrow? After giving her instructions, Xiao Jiyue lay back on the bed. She thought for a long time, placing her hopes on the third prince. She probably wouldn't be mistaken, right? Early the next morning, Xiao Jiyue heard Manager Jean say, Miss, at dawn, the third prince and the others have returned. Xiao Jiyue yawned. She hadn't slept well all night thinking about things. Now she decided to take a nap and rest. No matter what the third prince was secretly doing, she chose to pretend she didn't know. Miss, my brother's back, He Lian excitedly ran over. Today, she had gone back to deliver something to Madame He and happened to see He Chongqing return. She hurried to report the news. He Chongqing? Xiao Jiyue paused with her pen, and soon after, the messenger from the gate announced, Miss, young Master He and young Master Chu have arrived. Send them to the front hall. Xiao Jiyue put down her pen and hurriedly went to the front yard. In the front yard, Xiao Jiyue saw that He Chongqing and Chuang looked like they had just escaped from a disaster. She said, Lianxin, go to the kitchen and bring some food. Based on previous experience, Xiao Jiyue quickly ordered someone to pour water and asked, Is everyone safe on the way here? Everyone is fine. No one is missing. Chuang grinned eagerly. Miss, we brought back a lot from Lingnan, enough to fill 3 carriages, right outside the Xiao house. Chuang led Xiao Jiyue to look at the carriages outside. Soon, she saw the items from Lingnan loads of goods. Wow, this big jar is filled with. Xiao Jiyue looked at the large jar of canned food being brought back. Chuang explained, This jar has powder, like the powder from the last time in the clay jar. Is this whole jar full? Xiao Jiyue opened the lid and saw that inside was dried fish paste. She silently calculated in her mind, how much dried fish paste would she need to make so much? What about the other 2 carriages? Xiao Jiyue quietly closed the lid. Her big brother was truly a good brother, and her father understood her well. He had prepared so much fresh powder. Now she was no longer worried about the city. When she sold a small jar, she could get 10 taels of silver. The restaurants in the city could use it without worry. 1 carriage has dried scallops, dried shrimp, dried kelp, and dried fish. Chuang lifted the curtain of the carriage, and a fishy smell wafted out. Xiao Jiyue looked at the full carriage of seafood. These were all loved by her father and elder brother. Miss, don't just look at the smell. The cooked dishes are quite tasty, Chuang said with a slight smile. After 2 trips to Lingnan, he had gotten used to the seafood. The more he ate, the more he could taste the freshness. Xiao Jiyue nodded, especially looking forward to the 3rd carriage. She lifted the curtain of the 3rd carriage, just about to open it, when Chuang hurriedly said, Miss, stop. He was excited, but too late. Be careful. Lianxin saw a girl chained inside and quickly stepped in front of Xiao Jiyue, frightened and protective. The young lady, she is someone Lord Xiao sent to you. Her name is Hua Qing, Chuang whispered. Next to him, Lian Exile looked at Hua Qing, who was chained, then at Chuang. Did you not lie to the young lady? She asked. How could the young master possibly send such a person to the young lady? Honestly, this is indeed the person Lord Xiao sent. I even have a handwritten letter from him. I wouldn't dare to lie, Chuang said, handing the letter to Xiao Jiyue. Miss, perhaps we should first send this inside the estate? Yes, Xiao Jiyue nodded slightly. She ordered the carriage to go into the estate.
It was sunset now.
She quietly sent Hua Qing to the backyard. Chuang and He Chongqing were having dinner. On the way, he was so hungry he could hardly wait. The food at the Xiao family's old house was the best he had ever eaten, no doubt about it. Chuang ate eagerly, hardly speaking. When he was full and his stomach was round, Chuang and He Chongqing were taken to the backyard. Chuang, having learned from last time, found it much easier this time. Xiao Jiyue stayed with them, telling them about Lingnan's affairs, piece by piece. The Xiao family members were very happy. After everyone finished talking, Xiao Jiyue looked at Chuang and asked, What did my elder brother say? Lord Xiao said Hua Qing is skilled in martial arts, so the young lady can rest assured, Chuang replied. He added, We chained her because she accidentally ate some herbs and was poisoned. She often loses control and hurts people. We had no choice but to chain her. But don't worry, young lady, Hua Qing said this is only temporary. Once the poison is gone, she'll be fine, Chuang quickly added, afraid Xiao Jiyue might misunderstand. Xiao Jiyue didn't ask further. She sent someone to take Chuang back and also saw He Chongqing. This time, He Chongqing went to Lingnan. She believed he had many ideas. Young lady, I want to go to Lingnan to deliver goods forever, He Chongqing said first. Although the journey was dangerous, he earned a lot of money. The next batch of goods will have to wait. You can consider it, Xiao Jiyue asked He Chongqing simply, then inquired about Hua Qing and the journey. Her words were similar to Chu Ang's. After sending them off, She returned to her room to read the letter. She didn't send a messenger to deliver the letter. Xiao Juyu checked that the wax seal was intact before opening it carefully. No need to decode hidden messages. Reading the letter was much easier. Xiao Juling wrote that they had bought all the sea intestines they could find. She wasn't sure if it was enough and asked her if it wasn't, to plan early for next year's sea intestines when they become available again. In the letter, the main focus was on Hua Qing, asking her to protect Xiao Juyu closely. Xiao Juyu confirmed that she hadn't missed anything important, so she began to open the second letter. If Xiao Jialing's letter was detailed, then Xiao Fu's letter was full of fatherly love. Xiao Fu told her not to work so hard, to stay safely in Fuan village, and wait for his exoneration. He also asked her to spend more time with the Su family. The third letter was from her grandfather, Old Master Xiao. He praised her, saying she had the demeanor of a Xiao family daughter. His words were bold and caring, showing his concern. After reading all three letters, Xiao Jiuyu quietly folded them and placed them in a box. She truly grew up in a loving family. Lianxin, where is Hua Qing? Xiao Jiuyu asked. Miss, Hua Qing is in the side room. I've locked the door and sent some food there, Lianxin replied. She asked, do you want to go see her? Yes, I want to check. Xiao Jiuyu was curious about what was so special about the girl her older brother sent. Miss Xiao Jiuyu? Hua Qing? Hua Qing sat casually by the window, crossing her legs. She was holding peanuts and tossing them into the air, letting them fall into her mouth freely. One body, two souls. Hua Qing's words made Xiao Jiuyu's eyes narrow. She looked at Lianxin and said, Lianxin, stay outside and watch. Miss, Lianxin was worried, but seeing Xiao Jiuyu's expression, she still stepped out and closed the door tightly, guarding it like a gatekeeper. Hua Qing, my brother said the Hua family knows about fate and destiny. But now, it seems they're not so good at it. Xiao Jiuyu sat opposite Hua Qing, casually chatting. She stared at Hua Qing's plain face. None of her features were ugly, but together, they were so ordinary that they easily made people forget her in a crowd. Was Xiao Jialing right that she was skilled in martial arts? It seems she's not a real master after all. Hua Qing sat up straight, pinched her fingers, and stood up, pacing around Xiao Jiuyu. Her sharp eyes fixed on her. Xiao Jiuyu sat upright, letting her examine her. She wanted to see what she was trying to invent. Hua Qing stood in front of Xiao Jiuyu. Miss, you've been blessed with good luck. Blessed with good luck. Xiao Jiuyu sneered. The Xiao family used to be so prosperous. What do you mean by blessed? The young lady was supposed to live a life of wealth and honor, never facing such hardships. Yet now that she is in trouble, she shows signs of having two souls in one body. I don't know who could be responsible. Hua Qing's words trailed off as she bowed to her. Young lady, you are truly blessed. What do you mean, two souls in one body? Borrowed luck. I think you're just making things up, Xiao Jiuyu said while munching sunflower seeds, watching like she was watching a play. Two souls? Could the original owner still be here? Xiao Jiuyu's heart fluttered like a ping-pong ball, bouncing up and down. Young lady, having two souls means one body with two spirits living inside. But you, young lady, are different. Your soul has returned to its place, which caused this situation of two souls in one body, Hua Qing explained, but Xiao Jiuyu was confused. She asked calmly, soul returning to its place? Could I have been possessed and brought back to life by someone else? People from the Hua family claiming to understand destiny? I think it's just talk. Maybe they just think I'm pretty and are talking nonsense, Xiao Jiuyu said, placing her sunflower seed shells on the table, piling up like a small mountain. Young lady, how can you say I'm just talking nonsense? Hua Qing sat upright, her eyes full of defiance. Xiao Jiuyu leaned back in her chair and asked, then tell me, who borrowed my luck? Where did these two souls come from? Xiao Jiuyu looked at Hua Qing sharply. Her heart pounded like thunder. She felt a little guilty, as if she had been caught, but she kept her back straight, her face serious, and her eyes showed she didn't believe her words. Young lady, you are destined for great wealth and honor, with a smooth life. But when you were 6 years old, you fell seriously ill, and your fate changed. Later, someone borrowed your luck, which led to today's trouble, Hua Qing said confidently. Xiao Jiuyu chuckled softly. If I really wanted to, I could tell everyone in Shangjing that I was seriously ill when I was 6, and I don't remember many things from that time. A strange feeling lingered in her heart. When exactly did she end up in the orphanage? If you don't believe me, just think I am talking nonsense, Hua Qing shrugged. Her gaze fixed on Xiao Jiuyu, finally settling in her eyes. As for the two souls, I believe you know more than I do. Now, your fate is even more precious than words can describe. Hua Qing stared at Xiao Jiuyu's face. She was the true savior who could save the Hua family. Ha ha ha, Xiao Jiuyu laughed. She asked, then tell me, who borrowed my luck? Has someone else taken over my body? She looked at Hua Qing with curiosity, her mind full of questions. Did Hua Qing know how she traveled through time? Hua Qing closed her eyes and, with a wise look, said, secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Nothing can be said, then what can you tell me? Xiao Jiuyu held back her frustration, wanting to smash the sunflower seed shells at Hua Qing. This teasing was driving her crazy. Regarding good luck, the young lady should be able to find out who benefits. Hua Qing spoke calmly, not seeming to realize her words might upset others. Xiao Jiuyu gave up. Hua Qing's words were spoken voluntarily, and her explanations only made her more confused. She changed the subject and asked, how did you meet my older brother? You understand destiny and can do fortune-telling for others. Why did you come all the way to Hongdu? God guided me to meet Xiao Jialing and led me to be by the young lady's side, Hua Qing said, clasping her hands and praying toward the sky. Xiao Jiuyu was silent. Do you need a doctor to treat the poison on your body? Xiao Jiuyu asked again. As long as Hua Qing had no bad intentions and was skilled in martial arts, she was not opposed to her. No need. My poison will be gone in 2 days, Hua Qing shook her head. Young lady, you can try my skills. I can protect you.
Good.
After Xiao Jiuyu couldn't think of anything else to ask, she left directly. Lotus Heart, find a clever girl to watch over. If anything unusual happens, tell me in advance, Xiao Jiuyu instructed. When she returned to her room, she saw Xiao Jialing playing with a shell. Big sister, look. The conch that brother and father gave us is so pretty. Xiao Jialing held the conch close to her ear. It really sounds like the sea. After listening, Xiao Jiuyu nodded seriously. It does sound like the sea. I knew it. Xiao Jialing said happily. Sister, when can we go see the sea? What is the ocean like? Father and big brother sent so many things. Are they already safe?
The sea.
Xiao Jiuyu was about to answer when Su Shi said, the sea is very big. When your father comes back, you'll find out what it's like. Your father and big brother are definitely safe. They are doing very well there. Great, mother. When will we be able to see father and big brother? Xiao Jiuyu asked.
Shushi.
Her eyes turned slightly red. She also wanted to see Xiao Fu and Jialing mother, Jiuyuan. Maybe very soon we will be reunited. This time, father and them sent so many things. It's a good sign, meaning they are doing well in Lingnan, eating well, and staying warm. Xiao Jiuyu quickly added, if father and them knew we opened an embroidery shop and business is good, they would be very happy. Mother's embroidery skills are really amazing. The clothes she makes, everyone wants to grab them. Xiao Jiuyu changed the subject, praising her beautiful mother, then said, and Jiuyuan studies. Mr. Jiang said Jiuyuan is doing especially well. If father knew, he wouldn't say Jiuyuan is just playing around. Xiao Jiuyuan puffed out his chest and said, I'm not playing anymore now. Yes, Jiuyuan, you've grown up. Xiao Jiuyu reached out and pinched Jiuyuan's face. Big sister, I've grown up. You can't pinch my face anymore. Jiuyuan pouted, looking annoyed at Xiao Jiuyu. Even if you're older, you're still my little brother. I can still pinch you. Xiao Jiuyu deliberately pinched him again, then looked at her beautiful mother and asked, Mother, can I pinch him? Jiuyuan, if your sister wants to pinch you, it means she likes you but doesn't want to hurt you. Su Shi also reached out and pinched him, exclaiming, soft and squishy. No wonder Yuer likes to pinch him. See, I said he's chubby, and his face is easy to pinch. Xiao Jiuyu watched Jiyuan give up resisting and couldn't help but laugh happily. I need to go memorize my lessons. Jiyuan quickly ran away, holding his face, afraid that mother and sister would pinch him again. Jiyuan has also grown up. Susher looked at Jiyuan's back and felt very emotional. Mother, Xiao Jiuyu pulled Susher to sit down. When I was 6, I had a serious illness? Yes, after the palace banquet during the New Year that year, you fell seriously ill, and I was very scared, Susher recalled, still feeling afraid. The imperial doctors and physicians were all called, but no matter what, your illness couldn't be cured. Later, your father couldn't do anything and searched everywhere for doctors to treat you. And then, who cured me? Xiao Jiuyu asked curiously. In her memory, she didn't remember these details. A Taoist priest.
He looked
A bit unkempt, but strangely, after seeing him, you got better. Susher couldn't understand this, but from then on, whenever she visited temples, she would pray for peace. Does Mother remember what the Taoist priest's name was? Where are you from? Can I find someone there? Xiao Jiuyu always felt something was off. That Taoist priest isn't from Shengjing. He's traveled all over, so who knows where to find him? Susher chuckled softly, then suddenly stopped smiling and asked, Why are you asking about this? Are you feeling unwell? She took Xiao Jiuyu's hand, looking her over here and there. Mother, I'm fine. Xiao Jiuyu was amused by Susher's actions. She said, I'm just curious and wanted to ask about the Taoist who saved me that year. Really, you're okay? Susher didn't believe it. She checked Xiao Jiuyu thoroughly, making sure she was not hurt and felt fine. Only then did she say, well, maybe it's fate, as the Buddhists say. By the way, you're not going to the city mansion, right? How many days will you stay? I've prepared some clothes for you. Come and try them on. Susher said, pulling Xiao Jiuyu toward her room. She showed her a series of dresses, and Xiao Jiuyu was stunned. Mother, when did you make these? Isn't Mother always busy weaving clothes at Yunlu? How does she have time to make clothes for her? Every day I sew a little, and after a while I have several sets, Susher said with a smile. She held up a light pink dress and said, Look at this color, it's soft pink, just like the blooming peach blossoms. You look great in it. And this one, water green, like spring's color. Your skin is fair, and green will make you look even whiter. Susher introduced each dress one by one. Xiao Jiuyu looked at these clothes, all sewn by Susher herself. She said, Mother, you spend your days embroidering and making clothes. Don't stay up late doing it for us. I have plenty of clothes. Looking at her new outfit, Xiao Jiuyu watched Susher tie a belt around her waist. She listened to her chatter. A girl going out needs to have clothes to change into. If it rains in June, what will you wear if your clothes are few? Besides, I enjoy making clothes for you all, Susher said, adjusting her own clothes. I think this color suits you. Light purple, isn't it pretty? Susher looked at Xiao Jiuyu, who was like a graceful maiden in the mirror. Thinking about her marriage, Susher's eyes turned red. If it weren't for the trouble at the Xiao family, she might have married already. You're beautiful, Xiao Jiuyu said, opening her arms to hug Susher. Thank you, Mother. Xiao Jiyue's clothes, shoes, and socks were all handmade by Su. She said, When I return from the government city, I will bring good food for Mom. You must take good care of your eyes, Mom. If you damage them, I won't be able to wear the clothes you made myself. Xiao Jiyue was really worried that her beautiful mother might hurt her eyes. You little girl, Su was originally feeling sad and nostalgic, but she was instantly amused. She said, Mom's eyes are fine, they won't get hurt. Then you have to promise me. When I go to the government city, no crying, no embroidery at night, and no making shoes. Xiao Jiyue took the opportunity to speak. Su paused, and Xiao Jiyue pursed her lips, raised her hand to rub her eyes, and sighed. Sigh, I don't know what the situation is at the restaurant in the government city. If Mom cries at home or stays up late doing embroidery, how can I explain to Dad? The restaurant is busy opening. Xiao Jiyue was about to complain, but Su quickly said, Can I promise you? Once you go to the government city, just focus on your work. You don't need to worry about the family matters. I won't cry, won't do embroidery at night. Isn't that enough? Sue felt sorry for Xiao Jiyue. She went out to earn money, and if she still made her daughter worry, wouldn't that be wrong? Jian Tower is now making money every day. Maybe we shouldn't bother with the restaurant in Hongdu City. Sue hadn't finished speaking when Xiao Jiyue interrupted. Mom, even though I'm not a man, I can't go back on my word when I promise someone.
So,
Mom, just watch. I will definitely make Fengchun Tower the #1 restaurant in Hongdu. Xiao Jiyue said passionately. She left her beautiful mother, feeling especially happy. The fresh powder and various dried goods sent from Lingnan were her biggest confidence. Dried kelp can be used to make a cold dish with 3 shredded ingredients. In summer, this dish is refreshing and tasty. Dried shrimp can enhance flavor, and she planned to make a simple version of Buddha jumps over the wall with dried scallops. Her father and others had prepared a lot of seafood, so a simple, nutritious, and delicious version would be perfect. Unfortunately, she didn't have dried abalone. That would have been even better. Xiao Jiyue sat in her room and started writing a letter to her father and others, asking about seafood from Lingnan that could be dried and sent to Hongdu. Dried salted fish would be even easier to prepare. Spicy salted fish, salted eggplant casserole, braised salted fish. Each flavor would be great, and they could take turns serving them. It's too hot. Feng Saiwei's tea spilled directly onto the ground, splashing onto Cheng Fengjiao's dress. Oh no, Fengjiao, I know you don't like me, but the baby in my belly is your nephew. Feng Kaiwei protected her stomach, looking panicked and scared. Cheng Fengjiao. Cheng's mother just entered the room, saw the scene, and slapped her across the face. I've told you before, Kaiwei is pregnant. Let's forget about past issues. How could you serve tea and almost burn Kaiwei? Unlike her cold scolding of Cheng Fengjiao, Cheng's mother was very gentle when speaking to Feng Kaiwei. Kaiwei, does your stomach hurt? Feng Kaiwei shook her head, eyes red, and said softly, Mother, the baby is fine. I was just startled. Why are you still standing there? Apologize to Kaiwei now. Cheng's mother shouted at the stunned Cheng Fengjiao. I won't. Cheng Fengjiao covered her injured face and said, Mother, I am the eldest daughter of the Cheng family. She is just a concubine. Why should I serve her? Woo-woo. Feng Kaiwei sniffled softly, wiping her tears, choking as she spoke. Mother, don't blame Fengjiao. If anyone is to blame, it's me, just a concubine. Kaiwei, the matter of the concubine has already been discussed. Once the baby is born, I will make the decision, and Yanwen will support you. It was all just a misunderstanding, Cheng's mother comforted Feng Kaiwei. Then she looked at Cheng Fengjiao and said, Fengjiao, apologize to your sister-in-law. Cheng Fengjiao looked at Cheng's mother in disbelief, not understanding how the Cheng family's attitude toward Feng Kaiwei had changed overnight. She clenched her teeth and stared at Feng Kaiwei, whose earlier look of grievance was replaced by a hint of pride when she looked back. The apology caught in her throat, and Cheng Fengjiao swallowed it down. I would rather die than apologize. After speaking, Cheng Fengjiao cried and ran out. Cheng Fengjiao, come back here. Cheng's mother's face darkened with anger. Feng Kaiwei stood up, holding Cheng's mother's arm. Mother, it's okay. Fengjiao is still young. Hearing this, Cheng's mother became even angrier. She's a year older than you. No, I need to find her a husband. If this continues, it will be a disaster. Her words made Cheng Fengjiao ignore her completely. Feng Kaiwei lowered her eyes, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Feng Fengjiao, I will find you a good match. Miss, it's late at night, Lianxin yawned, noticing Xiao Jiyue still busy working, and couldn't help but remind her. What time is it? Xiao Jiyue looked up at the moon hanging in the night sky. It was almost the first day of the lunar month, and the moon was so thin like a curved eyebrow, almost invisible. Almost midnight, Lianxin replied. Xiao Jiyue looked up and saw Lianxin's eyelids drooping from tiredness. She said, Lianxin, you should go to sleep now. She was used to staying up past midnight, and now that she was a bit younger, she often stayed awake until 12 without realizing. It's okay, miss. I'm not sleepy. Lianxin shook her head, brushing away her drowsiness, and continued grinding ink. Xiao Jiyue snatched the ink stick from her hand. "I've finished writing, no need to grind the ink anymore." "Then I'll tidy up," Lianxin said, efficiently starting to clean the inkstone. Knock, knock. A knocking sound came from the door. "Xiao Jiyue said, 'Come in.'" Lianxin was carefully cleaning the inkstone when Jean the steward said, "Miss, there is news from the Fong family. Old Master Fong met someone again today, and it seems he wants to hire more loyal guards." Jean the steward was afraid the other side was too cautious, so he didn't dare come closer. However, when old Master Fong left, he saw that Fong had taken someone with him, and he saw it clearly. After the last failure, and with the business at Jian Tower booming, the Fong family won't just sit and wait, Xiao Jiyue thought. Starting tomorrow, I must personally meet Jia Yuan and the others to make sure everything is safe. "Don't worry, miss," Jean the steward assured. After the last incident, he had arranged for 2 martial men to be ready. Whenever he had free time, he would personally go to Huaxian Academy to pick up the people. "Any news from Shengjing?" Xiao Jiyue asked. Jean the steward shook his head. "No news yet. We might have to wait until County Magistrate Cheng steps down." "What about the Bai family?" Xiao Jiyue asked about her second aunt Bai's family. When the Xiao family left the capital, neither Bai family nor second aunt Xiao Xia, who was also from Bai's family, showed their faces. Grandmother kept looking at the city gate before leaving, waiting for Xiao Xia, but unfortunately, she never appeared. About second aunt's family. Jean the steward hesitated. "I'll send someone to find out right away." "Yes, do a thorough investigation," Xiao Jiyue said suspiciously. She suspected that Hua Qing's talk about luck was actually her second aunt's good deed. Only second aunt Xiao Xia's family didn't show up at all. "Understood," Jean the steward replied, planning to find out everything about Xiao Xia's family this time. "Have you completely removed your poison?" Xiao Jiyue looked at the refreshed Hua Qing. Even if she changed into a maid's dress from the Xiao family, styled her messy hair, and stood beside Lian Exile, she still seemed very unobtrusive. "Thanks to Mrs. Help, everything is resolved," Hua Qing said with a smile, feeling that her poison was healing faster now that she was near Xiao Jiyue. "All right, today you can come out with me. Is that okay?" Xiao Jiyue asked. Hua Qing nodded eagerly. She wanted nothing more than to stay close to Xiao Jiyue. Now that she had the chance to go out with her, she was very happy and said, "Miss, I can drive the carriage." Looking at Jinwen, who was driving the carriage, Hua Qing said, "Miss, I'm very good at driving carriages." Jinwen, holding the reins, looked at Hua Qing strangely. What's wrong with him driving the carriage? "All right, you drive the carriage," Xiao Jiyue said, stepping onto the carriage. Lian Exile followed closely. Jinwen quickly jumped onto the carriage and said, "Of course I will." He couldn't let someone else take over his job of driving. As the carriage passed the candy shop, Tang Tian had gone to the government city, but the candy shop in the county was still very busy. When Tang Tian heard Xiao Jiyue was heading to the government city, she had been looking forward to it. The lively atmosphere of Jian workshop contrasted sharply with the quiet Fong family cloth shop. Xiao Jiyue glanced at it, then lowered the curtain and turned into a tea house at the corner of the street. She took Hua Qing and Lian Exile directly into the tea house. As soon as she sat in a private room, a woman wearing a veil entered from the neighboring room and sat in front of Xiao Jiyue. "Miss Xiao, you arrived right on time," she said. "Miss Fong is also quite punctual," Xiao Jiyue observed the quiet tea house. When she lifted her veil, a delicate, beautiful face was revealed. If Fong Kaiwei were here, she would surely recognize her. This was her sister, Fong Taifei, whom she had almost harmed before. "This is a recommendation letter. With it, you can be introduced to the magistrate of Meicheng. Whether you can pass the imperial exam depends on your ability," Xiao Jiyue said, pushing the prepared letter in front of Fong Taifei. The small, elegant handwriting on the letter was as refined as Xiao Jiyue herself, leaving a deep impression after just one glance. "How can I be sure this letter is useful?" Fong Taifei asked, her eyes shining with determination. Since the last time she was almost harmed, she had secretly contacted Xiao Jiyue. Fong Saifei knew clearly that staying in the Fong family might jeopardize her marriage prospects, and she might not survive there either. Elder sister Fong Kaiwei couldn't tolerate anyone being better than her. If she hadn't reacted quickly and begged Xiao Jiyue to save her fiancé, she might have already met her end in the underworld. Xiao Jiyue chuckled softly, her slender finger tapping on the table as she looked steadily at her. If I wanted to deceive you, would I need to go to such trouble? Miss Xiao, please forgive me. This matter concerns my future, so I must be careful. Fong Saifei honestly apologized. She reached out to take the letter, but Xiao Jiyue directly held her hand back. Where is your sincerity, young lady Fong? If it weren't for the Fong family's loyal guards, Xiao Jiyue wouldn't have wasted her kindness on anyone. Last night, my father brought home another loyal guard. I overheard that his name is Lord Kong. Fong Saifei replied in detail. Those guards are very clever, so I didn't dare get too close. Lord Kong? Xiao Jiyue searched her mind, trying to recall who might have that surname. She looked calm on the surface, watching Fong Saifei, with a slight smile on her lips. If that's all the information you have, it's not enough to earn my favor. The Fong family's dead soldiers wouldn't be wasted if it weren't for her. Fong family and the Chung family are working together. They're secretly doing something in the Eastern Mountains, which is why the Chung family is trying to promote Fong Saifei from concubine to official wife, Fong Saifei continued. Now, the Fong and Chung families are like two peas in a pod. If Miss Xiao wants to move against the Fong family, she must first target the Chung family. The Fong family is your maternal home, Xiao Jiyue said softly, tapping her fingers on the table. Aren't you afraid I'll leave the Fong family with nothing? Even if the Fong family has nothing, it has nothing to do with me, Fong Saifei said with a light smile. I know you might think I'm being ruthless, but my aunt was killed by the Fong family. If it weren't for an accident, I wouldn't have married Wang Lang. I've had enough of escaping death. From now on, Fong Saifei, will live my own life, she said firmly, with no guilt about betraying her family. She had lost her life for the Fong family, and now she wanted to live for herself. Then I wish you rebirth and happiness. Xiao Jiyue raised her teacup to toast her. Thanks for your good wishes, Miss Xiao. Fong Saifei's eyes brightened. She clinked her cup with Xiao Jiyue's, took a sip, then picked up the recommendation letter, put her veil back on, and said, Miss Xiao, thank you. If it weren't for Xiao Jiyue, there would be no Fong Saifei today. Helping each other. Xiao Jiyue took a sip of tea and watched Fong Saifei walk to the door. She spoke softly to remind her, I have one more thing to say, Miss Fong. Fong Saifei turned around, listening carefully, and said, Please, Miss Xiao. Life is short. Don't rely too much on others. Everyone has their own difficulties. Xiao Jiyue's eyes were bright. The wind moved Fong Saifei's veil, and from this angle, she could see the fierce scar on Fong Saifei's neck. She sincerely hoped that this girl, who had crawled out of the abyss, would have a better future. Fong Saifei slightly smiled and said, Thank you for the reminder, Miss Xiao. I will remember. With a creak, the door was closed again. Xiao Jiyue held a pot of hot tea, and Lianxin's voice reached her ears. Miss, is what Fong Saifei said true? It should be true. Xiao Jiyue could tell that Fong Saifei was risking her life for that recommendation letter. The news she brought back was real.
But
who is Lord Kong? Xiao Jiyue frowned in thought. Lianxin quietly prevettea. When Xiao Jiyue started to chat casually, Lianxin said, Miss, Fong Saifei is truly pitiful. Her father doesn't love her, her stepmother sees her as a thorn in the eye, and her older sister is jealous and has tried to harm her several times. Xiao Jiyue watched Fong Saifei's carriage gradually disappear into the distance and muttered, If it were any other girl, she probably would have given up long ago. Yes, if Jin Wen and the others hadn't arrived in time last time, Fong Saifei wouldn't have survived. Lianxin mentioned the past and sighed. She's not a sister. She's more like an enemy. No, even enemies wouldn't be so cruel. I heard from Jin Wen that the thugs the other side hired not only wanted to ruin Fong Saifei, but also took Wang Xiaocai there. If she hadn't been rescued in time, she would have lost her innocence in front of her loved one and probably wouldn't have survived. Lianxin had seen the dark secrets of the inner courtyards when she was in Shengjing, but the Xiao family was peaceful. The most heartbreaking thing is, her father knew it was Feng Saifei who did it but still protected her and let her do as she pleased, even allowing Feng Saifei to ruin the Wang family's and Feng Saifei's marriage. She was forced to marry an old man who had already lost several wives. Xiao Juyue sneered. People like Feng's father didn't deserve to be a father. This father is better off not being around. Lianxin nodded in agreement and sighed. I hope Wang Xiaocai can treat Feng Saifei well. Xiao Jiuyu's eyes flickered slightly. Now, Wang Xiaocai, who has nothing left, naturally clings tightly to Feng Saifei as a lifeline for his future. If Wang Xiaocai truly had a bright future, would he still treat Feng Saifei well? How dare he not treat Feng Saifei properly? If it weren't for him, Feng Saifei would be living much better now. Lian Exile finished, falling silent herself. Are there not many unfaithful people in this world? Enough. No one can say what will happen in the future. At least now, they rely on each other and help each other. Xiao Jiuyu gently pinched Lian Exile's downcast face and said, Let's go. I'll treat you to something delicious. Miss, I'm not a fallen sunflower, Lian Exile said shyly, feeling a bit embarrassed as Xiao Jiuyu pinched her face. Food is the most important thing for people. Isn't life just about 3 meals a day? Xiao Jiuyu stood up. Let's try some new dishes. She led them directly to Fengchun Tower. It wasn't even dinner time yet, but the restaurant was already full of guests, with many waiting in line. Hua Qing, seeing such a busy restaurant for the first time, couldn't help but sigh. Could eating here really make someone immortal? Xiao Jiuyu's lips curled slightly. Lian Exile whispered to Hua Qing, You'll find out how good it is once you try it later. Really? Hua Qing took a deep breath, drawn in by the delicious smells from other tables. Miss, I and Jean Weining will stay downstairs, Hua Qing said, eager to order food. She knew her role well. She was there to protect Xiao Jiuyu. Until she gained Xiao Jiuyu's full trust, she wouldn't get too close. Xiao Jiuyu nodded slightly and went directly to a private room on the second floor. As soon as she sat down, the shopkeepers warmly came over to greet her. Miss Xiao, everything is ready for your trip to the capital. The chefs are prepared too. Yes, we'll leave on the 2nd day of July. Xiao Jiuyu confirmed the date she had already set. She asked, How are the new dishes coming along? Miss Xiao, you can try them today, said shopkeepers confidently. With these new dishes, he believed that even if they weren't the top restaurant in Hengdu, they would definitely have a place in the city. Good. Xiao Jiuyu looked at him and understood everything. Shopkeepers didn't bother her further and left directly. The door opened again, and Xiao Jiuyu said, Lian Exile, bring a serving of taro balls with red bean tofu pudding for Xiao Jiuyu. She didn't finish her sentence, but when she saw Junlai, she swallowed her words. Is His Highness the 3rd Prince's leg better? Xiao Jiuyu pretended to be shocked and said, Congratulations, 3rd Prince. Junlai walked over and sat down in front of Xiao Jiuyu. He had always seen Junlai sitting in a chair before, but now seeing him walk with his tall, strong figure was quite imposing. My leg isn't in great shape. It's not convenient to go to the city, Junlai thought as he watched her look surprised. He was pretending well. He couldn't believe that Xiao Jiuyu would notice him sneaking out every night. Are you also going to the city, 3rd Prince? Xiao Jiuyu looked at him in shock. Junlai was surprised. Jiuyu is going to the city too? Then we can travel together. Xiao Jiuyu smiled. Do you know when the 3rd Prince is leaving? If the time is on the 2nd day of next month. Junlai's answer made Xiao Jiuyu think more. She asked cautiously, Are you returning to the capital? Having been out for a while, it's time to go back. I've gained a lot from gathering herbs in the mountains these days. Junlai sensed her guarded attitude and changed the subject. The new county magistrate will take office soon. I believe he will satisfy Jiuyu. Then I'll wait and see. Xiao Jiuyu lowered her eyes. She lightly dipped her finger in the tea and wrote the character Kong on the table. The dead soldiers from the Fong family are called that. Xiao Jiyue looked up, her gaze fixed on Jun Lai's face. The Xiao family had limited resources. The only reliable people were Manager Jean and others. Knowing about the Fong family's dead soldiers was already impressive. If she wanted more details, she lacked the strength. She was gambling. Junlai had been with the Xiao family, staying in a small, rundown county like Lansong County. The day she saw Junlai being chased, she suspected he was hiding a big secret. The unusual appearance of the Fong family's dead soldiers might be connected to Junlai. There is a trusted officer named Kong Chongxin around the Crown Prince. He handles many affairs for the prince. Kong Chongxin has a godson named Kong Mao, Junlai explained, seemingly trying to clarify things for Xiao Jiyue. Xiao Jiyue raised an eyebrow, her eyes flickering with suspicion. She asked, "Third Prince, do you doubt that I am telling the truth? Or that I received false information? Coincidentally, I have information that someone saw Kong Mao in Hongdu Prefecture." Junlai initially wasn't sure, but now is certain. He said, "Jiyue, be careful recently. Rest assured, Third Prince. If I were so fragile, how could I work with you?" At this moment, Xiao Jiyue was also able to confirm that the soldiers loyal to the Fong family were indeed connected to those chasing Junlai, and perhaps the Fong family was even aligned with the Crown Prince. How could an ordinary merchant family manage to get involved with the Crown Prince's affairs? After leaving Fengchun Tower, Xiao Jiyue realized that the money Fong family earned from selling cloth was clearly not enough to catch the Crown Prince's attention. The things that could truly attract the Crown Prince's interest were salt, grain, and weapons. Xiao Jiyue had already learned from Hu Yi about the high profits from smuggling salt. She only provided some methods for refining fine salt, and Hu Yi had improved them further. Under her advice, he even dug deeper into the salt brine wells to increase production. If they had enough workers, the output could be even higher. As for grain, it was obvious. If they wanted to support soldiers, they needed plenty of food. And weapons. Just as Xiao Jiyue was about to get into the carriage, she suddenly turned back to the second floor. She sat again in front of Junlai and asked, "Do Third Prince have any interest in private salt?" Currently, the Xiao family couldn't protect Hu Yi's salt wells. Although the procedures were legal, under the power of the authorities, taking the salt wells was just a matter of moments. She had been careless before. Now that she was in Manhwa Kingdom, not in a peaceful country, she understood the risks better. Who doesn't like a business that makes guaranteed profit? Junlai responded with a question, his eyes full of admiration as he looked at Xiao Jiyue. Xiao Jiyue raised 3 slender fingers and said, "In Dongli County, 10 miles east of Lansong City, Hu family's salt well earns a 3/10 profit." "Jiyue, I've never seen someone so generous with their money," Junlai said, his gaze intense. Xiao Jiyue shrugged. "A big tree attracts the wind. Now, the salt well is hidden and not obvious, so it's not attracting attention. But once it's discovered, it's like holding a treasure that could bring trouble. I understand the risks." She had been busy earlier and hadn't thought much about this. Now that she remembered, she saw no reason to hesitate. Moreover, if she chose to cooperate with Junlai, she had to keep him firmly on her side. Even without that 3/10 profit, if your salt well really encounters trouble, I wouldn't stand by and watch. Junlai lowered his gaze, instinctively reluctant to be so clear about their relationship. 3/10 profit for a safe way to earn silver. Let's work together fairly, Xiao Jiyue thought to herself. In this world, the hardest debt to repay was human kindness. Miss Xiao is quite generous, giving away 3/10 of the salt well's profit so easily. Guosheng muttered about Hu Yi's salt well. He had inquired about it before, but initially, due to lack of workers and low salt production, plus the poor price of raw salt, it didn't seem like a profitable venture. But now, things are different. Hu Yi's salt well has more workers, and the refined salt is even finer than official salt. Such a salt well will definitely make big money sooner or later. Junlai looked at Xiao Jiuyu's departing figure with a complicated gaze. "Third master, the person Miss Xiao mentioned, Lord Kong, I think it's probably Kong Mao. Those cold guys from Gaojiling are definitely the Crown Prince's people." Guosheng excitedly mentioned those cold guys, his face brightening. They are working openly, while we are working in secret. As long as we cooperate well, we can take all those cold guys' supplies. Thinking about how they could seize all the weapons from those cold guys, especially those belonging to the crown prince, Guosheng felt very pleased inside. If it weren't for Miss Xiao, we wouldn't have found out exactly where Gao Zhiling is. Guosheng praised Xiao Juyu constantly. They had searched for a long time without clues and almost got discovered. Later, they followed the Fong family members and finally found the place. Unfortunately, Miss Xiao won't let me teach Xiao Jiyuan, Guosheng said regretfully. Young Master Jiyuan is good at learning martial arts. Jun Lai turned to look at him and asked, "Since when have you been so obedient?" Guosheng was stunned. Then his eyes lit up. "Third master, do you mean I should secretly teach him?" After leaving the restaurant, Xiao Jiu went to the candy shop. The shop had added many new varieties of treats, with rich flavors that the girls in Lansong County especially liked. Tang Tian went to the city mansion. Since she had nothing to do, she often went to visit. While Xiao Jiyuan was still in school, Xiao Ji planned to go to the candy shop to bring some snacks for Tang Tian, who was far away in Hongdu Prefecture. Miss Hua Qing is acting strange. In the back courtyard of the candy shop, Lian Exile was helping Xiao Jiu prepare treats. She whispered, "Earlier at the restaurant, Hua Qing kept asking about Third Master, wanting to know who he was and what her relationship with Miss was." "Third Master?" Xiao Jiu's eyes flickered. She asked, "Why is she asking about that?" "I don't know." Jinwen said Hua Qing was very excited whenever she saw Third Master. Lian Exile looked confused. From her perspective, Hua Qing was distracted by the shelves of snacks. Xiao Jiu didn't say much, only replied, "Just pay a little attention in the future. No need to watch her too closely." "Miss, don't worry. I will be careful," Lian Exile assured, patting her chest. Leaving the candy shop, Hua Qing was full of snacks in her hands and said, "Miss, these treats are really delicious." At this moment, Hua Qing truly looked like an innocent girl, not the serious and mysterious person she usually pretended to be. From now on, follow the young lady and work hard. "You won't lack treats," Lian Exile replied with a smile. Hua Qing now resembled Luo Kue quite a bit. "Miss, who is that third young master?" Hua Qing asked. "What do you think?" Xiao Jiu asked back without answering. Hua Qing paused her orange candy and grinned, saying, "I think he's of high status. Otherwise, he wouldn't stand beside the young lady." "Really?" Xiao Jiu looked at Lian Exile. Lian Exile looked puzzled and said, "The young lady's relative must also be of noble status." "Relative, huh?" A flash of doubt crossed Hua Qing's eyes. Then she smiled and said, "That young lady's relative is extraordinary. I see he has a full forehead and a lucky face. He's destined for great wealth and honor, and the young lady and he are a perfect match." "Hua Qing, what nonsense are you talking about?" Lian Exile quickly interrupted upon hearing this. "I'm speaking from my heart," Hua Qing said, almost pounding her chest to assure her. Xiao Jiu looked at her with a strange expression. If she weren't traveling with Chu Wang and He Chongqing from Lingnan, she might think Hua Qing was sent by Jun Lai. At Huaisian Academy, Manager Jean and 2 guards stood at the gate. When they saw Xiao Jiu approaching, they immediately saluted and said, "Miss, everything is normal." "Thank you for your hard work," Xiao Jiu nodded slightly. She had come to pick up Xiao Jiayuan but found nothing unusual today. Several carriages were parked at the entrance, and many people were watching from outside. Soon, the academy's gate opened. Xiao Jiu saw Xiao Jiayuan and Xiao Jiachen run out together. Xiao Jiayuan was especially happy when he saw Xiao Jiu. "Big sister," Xiao Jiayuan hopped into the carriage and chattered about funny things at the academy. Xiao Jiachen sat quietly beside the carriage. Although he didn't speak, his excited eyes couldn't hide his happiness. The carriage headed toward Fuan village. Suddenly, it stopped abruptly. Xiao Jiu reacted quickly, grabbing Xiao Jiayuan and Xiao Jiachen to prevent them from falling out due to inertia. "Miss, there's a thief," Lian Exile whispered as she lifted the curtain. The head guard Jean at the front had already taken action. Just a few little thieves. Master Jean and the others can handle them, Xiao Juyu said as she took out some snacks from the hidden compartment of the carriage. Are you hungry? Have some snacks to fill your stomach. Date flour pastry. Xiao Jiyuan's eyes lit up when he saw the date flour pastry. He immediately took a piece and put it in his mouth. Sister, how did you know I wanted to eat this? With food in hand, Xiao Jiyuan forgot his fears. Xiao Jiuyu directly handed a piece to Xiao Jiachun and said, I know you love to eat, so mother made this especially for you. After giving the two little ones some food, Xiao Jiuyu took a moment to look outside. At first, it didn't seem urgent, but when she looked more closely, she was stunned. In her mind, only one thought. Big brother was right after all. Hua Qing is skilled in martial arts. Not only is Hua Qing highly skilled, but he also fights fiercely. Not a single one of the little thieves survived. They didn't leave a single witness. Hua Qing said, Miss, it's safe now. These careless little thieves wanted to pretend to be dead soldiers, but none of them made it. Xiao Jiuyu's mouth twitched at Hua Qing's tone, which sounded as casual as slaughtering chickens at home. This small incident quickly passed. Xiao Jiuyu looked at Xiao Jiyuan and Xiao Jiachun and said, Today we only encountered a few little thieves. I won't tell grandma and mother. They would worry, Xiao Jiyuan said confidently. Xiao Jiachun also nodded. I won't tell mother either. She would just cry if she found out. Good children, Xiao Jiuyu said, rubbing their heads. When sister goes to the city, I will bring back fun things for you. I want a sword. Xiao Jiyuan almost immediately shifted his attention. Sister, I want a sword, something grand and impressive so I can protect sister. Xiao Jiyuan reached out as if holding a sword, pretending to be serious, while looking at the little one. Okay, Xiao Jiuyu replied. But I need to see you practice your writing. No slacking off. Sister, don't worry. I won't slack off. Xiao Jiyuan straightened his chest, deeply obsessed with swords. Back home, it was as if the dangers on the road didn't exist. Xiao Jiuyu asked, Master Jean, check if the people we met on the road were sent by the Fong family. Her eyes darkened slightly. The Fong family had repeatedly attacked her, and she was getting tired of their nonsense. Yes, Master Jean replied. Miss, the girl I asked you to find, who knows martial arts, has some leads now. Bring her over tomorrow. If she's suitable, we'll keep her. Xiao Jiuyu deeply understood how important it is to have skilled fighters around these days. She said, Master Jean, in the next few days, think of ways to make the two families of Chengfang turn against each other. Better if they end up fighting each other. Miss, the Cheng and Fong families have always been at odds. I believe I can find an opportunity, Master Jean replied. He had been watching the Fong family for a long time and had some ideas. On June 29th, a big event happened in Landong County. The county magistrate Cheng was arrested. The Chung family's house was raided. They seized 80,000 taels of silver and countless treasures. One piece of news after another reached Xiao Jiuyu's ears. She slightly smiled, thinking, it looks like the Chung family's punishment has arrived. That night, Master Jean excitedly said, Miss, I found an opportunity. When the Chung family had trouble, I went to the Fong family for help. But then, the Fong family also had problems. I took a bold step and misled the messenger. Now, the Chung family thinks the Fong family is behind it, and the Fong family believes the Chung family caused their trouble. I think, over at the Fong family, important items were stolen. When they left, old Master Fong coughed up blood and looked as pale as a ghost. Master Jean detailed the news to Xiao Jiuyu. Where did the Fong family go? Xiao Jiuyu wasn't surprised at all. If the Chung and Fong families were truly invincible, there wouldn't be a situation where Fong Kaiwei became a concubine. They went to the mountains, Master Jean replied. The same mountains where the lady's carriage had an accident before, near one village. I understand, Xiao Jiuyu pondered. Whatever could make the Fong family anxious was probably a secret weapon. No, something that Lord Kong needed to protect, hidden in the mountains. It could be either private soldiers or weapons. Miss, The girl who knows martial arts. I've already brought her here, Master Jean said. I asked a friend to find her. She used to work at a courier firm. She's a widow. A widow is fine. Xiaoji saw the person and finally understood why Master Jean hesitated to speak. Her appearance didn't look like someone from a courier company at all. Third Master, we really made a big profit this trip. Guosheng looked at the captured weapons, long spears, long swords, big blades. They looked sharp. He said, with these, we can train thousands of soldiers. Junlai put down a large sword and said, hurry up and pack these items. Transport them in batches. Yes, Third Master, Guosheng replied eagerly. He quickly divided the items into smaller parts and arranged for them to be moved out. They worked busy until late at night before quietly returning to the Xiao family's old residence. Master Third, the Chung family was arrested. Old Master Fong missed his chance. When he returned, he seemed to think that the Chung family had stolen this batch of goods, Guiyang reported. Guosheng was excited and said, so, we will benefit without anyone noticing? Not only did we get the items, but we also blamed the Chung family and the Fong family. Just thinking about it makes me happy. This is what you call a standoff between the clam and the oyster, while the fisherman benefits, Guiyang said, holding his sword. The smile at the corner of his mouth showed he was happy. Guiyang, you've learned a few words from the Third Master, and now you're showing off your sophistication? Guosheng said, hearing his refined words. Master Third, we need to leave Hengdu quickly. Then they won't be able to find out anything. No, there's one more good show to come. Junlai looked at him, his fingers slightly beckoning him. He whispered something in his ear. Guosheng's eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up to Junlai. Master Third, with this plan, they won't suspect us of getting this batch of weapons. Master Third, I'll handle it now, Guosheng said, rushing off quickly, worried that if he was slow, it might delay the plan. As Guosheng left, it seemed the whole world became quiet. Guiyang looked at Junlai with concern and said, Master Third, the day after tomorrow is the first day of the new month. It doesn't matter. This year, after I get the weapons, I will go to the Xiao family's back mountain pond. Junlai raised his head. Has the person been sent over? Yes, but there was a small accident. Guiyang cleared his throat. Originally, this was a sudden decision by the Third Master. They were nearby, skilled, and mostly women. They couldn't be too old, and they needed to be careful and quick-witted, which was hard to find. Dong Gui, are you 26 this year? Xiao Ji looked at Dong Gui. Even in plain clothes, her impressive figure couldn't be hidden. Unlike Hua Qing, who was so striking she could be lost in a crowd, Dong Gui's simple dress still made her stand out. If she dressed beautifully, she would be a stunning beauty. Yes, Dong Gui answered. While Xiao Jiyu observed her, Dong Gui was also studying Xiao Jiyu. Her beauty was impressive enough to catch Master Third's eye, so she was not an ordinary person. What surprised Dong Gui was that Xiao Jiyu didn't look down on her when she saw her figure. Instead, she looked at her with admiration. Do you have children?
Xiao Jiyu asked. No.
Winter Gui shook her head and Xiao Jiyu asked again. All right, this is the employment agreement. 10 taels of silver each month. The work is simple, you just need to protect me when I go out every day. Don't you want a formal contract of service? Winter Gui was surprised. Although she hadn't used human traffickers, isn't it common for wealthy daughters to like holding someone's contract of service? That way, they can feel more secure. 10 taels of silver a month adds up to 120 taels a year. She had previously worked hard at a courier house, delivering messages and goods. Earning only 50 taels a year was already tough, let alone 120. No need, Xiao Jiyu shook her head. She tapped lightly on the agreement and said, what I need is someone who is willing to stay with me, not someone bound by a contract. Winter Gui took the agreement and asked, Miss, do you want to check my skills again? No need. The people sent by Manager Jean are surely capable, Xiao Jiyu replied confidently, showing her trust in Manager Jean. Manager Jean stood nearby, instinctively straightening his back. Recently, all his hard work seemed worthwhile. Winter Gui directly pressed her hand to the agreement and said, from now on, I will protect Miss Xiao. Have you looked at the contents? Xiao Jiuyu watched her press her hand and sign her name, probably able to read. Miss, you definitely won't lie to me, Winter Gui said efficiently, without hesitation. Xiao Jiuyu was quite impressed and said, Welcome to the Xiao family. Winter Gui was stunned. Xiao Jiuyu's smile was sweet and warm. At the Chung family, the household was being raided. Magistrate Chung was arrested and awaiting execution after the autumn festival. The Chung family was terrified. When Chung Yanwen was caught, he was still drunk in Elon Pavilion and didn't believe his father had been taken. Still drunk, he fought with the officers. In the end, Chung Yanwen was dragged back to jail, and his fate was uncertain. The Chung family was in chaos. Fan Kaiwei instinctively wanted to go back to her parents' house. Cheng's mother grabbed her tightly, her gaze cold and sharp. Where do you think you're going? Mother, Fan Kaiwei was frightened by the soldiers raiding the house earlier. She had fainted in the afternoon and, now awake, only had one thought. I want to go home. Cheng's mother held her tightly and stared at her belly with intense eyes. This is your home. Where else do you want to go? Mother, my father has been taken away and Yanwen too. I need to go home. Fan Kaiwei was so anxious, she didn't know what to say. She quickly thought of a clever excuse. Mother, I need to go back to my family to ask for news. Recently, Chung Fangjiao had been angry with Fan Kaiwei because she was pregnant. Her own mother scolded her, and Fan Kaiwei treated her like a servant, always picking fights and talking about marriage plans. She had reached her limit. She suddenly stepped forward and slapped Fan Kaiwei. Huh. Our family is like this because of you, the Fang family. Chung Fangjiao shouted at her. The slap and the shouting stunned Fan Kaiwei. She instinctively hid behind her mother-in-law, protecting her belly, and said, Mother, I am pregnant. Chung Fangjiao hit me. How dare you hide? Chung Fangjiao's eyes turned red with anger. She had lost everything, her favorite dress, her jewelry, all gone. Chung Fangjiao rushed forward again to hit someone, but her mother grabbed her hand and said, Jiao Jiao, Kaiwei is pregnant. She's carrying your brother's child, my grandson. If Chung Yanwen had any trouble, the baby in Fang Kaiwei's belly would be the only hope of the Chung family. Mother, it's the Fang family who harmed Dad and us. Chung Fangjiao sat on the ground, overwhelmed by what had happened today. She curled up and hugged her mother, asking Mother, what should we do? Is Dad okay? Chung Fangjiao choked on her tears, looking at her mother. It will be fine, her mother replied weakly, not sure if she was comforting Chung Fangjiao or herself. You're talking nonsense. The Fang family could never harm the Chung family, Fan Kaiwei said, standing up while holding her belly. No, I have to go find my father, and ask clearly. Chiu Mama, quickly, go find my father, Fan Kaiwei said, pushing Chiu Mama out as she looked at her, both of them trapped. Miss, I can't go. The officials have locked us up, Chiu Mama said, even offering money and good words, but the other side didn't care. The money was useless. She simply couldn't leave. Here, I have money, Fan Kaiwei said, pulling silver notes from her waist. Usually, she kept silver notes, but now she couldn't find them. She started pulling out hairpins, gold hairpins, which were valuable. Ha, don't bother. Those people won't let you take your silver, Chung Fangjiao sneered. Fan Kaiwei, seeing her empty hands, ignored Chung Fangjiao's sneer. She looked at Chiu Mama and said, Chiu Mama, take the money first. Later. Miss, it's not that I don't want to, but even if I give the money, it's useless, Chiu Mama replied. Mother Chiu interrupted her and said helplessly, when Fan Kaiwei was unconscious, Mother Chiu wanted to leave. The Chung family was being raided, and the women wouldn't have a good outcome. Mother Chiu was more anxious to leave than Fan Kaiwei. She didn't expect those soldiers to be so unreasonable. She gave them silver, but after accepting it, they suddenly refused to acknowledge it. Miss, we must leave and go back to the Fang family to find the master, Mother Chiu whispered, glancing at Fan Kaiwei, her eyes falling on her belly. Fan Kaiwei, clutching her stomach, sat down on the ground. Her eyes were fierce. She couldn't just wait to die at the Chung family. "Oh, my stomach hurts," Fong Kaiwei shouted loudly. Mother Chung saw her expression and knew what she was thinking. She stepped forward, holding Fong Kaiwei's hand, and warned softly, "It's useless. You fainted this afternoon, and they wouldn't even call a doctor. Mother, I want to go back to the Fong family to find out the truth. The Fong and Chung families are now connected. I am pregnant with the Chung family's child. My father won't ignore me." Fong Kaiwei spoke quickly. Yes, the Fong family only had 2 daughters and no sons. Mother Cheng's eyes flickered, and she cooperated with Fong Kaiwei, shouting together. The Chung family was in chaos, and the Fong family was even more disordered. After old Master Fong found out that his weapons had been stolen, he was so angry he vomited blood. When his men returned with news that it was the Chung family who reported it, old Master Fong didn't hesitate. He grabbed some valuables and ran away. When Lady Fong was summoned by Lord Kong to find old Master Fong, there was no sign of him anywhere in the Fong residence. Fong Saifei had already secretly taken valuables and fled to Meicheng with Scholar Wang. The Fong family was in shambles. Lady Fong wanted to ask the Chung family for help, but after learning about the raid, she fainted immediately. "Yue, is the 3rd prince going to the capital with you?" Old Lady Xiao sat in the pavilion, occasionally receiving news from Lingnan. Her heart was finally at ease. This trip to Hongdu City was crucial for Fengchun Tower to become the top restaurant. Old Lady Xiao and Xiao Juyue talked for a long time, and in the end, she agreed. 3rd prince is returning to Xingjing, just passing through, Xiao Juyue explained casually. "Grandmother, don't worry. This time, I will bring Lianxin, Huaqing, and the new Winter Gui with me. Not only that, but also Chief Jin and Yugo are coming with me." Xiao Juyue knew what old Lady Xiao was worried about. She said, "My cooperation with the 3rd prince is to help the Xiao family clear their name." Xiao Juyue carefully revealed her thoughts, worried that Madame Xiao might randomly matchmake or overthink. "Yue, be careful with this matter," Madame Xiao said, holding Xiao Juyue's hand tightly. "Royal affairs are complicated. Grandmother, it's precisely because royal matters are complicated that father hasn't chosen a side. That's why he was exiled," Xiao Juyue said. Although she didn't hear Xiao Fu's reply, she knew for sure that he wouldn't steal the 800,000 silver taels meant for disaster relief. Under the moonlight, Xiao Juyue's eyes were firm. Being wise doesn't always guarantee safety. If that's the case, why not take the initiative? "Yue," Madame Xiao looked at her with more emotion. She thought that if she were a man with Yue's talent, she might not be less capable than Jialing. Madame Xiao remembered the letter from her husband, full of praise for Xiao Juyue. She waved her hand and said, "It's fine. This is your family, so you decide. But Yue, be very careful in everything. If you face difficulties, don't carry them alone. Though I am old, I have lived for many years." "Grandmother, I am not old," Xiao Juyue said, linking her arm with Madame Zhao's. She thought it would take a lot of words to persuade her, but surprisingly, Madame Xiao agreed easily. She smiled and said, "Grandmother, our Xiao family will surely reunite and stay safe and sound." Her confident words sounded like a promise to Madame Xiao. "Yue," Madame Xiao raised her hand and placed it on her shoulder. "These small shoulders have to carry the entire Xiao family.
It's you.
As long as our family is safe, what is a little hardship to me?" Xiao Juyue said playfully. "Grandmother, look at father and grandfather. They went to Lingnan, a cold and harsh place. They still sent us so much seafood. We should work hard together to make our days prosperous. With Yue, our little money god, here, everything will surely prosper," Madame Xiao joked. The villagers all saw Xiao Juyue as a kind of lucky charm. The grandmother and granddaughter talked for a long time until late at night, and only then did Xiao Juyue leave. "His Highness the 3rd Prince is not a good match," Madame Xiao murmured, playing with her prayer beads. Her voice faded with the wind. "Royalty is the most ruthless. Yue's eyes can't tolerate even a speck of dust. She doesn't like restrictions. If she truly enters the royal family." On the 1st day of July, big sister, today is a day off. Tomorrow, you'll go to the capital. Shall we go hunting in the mountains? Xiao Zhiyuan had been looking forward to this all morning. Seeing his sister about to leave, he decided to seize the day off to drag her into the mountains for hunting. Big sister, I recently practiced archery, and General Jean praised me for my good aim. Xiao Zhiyuan looked eagerly at Xiao Zhiyue. That hopeful sparkle, Xiao Zhiyue couldn't bear to refuse. She deliberately said, with this weather, there are all kinds of snakes and insects on the mountain. Aren't you afraid? I'm not afraid. Xiao Zhiyuan straightened his back and took out a few medicine pouches. Sister, I bought these medicine pouches. The doctor said with these, I won't be afraid of snakes and insects. You're quite prepared. Xiao Zhiyue took the medicine pouch, and a faint herbal scent wafted out. She said, then hurry and change your clothes. The sun will be very hot later. Big sister, I've changed. Xiao Zhiyuan immediately took off his outer shirt. The short shirt inside didn't look like his usual robes. His top and pants made it very easy to climb the mountain. Xiao Zhiyuan ran ahead quickly. Not long after, he came back carrying a small basket and holding a specially made bow. Sister, look, I've got my arrows ready. Have you planned this for a long time? Xiao Zhiyue watched this scene. There was no reason to refuse now. After changing clothes, she took Xiao Zhiyuan up the mountain. Hua Qing, Donggui, you're responsible for leading the way and guarding the rear, Xiao Zhiyue said. I don't want any accidents. Miss, I can lead the way, Jinwen said, holding a small axe. I can handle this rough work. Jinwen held his small axe and chopped down all the lush grass and trees, carving out a path with Yuge. Donggui led the front, clearing away the weeds and trees, making it much easier for Xiao Zhiyue and Xiao Zhiyuan to walk. Big sister, what is this? Xiao Zhiyuan saw Xiao Zhiyue squatting down, picking something that looked like grass. It's hemostatic grass. If you're in the wild and crush the stems and leaves to apply on a wound, it can stop bleeding, Xiao Zhiyue explained carefully. Xiao Zhiyuan looked at the hemostatic grass and said, Sister, I've noted it down. Let's go over there. I saw some movement. Today, I promised to go hunting with Jichen. I also told him I'd catch a wild chicken and roast it for him. Xiao Zhiyuan held his bow in one hand and an arrow in the other, his eyes darting around, afraid of missing any movement. He had boasted to Jichen that if he didn't catch a wild chicken, he wouldn't know what to do. It's still early, just after dawn. Xiao Zhiyue looked at his anxious expression, carefully stored the hemostatic herb, then followed Xiao Zhiyuan into the mountains. She said, let's go. I think today will be a lucky day. Today, Xiao Zhiyue deliberately changed into a comfortable outfit suitable for climbing the mountain, a set of red pants. She was reluctant to wear such a bright, eye-catching color, but her beautiful mother said, it's because the color is noticeable that it's safer. Big sister, I saw a rabbit. When Xiao Zhiyuan saw the wild rabbit, he shouted and ran toward the noise. Even in the thick bushes, he squeezed through because he was small. Be careful, Xiao Zhiyuan. Xiao Zhiyue warned as she watched him wandering around the mountain. There are snakes now. It was already the first day of July, and there were quite a few snakes in the mountains. Xiao Zhiyuan's mind was entirely focused on the rabbit. He shot arrow after arrow at it. When he finally hit, he excitedly shouted, Big sister, I caught a rabbit. He turned and shouted loudly at Xiao Zhiyue. Just as Xiao Zhiyue was about to praise him, she saw a snake on the nearby tree, flicking its tongue and approaching Xiao Zhiyuan. Her heart jumped to her throat, and she hurriedly ran over. An arrow whistled past her ear, and in the next moment, Xiao Zhiyue saw the arrow hit the snake. She turned around and saw Donggui holding an arrow. She gave him a look of approval, then strode quickly toward Xiao Zhiyuan. That mischievous boy really scared her half to death. The snake that had been shot fell to the ground. Happy Fu, who was following Xiao Zhiyuan, reacted quickly. He grabbed his knife and desperately chopped at the snake. Jifu closed his eyes and kept hacking, shouting at Xiao Zhiyuan, Young master, run quickly. Jifu, the snake is already dead, Xiao Zhiyuan said calmly, aside from a bit of snake blood on his brown pants and a pale face. Jifu trembled, opened his eyes, and saw the snake torn to pieces. He was so frightened that he dropped his knife. Be careful, sister. Xiao Zheyuan saw Jifu drop the knife toward Xiao Zheyue. He quickly looked at her and said, Sister, don't come over. He tried to raise his hand to block Xiao Zheyue's eyes and said, Let me take you to find the rabbit I shot. Xiao Zheyuan's hands are small. Even if he tries to open them wide, he still can't block anything. Xiao Zheyuan looked at the snake, which was cut into pieces, and watched him carefully protect her. Her anger slowly faded. She said, Let's go. To see the rabbits. Xiao Zheyuan happily pulled Xiao Zheyue to pick up the rabbit he shot. This time, he was more clever. First, he used the bow to shoot at the grass on both sides to make sure there were no snakes, then happily went to pick up the rabbit. Big sister, shall we fry the rabbit tonight? Xiao Zheyuan carried a wild rabbit weighing over 3 jin, smiling as he looked at Xiao Zheyue. She liked fried rabbit the most. Having a rabbit isn't enough. Xiao Zheyue pursed her lips but decided to remind Xiao Zheyuan carefully, so he wouldn't secretly bring Jifu to the mountain after they arrived in the city. Before Xiao Zheyue could speak, Xiao Zheyuan obediently lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Sister, I was wrong. Wrong about what? Xiao Zheyue asked. Xiao Zheyuan pressed his lips and said, I shouldn't have run around recklessly just because I saw a rabbit, and I shouldn't have thought I was safe just because I carried a herbal pouch. I shouldn't have made sister worry. Xiao Zheyuan looked sincere and apologized very well. The rabbit in his hands was still struggling, but he held it tightly with both hands, afraid it would run away. A gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. Your safety is the most important no matter when. Seeing how obedient Xiao Zheyuan was in admitting his mistake, Xiao Zheyue could only sigh. She took the rabbit from him and said, One rabbit isn't enough. Sister, I will go hunting again. Xiao Zheyuan's eyes lit up again. During the next hunting trip, he was more cautious and careful than before. With Jifu and Jinwen following and within sight, Xiao Zheyue felt quite at ease. Dongguo, your archery is very good. Your aim is excellent. Xiao Zheyue chatted with Dongguo as if they were out for a walk in the spring. The snake wasn't big, and Dongguo hit it precisely, proving her good aim. Back when I delivered messages, I often met some reckless people, Dongguo said with her eyes slightly lowered. Those days of risking her life with blades and blood, without good self-defense skills, she might have died hundreds of times. If they are reckless, then they deserve a harsh lesson, Xiao Zheyue said with a slight smile. Dongguo's eyes brightened. I didn't let any of those people go. They got what they deserved and paid the price. Good job, Xiao Zheyue said. She didn't see herself as a kind person. If someone wanted her to repay evil with kindness, it was impossible. Older sister, come quickly. Xiao Zheyuan's voice suddenly became more urgent. Xiao Zheyu's face changed, and she immediately followed. She climbed to the top of the hill where Xiao Zheyuan was, pointing at the situation in the valley not far away, and asked, Did third brother fall into the water pool? It seems so, and someone is chasing after third brother, Xiao Zheyuan said, wishing he could run over to help. But Xiao Zheyue pulled him back sharply. Jin 1, Jifu, Lian Exile, you take the young master back first. Miss, be careful. Xiao Zheyuan also didn't dare to be brave anymore. He obediently followed Jifu and Jin 1 and ran away. He didn't want to hold his sister back. Young lady, I will go back to find Supervisor Jin. Lian Exile was already tired from climbing the mountain, and now she didn't dare to stay with Xiao Zheyue. The people around Xiao Zheyue, whether Hua Qing or Dongguo, were both very skilled. Dongguo, you are responsible for distracting those 2 killers.
Can you do it?
Xiao Zheyue looked back at Dongguo. Dongguo nodded and quietly ran off. Hua Qing, looking excited, said, Miss, I can handle those little thugs. You go save people. Xiao Zheyue looked at Hua Qing with a strange expression. Was it just her feeling, or was Hua Qing particularly eager to let her go save someone? Young lady, Dongguo will distract those 2 killers. The rest is up to me, Hua Qing asked eagerly. Is it okay if I do it? It's fine, Xiao Zheyue replied. As soon as she finished speaking, Hua Qing rushed out. Seeing Hua Qing's excited look, Xiao Jiuyu momentarily wondered if leaving Huaqing was the right choice. From her high vantage point, Xiao Jiuyu could see Junlai soaking in the water pool. She frowned and muttered, coming to take a cold bath so early in the morning. What strange habits are these? This was the second group of killers she had encountered. It seemed that being a prince was not easy. Today, Xiao Jiuyu was dressed in bright red, making her very noticeable. She watched Dong Gui go help Guiyang distract the two killers. Huaqing looked like a fierce warrior, capable of bloodshed at any moment. Huaqing was fighting while signaling to Xiao Jiuyu with her eyes, as if to say, "Young lady, hurry and go save him." Xiao Jiuyu seized the moment and ran toward the water pool where Junlai was. When she reached him, she realized something was wrong. Junlai's eyes were tightly closed, his face flushed with an abnormal redness, and his forehead was throbbing with veins. His hands were clenched into fists, as if he was holding back something. "Third young master?" Xiao Jiuyu called softly, but there was no response from Junlai in the water. Xiao Jiuyu looked around but saw nothing that could attract attention. She simply reached into the pond and splashed water toward Junlai. On a hot summer morning, the water in the pond was still cool. "Miss Xiao, these people are the prince's spies. None of them can be spared," Guiyang said, feeling relieved when he saw Dong Gui and Huaqing. Taking the chance to eliminate a killer, he shouted towards Xiao Jiuyu. "Dong Gui, Huaqing, leave no one alive." Xiao Jiuyu's eyes turned cold. Her clear, icy voice reached Dong Gui and Huaqing. "Young lady, I'll make sure they're all dead, even their hair," Huaqing said, previously restrained, now fighting wildly. In the woods, only screams of the fight could be heard. A breeze blew, and Xiao Jiuyu felt a chill on her back. These killers had bad luck crossing paths with the cunning Junlai. Why was her back getting colder? Ugh, Xiao Jiuyu didn't react in time and suddenly felt a hand press down on her shoulder. In the next moment, her body seemed to lose control, and she fell into the pond. The cool water quickly submerged her whole body. She held her breath and struggled. She could feel strong hands holding her down, making it impossible to surface. No, if this continued, she would drown. She relaxed her body, letting Junlai hold her shoulders. Compared to the icy water, his hands felt like flames, burning her hot. Xiao Jiuyu opened her eyes, grateful that she had once worked as a mermaid to earn money. Even now, she could see clearly underwater. Her eyes turned fierce. She pressed her toes hard against the bottom and kicked, causing her to spin in the water and quickly break free from Junlai. When she finally surfaced, she felt a wave of fear. "Are you crazy?" Xiao Jiuyu gasped and shouted at Junlai. She almost drowned because of him. "Miss Xiao, His Highness is sick," Guiyang quickly reminded her during a brief moment.
Sick?
Xiao Jiuyu took a deep breath, looking at Junlai's eyes now clouded, and his face flushed with an abnormal redness, unrecognizable. She silently backed away, refusing to argue with someone who was not in his right mind. I just accidentally fell." Xiao Jiuyu forced a smile and slowly moved backward, wanting to stay away from Junlai. When she reached the shore, she felt a surge of relief. She grabbed some grass by the water's edge. With a quick turn and jump, she could leave the pond. Death. Everyone deserves to die. Junlai saw Xiao Jiuyu dressed in fiery red, like she was burning in flames. He was like an angry lion, rushing toward her. He tightly grabbed her neck with both hands, showing his anger in his eyes.
Ugh.
Xiao Jiuyu felt she couldn't breathe again. She looked at Junlai, who was no longer gentle and handsome, but seemed like a madman. Third prince. Xiao Jiuyu struggled to speak, but it was useless. She raised her hand and harshly pinched his waist. Junlai's hand was heavy, and Xiao Jiuyu's hand was even heavier. Junlai seemed unaware of the pain. Xiao Jiuyu flailed her hands and finally, she smartly kicked him. Although water limited her movement, the pain was real. During this brief moment of breath, Xiao Jiuyu grabbed his hand and bit him his small arm. Her eyes turned red as she looked at him. If he didn't wake up soon, she would have to use a knife. Jean Lai's blurry eyes suddenly cleared for a moment. Ju, you finally woke up. If you don't wake up soon, I'll die. Ju, you released her mouth. Biting was exhausting, and her mouth was sore. Run quickly. Jean Lai pushed her back forcefully. He shook his head hard, and his previously clear eyes became unclear again. Still coming? Ju knew she couldn't delay. She grabbed Jean Lai's hand and bit him again. The pain made Jean Lai more alert. He said, Jiu, run quickly, leave this place. Jiu bit his arm and mumbled, I want to leave, but I can't. As she loosened her mouth, Jean Lai's mind was about to become confused. If he lost his mind, she, a weak girl, wouldn't stand a chance.
Go.
Jean Lai held her waist with one hand and carried her toward the shore. As he got closer, through her thin dress, Jiu felt his hot body, like molten lava. Accidentally, she touched his arm, and it was so hot it scared her. Run quickly. Jean Lai used all his strength to try to push her away. Suddenly, he squeezed her waist tighter and pulled her back into his chest. Jiu's nose hit his chest hard, hurting so much she almost cried. Jean Lai held her and moved into the water. When they came out again, Jiu realized that, somehow, a killer had already reached their side. Being able to die with the third prince is worth it. Kong Mao looked into Jean Lai's eyes, filled with a fearless determination. Although he had lost his weapon, if he could kill the third prince, he would have made up for his mistakes. Be careful, Jiu said, watching the two arrows flying toward them. Her pupils shrank. Is this something only seen in TV dramas? Two arrows shot simultaneously, one aimed at her, the other at Jean Lai. No matter who she pushed away, one of them would get hurt. The prince's life-saving grace was very valuable. In a flash, Jiu made her choice without hesitation. She lunged toward Jean Lai. A flicker of joy crossed Jean Lai's eyes. He grabbed her and spun her around, shielding her with his body as he blocked the arrows. He looked down at her, his deep black eyes fixed on her, a slight smile on his lips. I am very happy. You're happy even after being shot? Jiu looked at the blood spreading in the clear pond, her expression complicated. Even with two arrows in him, he still smiled. You're safe. That's what matters, Jean Lai said, his eyes burning hot. Jiu cleared her throat and saw Kong Mao shoot another arrow. She pulled Jean Lai, and they both fell into the nearby pond. The cold water, which had been icy before, became the best place to hide. She dragged the injured Jean Lai from side to side, hiding until Guiyang and the others caught Kong Mao. Only then did she swim to the shore with Jean Lai. She was panting heavily, pulling him out of the water. The once clear pond was now stained with Jean Lai's blood. Jean Lai's face was pale as paper. After soaking in the water for a long time, his hands looked white and wrinkled. Jiu couldn't help but exclaim, How long have you been in there? Jiu. Jean Lai sat on the bank, looking at her with regret. Sorry, I can't go to Hongdu with you anymore. Jiu's expression hardened. What are you thinking about going to Hongdu now? Your arrow wound from last time just healed, and now you're hurt again. I don't even know if that arrow was poisoned. She looked at the arrow in Jean Lai's right shoulder. Originally, he didn't have to get hurt.
Yun Li looked at her intensely.
Are you worried about me? Of course, Jiu pretended not to understand his meaning. You got hurt, because of me.
Of course I care about you.
She turned around and saw Guiyang and Hua Qing approaching. Miss, none of those people are breathing, Hua Qing said, her gray clothes stained with blood. Guiyang looked at the injured Jean Lai with concern. Third young master, I'll check your wounds. No need. We must leave here immediately. Jinlair raised his hand to stop him, speaking seriously. Guiyang, send people to Jiu and the others back. We need to pretend we're fighting bandits here. Yes, Guiyang quickly responded, understanding the importance of the situation. Currently, Third Master is not a match for the Crown Prince. If the Crown Prince finds out that the person who stole his weapons is Third Master, it would be very bad for him. Third Prince, your injury isn't suitable for. Jiu started to speak but was interrupted by Jean Lai. Yu, and the others hurry back to Zhao's house. Today's events, just pretend you don't know anything. Junlai took off the jade pendant from his waist and handed it to her. In the future, if anything happens, you can find Hao Jingfeng at the Hongdu military camp. After saying that, Junlai left immediately with his injured arrow, not giving Xiao Juyu a chance to refuse. Guiyang said, "Miss Xiao, I will take you home." "No need," Xiao Juyu refused. "Your priority is to take care of His Highness. I have Dong Gui and Hua Qing to look after me." She didn't stay long and, with Hua Qing and Dong Gui, quickly headed into the forest at a fast pace. The Xiao family can't afford any mistakes now. Hua Qing kept talking as they walked. "Miss, Third Master is really good. He dared to risk his life to stand in front of you. That shows he's responsible. How much silver did Third Master give you?" Xiao Jiuyu shot Hua Qing a glance while walking. Since that day at the tavern and meeting Junlai, Hua Qing has been praising Third Master at every chance. It's not that Third Master and she are a perfect match. Hua Qing just said they look good together, with handsome men and beautiful women, and that Third Master is her true love. If they marry, it would be good for both. Now, after escaping danger, Hua Qing still praised Junlai. Xiao Juyu even suspected that Hua Qing was paid off by Junlai. Dong Gui looked at Hua Qing with a strange expression. "Miss, what I said is true. I used to be in Lingnan and didn't know anything about third or fourth masters," Hua Qing answered seriously. Xiao Juyu suppressed her doubts and warned seriously. "Today, we went hunting in the mountains and ran into something big. We didn't meet any third master. Are you clear about that?"
Don't worry, Mississippi.
"I keep my mouth shut," Hua Qing promised confidently. Dong Gui said, "Whatever the miss says, I listen." Later, we really did encounter a wild boar. Hua Qing suddenly stopped running. Soon, Xiao Jiuyu and Dong Gui saw a wild boar with a green face and sharp teeth. Xiao Jiuyu took a step back. Miss, we have wild boar meat to eat." Hua Qing eagerly rushed forward. Xiao Jiuyu called out but couldn't stop her. Dong Gui immediately drew a dagger and went to help. Hua Qing took a handkerchief from her and threw it at the wild boar. The boar seemed to lose its soul, and with Dong Gui's dagger, the two quickly worked together to bring down a wild boar weighing over 100 jin. "Not bad. What's in this handkerchief?" Dong Gui looked at the handkerchief in Hua Qing's hand. Hua Qing happily tucked it into her. "This medicine is rare, only found in Lingnan. Miss, now we have a perfect excuse." Hua Qing turned to smile at Xiao Jiuyu. Just as Xiao Jiuyu and the others had gone a little way, Manager Jean arrived with people. Xiao Jiuyu whispered a few instructions, and Manager Jean led his men down the mountain. It was morning, the time for lunch, and many villagers of Fuan village saw the Xiao family carrying a wild boar weighing over 100 jin down the mountain. Such a big wild boar, over 100 jin, right? More than that, look at its legs, at least 120 jin. Similar conversations arose, and Xiao Jiuyu generously said, "Today, everyone will have a feast." Hearing this, a villager boldly asked, "Miss Xiao, will we all get a share of the meat?" "Of course. We caught the wild boar in Fuan village, so we'll share it with everyone." Xiao Jiuyu smiled warmly and added, "But since there are many people, only a few pieces of meat will be available." "Miss Xiao, just a few pieces are enough for us." "Thank you, Miss Xiao." Hearing there would be meat, everyone eagerly stepped forward to help. The wild boar was brought straight to the Xiao family and slaughtered at the workshop entrance. Xiao Jiuyu asked Jean when to invite Shirlijing. Soon, villagers gathered to see how the wild boar was hunted. Hua Qing, covered in blood, recounted the hunt many times, almost 30 or 40 times, but she didn't say anything about things she shouldn't. Xiao Jiuyu felt relieved and went back to her room. Old Madame Xiao watched Xiao Jiuyu return safely, dismissed all the maids and servants, and asked worriedly what happened. Jianyuan said that third master fell into the water and was stabbed. "Grandmother, don't worry. Everything has been resolved, and third master and the others have left," Xiao Jiuyu added. "Jianyuan didn't tell anyone, right?" "No, I've already told people to keep quiet because it involves third master." Lady Xiao's words made Xiao Jiuyu breathe a sigh of relief. She simply followed Lady Xiao and talked about the attack today, saying, "Fortunately, Dong Gui and Hua Qing are both skilled in martial arts, so they were able to help." When it came to dangerous situations and defending against attacks, Xiao Jiuyu instinctively looked away, worried that Lady Xiao might overthink. "May heaven bless us." Lady Xiao clasped her hands together in gratitude before saying, "It's good that third master and the others left. Today we caught a wild boar, which also helps cover things up." Lady Xiao seemed to sigh with emotion. Third master has had a hard time too. "Grandmother, don't look at him just as a handsome prince. The family ties in the royal family." Xiao Jiuyu paused. "Not just the royal family, even those noble clans, how many of their family bonds are genuine?" Lady Xiao knew well that some noble marriages on the surface were about finding a good match for the daughter, but in reality, it was all about interests. "Grandmother, let's not talk about this anymore. Are you worried again today? Later, Gung Mama will make you some wild boar meat. It's quite tasty, try it." Xiao Jiuyu changed the subject. She was still unsure whether second Aunt Xiao Xia really borrowed her luck or was doing something behind the scenes with the Xiao family. She saw that after Xiao Xia's troubles in the family, she hadn't shown her face or sent a letter. She was afraid that if she kept talking about it, she might upset her grandmother again. "Today, I am truly fortunate," Lady Xiao said happily. After leaving Lady Xiao, Xiao Jiuyu found Xiao Jiyuan. Xiao Jiyuan hurried over and was about to speak, but Xiao Jiuyu cut him off, saying, "Jiyuan, later, send some of this wild boar meat to Mr.
Jiang."
"Okay." Xiao Jiyuan nodded repeatedly. "I heard Mr. Jiang's situation was very unfortunate." "Then you should learn well from Mr. Jiang." Xiao Jiuyu patted his head. When they were somewhere private, she reminded him not to mention third brother's injury again. "Big sister, third brother, are you okay?" Xiao Jiyuan whispered, glancing around nervously, afraid someone might overhear. "Nothing's wrong. Don't worry." Xiao Jiuyu smiled gently. Xiao Jiyuan happily went outside to see the wild boar. He pulled Xiao Jiaqin along, planning to pick a good piece of meat to give to Mr. Jiang. He was sure Mr. Jiang would be very happy. Shirley was happily distributing the wild boar meat to the villagers of Fuan village, and everyone was thanking the Xiao family. "Miss, the villagers are all praising the Xiao family for being kind, generous, and loyal." Lianxin brought the villagers' words of gratitude to Xiao Jiuyu. Xiao Jiuyu smiled and asked, "Lian Exile, are you ready to go to the county seat tomorrow?" "Tomorrow? Going to the county seat again?" Lian Exile was a bit surprised. Today, she almost lost her life. Xiao Jiuyu raised an eyebrow. "Why not?" "Miss, I will prepare everything now." Lian Exile immediately started to get ready. She hurriedly left, thinking that after today's incident, her trip to the county seat might be delayed by a day or two. At night, as it grew late, Xiao Jiuyu took out the jade pendant that Junlai had forcibly given her. It was a top-quality white jade pendant, carved with a panda? Perhaps it was one of a kind? Xiao Jiuyu gently stroked the pendant. The events of the day replayed like a movie in her mind, flashing one after another. A detail made her sit up straight. Was Junlai, who was confused and in pain, afraid she might get hurt after recognizing her? Did he perhaps ingest some strange poison? Some weird toxin, which made him want to soak in the water. When Kong Mao shot his arrows, Junlai, despite being hit, looked happy. He was glad to be hurt, not her, right? Xiao Ji took off the pendant and tucked it under her pillow. She turned over and closed her eyes, repeatedly telling herself mentally. Maybe because she was a partner, he cared about her not getting hurt. The next morning, at dawn, Xiao Jiuyu left early, just like she usually went to the county. She didn't tell anyone, to avoid her beauty mother crying again when she saw her off. As for her grandmother, she had already said goodbye yesterday. Before reaching Lansong County, Zheng Qing was already waiting at the city gate. Seeing Xiao Jiuyu, he was very happy and said, "Miss Xiao, everything is ready.
We can leave now."
"Then let's go." Xiao Jiuyu looked at the long procession of carriages moving along the official road, one after another, longer than a train. Fortunately, there were many people, or it would have been very difficult to transport so many things to the county seat. Wow, the mountains to the county seat are so beautiful. Miss, are those snails for eating? Luo Kuei sat in the carriage, excited and chattering. Last night, she specifically asked to go with Xiao Jiuyu to the county seat. Aren't all mountains pretty much the same? Xiao Jiuyu looked outside. The mountains in Hongdu were all similar, just varying in height and size. Are you going to the county seat for food? Lotus Heart sat nearby, holding a jar of fresh cherry plum preserves and offering it forward, saying, Mississippi. I am here to serve you, miss, Luo Kuei loudly declared, looking at the jar of cherry plums, which were a deep purple red, with the juice inside also a beautiful red. Miss, this cherry plum preserve is different from the orange one, Luo Kuei said, feeling frustrated during her recovery. Try some, Xiao Jiuyu said, taking a small taste and then gesturing for Lotus Heart to share with Luo Kuei. Lotus Heart replied, Miss, I don't have a bowl. It's okay, Mississippi. I'm here to serve you, not to eat. Luo Kuei insisted she would eat. The air inside the carriage carried the sweet smell of the cherry plum preserve. Xiao Jiuyu watched Luo Kuei, who had her lips pressed together, clearly wanting to eat. She deliberately said, Forget it. I wanted you to taste if it's good, but since you don't want to, let's forget it. The cool cherry plum preserve was quite refreshing on a hot summer day. Miss, I can help taste if it's good, Luo Kuei said, regretting her words and wishing she could also have some. You just said you wouldn't drink, Lotus Heart giggled secretly. I'm just helping you, miss, Luo Kuei said confidently. Lotus Heart couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiao Jiuyu watched, feeling reassured with Luo Kuei there. Nothing could ruin the mood. Even the boring journey became quite fun. Along the way, Luo Kuei chattered nonstop, occasionally teasing Lotus Heart. Xiao Jiuyu found it very amusing. Soon, the coachman Hua Qing announced, Miss, we've arrived at Hongdu Prefecture City. Xiao Jiuyu lifted the curtain to look out. Compared to Landsong County city gates, Hongdu Prefecture City looked bigger and more solid. The tall city walls had the words Hongdu carved very prominently. Miss Xiao, our family has prepared a house nearby the restaurant. Zheng Qing hurried over to the carriage, smiling. After traveling all day, it's already evening, and it's not convenient to stay at an inn. Thank you very much, Xiao Jiuyu replied without hesitation. She was mainly here for Feng Chunlu and didn't want to spend too much time looking for a house. Once she settled in Hongdu, she could buy a place later. She made up her mind quickly and asked Zheng Qing to lead the way. By the riverside, there was a quiet house with a peaceful environment. It was a two-entry house, and Xiao Jiuyu and her group found it suitable for their stay. Zheng Qing led Xiao Jiuyu into the house and said, Miss Xiao, this is Steward Ding. If you need anything, just tell him or let me know. Good evening, Miss Xiao. Steward Ding bowed politely. Knowing you were coming, we cleaned the house thoroughly, and the kitchen has prepared food and hot water for you to use anytime. Steward Ding's attitude was very courteous and respectful. Sorry to trouble you, Xiao Jiuyu nodded slightly. It was clear that having such a two-room house in Hongdu was not something a small shopkeeper like Zheng Qing could manage alone. Shopkeeper Zheng, I wonder if your master might be able to meet us? Xiao Jiuyu asked directly, looking at Zheng Qing. Zheng Qing looked uncomfortable. Unfortunately, the master is not in Hongdu right now. Xiao Jiuyu's eyes flickered slightly, but she said nothing more. After Zheng Qing left, she went straight into the inner courtyard. Steward Ding said they could stay anywhere they liked, so Xiao Jiuyu chose a room in the west wing. Miss, I will take Mother Gung to the kitchen, Luo Kuei said proactively. And I will bring some hot water for bathing and changing. Lian Exile said, I will prepare the bed for you. Dong Gui and Hua Qing worked in perfect harmony, one checking outside in the yard, the other inside the house, worried about any danger. Xiao Jiuyu appreciated having maids to serve her. In a strange place, she didn't have to worry about anything, what to eat or how to make the bed. Lian Xian had already laid out her bedding, cleaned everything thoroughly, and filled the water. Standing by the window, Xiao Jiuyu looked at the lush pomegranate tree in the yard. She had been guessing about the owner of Fengchun Tower, and her guesses never stopped. Miss, the hot water is ready and you can bathe and change. Luo Kuei came in and said. The food in the kitchen is almost ready. Would you like to eat first or bathe and change first? Bath, Xiao Juyu said immediately. She had been on a carriage for most of the day in summer heat, and now she was sticky and uncomfortable. After bathing and changing, dinner was served in front of her. Seeing the rich meal, mostly with flavors from Shengjing, Xiao Juyu looked up. Steward Ding quickly explained, Miss Xiao, our master knows you came from Shengjing and specifically asked us to prepare this. Your master is thoughtful. Xiao Juyu looked at the table full of dishes. Coincidentally, each one was her favorite, including a few specialties from Shengjing, like Xinggao and other complex dishes. The master said, Miss Xiao has opened Fengchun Tower in Hongdu Prefecture to fulfill the master's wish. We should treat Miss Xiao well. Housekeeper Ding respectfully replied. Tell your master that I am also working hard to earn money for myself, Xiao Juyu said with a smile. After sending housekeeper Ding away, she looked at Mother Gung. Mother Gung said, Miss, don't worry.
All these dishes were made by me.
After finishing, I tested them for poison with a silver needle, and everything is fine. Miss, I have checked too, and there's no poison, Exile Nyangzi added. Since coming to the city, her grandmother was worried and even brought out Exile Nyangzi, who is the only one in the house knowledgeable about medicine. Xiao Juyu smiled and said, Thank you all for your hard work. It's been a long journey today, so rest early. Soon. Only Xiao Juyu was left in the house. Even Lianxin and Luokue were sent away by Xiao Juyu. The two maids refused to sit with her, thinking it was better for them to leave quickly, eat their meals, and then go. Is it really you? Xiao Juyu muttered to herself, unable to guess. She simply started eating. After drinking and eating enough, she wandered around the courtyard. Lianxin, where is Ai Qiusher's finished spinning wheel?
Xiao Juyu asked.
This lucky spinning wheel was essential for her visit to the city. When Jian Tower opened, the lucky spinning wheel attracted everyone's attention. I'll go check. Lianxin quickly went to find Ai Qiusher. Luokue whispered, Miss, Ai Qiusher is a good person, but he's too weak physically. How will he take care of Lianxin in the future? Tell me, what's the story with Lianxin and Ai Qiusher? Xiao Juyu looked at Luokue with a smile, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Luokue paused and said, Miss, it's better for Lianxin to tell you herself. That shy girl, do you think she can say anything? Xiao Juyu sat under the pomegranate tree in the courtyard to rest. She said, if you don't tell me now, when you're busy later, you won't have the chance. If Luokue really didn't want to say, she wouldn't have said that earlier. Miss, you really know everything, Luokue said with a smile. Seeing that Lianxin hadn't returned yet, she quickly added, when we first came to Zhao's house, Lianxin was also unwell. That winter, she was very sick and fainted in the garden. Later, she met Ai Qiusher. Ai Qiusher spent all his money on medicine for Lianxin. When Lianxin recovered, Ai Qiusher fell seriously ill and almost didn't make it. Luokue mentioned this with a sigh. Fortunately, later Elder Ai bought medicine again, and Ai Qiusher recovered. Afterward, Lianxin often visited him. Luokue finished speaking and quickly added, Miss, don't worry. Lianxin has been avoiding people these years and won't affect your reputation.
Ha!
Xiao Juyu listened and couldn't help but laugh. We all left Xingjing, and most of the servants of the Xiao family have dispersed. Even if they know, so what? When you fell ill after entering the mansion, why didn't you go to see a doctor? Xiao Juyu remembered that the Xiao household was usually peaceful, with no disputes among wives or concubines, and the backyard was harmonious. Lianxin didn't want to spend money and thought being healthy was enough. Who knew it would become so serious? Fearing Xiao Juyu might misunderstand, Luokue knelt in front of her and said, Miss, being able to stay by your side in this life is the greatest blessing for me and Lianxin. Luokue remembered her friends at the pawn shop, some sold to other families, often beaten and scolded, unable to eat well or stay warm. Xiao Juyu grabbed Luokue and helped her up. Get up quickly. Miss, please don't think too much. Luakue almost slapped herself. She felt her mouth was good at eating, but not at speaking nicely. All right, I understand what you mean. The favor of saving my life, right? Xiao Juyu pinched her face and asked, what happened afterward? You've been together all this time, and you didn't have any other thoughts? You're of age now, ready to marry. Xiao Juyu looked at Luakue, who is now 16, at the perfect age for a girl. Luakue blushed and said, we're supposed to stay with Miss, as part of her dowry. Then if I don't marry, you won't marry either? Xiao Juyu smiled at her. Luakue thought quickly and replied, of course. If the right person comes along, you should marry. Xiao Juyu changed the subject before Luakue could answer. This time, I specifically asked AI Chiosher to come to the county, mainly to let him see the doctor and take care of his health, while also strengthening his body. Miss, you really think ahead. Luakue was moved, looking at Xiao Juyu. She hadn't even spoken yet, but the miss had already considered everything. Seeing how much Xiao Juyu cared for Lianxin warmed Luakue's heart. She felt truly happy to stay by her side for the rest of her life. Miss, AI Chiosher has arrived, and he brought the spinning wheel too. Lianxin led AI Chiosher in, carrying a large spinning wheel. The colorful spinning wheel was very eye-catching, even in the dark night. The young lady turned the spinning wheel earlier, but it was a bit difficult to turn. I made some adjustments, so it will be smoother in the future. AI Chiosher carefully carried the large spinning wheel to the corner of the hall. When he gently turned it, he could feel it was much easier than before. Yes, it's definitely better than before. Xiao Ji stood up and stepped forward to try it herself. She asked, AI Chiosher, if this spinning wheel is placed flat on the table with dishes on top, can it still turn? In ancient times, although servants served food at the table, using a turntable to serve dishes was still more convenient. If this lucky spinning wheel could be improved into a round turntable placed on the table, it might become a special feature. Probably yes. AI Chiosher scratched his head uncertainly. When you have free time, think about it. I plan to place it on a round table so that it can spin, making it easier to serve dishes. Xiao Ji shared her idea with AI Chiosher. AI Chiosher squatted down and roughly drew a diagram to understand what Xiao Ji wanted. Only then did he say, Miss, I can make it within 2 days at the latest.
No rush.
Tomorrow, you should go see the doctor and take care of your health. Only then can you help me with more tasks, Xiao Ji encouraged. She looked at AI Chiosher's skin, which had darkened noticeably over the past half year. Old AI was also a good listener and advised him to go out more. His health was indeed much better than before. Miss, I won't delay my work. AI Chiosher smiled with his lips pressed. He remembered his father's advice before going out. Health is important, but the lady's orders are even more so. Xiao Ji looked at the lucky spinning wheel again. After confirming all the gifts on it were suitable, she stretched lazily and went to sleep, as she had to get up early tomorrow to prepare for the grand opening at Fengchun Tower. At dawn, Xiao Ji got up early. She was used to playing the piano every day at home, but here, without a piano, she felt a bit uncomfortable. She wandered in the yard, which was not very big but had a small pond fed by a lively spring, giving a lively feeling. She reached the pavilion and saw a piano placed on it. Exile hurriedly said, Miss, Manager Ding said that since you came from Shengjing, you probably love playing the piano. The master specially placed the piano here in the pavilion to entertain you. Miss, I always wondered, do you think the owner of Fengchun Tower might know you? Exile voiced her suspicion. Last night's dish, the steamed cake, was Mrs.'s favorite. Usually, it's only available in Shengjing, but after arriving in Hongdu, the kitchen often made it as a snack for Miss. If we didn't know each other, the owner of Fengchun Tower would really be very attentive, Lianxin murmured. Xiao Joy sat directly in front of the zither, practicing day after day. At first, it was just to avoid mistakes, but now she genuinely enjoyed playing. This zither is somewhat similar to the one she had in Shengjing. Her slender fingers rested on the strings. Whether you recognize it or not, one day the true nature will be revealed. The music slowly flowed out, and the familiar tune eased Lianxin's worried heart. After a simple breakfast, Zheng Qing's carriage came to pick up Xiao Juri. They traveled along the Yi Creek River to the end, and at the corner street, the first shop was Fengchun Tower. Miss Xiao, Fengchun Tower was built according to your design. Do you see any changes? Zheng Qing led Xiao Juri into Fengchun Tower. The old-fashioned, elegant building exuded grace everywhere. Whether it was the calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls or the carefully cultivated hanging orchids in the corners, everything was pleasing to the eye. Are the menus you asked me to prepare ready? Xiao Jui asked. Don't worry, Miss Xiao. Everything is done. The colors follow your instructions, like a rainbow. Do you want to see it? Zheng Qing said, sending someone to fetch the menu. Then it will be hung at the counter for customers to order. Xiao Jui nodded and looked to the side. It's midsummer now. Besides the regular soup, we also prepare chilled plum juice and mung bean soup for everyone. The restaurant is by the river, and the breeze makes it not too hot, Xiao Jui said as she went up to the second-floor private room. The elegant room protected the guests' privacy and offered a good view. Those near the river could enjoy the scenery, while those further back could see the backyard. No one knew how the owner of Fengchun Tower found this place. She had arranged a boat banquet in the backyard with its artificial mountains and pond. Now is the season when lotuses bloom, making the boat banquet especially beautiful. From the second floor, you could enjoy the scenery, but sitting on the boat banquet must be a unique experience too. Walking along the corridor and stepping onto the boat banquet hall on the stones, the spacious black mesh boat could comfortably seat 4 people. The curtains provided just the right cover, allowing guests to relax inside while still enjoying the view. Shopkeeper Zeng, if the pond's water level rises after heavy rain, will it overflow? Xiao Jiyue was mainly worried about the rising water, not other things.
Miss Xiao, don't worry.
The pond workers have already drained the water, so it won't rise. The water has been the same level all along, and it will be shallower in winter. Zheng Zhonggui spoke confidently about this. He said, Miss Xiao, in the evening, light the lanterns for the boat banquet. Watch the lotus flowers in the pond and enjoy the delicious food. That's real happiness. Zheng Zhonggui, Xiao Jiyue went to the kitchen and said, Tomorrow, we will start tasting the dishes. Okay. Zheng Qing's eyes lit up. He was looking forward to the new dishes Xiao Jiyue prepared. He asked Miss Xiao, this time I brought Zheng Kui along. Let him learn from you again. Zheng Qing called Zheng Kui, who was busy in the kitchen, and said, Today at noon, cook well. Let Miss Xiao taste your skills and see if you're still new at it. Don't worry, Miss Xiao. I will do my best, Zheng Kui said. He had been learning cooking at Zhao's house every day before, and for the past half year, he had been working at a restaurant. He thought his cooking was already very good. Today, I will make spicy snail, stir-fried small loach, and sour and spicy eel noodles. Xiao Jiyue directly ordered the dishes. These would be the restaurant's signature dishes in the future. Summer snails are very delicious. Unfortunately, she hadn't seen any crayfish. If the restaurant's late-night crayfish dish was served, it would definitely become popular all over Nanyu. All right, Zheng Kui said, and went straight to the kitchen to cook. Xiao Jiyue toured the entire restaurant. It had luxurious private rooms and also a large hall for ordinary customers to dine. She looked at the central stage and said, Zheng Zhonggui, are there any famous opera troupes in Hongdu Prefecture? Could we invite them to perform on the stage once or twice a month? There are many opera troupes, Zheng Qing replied. We're a restaurant. Are you sure we should let them perform here?
Why not?
Xiao Jiyue smiled lightly. The newly opened Xianchun Tower in Hongdu Prefecture needs popularity. With an opera troupe, we won't lack customers. All right, I'll ask around this afternoon. Zheng Zhonggui and Xiao Jiyue discussed the opening preparations, including lively lion and dragon dances, to make the celebration festive. Time quickly passed to noon. Zheng Kui brought out the new dishes, which perfectly matched the spicy taste favored by the people of Hongdu. The spicy snail looked so tempting that it made people's taste buds tingle just by looking at it. At first, Manager Zheng was too shy to eat, but once he tasted the flavor, he couldn't stop loving the spicy freshwater snails. He said, You must first sip the soup, then enjoy the snail meat inside. Once you try it, you'll want to eat more. In front of manager Zeng were a pile of snail shells, along with small mudfish and eel noodles. He didn't have any complaints. The dishes prepared by Xiao Jiuyu were always delicious. Miss Xiao, do you think that wealthy guests or scholars might find eating freshwater snails inappropriate? Manager Zeng licked his lips, still tasting the snail flavor. He wiped his greasy hands with a napkin. So, we need to invite a few people who enjoy eating to sit in the main hall and eat, Xiao Jiuyu said as she washed her hands with water, wiping away the oil from her fingers. We should also have a staff member in the private rooms ready with clean napkins at all times. People who enjoy eating? Zeng Qing wasn't sure what she meant. Xiao Jiuyu explained, people who find eating especially tasty. Similar to modern food enthusiasts or food streamers. That's easy to find, Zeng Qing replied immediately. Just invite someone to sit here and eat the snails. Is that okay? It depends. We'll see if it works, Xiao Jiuyu smiled. She liked to speak with facts. She asked, have the staff been properly trained? Since the day she started working with Xiao Jiuyu to open the new restaurant, Zeng Qing had gotten used to her using some new and interesting words. Maybe it's different from Shengjing? Rest assured, Miss Xiao. We've arranged everything according to your requirements, from serving and taking orders to the staff in the private rooms. We also have a dedicated person for the lucky prize you mentioned. Zeng Qing had prepared these staff members 2 or 3 months earlier, many of whom had already gained experience working in county restaurants. Then I wish our restaurant a grand opening and great success. Xiao Jiuyu said happily, her eyes full of anticipation for the restaurant's opening. It will definitely be so, Zeng Qing said confidently. Miss Xiao, I'll go now to get busy. Please feel free to look around. If anything is missing, just let me know. Before the opening, things were busy, and Zeng Qing hurriedly went to prepare again. The lucky prize will still needed to be stocked with gifts. When Lansong County's Ji and Lu opened, he had already seen how popular the lucky prize could be. Xiao Jiuyu wandered around the restaurant. Miss Xiao, suddenly someone bowed to her. Xiao Jiuyu looked closely and recognized him. She asked, young Master Xiang? The son of Aunt Xiang, who had fought with Go Dan Nyang over Manor, and who was dating Huang Chuanqi's daughter from the back mountain. Xiang Tigan. Xiang Tigan bowed to Xiao Jiuyu. You working in a restaurant? Xiao Jiuyu knew that Zeng Qing had recruited many people from Fuan village, but she didn't ask about who exactly was hired. Yes, Xiang Tigan grinned and said, thanks to Miss Xiao, 5 people from our village have come. Although Hongdu Prefecture is far from home, the higher wages, along with free meals and accommodation, made it worthwhile. As long as he worked peacefully for a year or so, he could build a new house for his family. Then his mother would agree to let him marry Chuanqi. Work hard, Xiao Jiuyu encouraged. Xiang Tigan stood up excitedly and said, rest assured, Miss Xiao, we won't bring shame to the Xiao family. As he spoke, Xiang Tigan seemed energized and ran off to work. Xiao Jiuyu thought, whether they do well or not has nothing to do with my reputation. Having wandered around the restaurant, Xiao Jiuyu decided to visit the city to see if she had overlooked anything. Miss, are you going out? Luokue's eyes brightened. I just heard that Hongdu has a street called Wanan Street, full of food stalls, mostly from outside and even fruits from neighboring countries. Luokue, you're just thinking about food, Lianxin said, unable to hold back. Those fruits from neighboring countries look strange. I've never seen them before. Miss, you probably haven't either. Luokue looked eagerly at Xiao Jiuyu. She had been with Xiao Jiuyu for a long time and had seen a lot, but when she heard about Wanan Street earlier, she was very curious. Then, shall we go take a look? Xiao Jiuyu was also curious about what kind of food was popular in the city. I found out that Wanan Street is just 2 streets away from us, Luokue said, having inquired about its location. Xiao Jiuyu got into a carriage, with Lianxin following. She whispered to Luokue, it's probably just because Miss is indulgent. Miss didn't used to like going to places like this. Since I want to open a restaurant, it's good to see more, Luokue muttered softly. Sitting in the carriage, Xiao Jiyue's eyes flickered slightly. Over half a year had passed. Thanks to the big changes in the Xiao family, she had worked hard to help the family develop. Otherwise, her own changes might have been impossible to hide. Miss, we've arrived at Wanan Street, Luokue said eagerly, jumping out of the carriage. Having stayed in Fuan village for a long time, the bustling Wanan Street made her very excited. There are quite a lot of people. Xiao Jiyue glanced over and saw many people gathered under a large banyan tree nearby. Bright red ribbons were hanging from the lush branches. Miss, it looks like the Qiao festival is coming soon. Everyone wants to ask for good matches, Luokue said, tiptoeing and looking toward the side of the banyan tree, where there seemed to be a moon elder temple. Miss, do you want to go take a look? Luokue's eyes were full of longing. You can go ask for a match, Xiao Jiyue teased, watching the crowd of people squeezing into the temple, praying sincerely for good fortune. She had no intention of joining them. Is it because silver isn't tempting enough? Or is living alone not free enough? Young lady, asking for a match is not as reliable as third young master, Hua Qing said, encouraging her again. Did third young master really not give you silver? Xiao Jiyue joked, but whenever she spoke about him, Hua Qing always spoke highly of Jun Lai. I don't know him, so why would he give me silver? Hua Qing patted her chest. Trust me, our Hua clan is much more reliable in matters of destiny than the Moon Elder. Xiao Jiyue ignored Hua Qing's teasing. If it weren't for her good skills, she wouldn't want to take her out. Miss, those people over there are dressed very strangely, Lianxin said, pointing to a few people in front of the Moon Elder Temple, standing at a small stall. Let's go see, Xiao Jiyue said, walking over. Hearing Hua Qing continue talking, she almost couldn't help but want to send Hua Qing straight to Jun Lai. In front of the stall, a man was dressed in unusual clothes, with strings of grapes in front of him. The grapes were deep purple and looked very ripe. Up close, you could even smell their sweet fragrance. These are from Xizjiang country, famous for grapes, Hua Qing explained from beside her. I've been there. The girls there have deep eyes and look very beautiful. Really? Luokue looked doubtful. These grapes are bigger than those in Xinjiang. I wonder if they're sour. They're very sweet, not sour, the man grinned, showing a big row of white teeth. He looked at Xiao Jiyue, who was being protected in the middle, and said, Miss, only 50 coins per jean.
Luokui exclaimed, 50 coins per jean?
Why don't you just rob? Xinjiang's grapes are only 35 coins per jean. Hongdu is not even as good as Xinjiang, so why are these grapes 50 coins per jean? These are authentic Xizjiang grapes, the man said with a foreign accent. Blushing as he explained, they're shipped from Xizjiang. The grapes are big and very sweet. It's not sweet or not, I haven't eaten it so I don't know, Luokue said, staring at the larger-than Xinjiang grapes. She thought, if the grapes are bigger than those in Xinjiang, who knows if they are sweeter? 1 for a penny, the man said, placing the grapes in his palm. The round, plump grapes were a deep purple red. He added, it's not easy to transport grapes. These are all grown by my family. I promise they are very sweet. Luokue wanted to say more, but Xiao Jiyue stepped forward and looked at the grapes. She said, wash a few and taste them. If they are good, I'll buy more. All right. The man immediately picked a few large grapes and washed them nearby. Grapes spoil easily. How do they stay fresh over such a long distance? Xiao Jiyue looked at the ripe grapes with curiosity and asked, the West River is not close to Hongdu. How do you keep the grapes from spoiling during transport? I brought them with the stems attached, the man said vaguely. When they arrive in Hongdu, they are just ripe. His eyes flickered as he handed the washed grapes forward and asked with a smile, try one. They're especially sweet. Lianxin took some grapes, washed them again with her water, and then handed them to Xiao Jiyue. Xiao Jiyue took a grape and put it in her mouth. The sweet flavor was just right, more sweet than sour. Her gaze fell on the man's feet, and her eyes deepened. Did you transport these by waterway or by cart? Both. The man replied vaguely. He changed the subject and said, so, miss, I didn't like you, right? Would you like to buy a few, Jean? His eyes showed anticipation. Xiao Jiyue asked Lianxin to weigh 2 Jean. Hearing this, the man's eyes twinkled happily as he selected 2 bunches. Miss, look, this is about 2.5 Jean. Is that okay? Yes, Xiao Juyue replied. The man then said, Miss, these grapes are a gift for you to try. Not charging me? Xiao Juyue raised an eyebrow, noticing that the grapes on his stall weren't many, probably because they were expensive. Huh. Just worried about those who want to take advantage for free, the man said cheerfully as he quickly packed the grapes into a woven basket and handed them over. Miss, I don't have many grapes left. If you want to buy some, you should buy more. Xiao Jiyue raised her eyebrows slightly and said, I heard that the West River has more than just sweet grapes. There are many other fruits too. Yes, there are fragrant pears, hominy melons, and more. If you like, you can come back next time to buy some, the man said enthusiastically and proactively. Then, when the mangoes are ripe, can I buy some? Xiao Jiyue asked. The man looked momentarily confused, but then nodded repeatedly. Yes, you can. Xiao Jiuyu's eyes flickered slightly, but she said nothing and turned to leave. Miss, I feel something's not right. Are these grapes really from Xizang country? Luo Kuei looked back at the man with a puzzled expression. His outfit clearly showed he was truly from Xizang. The grapes are real. Xiao Jiuyu took another grape. In the resource-scarce Nanyu country, being able to eat fresh grapes was quite rare. That's strange. I remember in Wannan village, they had to cut down sugarcane to plant mango branches. Does Xizang also have mangoes? Lian Xian looked at Xiao Jiuyu with confusion. So he's really not from Xizang? Luo Kuei said angrily, isn't that a scammer? And selling you at such a high price. Hua Qing quickly pulled her back and said, silly girl, you bought grapes. Whether he's from Xizang or not, what does that matter? But he talked and dressed like someone from Xizang. And he said he grows the grapes himself. Luo Kuei was angry, feeling that the miss had been tricked. Fool, there are several places in Nanyu where grapes are grown. If he said they're from Xizang, maybe he's selling them at a higher price. Hua Qing looked at the grapes in Lian Xian's hands. But the grapes are well grown, bigger than others. They're also sweeter, Xiao Jiuyu added. From the memories of the original owner, grapes from Shengjing shouldn't be this sweet. She didn't know where the man's grapes came from, but they tasted good. If there was enough, maybe she could make some wine? Grape wine in a clear glass, just looking at it was pleasing to the eye. But he still sells them at a high price, Luo Kuei said. Xiao Jiuyu didn't reply. Lian Xian pulled Luo Kuei to another stall to ask about the price. 45 won per jean. That's 5 won cheaper. Luo Kuei looked at the noticeably smaller grapes and fell silent. Xiao Jiuyu smiled and continued wandering along Wannan Street. Unlike her imagination of a street full of rare treasures, the food here was mostly the same old things. It was not as good as her taro balls and red bean tofu. Jinwen, go back to that grape stall. Xiao Jiuyu had just finished walking to the end of Wannan Street and looked back at Jinwen. Find out where he's staying, where he's from, and how many jean of grapes he has. Yes, Jinwen responded. Seeing Hua Qing and Dong Gui both staying close to Xiao Jiuyu, he felt reassured and went to gather information. Miss, you already know he's not from Xizang. Why did you still buy grapes? Luo Kuei couldn't figure it out all along. Is the grapes sold on Wannan Street the sweetest? Xiao Jiuyu asked in return. Luo Kuei didn't even think before answering, are they the sweetest or the biggest? Later, she saw several places selling grapes, but none were as good as the ones they bought. So, there's no need to carefully check if they're from Xizang. Xiao Jiuyu chuckled softly, thinking about the patched shoes under his feet. Perhaps he was facing some difficulty? Luo Kuei, as long as the grapes are tasty, it doesn't matter where they come from. Lian Xian whispered to Luo Kuei. Luo Kuei asked, why does he want to lie to us? The thought of being deceived made her feel upset. She remembered the strange accent of the man earlier and thought she couldn't understand the dialect of Xizang. Now she realized she was just naive. He was making things up.
You.
Lian Xian listened to her thinking about this and shook her head helplessly. While listening to their quiet conversation, Xiao Jiuyu thought, Lian Xian was right. Besides Luo Kuei's talent for choosing good food, in other areas. Suddenly, a loud cry interrupted. Everyone on Wannan Street looked toward the Yeshi riverbank. Many people gathered there, and Xiao Jiuyu also went over to see what was happening. Miss, two maids were kneeling on the ground, half their bodies about to fall into the riverbank. One of them seemed to be holding something, while the other was grabbing a stone from the shore and throwing it into the water, shouting, "Stay away from my lady. Don't come closer." A stern voice came from below the riverbank. "Miss Song, your half body is wet. I'm worried you'll catch a cold, so I sent guards to rescue you," a woman dressed in red said. Next to her, a woman in pink looked gleeful and said, "Elder sister, I think she just doesn't appreciate good people. Go away. I don't need your help." Xiao Jiuyu approached and heard the frightened and anxious voice of the woman by the river. "Miss Song, your elder sister is just trying to help," the pink-dressed woman said again. She blinked innocently and suddenly shouted, "I see. You don't want the guards to rescue you. You want someone else to help? Everyone, please help. She is the daughter of the Song magistrate. She fell into the water. We hope someone skilled in water rescue will come to save her. The Song family will surely reward you." As soon as the girl in the pink dress finished speaking, Xiao Jiuyu already heard several people jumping into the water to save others. In modern times, this would be considered an act of bravery, but in the highly reputation-conscious ancient era, if Miss Song was saved by someone, she would either have to marry them despite her wishes or have her reputation ruined. "Go away. Quickly go. I don't need your help." Miss Song's trembling voice almost broke into tears as she looked at the man swimming toward her, who seemed like a dangerous beast. "Does anyone know how to swim?"
Xiao Jiuyu asked.
"I do." Hua Qing, dressed in black, immediately jumped into the water and swam toward Miss Song, splashing water all over her face. "Don't touch me. I'll pay you," Miss Song said, scared, clutching her chest and gripping her maid Su Kai's hand tightly, pressing herself close to the riverbank and begging. "Miss, I don't want your money," Hua Qing grinned. Hearing Hua Qing's voice, Miss Song suddenly felt relieved. "Everyone told you to leave. Why are you still coming here?" Hua Qing suddenly punched out, splashing water everywhere. The man she hit was stunned and sank into the water. A few others who jumped in to help were shouted at by Hua Qing. "The girl is in the water. Why are you all crowding around? Get out of here, or my fists won't be gentle." Hua Qing raised her fist and shouted loudly. The guards who had been stunned by the punch finally surfaced, their eyes blackened and noses bleeding. They dared not think about becoming a son-in-law anymore and hurriedly climbed ashore. "Everyone make way." Xiao Jiuyu casually bought a piece of cloth from nearby and threw it into the water, blocking everyone's view. Winter Gui and Hua Qing worked together smoothly, quickly rescuing Miss Song onto the bank. Xiao Jiuyu took another piece of cloth and wrapped it around Miss Song's body. "I couldn't find a cloak, so I used this cloth. Miss Song, don't mind." "Thank you." Miss Song, still shaken, stood safely on the bank. The cloth around her made her feel secure. "Miss Song, I'm so glad you're safe," said the girl in pink with a hint of regret in her voice. She looked at Xiao Jiuyu and asked, "This girl looks unfamiliar. Isn't she from Hongdu?" "Do Xiao Xiao, she's my lifesaver." Miss Song stepped in front of Xiao Jiuyu and said to the girl in pink, "If anyone dares to bully her in the future, they're bullying me." "Miss Song, you misunderstood. I just wanted to meet her." Du Xiao Zhao's eyes sparkled. Song Yu let out a soft hum and looked coldly at the woman in red. The woman in red stepped forward and smiled, saying, "Miss Song, it's good to see you're fine. You misunderstood. I asked the guards to go help you, just to assist you. Are you trying to help me or harm me?" "I know what's in your mind," Song Yu said, clutching her fabric tightly. Just now, she felt pushed into the water, which caused her to fall in. If Su Kai hadn't quickly grabbed her and nearly fallen into the river herself, she might have drowned and lost her senses. "Miss Song, you're being too unreasonable. My cousin only wanted to help you, nothing else. If you don't thank her, that's fine, but why are you blaming her?" Du smiled confidently, raising her voice at Song Yu. "Are you out of your mind? Who wants to harm you? Clearly, you lost your footing and fell in," Du said dismissively. Song Yu was anxious and angry but couldn't prove they caused her to fall. Xiao Jiuyu, who had been silent, finally spoke. With so many maids and servants around, why send a guard to rescue you? Exactly, Song Yu instinctively agreed. Only the guard can swim, Du sighed, spreading her hands. This is a matter of life and death. What's wrong with the guard rescuing her? If her own guard rescued her, would she still have a way out? Song Yu's eyes reddened with anxiety, but she didn't know how to respond. If you fell into the water and the guard rescued you, you would probably say the same thing. Xiao Juyu stepped forward, her gaze fixed on Du. Du replied knowingly, better than losing your life, right? I hope you'll say the same when the guard rescues you, Song Yu snorted coldly. Not getting hurt yourself makes you unaware of how painful it can be. Xiao Juyu nodded in agreement. She approached and looked at Song Yu trembling with anger, saying, there's a clothing shop nearby. Why not change into dry clothes? Thank you. Song Yu tightly held her fabric and turned to pull Xiao Juyu away. Before they reached the clothing shop, she heard a loud cry behind her. Someone fell into the water again. Song Yu clenched her fabric tighter. Su Kai, excited, said, Miss Du fell into the water. What? Song Yu had no time to change into her dress and quickly walked to the riverbank. She stopped a few steps away, afraid of losing her footing again or being bumped by the crowd watching, which might cause her to fall into the water. Unlike her holding onto Su Kai and leaning against the riverbank, Du Xiaoxiao actually fell into the water. Du Xiaoxiao, who doesn't know how to swim, was splashing around in the water, looking very embarrassed. There was no longer any sign of the noble daughter's grace.
Someone help.
Quickly save her. Zhuang Xianxian called out with a frown. She thought it would be enough to get Song Yu out of the water, but unexpectedly, Song Yu didn't embarrass herself, while Du Xiaoxiao fell in. Zhuang Xianxian turned to look at Song Yu approaching and asked, is it you? Did you do this on purpose to get back at Xiaoxiao? That's why you pushed her into the water? I'm more wronged than Do Yi, Song Yu replied loudly. I was over there changing into dry clothes, a whole street away. How could I push Miss Du? She lost her footing and fell in by herself. What does that have to do with me? A cold wind blew, making Song Yu's mind clearer. She shouted loudly, the daughter of the Du family has fallen into the water. Everyone, hurry and go help. As soon as Song Yu finished speaking, some people already jumped into the water to rescue her.
You.
Zhuang Xianxian shot her a cold look, wishing she could shut Song Yu's mouth. Song Yu said, Miss Zhuang, she's your close cousin. I was just trying to help and save her. Next to her, Xiao Juyue lowered her eyes, suppressing the smile at the corner of her mouth. Song Yu looked gentle and kind, but she wasn't soft or weak. We have someone here. You don't need to help, Zhuang Xianxian said in a deep voice. As long as she's rescued, it doesn't matter who does it, right? Song Yu said with a bright smile. Miss Du just said that saving a life is the most important thing. Even if it's the guards who pull her out, what's the problem? Song Yu looked carefully and saw that the guards had indeed carried Du Xiaoxiao out of the water. She loudly said, Miss Du, the guards are holding you because they're saving you. Saving lives is the most important thing. I'm sure Miss Du wouldn't mind. Hearing this, Du Xiaoxiao, who had just been rescued, rolled her eyes and fainted immediately. Quick, cover Miss Du with her clothes. Zhuang Xianxian looked at the maidservant, who was so frightened she was frozen. How come she wasn't as quick-witted as the maidservants around Song Yu? I don't have any clothes, the maidservant said nervously. Hearing this, Song Yu almost couldn't help but laugh. She quickly walked toward the clothing shop, where Su Kai had already communicated with the shopkeeper to change her clothes. A fresh and clean Song Yu hurriedly came out, worried that Xiao Juyu had left. If Xiao Juyu hadn't promised not to go, Song Yu wouldn't even want to change her clothes. I am Song Yu. Thank you very much for saving me today. If you ever need help in Hongdu, just ask me.
Song Yu spoke sincerely.
If she had truly been rescued from the water by the guards of the estate today, she only had two choices ahead. 1. Grit her teeth and marry into the family. 2. Her parents didn't care about her reputation, but she couldn't let her reputation harm her family. Xiao Juyu. Hearing this familiar name, Xiao Juyu thought to herself, what a coincidence. She smiled and said,
It was just a small favor.
Miss Xiao, you're too modest. It was clearly a life-saving act. Song Yu said, then mumbled to herself. Why does this name sound so familiar? Have I heard it somewhere before? Where does Miss Xiao live? Are you from Hongdu? Song Yu asked eagerly and proactively. She wanted to thank her properly for the help today and visit her in person. I just arrived in Hongdu. Xiao Jiu, you quickly changed the subject with a few words. How did you fall into the water earlier? I felt like someone touched me. Song Yu frowned and thought. But it was so lively here at the time. I was busy watching the performance nearby and didn't notice who touched me. Miss Zhuang and Miss Du were both there at the time. Su Kai suddenly spoke. I don't have any proof either. Song Yu waved her hand. Jiu Yu, that woman in red earlier was Miss Zhuang, the second daughter of the Zhuang family. The woman in pink was Miss Zhuang's cousin's niece, Du Xiao. I just heard about it. Xiao Jiu listened calmly when she heard about the Zhuang family's second daughter. Her expression didn't change at all. You don't need to worry. I'm not afraid of them. Today they got their just desserts. They probably tried to harm me but ended up hurting themselves, Song Yu said happily. She was a bit puzzled. I just don't know how Du Xiao fell into the water. Xiao Jiu silently lowered her eyes. Never mind. It has nothing to do with me. Song Yu warmly invited. Jiu, since you just arrived in Hongdu, why don't you stay at my house? No, I have things to do in Hongdu. Xiao Jiu didn't wait for Song Yu to finish speaking. She took the initiative to say, I'm currently living by Yi Creek. If it's fate, we will meet again. After speaking, Xiao Jiu bid farewell to Song Yu. Song Yu refused to leave, fearing Xiao Jiu might give a fake address, so she wouldn't find the place to thank her. She said, Jiu, I'll take you home. I accompanied Xiao Jiu home, and during our chat, I learned that she comes from Shengjing and is currently staying in Lansong County. She came to Hongdu Prefecture for some business. Jiu, I will visit you tomorrow. Song Yu waved at Xiao Jiu. After Xiao Jiu went inside, she looked at the grand red door and said, What kind of status does Jiu have? Not everyone can live in a house like this. Isn't it just like other houses? Su Kai looked at the door with some confusion. The riverside by Yeshi River has beautiful scenery, and many people have houses there. This one is different, Song Yu said mysteriously. She leaned on her carriage and muttered, Su Kai, think carefully. Where did I hear the name Xiao Jiu before? It sounds familiar. I feel like I know her, but I really don't. Jiu looks so beautiful. It's strange I haven't seen her before. Song Yu thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. When she got home, she hugged her mother and cried loudly, Mother, I almost drowned today. Xiao Yu, what happened?
Tell me quickly.
You said you went to buy rouge and pick lanterns, so how did you almost drown? Mother Song looked at her anxiously and said, You changed your clothes too. Are you hurt anywhere? Mother Song carefully checked her. I don't get along with Zhuang Qianqian and her scheming cousin. They're full of bad intentions. Song Yu suddenly burst into tears and then stopped. She angrily complained, I was watching the performance happily, and the acrobats performed wonderfully. And then, how did you fall into the river? Tell me quickly.
Who saved you?
Mother Song was worried because she knew the performance was so good. She was eager to know who rescued her and almost wanted to open her mouth to ask. Mother, don't worry. It was Miss Xiao Jiu who saved me. She had an idea and used a piece of cloth to block me tightly, Song Yu said when she mentioned Xiao Jiu saving her. At that moment, she felt like a hero falling from the sky. She specifically called her Mississippi. Hearing this, Mother Song finally relaxed and said, You girl, you really know how to scare people. Xiao girl saved you, and we should show our manners. Tomorrow bring some thanks to visit her. By the way, who is Miss Xiao's family? Mother Song wondered. I didn't hear which family she's from. Miss Xiao is from Shengjing and currently lives in Lansong County. She came to the city on official business. Song Yu clearly remembers the small matter of saving her benefactor. From Shengjing? Song's mother was surprised but didn't ask further. Only warning, Zhuang Xian is cautious. You need to be smart and not fall into her trap. Mom, you can rest assured, Song Yu said confidently. Your daughter is not a softie. That's right. No need to fear her, but be careful of people secretly causing trouble. Song's mother, thinking about her daughter, looked at her as gentle and soft, but secretly strong and clever, and felt reassured. Today's incident, I've taken note of it. I'll definitely repay her kindness when I get the chance. Song-yu gritted her teeth in anger, still shaken by the scare she had today. Suddenly, Song-yu remembered something and smiled brightly, saying, Mom, do you know? Du Xiao got her just desserts. She wanted to hurt me and was saved by the guards, but she failed and ended up falling into the water.
Huh?
Song's mother didn't expect there was more to the story. Yes, I was about to change out of my wet clothes when Du Xiao fell into the water. The funniest part is, she was rescued by the guards. I wonder what she'll do now. The fear Song-yu felt from falling into the water earlier was now replaced with joy. You don't know how she fell in? Wasn't it you? Song's mother looked at Song-yu with suspicion. Hearing this, Song-yu's temper flared like a cat with its tail stepped on. She snapped, Mom, I was just trying to escape with my life. When would I have had time to think about that? I wanted her to fall in, not just her, but Zhuang Xianxian too. She clenched her teeth, saying that her kindness in letting the guards save her was actually a way to harm her. That's true. Song's mother nodded in agreement and quickly ordered someone to make soup. Even in summer, you need to drink soup to prevent catching cold. When your father comes back, we'll have a good talk about this. Yes, father will definitely seek justice for me, Song-yu said, holding her mother's hand and nodding repeatedly.
Soon, the soup arrived.
Seeing it, Song-yu didn't want to drink it and frowned, saying, Mom, I just remembered Juyu lives at number 9 Jiushi River House. I remember that house, isn't it not for sale? Number 9 Jiu House? Song's mother looked thoughtful and then said to the servant, when the master returns, call the person over immediately. At the second courtyard of the Jiushi River House, after Xiao Juyu returned home, she immediately ordered someone to prepare soup for Hua Qing. Today's work was very good. The water skills are excellent, and the rescue is quick. Xiao Jiyue praised her, but Hua Qing kept talking about her and Jun Lai. Hua Qing was very determined and efficient. Miss, if you really praise me, when will you come back to the Hua clan with me? Hua Qing held her soup and drank it quickly, looking eagerly at Xiao Jiyue.
Cough.
Xiao Jiyue cleared her throat and said, Hua Qing, why do you want me to return to the Hua clan with you? Of course, it's a big matter, related to the future of the Hua clan. Hua Qing put down her bowl and looked at Xiao Jiyue very seriously. Xiao Jiyue looked at her carefully and said, Once the Xiao family is cleared, I will definitely go. It's a deal. Hua Qing immediately smiled happily and returned to her usual cheerful look. Luokue, prepare the front yard. Tonight, we have distinguished guests. Xiao Jiyue left Hua Qing and went directly to Luokue to give orders. Guests? Late at night? Luokue thought she heard wrong. She didn't ask much and went straight to the front yard to prepare. Unlike the old Xiao family house, this two-courtyard was small. Before long, Luokue had everything ready, tea and snacks. Miss, the grape seller's name is Asan. He's not from Shijiang country. He gave himself a name, Aishanli. The grapes are from Beiyang, Jinwen told Xiao Jiyue immediately after returning, sharing what he had learned. How much stock does he have?
Xiao Jiyue asked.
Jinwen paused and said, They're quite cautious. I couldn't get close enough to see clearly. I guess at least a few hundred jin. Xiao Jiyue looked thoughtful and asked, Did he contact anyone? Like sell grapes to someone?
Yes.
Jinwen's words made Xiao Jiyue's eyes light up. Jinwen continued, When I followed quietly, I saw Ace Han arguing with his assistant. His assistant wanted to sell grapes to a boss named Lin, but Ace Han disagreed, probably because of the price. Jinwen was too far away to hear clearly. Keep watching tomorrow and see how much they're asking for, Xiao Jiyue ordered Jinwen. Yes, miss, Jinwen responded. Miss, someone is really outside. They say their surname is Song, Luokue said excitedly. It must be Miss Song you saved today, right? I didn't expect the Song family to be so anxious. They even came late at night to thank you. Go to the front hall. Xiao Jiyue stood up and headed straight there. Father, it's late, and we don't have a visiting card. Is it okay to just go visit? What if Jiyue has something urgent? Song Yu never expected that when she told her father about this matter, he would immediately come to her rescue. How can I not repay such a life-saving kindness? Song Dun stood in the front hall, occasionally glancing outside.
Sir, could it be that Miss Xiao?
Mother Song hurried over, guessing a little. Song Dun didn't speak until Xiao Jiuyu's figure appeared from the shadows. His gaze fell on the man beside Jean, the chief steward. Just moments ago, he looked serious, but now he was smiling and said, Miss Xiao, it really is you. Watching this scene, Song Yu's eyes nearly popped out. Is this really her father? Even though she knew her father loved her, she had never seen him smile so kindly before. You're coming to Hongdu, but why not visit the Song family? Do you see us as outsiders? Song Dun looked at Xiao Juyu with a kind expression and asked, Are your father and mother doing well in Lingnan? And the old madam, is Lady Xiao doing okay? Uncle Song, Xiao Juyu bowed with a gentle smile. I came in a hurry and didn't want to disturb you. My father and mother are well in Lingnan, and my grandmother and mother are also fine, Xiao Juyu said happily, inviting them to sit down. Song Dun looked back at Song Yu, who was still stunned, and said, Today, thanks to you saving you from drowning. You go and thank your sister Xiao. Thank you, Sister Xiao, for saving my life. Song Yu bowed to thank her, and Xiao Jiuyu quickly helped her up. Song Dun said, This is only right. If it weren't for you, you would have been in big trouble today. Uncle Song, since she called me sister, we're sisters helping each other. If I kneel to thank her, how will we get along in the future? Xiao Jiuyu supported Song Yu, her words firm. Song Dun didn't insist anymore and just laughed, saying, Sister Xiao is generous. Remember this kindness in your heart. Father, I understand, Song Yu replied. She looked at Xiao Juyu under the candlelight, feeling she looked even more beautiful than during the day. Let's go outside and count the gifts. We must be sincere, Mother Song said, pulling Song Yu out. Song Yu had many questions to ask, but now she was pulled outside by her mother. She looked back at Song Dun and Xiao Juyu sitting inside. She didn't dare breathe loudly in front of her father, but Xiao Juyu sat there so calmly, just a little older than her. How could she be so composed? She could even chat and laugh with her father? My daughter, I remember you once said that the daughter of the Minister of Revenue is both beautiful and talented, and she is the future wife of the Marquis of Yongchang's heir. Today, seeing her in person, she truly is different. Song Yu turned her head to look at Xiao Jiyue in the candlelight. She seemed calm and confident, whether in good times or bad. Yes, it's confidence. Even though Zhuang Xianxian, who considers herself the first daughter of Hongdu Prefecture, tries to act like a noble young lady, she still feels like something is missing. Of course, Xiao Jiyue comes from a wealthy and noble family. Unlike us. If your father hadn't succeeded in passing the imperial exam, we wouldn't have such good days now. Mother Song used to be poor. She and Song Dun grew up in the same village. Her father was a carpenter, and he saw potential in Song Dun. Now it seems her father's judgment was right. Song Dun is now an official, though he hasn't moved much lately. He is steady. Mother, what about Xiao Jiyue's fiancé? Song Yu quickly changed the subject, recalling the hardships of the past. Her mother often mentioned those tough days, and she was tired of hearing about them. Ungrateful and selfish. Mother Song had also heard about that. She said, Xiao Yu, in the future, when you choose a husband, I must keep my eyes open. By the way, we also have the surname Song, but we are different from them. The Xiao family once saved your father's life and helped him. We must never forget that. Mother Song reminded her, in the future, you must behave well in front of Xiao Jiyue. If you see she's in trouble, remember to tell me. No, the Xiao family has now returned to Hongdu and lives in Lanchang County. The fabrics in this city aren't many. Tomorrow, come with me to buy some cloth. Mother murmured, Old madam isn't feeling well. I remember there are ginseng in the house. I'll send some over later. Mother, about the thank you gift we brought today. Song Yu started to speak, But Mother Song interrupted. Today is to thank Xiao Juyue for saving you. What does that have to do with the gift we brought? Xiao Yu, without the Xiao family, there would be no Song family. Mother Song looked seriously at her. This was the first time Song Yu saw her mother so serious. She said, Mother, don't worry. I will get along well with Xiao Juyue. Time passed slowly. Mother Song and Song Yu had arranged everything in the yard. The candle flickered, and the figures of Song Dian and Xiao Juyue gradually blurred. Juyue, when your restaurant opens, I will definitely bring my wife and Xiao Yu to taste the food. Song Dian's cheerful laughter rang out, and the Xiao family had a promising future. Sooner or later, justice would be served. Uncle Song coming would truly bring honor to us. Xiao Juyue smiled slightly. Today's conversation with Song Dian strengthened her belief that the Xiao family would be exonerated. After seeing off Song Dian, Xiao Juyue returned to the backyard. Excited, she had no sleep at all. She asked Lian Exile, today AI Chiu sure went to see the doctor. How did it go? He didn't go today, Lian Exile replied, holding a cup of tea. Didn't he go as planned? Xiao Juyue raised an eyebrow. Lian Exile said, AI Chiu sure said he wanted to make a spinning wheel, so he can go another day. Hearing this, Xiao Juyue said, there's no rush. A day or two won't matter. Miss, he's like that. When he has something to do, he won't go see the doctor until it's finished. Lian Exile understood AI Chiu sure well. She added, don't worry, Mississippi. We've been in the city for a while. When the time comes, he'll go see the doctor. Then I'll leave this to you. I don't want to go back and have trouble explaining to Uncle AI. Xiao Juyue thought of Uncle AI's deep fatherly love. She truly hoped AI Chiu sure would stay healthy. Cousin, please ask your mother for me. I really don't want to marry the guards, and I don't want to go to the farm, Du Xiao cried, her eyes swollen and her voice hoarse. Xiao, Zhuang Qianqian looked at her with a troubled expression. Today, too many eyes saw what happened. You should stay at the farm for a while. Later, I will ask my aunt to help, and I promise you can come back. Really? Du Xiao's eyes lit up at her promise.
Cousin, you're so kind.
I'm your cousin. Who else would I help if not you? Zhuang Qianqian comforted Du Xiao before leaving. She saw Du Mu in the yard and said, Auntie, we can't keep that guard. I already told Xiao she can stay at the farm for a year or so. Once this matter blows over, everyone will forget. Du Mu looked at Zhuang Qianqian warmly, holding her hand gently. Qianqian, you really have a way. Big sister Xiao, you're so unkind. You came to the city, but didn't come to see me. Tang Tian saw Xiao Juyue at Rui Tower and thought she must have been mistaken. Sister Xiao, I kept asking when you would come to the capital city. In your previous letter, you mentioned new products, and I have already prepared them. Tang Tian looked at Xiao Juyue with a sad expression, as if accusing her. You kept thinking about me. Cough. Xiao Juyue's eyes showed a hint of guilt. She suddenly remembered she had forgotten something. Oh, she had forgotten about Tang Tian. I just arrived in the capital city too. Xiao Juyue took the initiative and looked at the woman beside her, asking, Is this your cousin? If I remember correctly, Tang Tian came to attend her cousin's coming-of-age ceremony. Yes, I am her cousin's son Xiaolon. Xiaolon, this is Xiao Juyue, my older sister. Tang Tian said happily, enthusiastically introducing her. The delicious snacks you mentioned before were made by Xiao Juyue. And thanks to Xiao Juyue, the candy shop was able to open in the city. Tang Tian praised her endlessly. In her eyes, Xiao Juyue is capable of everything. Without Xiao Juyue, there would be no candy shop. At this moment, she had completely forgotten about Xiao Juyue not coming to find her. Tian, you didn't mention how beautiful Miss Xiao is. Sun Xiaolon blinked at Xiao Juyue. Everyone had been praising Zhuang Xianxian as the most beautiful girl in Hongdu Mansion, but when she saw Xiao Juyue, she thought Zhuang Xianxian was pretty, but her elegance was too grand and noble. Xiao Juyue's clothing looked simple, but her every smile and movement was lively and full of spirit. Really? I didn't say that Sister Xiao is beautiful? Tang Tian cleared her throat and said, I must have forgotten to say it. I thought you knew. How would I know if you didn't tell me? Sun Xiaolon secretly looked at Xiao Juyu. Her fair and rosy skin was just like in the books, smooth and white, with no blemishes. Her lips were bright red, like a rose blooming in the morning, delicate and charming. I'm sorry. Tang Tian obediently admitted her mistake. She looked up at Xiao Jiuyu and said, Sister Xiao, the candy shop has opened in the city. Business isn't as good as in the county, but every day, all the snacks made are sold out. The snacks are delicious, but not many people know about them, Sun Xiaolon added. But I see that everyone who comes to buy snacks keeps coming back for a second or a third time. Since the candy shop opened in the city, Sun Xiaolon hadn't gone anywhere else to eat snacks. If fewer people know about it, then we should let more people know. Xiao Jiyue roughly understood that in this old-fashioned time, the city of Fu was not small. Opening a shop relying only on passers-by would make business very difficult. Big Sister Xiao, how can I let everyone know about it? Tang Tian opened a candy shop in the county, mainly because of the Tang family status there and because the snacks Xiao Jiyue prepared tasted good. But once they arrived in Fu City, the Tang family's influence wasn't enough. Fortunately, Xiao Lan and her aunt helped out, or else the candy shop's business might depend entirely on luck. You can take some snacks to busy places, give them out for free, and tell people where to buy if they want to purchase more, Xiao Jiyue casually suggested. This is a common way to promote locally. It might be a bit troublesome, but the results are clear. You could also print some flyers to tell everyone how to buy the snacks. Xiao Jiyue finished speaking, and Tang Tian immediately responded, I already did, but it doesn't seem to work very well. How did you write the flyers? Xiao Jiyue asked. Tang Tian chirped, just telling people they can buy snacks at the shop with a discount. Xiao Jiyue. I also told everyone about the prize draw, but it seems no one really believes it, Tang Tian said, feeling a bit discouraged. She thought that with her efforts, the candy shop would be very successful. Now, it's not bad, but not as lively as she imagined. It's different from what she expected, less bustling. Tian, how many people can read? Xiao Jiyue asked. Tang Tian hesitated. Not many, I think. 1 in 10 or 20, Sun Xiaolon replied. Many people can't even recognize their own names. So if you write a long notice, only a few will understand it. Hearing Xiao Jiyue's words, Tang Tian looked as dejected as a wilted eggplant, slumping onto the table and weakly saying, I stayed up all night working on this, and it turns out it was all for nothing. Xiao Jiyue cleared her throat and said, I have an idea. Do you want to try it? Yes. Tang Tian immediately perked up, sitting upright and looking at her with bright eyes, as if she would do anything Xiao Jiyue asked without hesitation. Xiao Jiyue looked at Tang Tian's clear eyes. If this girl weren't protected by her family, she might be sold and still have to pay the buyer. Tang Tian listened attentively for a long time, but didn't hear Xiao Jiyue's voice. She couldn't help but urge, Big Sister Xiao, just tell me. The food is here. Let's eat first, then talk. Xiao Jiyue looked at the delicately arranged dishes at Rui Tower. She took a small bite and said, This stir-fried pork is good. The meat is tender but not dry. Rui Tower does very well in the city. Most people come here just for this stir-fried pork, Tang Tian explained. Then she asked anxiously, Sister Xiao, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me quickly, what should I do to make the candy shop as popular as it is in the county? I brought enough supplies to open a store in the city. Even the pastry chefs are ready to show their skills, but now they are taking turns resting, Tang Tian said, feeling a bit embarrassed as she looked at Xiao Jiyue. She usually only shared good news with Xiao Jiyue, and I kept the worries to herself. With such good pastries, she didn't even know how to sell them well, and she felt a little shy to tell Xiao Jiyue. Eat first. After you finish, I'll take you somewhere, Xiao Jiyue said, serving her some soup. Try this soup, 3 delicacies soup. It tastes pretty good. Tang Tian was getting anxious, watching Xiao Jiyue still so relaxed. She picked up her spoon and took a sip, saying, I still prefer bamboo shoot and fish soup, but unfortunately, I don't have it now. And the squid and pig stomach soup, that tastes really fresh. Tang Tian licked her lips, still eager. She put down her bowl and said, honestly, Fangchun Pavilion's dishes are the best, especially the boiled water cabbage. The flavor is just. Tang Tian hesitated, unable to describe it for a moment. Finally, she said, I think that dish shouldn't be called boiled water cabbage. How can water have that flavor? She was still savoring the taste of the soup from the boiled water cabbage in her mind. Cousin, don't mention it. If you do, I want to go to Lansong County for a meal right now. Sun Xiaolon said, feeling that the food in front of her was no longer appealing. Since Tang Tian arrived in the city, she couldn't count how many times she had heard Tang Tian talk about it. Go, go. I tell you, Fangchun Pavilion's dishes are the best I've ever had. Tang Tian said excitedly, almost counting the dishes on her fingers. With each dish she named, Sun Xiaolon couldn't help but swallow hard. Xiaolon, listen, Fangchun Pavilion also has a braised pig's trotter. The skin is crispy, not greasy at all. The braising aroma is very strong, and the rich broth paired with a bowl of rice. Tang Tian wiped her mouth as if she had saliva. Cousin, don't say any more. Sun Xiaolon looked at the table full of dishes and suddenly felt less hungry. I really want to go to Lansong County. If my mother doesn't agree, I'll go secretly. Sun Xiaolon gritted her teeth as she spoke. Even in Hongdu Prefecture, we can still eat. As Xiao Juyue finished speaking, Tang Tian and Sun Xiaolon looked at Xiao Juyue at the same time. Xiao Juyue smiled and asked, Are you both full? Big sister Xiao, did the chef from Fengchun Tower come to Hongdu Prefecture? Where did they go?
Take me to eat.
Tang Tian loved everything about Hongdu Prefecture, but she missed the simple meals from Lansong County. Good food isn't hard to find later. Why are you in such a hurry? Seeing Tang Tian so anxious, Xiao Juyue thought she was really easy to read. Big sister Xiao, I am full, Tang Tian said, putting down her bowl and chopsticks. My good sister, don't keep me waiting with your secrets. Miss Sun, Xiao Juyue looked at Sun Xiaolon. Sun Xiaolon nodded repeatedly. I am full too. Xiao Juyue looked at the table full of dishes. Everything that needed tasting had been tried. She didn't say anything else. When they left, Tang Tian hurriedly bumped into a girl. Are you blind? A man's angry voice rang out. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Tang Tian apologized. When she looked up and saw someone she knew, she immediately felt she had apologized enough. So it's you. Then it's not surprising, a female voice said. Tang Tian frowned and asked, What do you mean it's not surprising because it's me? My sister means you're a bit impulsive. Xueling Chuan, dressed in a colorful brocade robe, looked very striking. He stared at Tang Tian's round face and said, Luckily, you bumped into me. If you bumped into someone else, you'd be in big trouble. I was just walking normally. Who knows who I might bump into? Tang Tian said with pursed lips. Sun Xiaolon immediately stepped forward, raising her fist. Xueling Chuan, you bumped into my cousin. She's apologizing for you. Who knows? Maybe she'll be the one in trouble later. Seeing Sun Xiaolon, who looked like a fiery little chili pepper, Xueling Chuan silently took a step back. Xue Han spoke up, Miss Sun. Girls shouldn't be so quick to fight. If you keep acting like this, who would dare to marry into your family? What's it to you? Sun Xiaolon said irritably. Miss Xue, you're always talking about marriage. Is that because of your family's manners? Tang Tian stepped forward angrily, glaring at Xue Han. Just as they were about to start arguing, Xiao Juyue was about to speak when she saw a man come down from the second floor. Ling Chuan, Xiaohan, what's going on? Did you run into trouble? Brother Xiao, Xue Ling Chuan immediately complained. We met a troublemaker who bumped into me and wants us to apologize. Ling Chuan, you're a man. Why are you upset with the young girl? As soon as the man finished speaking, Tang Tian quickly responded, Exactly. You're a grown man. Why are you upset with us girls? Your mind is smaller than a needle's tip. By the way, what do you mean I need to apologize? I already apologized, but you're still being aggressive. Tang Tian, used to speaking straightforwardly in Lansong County, now said whatever was on her mind. Cough. Sun Xiaolon cleared her throat and quietly tugged at Tang Tian's sleeve. I'm telling the truth. Tang Tian looked at Xueling Chuan with pursed lips, calling a daughter a shrew and then complaining like a child. Do you think that's okay? Shui Lingchuan's hand trembled with anger, unable to speak when he saw Tang Tian so furious. Xiao Ge, she said our Shui family has poor manners. Shui Han looked at Shui Lingxiao with red eyes. Before Shui Lingxiao could speak, Sun Xiaolon said, she was the first to criticize us. She really knows how to dodge blame. Coming from Shengjing, how impressive is that? Tang Tian, on her way out, was still angry and muttered, exactly. What's so great about her? That's right. What's so special about her? Sun Xiaolon also said angrily, her fists almost tightening into fists, and she says no one dares to marry a good family son? I think no one dares to marry Shui Han either. She just knows how to cry. Sun Xiaolon became more annoyed as she spoke. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Exactly. It's like we sisters bullied her. Just now, who bumped into whom? It's not certain. Xiao Jiyue sat nearby, realizing why her cousins got along so well. These two have the same temper. Jie Xiao, come and judge. It was clearly their fault earlier. That Shui guy kept saying everyone should step back for the greater good. Tang Tian looked at Xiao Jiyue and asked, by the way, Jie, are you from Shengjing too? Do you know him? I heard his grandfather was a high official in Shengjing. Xiao Jiyue was about to speak, but Tang Tian quickly said, Jie Xiao, I was just asking. Shengjing is so big. How could you possibly know him? Jie Xiao, why don't you tell me about the Fengchun Tower chef? Tang Tian hurriedly changed the subject, afraid of bringing up Xiao Jiyue's sad memories. Xiao Jiyue's lips moved as if to speak. She initially thought that Shui Lingxiao looked familiar, but when Tang Tian changed the subject, she said, you'll find out when we get there. Then Tang Tian asked again, so, what's your plan for the candy shop? Xiao Jiyue's lips slightly curved. You'll see in a moment. This restless feeling is driving me crazy. Tang Tian's heart felt like feathers scratching inside. Next to her, Sun Xiaolon quietly lowered her head. She cleared her throat and said, Sister Xiao, my cousin, and I usually don't act like this. Sun Xiaolon explained, worried that Xiao Jiyue might misunderstand them as being quarrelsome. You're very good, Xiao Jiyue praised. When faced with bullying, we shouldn't just suffer in silence. Then, Sister Xiao, do you think we're too rude? Sun Xiaolon looked into Xiao Jiyue's eyes with a little more brightness. She had no friends in the city because of her personality. She didn't like delicate, pretentious girls, just like a flower in a pot that would fall if slightly disturbed. How could that be? A woman should be strong and brave. Xiao Jiyue nodded her thumb at her. She said, no matter what, others will talk. It's most important to be happy yourself. Sister Xiao, you really are my true friend in love. Sun Xiaolon looked at Xiao Jiyue excitedly. If her mother found out, she would say she had no girly manners at all, acting like a boy. No man would dare to marry her. Every time she moved, her mother would shout her ears sore, or forbid her from going out, or discipline her harshly at home. Hearing this, Xiao Jiyue immediately stopped and asked, wait, a true friend in love? Sun Xiaolon cleared her throat, realizing she had spoken wrongly. She awkwardly explained, a confidant, a close friend. Sister Xiao, don't mind, she added. Xiaolon used to be so focused on sleeping during lessons with her teacher. Tang Tian happily chimed in, recalling funny past stories. Cousin, don't laugh at me either, Sun Xiaolon blushed and argued. Tang Tian sat up straight. At least I don't fall asleep. That's right, you don't fall asleep, but you mess with your nails and hair. Sun Xiaolon looked at her nails and hair. You used to love painting your nails in all kinds of colors. I remember Annie often told you off, saying you should listen to the teacher instead of doing your nails. What's wrong with painting my nails? Tang Tian held out her nails, confidently saying, girls should look pretty. Look at how beautiful my nails are. Yes, you treasure your nails. Sun Xiaolon looked at her long, dyed red nails and said, your nails are too long. I don't think you can eat easily with them now. Why not? It's very convenient. I took a lot of effort to grow them. Tang Tian admired her nails and proudly showed them to Xiao Jiyue, asking, Sister Xiao, look at my nails. Are they pretty? Yes, they look nice. Xiao Jiyue glanced at them. Women who care about beauty are the same across all eras. If the beautiful nail art from later generations were here, Tang Tian would go crazy over it. I knew you'd like them. Tang Tian happily boasted, Xiaolon, you should grow your nails too. I can help you paint them. I have lots of experience with nail polish. No. If I grow my nails like yours, I won't even be able to hold a spear or a sword. Sun Xiaolon silently looked at her short nails and then at Tang Tian's long, unkempt nails. Will she still be able to make a fist and fight? Probably not. She might end up hurting herself before she even fights anyone. Xiaolon, your aunt said you should stop waving swords and playing with knives. If you grow nice nails, you'll feel happier and look better, right? Tang Tian encouraged Sun Xiaolon. Xiaolon, I tell you, once you try doing your nails, you'll love it, Tang Tian chattered on. Stop it. Sun Xiaolon quickly changed the subject and asked, Cousin, didn't you just ask Sister Xiao to let more people know about the candy shop? Right. Tang Tian suddenly remembered and said, Sister Xiao, can you tell us now? Miss, we're here, Hua Qing's voice sounded. Xiao Jiyue patted Tang Tian and said, See, you'll find out soon. Where is this? A new shop? Tang Tian jumped out of the carriage, looking at the signboard still decorated with red silk. It looks like a restaurant. Is that a character for spring? Sun Xiaolon murmured while staring at the sign. Tang Tian excitedly said, Could it be Fengchen Tower? Sister Xiao, is this Fengchen Tower? No way, has it really opened in the city? Tang Tian hurried after Xiao Jiyue. As soon as they entered the restaurant, Tang Tian saw the lotus pond outside the window. Oh wow, the lotus pond here is really beautiful. Tang Tian stopped asking questions and looked at the winding stone path around the pond. She immediately saw the boat in the lotus pond. Is there a dining table on that boat? That's so interesting. Sun Xiaolon followed behind her, seeing the table set on the boat. She excitedly said, If we eat dinner here tonight and watch all the lotuses in the pond, that would be so interesting. Is the big stage in the middle? Tang Tian looked around curiously, like a curious child. This is a restaurant. Would you like to eat here? Xiao Jiuyu was pleased with their ideas. Both Tang Tian and Sun Xiaolon are worldly wise. If they like it, it means the girls from Hongdu Prefecture, who like to compare themselves, will probably like it too.
Of course we want to.
Tang Tian sat on the boat and looked outside. She said, Eating on this boat is great. No one can see us, and we can enjoy the beautiful scenery outside. Are there fish in the water? Sun Xiaolon poked her head out of the window, staring at the clear pond. When she saw the red carp, her eyes lit up. These carp are so fat.
Can we eat them?
Sun Xiaolon almost wanted to reach out and catch a fish herself. Red carp are for viewing only. If you want to eat fish, today I'll get you something delicious. Xiao Jiuyu kept a little mystery and went straight to the kitchen. She said, Zeng shopkeeper, prepare a round of our new dishes. Also, use AI Chiosher's spinning wheel and see if it works. Okay. The shopkeeper didn't ask much and told the kitchen to prepare. Xiao Jiuyu returned to the boat and saw Sun Xiaolon leaning outside, feeding the red carp. Tang Tian was sitting nearby, eating sunflower seeds. Sister Xiao, you're back. Tang Tian saw Xiao Jiuyu and put the sunflower seeds on the table. I've asked someone to get snacks from the candy shop. The watermelon ice is a bit tricky to make, but it's okay. With many people, we can do it. I also found some capable people. Today, we definitely need watermelon ice. Xiao Jiuyu chatted casually with Tang Tian. Soon, it got dark, and the snacks and watermelon ice were served. AI Chiosher's spinning wheel was placed on the round table. Everyone looked at it curiously. Someone asked, Why does this table still spin? Tang Tian was curious and kept turning it, losing interest in the snacks on the table. Ahem. Xiao Jiuyu cleared her throat and said, Shopkeeper Zeng, try this. How does it taste? I can't tell if it's good or bad. The shopkeeper looked at the table full of sweet snacks, looking a bit troubled. If he was asked to taste the dishes, he could do it. But tasting these sweet snacks? He couldn't tell. Xiao Jiyue raised her eyebrows and said, There are many female workers in the restaurant. Let them come and try it, see how it tastes.
All right.
Shopkeeper Zeng immediately went to call Nuno. It's been over a year since they last met. The once chubby Nuno has now slimmed down, grown taller, and looks much better. Luckily, she didn't inherit her shopkeeper father's big nose. It looks more like her mother's. Big sister Xiao. When Nuno saw Xiao Jiyue, her eyes lit up. She quickly ran over and hugged Xiao Jiyue. Nuno, you've grown taller? And more beautiful? Xiao Jiyue pinched Nuno's face. She looked different from the chubby girl she saw last year when they first tasted food together. Now, she was becoming more and more beautiful. Big sister looks pretty. Nuno grinned, showing her front teeth, which still had a gap. Come, try the snacks on the table. Which one do you like? Xiao Jiyue asked kindly. I've never had this before. Nuno looked at the watermelon-flavored ice and asked, Big sister, what is this? Watermelon. Xiao Jiyue finished speaking, but Nuno said, Big sister, you're lying. Watermelon doesn't look like this, and it has no seeds. Nuno stared at Xiao Jiyue with big, round eyes as if saying, Big sister, you're lying. Nuno, when have I ever lied to you? This is seedless, Xiao Jiyue said, scooping some into a bowl and handing it to her. Smell it. Does it smell like watermelon? Nuno leaned in carefully and sniffed, her big eyes full of doubt. It kind of smells like watermelon. Then try it and see if it tastes like watermelon, Xiao Jiyue encouraged. Nuno eagerly scooped a big spoonful into her mouth. Soon, her eyes widened in surprise. Big sister, the watermelon ice is cold, sweet, and very delicious. Nuno happily ate the watermelon-flavored ice. Is it tasty? We put a lot of effort into making this watermelon ice. Tang Tian watched Nuno enjoy it, feeling very proud. It took a lot of effort to make this watermelon ice, but after it was ready, Tang Tian loved eating it the most. Having a bowl like this in summer was the happiest thing in life. Delicious. While eating, Nuno turned to shopkeeper Zeng and said, Dad, it's delicious. Good girl. Shopkeeper Zeng looked at her and said, Miss Xiao, what do you think of these snacks? Does the restaurant need snacks? For example, some guests, after finishing their meal, might want some snacks too? Xiao Jiyue knocked on the table and said, I understand. In the past, at the tavern, I made some snacks myself. But now, this is Fuching. Just counting the upstairs and downstairs, the pond boats, and the backyard, there are at least 66 tables. The staff at the tavern isn't enough. If they turn over the tables once a night, that's over 100 tables. Xiao Jiyue looked at manager Zeng and said, the sweets from the candy shop can be supplied to the tavern regularly, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. My family snacks are definitely delicious. Tang Tian immediately started praising her own snacks as soon as she heard this. Xing Qing watched her daughter enjoy the food so much. Since she was raised in the tavern, Nuno's taste was much pickier than others. Ordinary snacks simply couldn't satisfy her. That works. Xing Qing was also worried about how difficult it was to make taro ball tofu pudding, so now she felt relieved. After finishing the snacks, the dishes were served one after another. Tang Tian said, Manager Zeng, we've come to Fuching. Why don't we see any signature dishes from Lanzhong County here? Braised pig trotters, boiled cabbage, 9-turn intestines, stir-fried blood duck, or even drunken peanut snacks. Anything will do, Tang Tian said. These were all dishes she always ordered at Fengchun Tower. Haha, thank you, Miss Tang, for liking them. Today, all are new dishes, Manager Zeng said. When he mentioned new dishes, Tang Tian couldn't wait to start eating. Stir-fried small loaches, snake fillet noodles, pan-fried Crucian carp. Manager Zeng introduced these dishes. Although they were new, he knew exactly what they were. He continued, and these are Buddha jumps over the wall, made with fresh seafood from the seaside. This one is seaweed strips with cucumber shreds and mung bean sprouts, served cold, crisp, and refreshing. Delicious. Tang Tian had been waiting all afternoon, only snacking on sunflower seeds, looking forward to dinner that night. I'm glad you like it, Miss Tang. Take your time. Manager Zeng watched her enjoy the food, feeling very happy. It was as if he could see the tavern's business booming and money rolling in. Sister Xiao, The new dishes at Fengchun Tower are just as delicious as the usual ones. Tang Tian squinted her eyes happily while eating. If Manager Zeng weren't here, she might have praised even more enthusiastically. Xiaolon, right? It's so tasty. Tang Tian nudged Sun Xiaolon beside her. Sun Xiaolon nodded. Xiao Jiyue sat nearby, watching intently. Sun Xiaolon ate silently, not making a sound with each bite. Tang, try this? Xiao Jiyue looked at a bowl of freshwater snails, but she hadn't touched any yet. Are these all shells? Tang Tian stared at the river snail and said, "Who eats it with a shell?" She had eaten it before and it tasted muddy and fishy, not very good when fried with chives. Now, the snails still had their shells on. Xiao Jiyue didn't say anything. She simply picked up one and started eating. The shell-on snail looked especially pretty in her slender fingers. Xiao Jiyue took a sip of the soup inside the snail, then gently again, and the snail meat was ready to eat. Tang Tian was amazed. "Sister Xiao, is this tasty?" Before Xiao Jiyue could answer, Tang Tian started to on it herself. She hadn't realized how good the soup tasted until she tried it. This soup is delicious. The meat inside is even better. Xiao Jiyue chuckled softly, took another snail, and showed Tang Tian how to eat it. Next to them, Sun Xiaolon watched and imitated, as if opening a new world. One after another, she kept eating, and soon, the snails in front of her piled up into a small mountain. Tang Tian tried a few times. "No, I either can't get the meat out or I end up eating the intestines." She gave up and placed the snail back on the table. Her long nails were now useless. "Who told you to have such long nails?" Sun Xiaolon couldn't help but laugh. While the snail meat, she said, "Cousin, this snail meat is the best I've ever had." Tang Tian, who was already struggling to eat, was even more annoyed seeing Sun Xiaolon showing off and glared. "Sun Xiaolon." "Cousin, I'll help you eat more," Sun Xiaolon said quickly. Tang Tian. Xiao Jiyue watched happily. For a foodie, seeing Tang Tian struggle with the delicious food and making such funny faces was really amusing. Big Sister Xiao, Tang Tian looked at Xiao Jiyue with a face full of resentment. "Such delicious food, and I can't even eat it properly. Isn't that just making people anxious?" "Look at how anxious you are," Xiao Jiyue said, watching her full of complaints. She placed some homemade bamboo skewers on the table and said, "Use these. Just stab it, and it'll come out." As soon as Xiao Jiyue demonstrated, Tang Tian eagerly grabbed a bamboo skewer and stabbed the snail meat. When she finally ate it, she suddenly understood. "Xiaolon, you're right. This is really delicious." "Yummy." With the bamboo skewers, Tang Tian kept eating one after another, as if racing Sun Xiaolon. Xiao Jiyue looked at the two piles of snail meat in front of them and asked, Tian, Xiaolon, do you think eating snails like this looks nice?" "It's a bit unattractive." Tang Tian looked at her red-painted nails, covered in greasy residue, which made her feel uncomfortable. She hadn't noticed while eating. "Do you still want to eat?"
Xiao Jiyue asked.
Tang Tian looked at the half-filled basin of freshwater snails and nodded immediately. "Yes, I must eat." Compared to the delicious snails, a little grease isn't a big deal. Anyway, it can be washed off. Xiao Jiyue then looked at Sun Xiaolon nearby. Sun Xiaolon was busy the snails, unlike Tang Tian. Sun Xiaolon was precise, one sip at a time. She said, "As long as it's tasty, who cares if it looks good? Besides, there's no one else in the private room." Sun Xiaolon didn't care about appearances. She loved gnawing on bones and meat. Whenever her mouth was full of oil, her mother would scold her. But she wasn't afraid. What mattered most was that it went into her stomach. Xiao Jiyue understood clearly. After the meal, she ordered someone to prepare warm water and a special orange-scented hand wash. The faint orange aroma made it easy to clean off the grease thoroughly. After washing, your hands still smell nice. Tang Tian was worried earlier about her greasy hands, but now she felt much better. She sniffed. Her hands still carried a fresh orange scent. "What is this, orange water?" Sun Xiaolon asked curiously. Yes, made from orange peels, it removes oil and is very good, Xiao Juyu replied. When she was preparing the snails as a signature dish, she had already thought about it. She couldn't use disposable gloves, but there were many ways to remove grease. This is great. After washing, no more greasy feeling, and it smells nice, Tang Tian praised, rubbing her round belly. Fengchun Tower is truly Fengchun Tower. Every new dish is just right in flavor. As she spoke, Tang Tian quickly ordered her maid Xiao Tao, bring the ink, paper, and brushes. I want to cooperate with Manager Zeng. During dinner, Tang Tian gave high praise to Fengchun Tower. Manager Zeng was very satisfied after trying the desserts Tang Tian brought, especially the watermelon ice. After one bowl, her own girl wanted a second. She knew the flavor was excellent. Miss Xiao, does your candy shop have... Manager Zheng's words weren't finished, but his meaning was clear. Xiao Jiuyu's eyes flickered slightly. Manager Zheng only needs to confirm whether the desserts from the candy shop can add charm to the restaurant. As for her relationship with the candy shop, there's no need to say more. Yes, Miss Xiao is right. The sweets from the candy shop are very good. So, working with Fengchun Tower is a win-win situation. Master Zeng emphasized the word win-win, a phrase he learned from Xiao Jiuyu. Master Zeng, this is the cooperation agreement. Please take a look and see if it's okay, Tang Tian said as she handed over the draft. The candy shop has many kinds of sweets. We might need to set aside a special space in the restaurant to display them, or else people might not realize there are sweets inside. Of course, Master Zeng replied. He and Tang Tian kept adding details to the agreement, even listing all 6 types of sweets clearly. Your older cousin really knows how to do business, Sun Xiaolon watched Tang Tian so seriously working on the agreement. She had never seen her like this before. In her memory, Tang Tian was just like her name. She loved to eat everything that could go into her mouth, and she liked to try all kinds of food. She also loved beauty. Since she was young, Tang Tian enjoyed doing her nails, styling her hair, and wearing pretty clothes. Every time she visited Hongdu Mansion, her first question was always about the latest hairstyle trends in the city. Working hard for your dreams makes you shine, Xiao Jiuyu's clear voice sounded. Sun Xiaolon suddenly understood what was different about Tang Tian. Dreams? Sun Xiaolon murmured to herself. What are her dreams? Master Zeng, I hope we have a happy cooperation, Tang Tian said with a big smile as she signed and stamped the agreement. She had been in the city for a while, but the candy shop had always been in the middle ground. Now, it seemed like she saw a way forward. Happy cooperation, Master Zeng said. With the shop opening soon, he had tested some of the sweets today, and many were not available in the city. He believed these sweets would make the restaurant even more popular. Big Sister Xiao, you really have a way. Working with the restaurant means selling more than just a few simple sweets. Tang Tian carefully put away the agreement. The better Fengchun Tower did, the more beneficial it was for the candy shop. Big Sister Xiao, can I ask if I can find other restaurants to cooperate with? Tang Tian asked curiously. Xiao Ji looked at her and said, there are so many sweet shops in Hongdu City. Why would they choose your shop, which has little reputation?
Tang Tian hesita.
Tian, when the candy shop becomes unbeatable and surpasses everyone, will you still ask Grandpa and Grandma to buy sweets from others? Xiao Jiuyu asked in return. Tang Tian's confused eyes gradually became firm and determined. She said, Sister Xiao, I understand now. I must make the candy shop irreplaceable. Keep it up. Xiao Jiyue encouraged her. Sister Xiao, I will.
Tang Tian smiled happily.
She opened her arms and hugged Xiao Jiyue, saying, Sister Xiao, I'm glad I met you. All right, it's getting late. You should go back early, Xiao Jiyue said after seeing Tang Tian and Sun Xiaolon off. Instead of going home directly, she went to the kitchen to find Chef Zeng Kuei. Under the candlelight, she carefully taught Zeng Kuei which dishes look better on which plates. Some dishes can be decorated with a bit of green vegetables. She taught seriously, and Zeng Kuei learned even more diligently. Chef Zeng, after finishing his work in the front yard, saw Xiao Jiyue still teaching in the kitchen. He couldn't help but ask, Miss Xiao, haven't you left yet? Hua Qing looked at him as if he were a fool. If the young lady had left, what was he still doing guarding the door? Cough. Chef Sung realized he had asked a silly question. He looked at Xiao Jiyue, who was earnestly teaching in the kitchen. Outside, the bell had already reminded everyone that it was midnight. Miss Xiao had truly dedicated so much to Fengchun Tower. Fengchun Tower was located in the capital city. It was sure to open with a bang and become as popular as Lansong County. On the eve of opening, July 6, they held a trial opening. The red silk on the sign hadn't been taken down yet, but when they opened the door to welcome guests, they announced free sample soups at the entrance. Many people, curious, entered the restaurant, and when they left, everyone said they would come again. Miss Xiao, today's trial opening was very successful. Chef Zeng had never heard of a trial opening before, but the early trial today boosted his confidence. The response to the dishes was very positive. Xiao Jiyue confirmed each detail with Chef Zeng and also pointed out what could be improved. Chef Zeng said, "Miss Xiao, don't worry. I've already told everyone, and we will make the corrections tomorrow." Xiao Jiyue nodded slightly and asked, "Have the dragon and lion dance teams and the opera troupe been booked for tomorrow?" Miss Xiao, that dream knowledge girl, is truly blessed by heaven. She has a natural beautiful voice, and when she sings opera, everyone, men, women, children, loves to listen. She is a frequent guest at the high-class families in Hongdu Prefecture. Zeng Qing was worried that Xiao Jiyue might not understand, so he explained, anyone with some status in Hongdu Prefecture invites the Dong family troupe. They call Dream Knowledge Girl to sing. Tomorrow, find some orphans and spread the news that Dream Knowledge Girl will sing at the restaurant, Xiao Jiyue immediately said. Can orphans do it? Zeng Qing hesitated. Who can believe what children say? Tomorrow is the Qiao Qiao festival, and Hongdu will be lively. People might not believe what children say, but they will come to join the fun, Xiao Jiyue added. Since the Dong family troupe is so famous in Hongdu, wherever they perform, people will naturally follow. You're right, Zeng Qing nodded repeatedly. I've booked the Dong family troupe for 3 days. By the way, the free soup we promised tomorrow will serve sour plum soup. It's ready and hanging in the well to keep cool. How is the ice cellar coming along? Xiao Jiyue asked. Miss Xiao, you said that making nitrate is difficult. I've already arranged for it. The restaurant has a special spot for an ice cellar, just waiting for the nitrate to arrive, Zeng Qing replied. He had heard about making ice with nitrate, but putting it into practice was tricky. Maybe we should just hang the items in the well water to chill, Xiao Jiyue thought. A large ice cellar made with nitrate would use a lot of nitrate and produce very little ice. Take the watermelon shaved ice made by Tang Tian, for example. It's very labor-intensive. Rest assured, Miss Xiao, the nitrate is on its way, Zeng Qing said. He still wanted to get some ice out. As Xiao Jiyue said, in this hot summer, a cold, refreshing sour plum soup is especially cooling. Back at the residence, Xiao Jiyue passed by the pavilion and saw the zither placed there. She sat down in front of it. After a day of thinking hard, playing the zither felt like a way to relax. Lianxin looked at Luokue, who was standing nearby listening to the music, and whispered, Luokue, go to the kitchen and say we want some light, simple food. How can we make light food? Shouldn't we make something flavorful? Luokue mumbled quietly. She watched Xiao Jiyue playing the zither under the moonlight, and her mind was filled with only one thought, a fairy descending to the mortal world. Are you silly? We ate so many strong flavors tonight. Shouldn't we have something light now? Lotus Heart quietly said, Never mind. I'll go to the kitchen and tell Mother Gung. Prepare a pot of strong tea for the young lady, with plenty of tea leaves. While heading to the kitchen, Lotus Heart followed Luokue, talking as she went. Got it, Luokue mumbled while brewing tea. I can serve the young lady just fine. Luokue brewed a bowl of strong tea and stood nearby listening to music. When the song finished, she realized and handed the tea forward. Young lady, here's your tea. Xiao Jiyue took a sip and looked at Luokue, asking, Did you make this? Yes, I know the young lady likes strong tea, so I put in a lot of tea leaves, Luokue said happily. Xiao Jiyue put down her cup and saw Lotus Heart carrying a tray. It held a bowl of clear noodle soup topped with a few scallions. "Young lady, this is chicken soup noodles specially made by Mother Gung," Lotus Heart said as she placed the bowl in front of Xiao Jiyue. Seeing the piano set before her, Luokue quickly moved it aside with good sense. Mother Gung's cooking skills are truly excellent, Xiao Jiyue thought, understanding why her grandmother insisted she bring Mother Gung along. In Hongdu, being able to taste home-cooked flavors is really a kind of happiness. "Is this light enough?" Luokue stared at the chicken soup noodles, salivating. How could it not be light? It's chicken soup, but there's not a drop of oil, not greasy at all, Lotus Heart asked, her gaze on the tea. "How much tea leaves did you put in?" "Just 3 scoops, Luokue paused and said. "Isn't that what I usually do?" "That's definitely too much," Lotus Heart exchanged experience with Luokue. Luokue frowned. "Just a little more and the taste can be different?" "You can try it," Lotus Heart whispered. "What are you two secretly whispering about?" Xiao Jiyue ate her noodles, feeling the cool summer evening breeze, very comfortable. She asked, "Aichio sure, are you done seeing the doctor?" "Young lady, I finished." The doctor said Aichio sure's body is just weak. She needs to keep warm and avoid catching colds, but there are no other serious issues, Lotus Heart replied. "That's good. Strengthening her body and being careful not to catch a cold is enough," Xiao Jiyue said, feeling more at ease. She sipped her chicken soup noodles, which were not greasy at all, feeling very comfortable. "Thank you, young lady, for caring about Aichio sure," Lotus Heart said just as Luokue clicked her tongue and sighed. Lotus Heart's face slightly reddened. Young lady is busy with her affairs, but still cares about Aichio sure. Shouldn't you thank her properly? Yes, I should thank her, but... Luokue's words didn't fully come out, but her meaning was very clear. Xiao Jiyue looked at Lien Xian, whose face was blushing, and said, "Lien Xian, if you get married, I will support you. I will give you land and a shop, so you can start your own business." "Miss, I want to serve you forever," Lien Xian quickly interrupted her, determined. "If you don't marry, I won't marry either."
"You."
Xiao Jiyue looked at Lien Xian, helplessly shook her head. The servant beside them, Luo Kue, said, "If Miss doesn't marry, I won't either." "Why are you all joining in?" Xiao Jiyue sighed and looked at the 2 maids kneeling down. "Enough of this.
Go back early and rest.
Tomorrow is the opening day of the restaurant. I'll take you to watch a show." "Thank you, miss," Luo Kue said happily, her eyes shining. "It's been a long time since I last watched a show." "Miss, I'll go prepare your bed," Lien Xian said as she returned to the room and immediately made the bed for Xiao Jiyue. Late at night, Xiao Jiyue lay on her bed, feeling a bit hopeful. Tomorrow was the grand opening of the restaurant, and she hoped everything would go smoothly. On the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, in the streets and alleys of Hongdu Prefecture, many children suddenly shouted, "The Dong family troupe is singing, The Drunken Concubine," at Fengchun Tower. The Dong family troupe singing at Fengchun Tower? And singing The Drunken Concubine? Could it be that Miss Meng Ji will sing too? Where is Fengchun Tower? A group of people who loved listening to Miss Meng Ji sing started asking children, "Where is Fengchun Tower? Has Miss Meng Ji started singing? Miss Meng Ji, is she singing here?" At the entrance of Fengchun Tower, lively dragon and lion dances were happening, and people kept pushing in out of curiosity. "Isn't this a restaurant? How can there be a show?" "Not yet, please come inside," Xiang Tigan, wearing a shirt embroidered with Fengchun Tower and with a towel draped over his shoulder, slightly bowed and cheerfully invited guests inside. Xiang Tigan's smile creased his face. The owner said that for the first 3 days of opening, wages would be doubled. He must work hard so that he can go home and build a house. His mother would agree then. He would marry Huang Chuanqi. Xiang Tigan kept leading people inside. Anyone eating at the restaurant could watch the show for free. It's so lively. Song Yu and her mother arrived early and booked a private room on the 2nd floor. From there, they could see the stage in the pond clearly through the open window. "Sorry for the inconvenience." Xiao Jiyue quickly entered the house and greeted everyone. Behind her, Lian Xian carried a tray filled with snacks sent early in the morning from the candy shop, including canned fruit, date flour pastries, and peach cakes. Xiao Jiyue smiled and said, "Try the cherry plum canned fruit. It tastes really good." "No, we're just sitting here listening to the opera and cracking sunflower seeds." "Oh, this is my first time eating and listening to the opera at the same time." Madame Song looked at the opera troupe in the pond center, on a big round stage. Even from the second floor, they could hear the singing clearly. "Me too. I never thought you could watch an opera while eating." Song Yu rested her chin and looked at the stage. "Miss Mingji will perform later, right? She's singing as the concubine in Drunken Beauty. I really like that role. Today we'll listen as much as we want." Madame Song squinted slightly and smiled. "I want to listen too." Song Yu happily looked at Xiao Juyue and asked, "Sister Xiao, the Dong family troupe is here, right? They'll perform for 3 days? I plan to come every day to watch." "You're welcome." Xiao Jiyue looked at the stage where they were singing softly. The shopkeepers and really went all out to invite the Dong troupe. Now, it depends on whether the kitchen of the restaurant can handle such wealth. "Sister Xiao, the cherry plum canned fruit is delicious." After tasting the canned fruit, Song Yu couldn't stop. She excitedly said, "I used to think orange canned fruit was the best, but now I think this cherry plum one is even better. Sweet and sour, with the taste of cherries in every bite." "Mother, you should try some." Song Yu offered her mother a few pieces, not forgetting to share. "It tastes good." Madame Song tasted one, and then ate a nearby pastry. "Whose bakery is this? I've never had such pastries before." "From the restaurant?" Song Yu swallowed the pastry she had in her mouth and said, "From now on, I'll come to the restaurant every day just for these pastries." Madame Song gave her a side glance. "A young lady shouldn't be running to the restaurant every day. People will laugh at you." "Mother, people say food is the most important thing. What's wrong with eating good food?" Song Yu felt a bit guilty but responded confidently, "Mother, with such delicious pastries, don't you want to eat them every day?" "I haven't tried the restaurant's dishes yet, but Sister Xiao recommended them. They must be good." Song Yu trusted Xiao Jiyue blindly. Anything she said was true. She wouldn't doubt it for a second. "Aunt Song, if Xiao Yu likes it, the restaurant offers delivery service," Xiao Jiyue said. This surprised Madame Song and Song Yu. "Delivery? Are you asking the household guards to buy from the restaurant?" "Yes," Xiao Jiyue nodded. "But buying directly from the restaurant might change the taste," Song Yu hesitated to say. Xiao Jiyue smiled. When she decided to offer delivery service, she made various plans and discussed with managers on which dishes were suitable for delivery and how to package them properly. "Later, you can try them and see if there's any difference." Xiao Jiyue studied carefully how to keep the dishes warm and fresh during delivery. "Don't worry, Sister Xiao. I will taste them carefully." Song Yu couldn't wait. Xiao Jiyue stood up and said, "Aunt Song, Xiao Yu, I have other things to do, so I can't stay longer." "It's okay, you go ahead." Madame Song looked at Xiao Jiyue. Song Yu said, "Sister Xiao, you should focus on your work. Later, my mother and I will go out for a walk." "Thank you, Aunt Song," Xiao Jiyue sincerely replied. When Madame Song came to support the opening, it represented the Song family's backing. She was willing to visit, which was good for the restaurant's future. Even if someone wanted to take over or scheme against the restaurant, they had to consider the background of the restaurant's family. "Jiyue, don't be so polite. We are family." Madame Song looked into her eyes with admiration. After Xiao Jiyue left, she looked at Song Yu and said, "Xiao Yu, you should learn from Jiyue and follow her example." Madame Song truly admired Xiao Jiyue. When ordinary girls face such a disaster as losing their family and exile, they either despair or act like a fish out of water. But Xiao Jiyue, with her family's women, was living a prosperous life. I can't learn that," Song Yu sighed. "Sister Xiao is so smart and talented." Madame Song knew her daughter's true abilities. She said, "Watch more, learn more. It doesn't mean you'll learn everything overnight. Can I go out often then?" Song Yu asked excitedly. Madame Song gently tapped her forehead.
Dream on.
"Jiyue is busy. Don't bother her every day." "Then how can I learn from her?" Song Yu covered her aching forehead, looking upset. Xiao Ju came out from the next private room and went to see Tang Tian and Sun Xiaolan. They had already been talking about reserving the corner boat banquet hall yesterday. They could enjoy the show clearly and eat delicious food without worry. Sister Xiao. Tang Tian saw Xiao Juyu and immediately said, I've checked all the desserts. There's not a single problem. By the way, today I prepared enough snacks. In the candy shop, I've already hired for experienced masters. They definitely won't let us down, Tang Tan said excitedly.
Good job.
Whether the candy shop will become popular depends on these next few days. Xiao Juyu suddenly realized that Tang Tan was very serious about running the business, and she looked quite professional. I'm confident it will succeed. I believe in it, Tang Tan straightened her back, as if she could already see customers flooding into the shop. Cousin, don't worry. If it doesn't work out, we can make more snacks. We'll definitely succeed, Sun Xiaolan comforted her. Tang Tan reached out and pinched Sun Xiaolan's waist. Xiaolan, can you speak nicely? Sun Xiaolan, who was pinched, took a deep breath. Cousin, could you be a little gentler? I'm saying this nicely. Running a business isn't always smooth. Even if we don't become popular this time, there's always next time, right?
姐姐Xiao, see?
I told you I was right. Xiaolan looked at Xiao Juyu for help, and she naturally moved closer to her, trying to stay away from cousin Tang Tan to avoid being pinched again. Say something lucky. I want to hear good words. Tang Tan looked at Sun Xiaolan moving farther away, and couldn't help but smile. She hadn't used much strength, so why did Sun Xiaolan look like she was facing some terrible monster? Cousin, don't worry. The candy shop will definitely let everyone know, and people will buy our snacks, Sun Xiaolan quickly said. I really want the maid to go out and buy snacks for me every day. Since she started eating snacks from the candy shop, she had fallen in love with them. She had no interest in snacks from other places anymore. That's more like it, Tang Tan grinned and said to Xiao Juyu, luckily we came early. Otherwise, we might not even get a seat. Tang Tan quietly peeked out and saw that the first and second floors of Feng Chunlo were packed with people. Some private rooms were okay, but other areas, like the hallways and the main hall where you could see the stage directly, were crowded. It wasn't even mealtime yet, and all the seats were already full. You can come later, and we'll save a spot for you, Xiao Juyu sipped her tea gently. Even if she didn't look at the sales today, she knew the business would be very busy. Jujishal is the best, Tang Tan grinned and asked Jujishal, do they have all the signature dishes from Lansongshan? I want to try everything. Hot water boiled cabbage and braised pig trotters. Sun Xiaolan had been eyeing these two dishes for a long time. Today, she came specifically for them. Also, yesterday she enjoyed snails with their sauce. Such a delicious taste. Stir-fried small mudfish was different from the muddy, fishy flavor she used to eat. Pan-fried small crucian carp was even more unique, a flavor she had never experienced before. Are you sure your stomach can hold all this? Xiao Juyu raised an eyebrow, glancing at their stomachs. Listening to their chatter about ordering this dish and that, she wondered if they could really eat so much. No problem. I can eat it all. Tang Tian patted her stomach and said, I didn't even eat breakfast today. Besides, if I can't finish, there are maids and servants to help. Elder sister Xiao, Miss Mengji, when will the singing start? Tang Tian kept looking at the stage. Despite the hot summer, sitting in the boat hall with the pond breeze, it wasn't too hot. Before noon, before the meal, Xiao Juyu replied, sending Lotus Heart to bring some sour plum juice to cool everyone down. The cool, icy sour plum juice became a favorite for Tang Tian and Sun Xiaolan. If they weren't worried about not having enough room for food later, they might have wished the sour plum juice could fill their stomachs. Time slowly passed. The Feng Chun Tower was crowded, but everything was orderly and peaceful, with no trouble. It wasn't until Miss Mengji went on stage that Xiao Juyu realized that Master Zeng was very foresightful. Many diners came specifically to see Miss Mengji. As soon as Miss Mengji stepped onto the stage, the applause and cheers never stopped. She whispered to Lotus Heart, tell Master Zeng to remind everyone to stay safe. Yes, Lotus Heart replied, and quickly went to do so. Xiao Juyu looked back at the bustling crowd in Feng Chun Tower. Having many people was good, but only if everything was safe and smooth. The classic opera Drunken Concubine was performed. Xiao Juyu hadn't known much about it before, but today, she watched carefully and truly appreciated the charm of the opera. She also saw Miss Meng Ji's charm. The voice was like a heavenly melody. One day, she wanted to invite a troupe to Fuan Village to sing for her grandmother and mother. After the song ended, Lotus Heart returned. Master Xing said, "Please rest assured, many guards have been hired today to keep the restaurant safe." Xiao Jiu nodded slightly. When the dishes were served one after another, Tang Tian said, "Elder sister Xiao, I didn't expect so many people in the restaurant." The food was served quite quickly. "My dream soup." Tang Tian watched hot water pour over the cabbage, making it look like a blooming flower. The cabbage flower seemed to touch her heart deeply. She eagerly took a sip of the soup, unable to help but smack her lips and say, "This is the taste I was looking for." "Xiaolan, how is it? I wasn't lying, right? Isn't this soup delicious?" Tang Tian focused on tasting the soup. She didn't hear Sun Xiaolan speak. When she looked up, she saw Sun Xiaolan already carrying away the plate. "Older sister, you've eaten so many times already. Today, I want to eat a bit more," Sun Xiaolan said as she took big bites of the soup. She was eating so quickly, as if someone was going to take it away. "Xiaolan, I've been thinking about this for a long time," Tang Tian said, scooping soup directly into her bowl. Sun Xiaolan's speed increased. The two cousins almost started fighting over a plate of soup. Xiao Jiyue was stunned nearby. She asked Lianxin to bring another bowl, no, 2 bowls, of soup. She also liked the fresh and fragrant hot water cabbage. After the meal, Sun Xiaolan and Tang Tian both kept the snail shells until the end. They enjoyed slurping the snails while listening to opera, feeling extremely happy. At Fengchun Tower, gradually, everyone was attracted by the aroma of the food. Every dish received endless praise, especially on a small high platform in the middle of the main hall, where 2 handsome men were eating snails. Everyone became even more curious. At noon, the opera stopped. All eyes in the hall focused on the 2 men. Despite their greasy appearance, their eating manners were very elegant and pleasing to watch. The smell of the snails kept drifting into everyone's noses. Seeing how much the 2 men enjoyed their food, many people also ordered a serving of snails. "Waiter, add 1 gene of snails." "Waiter, I want 3 gene of snails." And so on. Orders for snails kept coming in. The spicy, fragrant snails were served one after another, earning more praise. The lively atmosphere in the main hall also caught the attention of those in private rooms. At first, some thought the greasy hands were inappropriate, but as the aroma spread, every table in the hall ordered snails. Some even tried it. In the private rooms, tables also began ordering snails one after another. By the late afternoon, other restaurants had few customers, mostly just people drinking tea and resting. But Fengchun Tower remained full. Guests kept coming, some to watch the opera, some to eat snails, and others for the restaurant's famous dishes. "Miss Xiao, today we sold exactly 500 pounds of freshwater snails." In the evening, shopkeeper Zeng was amazed to see that all the freshwater snails had been sold out. Before closing, they were all gone. When Xiao Jiu heard this news, she was a little surprised but also thought it made sense. All the tables today were full, and while the private rooms didn't turn over much, the main hall was quite busy. "That's right. I was worried we wouldn't sell all the snails, but now I see there's no need to worry," shopkeeper Xing said with a smile, his eyes narrowing. "Miss Xiao, I've already sent people back to the county tonight to collect more snails. The snails from Fuan Village definitely won't be enough. I plan to go to other villages to buy more." Before, Shi Yumin from Fuan Village was the one sending us the snails. I wonder if he's willing to go to other villages to collect them. The snails he sent before were all good quality, alive, fresh, with no bad or rotten ones. Shopkeeper Zeng looked at Xiao Jiu. As long as the snails were good, it didn't matter who sent them. Xiao Jiu lived in Fuan Village, and he knew that some things might not matter to her, but the people of Fuan Village cared. "Then I'll thank shopkeeper Xing on behalf of the people of Fuan Village," Xiao Juyu said with a flicker of light in her eyes. Fuan Village is full of honest and straightforward folks. Sure, Yumin is sincere. If we can work together long-term, it will also make Fengchun Lu easier to manage.
It's I who should thank you, Miss Xiao.
Without you, there would be no Fengchun Lu in Hongdu Prefecture, shopkeeper Zheng said clearly in his heart. Without Xiao Juyu's ideas and plans, he'd still be running a restaurant in Lansong County, just thinking about attracting more customers than Hongxing Lu. Now, he has expanded his restaurant into the prefecture city. His goal isn't just Hongxing Lu anymore. He aims to surpass the best restaurant in Hongdu Prefecture, Rui Lu. Xiao Juyu didn't respond but changed the subject. How was today's lottery event? It was great. When the customers left, they were all smiling, shopkeeper Zheng said happily. Many people who didn't plan to eat got interested once they saw the lottery. You set up the prizes very well. That big spinning wheel attracted a lot of attention, he added enthusiastically. Soon, shopkeeper Zheng went back to his work. Xiao Jiu stood upstairs, watching the lively street below. Although there were no electric lights, the lanterns and candle flames shone brightly, making the whole street look like it was bathed in golden light. Sister Xiao, we're going to see the Lantern Festival. Do you want to come? I heard this year's lanterns are very beautiful, with shrimp-shaped and frog-shaped lanterns. I think it sounds fun. Tang Tian brought the last batch of snacks today, and specifically came to find Xiao Jiyue. Go ahead. I'll stay here and watch. Xiao Jiyue sat by the window, looking at the lively street below. People were pushing and shoving, and she thought it was better to sit here and enjoy some tea. Sister Xiao, the Qiqiao festival in the city is really interesting. Aren't you going? Tang Tian was eager and really wanted Xiao Jiyue to join. But Xiao Jiyue shook her head firmly. I have some things to do here. Hearing this, Tang Tian didn't insist further and immediately went shopping with Sun Xiaolan. Since they finally had a chance to go out during the festival, they wanted to have fun all night. Sister Xiao? Another voice sounded. Xiao Jiyue thought Tang Tian had left something behind, but when she looked at Songyu, she was surprised. Didn't you go back with your mother? I finally got a chance to go out, so I should have some fun, Songyu said playfully, blinking her eyes. I said I wanted to walk around with Sister Xiao, and my mother agreed. Her face so big? Sister Xiao, you were busy during the day and didn't have a chance to talk to me. Songyu sat across from Xiao Jiyue, pouring herself some tea. She said, Sister Xiao, do you know how Xiao Xiao is doing? That girl who fell into the water and was rescued by the guards, Songyu reminded her, worried Xiao Jiyue might forget. Xiao Jiyue's lips slightly curved, confidently saying, she definitely didn't marry the guard. Sister Xiao, how do you know that?
Songyu was a bit surprised.
She said in the past, if someone was rescued from falling into the water by a guard or someone else, they would just have to marry them no matter what. Since the Du family is related to the prefect's family, they wouldn't let their daughter marry a guard. Otherwise, how would the other daughters of the Du family find suitors? Xiao Jiyue leaned against the window with her teacup, resting her elbow on the windowsill, just the right position. I guess the Du family wouldn't want to keep this daughter. They would send her to the countryside, Xiao Jiyue continued. She lowered her gaze. As for that guard, her life was probably in danger. Sister Xiao, no wonder my mother told me to learn from you. Songyu's eyes sparkled. Sister Xiao, tell me, what do you think of that guard? Xiao Jiyue looked out at the busy street. As long as that guard is still around, the Du family, even the entire Hongdu prefecture, will remember this incident. Yes, yes, yes. That poor guard went to save someone with passion and courage, but ended up risking his life. Songyu curled her lips and said, the Du family cares so much about their reputation that they don't even want to thank the hero who saved them. However, they still treat that guard well publicly. Everyone knows what the Du family secretly does. Let's not talk about Du Xiao Xiao. Shall we go see the lanterns? Songyu cheerfully invited. This year's lanterns are very interesting, with all kinds of animals. Before Xiao Jiyue could speak, Songyu said, I knew Sister Xiao didn't want to go. I had someone buy the lanterns. With so many people here, I don't want to squeeze in. Songyu asked her maid, Sutsai, to bring the purchased items. Sugar paintings. I don't know what kind you like, so I just bought a rabbit. Sutsai held out 2 sugar paintings. The 2 cute rabbits looked especially adorable. Are you a rabbit? Xiao Jiyue looked at the adorable, sugar-made rabbits. That's pretty interesting.
Yes.
Song Yu grinned, biting into the sugar painting. It was crispy and sweet. She said, Sister Xiao, this is the first time I've watched from above. I used to squeeze in every year. She looked at the brightly lit street, filled with dense black heads, and was shocked. Every year, there are so many people. This year, it's really crowded. Miss, the lanterns are here. Sutsai brought 2 lanterns, one shaped like a rabbit, another like a gold ingot. Song Yu handed over the gold ingot lantern. I wish Sister Zhao's restaurant prosperity, just like this gold ingot, money flowing in endlessly. Thank you. Xiao Jiyue looked at the gold ingot lantern and liked it very much. She held it in her hand, feeling as if she were holding a heavy gold ingot. Sister Xiao, in a few days, it will be the annual Yi Creek Lotus Picking Festival. It's very lively. Do you want to join? Song Yu was worried that Xiao Jiyue, just arriving in Hongdu, wouldn't know about it. She explained, the Yi Creek Lotus Picking Festival is organized by the local magistrate. During the festival, whoever picks the biggest and most beautiful lotus gets the title of Lotus Fairy. This year, I must pick the biggest one. Song Yu said excitedly. You don't know, last year, I was the biggest lotus, but then Zhuang Qianqian somehow got a bigger one. I think she cheated. Otherwise, how could she win first place without much effort? Song Yu was still angry when she mentioned this. What is the purpose of the Lotus Fairy's reputation? Asked Xiao Jiyue. Song Yu was stunned and thought carefully before saying, it looks good on the surface. As if being favored by the Lotus Fairy. Xiao Jiyue's mouth twitched. Is she really picking lotus flowers? Isn't she trying to outshine others? Using the reputation of picking lotus flowers, each lady tries hard to show off, hoping to catch someone's eye at the lotus picking banquet. Big Sister Xiao, picking lotus is so fun. You sit on a boat, feel the breeze, and everywhere you look are lotuses, Song Yu enthusiastically encouraged. And the time is quick. It's scheduled for July 20th. We'll see then. Maybe I've already gone back. Xiao Jiyue didn't refuse directly, to avoid Song Yu constantly making excuses to persuade her to attend the lotus-picking banquet. Oh, you're going back so soon? Song Yu looked disappointed when she heard Xiao Jiyue was leaving. After being out for a while, I miss home. Xiao Jiyue looked at the lively street outside and thought of her grandmother, who always stood by her, making clothes and shoes, worried she wouldn't have enough to eat, and her younger brother Xiao Jiyuan, who admired her. That's true. Song Yu played with her rabbit lantern. I'm going to stay at the village for a few days. My mother keeps urging me to go home quickly. Miss, I found a few houses for you to look at. Check the prices, sizes, and locations, said Steward Jean, explaining each house clearly. Since arriving in the city, the young lady has wanted to buy a house here. This one by the river is good, a 3-entry courtyard. Why is it 2,000 taels? This one in the east of the city, a 2-entry courtyard, costs 1,200 taels. After looking at several houses, Xiao Jiyue silently thought her purse didn't seem to be full enough. Houses costing thousands of taels are a bit expensive. Miss, although these houses are costly, they are in good locations and safe, Steward Jean said after arriving in the city. He had inquired a lot and found only a few that met Xiao Jiyue's requirements. Then let's wait a bit longer. Xiao Jiyue looked at the houses, but didn't find one she liked. All right, don't worry, Mississippi. I'll have people pay more attention. Maybe one will meet your expectations, Steward Jean replied. Xiao Jiyue nodded slightly. After Steward Jean left, she took out the ledger just sent from Fengchun Tower. The Fengchun Tower in the capital is more than twice as large as the one in the county. Not only are the buildings bigger, but the number of tables has also doubled, and naturally, the daily earnings have increased many times over. Xiao Jiyue looked at the final sales figures and sighed. No wonder so many people want to open a tavern. Whether in ancient times or modern days, when it comes to food and drink, people are really generous and willing to spend. Miss, are you planning to move to Hongdu? Lien Xian asked softly. Not for now, Xiao Juyu replied. She wouldn't go to Hongdu. Not for Xiao family, her grandmother, or for Mei Renyang. She wouldn't go to Hongdu. Mei Renyang's beauty was too outstanding, and her father was away. If she went to Hongdu, it might be dangerous. Moreover, the entire Jiyan Tower used to earn some pocket money from cosmetics. If she opened a tavern or a candy shop, she would attract unnecessary attention.
Then,
Lien Xian hesitated. Are you asking why I want to buy a house? Xiao Juyu raised an eyebrow, clearly seeing through Lien Xian's thoughts. She chuckled softly and said, besides Feng Chun Tower, Jiyan Tower will also open in the capital in the future. Over the next year, we can't keep staying at Feng Chun Tower all the time. Furthermore, although we live in the village, we can't be blind. We should keep an eye on the movements in the capital. Xiao Jiuyu just wanted to be prepared. If something really happened in the capital, she wouldn't be clueless and stuck in an inn.
oh,
Lien Xian seemed to understand but also didn't quite understand. Xiao Jiuyu didn't explain further. After reviewing the account books, she went to bed happily. The next day, Xiao Jiuyu didn't go to the tavern. Instead, she listened to Luo Kuei excitedly describing how crowded Feng Chun Tower was. Miss, Feng Chun Tower is really popular now. Many people are asking where they can buy the pastries from there. Luo Kuei took a sip of the sweet canned water. The candy shop must have also seen quite a few visitors. Let's go see the excitement, Xiao Jiuyu said. Since the morning sun wasn't too hot anymore, she decided to visit the candy shop. Their carriage slowly headed toward the candy shop. Suddenly, Hu Qing stopped the carriage. Xiao Jiuyu lifted the curtain and saw a man being kicked in front of the carriage, surrounded by several strong men. Xiao Jiuyu looked up at the sign. Was this a gambling house? The man was crying and shouting, "Why do I owe so much money? You must be scammers, stealing my money. Blame yourself for being less skilled. If you lost money, who can you blame?" A few strong men quickly grabbed the man and took him to the gambling house. Speak up, give them money, or lose your hand. That voice sounds a bit familiar, Lianqin said. Xiao Jiuyu looked at the man and saw him resisting. No money, only death. One of the strong men slapped him.
Wanna die?
Not happening. The man's face was grabbed, and he was turned slightly toward Xiao Jiuyu. When she saw his face clearly, she immediately lowered the curtain. Is that Xiao Wenping? The one who wanted to hire the maid for the second miss? Lianqin recognized him instantly. Xiao Jiuyu said, Jinwen, keep an eye on him. Yes, Jinwen jumped down from the carriage. Dong Gui immediately sat outside and went with Hua Qing to drive the carriage. Candy shop. Xiao Jiuyu parked the carriage at the door and looked at the busy shop, where the workers were busy selling sweets. It seemed she had listened to Tang Tian's advice yesterday. She was standing here so early in the morning. Tang Tian was very excited when Xiao Jiuyu arrived. At night, Xing's shopkeeper came to visit. Miss Xiao, your predictions are so accurate. We don't know who is behind this. Dream Ji said her throat was bad, so she can't sing tomorrow. 2 days in a row, Dream Ji sings every day, and her throat gets worse? Xiao Jiuyu doubted this. She said other members of the Dong family troupe usually sing twice. Tonight, when she left, Dream Ji said her throat was uncomfortable, Zheng's shopkeeper said angrily. If I hadn't followed Xiao Jiuyu and paid 10 times the penalty for breach of contract, she might not have performed tomorrow. Dream Ji was supposed to sing at Feng Chun Tower for 3 days, but she only did 2. If she can't perform tomorrow, Feng Chun Tower will offend people. Xing's shopkeeper sighed and said, I clearly wrote in the contract that Dream Ji would sing for 3 days. If she can't perform, she must pay 10 times the penalty. He slapped his hand and smiled. When I showed her the contract, Dream Ji's face changed. The Dong family also looked at it several times, then left angrily. Xiao Jiuyu nodded at Zheng's shopkeeper. Who do you think is most likely behind this? She asked. It's hard to say for now. Our time in Hongdu is short. The restaurants here serve delicious food, especially dishes with fresh powder. Even the cabbage is better cooked than in other restaurants. Manager Zeng was very confident in Fengchun Tower. He said, no matter who is causing trouble, as long as we survive the first 3 days of opening with our dishes, we won't have to worry about not having customers. Now I just worry whether the other side will pay the 500 silver taels for Miss Mingji. Manager Zeng expressed his concern. On the way here, he was thinking about what to do if the person behind Miss Mingji was determined to repay her 500 silver taels. Getting 500 silver taels for free, how many dishes would we need to sell? Xiao Jiuyu smiled at Manager Zeng and said, Hongdu is the capital city. Our goal is for everyone to think of Fengchun Tower whenever they hear Hongdu. But it's just a theater troupe. We can't just rely on Miss Mingji's reputation to do everything. The Dong family troupe is the best in all of Hongdu. Manager Zeng sighed. In the future, we probably won't be able to invite them. If we can't invite the Dong family troupe, there are also Zhu's troupe, Wang's troupe, and Zhao's troupe. There's always a way, Xiao Jiuyu comforted him. Besides, as long as our restaurant serves good food, that's enough. You're right, Miss Xiao. Our restaurant is about serving diners. I was putting the cart before the horse, Manager Zeng said, his earlier worries completely gone. He excitedly handed over today's ledger. Miss Xiao, here is today's account book. Manager Zeng, maintaining a daily ledger must be troublesome, Xiao Jiuyu said with a smile as she looked at the book. But I trust you. I know. But Miss Xiao, I just want to see you happy, Manager Zeng said, grinning from ear to ear. Yesterday, he had already sent a message to the third prince to share the good news. These days, thank you for your hard work, Manager Zeng. Xiao Jiuyu looked at the numbers in the ledger and felt very pleased. It seems we've started well in Hongdu. Let's keep up the effort so that everyone who wants to eat will think of Fengchun Tower. If only that were true, that would be wonderful, Manager Zeng said and left shortly after. Before leaving, he once again thanked Xiao Jiuyu. If he hadn't learned about the penalty clause from her, he truly wouldn't know how to handle Miss Mingji. The next day, Manager Zeng was nervous. Although the other side was supposed to pay 500 silver taels, compared to that, Miss Mingji's appearance was still the most important. Xiao Jiuyu specially went to the private room on the second floor. When she saw Miss Mingji start singing and heard the applause from the theater fans, she sipped her tea quietly and smiled lightly. It seems the other side doesn't want to part with those 500 silver taels either. Money doesn't fall from the sky. If it were me, I wouldn't give even 50 taels, let alone 500 taels. Luo Kuei leaned against the window and said, the Dong family troupe singing isn't as good as the ones in Shengjing. They charge quite a lot for a single performance. That's true, Xiao Jiuyu nodded in agreement. People from Hongdu are rich. Miss, you're right about that, Luo Kuei quickly replied. When I went to Wanan Street, I noticed that those people don't seem to care much about money when buying things. By the way, there's also a glassware shop. Their items are very beautiful, but normally you can't see them. I heard the shopkeeper went overseas, and it will take a while to come back and bring more goods. Luo Kuei was full of gossip as she and Lian Exile took turns serving the young lady. She loved sharing stories.
Oh,
Xiao Jiuyu asked, understanding now. No wonder she didn't see that shop on her last visit to Wanan Street. It was closed. She asked, it takes several months for the shopkeeper to return? So, they only open for a few months? Yes, I heard that once the owner comes back, many of the glassware items are already sold out, Luo Kuei said excitedly. There are transparent bottles, which the young lady has seen before. But the glassware from Hongdu is probably imported from overseas, so there are more styles. Next time the shopkeeper returns, we should go see, Xiao Jiuyu said. Luo Kuei, prepare the carriage. Thinking of Wanan Street, Xiao Jiuyu immediately remembered the grape cellar and went out. After a cup of tea, Xiao Jiuyu arrived at the grape stall. Grapes. My grapes. A foreign-sounding voice called out on Wanan Street. Even from afar, Xiao Jiuyu heard it clearly. You liar. You said these grapes are from Shijiang country, but I just heard him say they came from Beiyang. A burly man kicked a man directly in front of Ai Shan.
ow.
The man fell to the ground, his nose and face bruised from the beating. He didn't dare look up at Ai Shan. You got it wrong, Ai Shan, dressed in clothes from Shijiang, explained. They were shipped from Xizang. My goods are just stored in Beiyang. Otherwise, how could I transport so many grapes? I grew these grapes myself.
Ow.
AI Shan looked at the grapes smashed on the ground. He was reluctant to throw them away. He blew on one and ate it. Then he shouted, "You guys have to compensate me for my grapes. Do you think we'll believe any excuse you make up?" A female voice spoke, saying, "Brother Shao, these are North Yang grapes. They are not West River grapes at all. Why are you selling us grapes for 50 coins a jean?"
Hans Han is right.
If these are truly North Yang grapes, then the price should be based on North Yang's market. We may not lack money, but we can't be fools. Zhuang Xianxian spoke gently, looking at Xue Lingxiao standing in the center. He was dressed in a brocade robe, standing there with a casual smile at the corner of his lips. His beautiful peach blossom eyes looked amused, yet slightly teasing, making it hard to look away. Xian is right. We can't be fools. Xue Lingxiao raised his eyes lazily and stepped forward. Watching AI Shanli struggle to pick up the grapes, he kicked them over casually, saying, "Refund the money." The grapes. AI Shanli ignored the pain from the kick, his eyes fixed on the damaged grapes. He rushed forward, heart aching as he looked at the crushed grapes on the ground. "I said these are West River grapes, but you don't believe me. If you want a refund, then you have to return the grapes to me." AI Shanli protected the grapes with his body, speaking through clenched teeth with a strong West River accent, tears in his voice. "I have the customs clearance documents. If you don't believe me, then I smack." His words stopped instantly as a strong man stepped on his statement. Xue Lingchuan squatted down and asked, "Forgery of documents is possible, but the people around you wouldn't fake things." More and more people gathered. Xue Lingchuan grabbed the man who had just thrown the grapes in front of AI Shanli and asked, "Tell me, where did your grapes come from?" "Yes, they are from North Yang," the man whispered, almost trembling, his voice barely audible. "Speak louder. I can't hear you," Xue Lingchuan demanded, tossing him to the ground. "North Yang. We sell North Yang grapes." The man sobbed loudly, crawling in front of AI Shanli and choking on his words. "Brother Shan, I'm sorry. I was forced to do this. They took my son."
Dongdong et Shanli's lips trembled.
His fists clenched tightly, almost crushing water out of them. He said nothing, took a deep breath, and endured the kicks from the strong man without a word. "Refund the money. Deceiving people and pretending to be something you're not. You're just trying to fool Brother Shao. Let me tell you, Brother Shao just returned from Shengjing, and he's very experienced." Xue Lingchuan raised his foot and kicked again. AI Shanli protected the grapes tightly, enduring silently without saying a word. "Everyone come and see. These grapes are clearly from Beiyang, but he insists they are from Xizang, charging 5 coins more per jean. This liar should be taught a lesson." "Yes, he should." "Liar." Everyone took turns insulting AI Shanli. Xue Lingchuan looked down from above and ordered, "Go. Bring me his money pouch. Take back our share of the money." Soon, AI Shanli's money pouch was emptied. Xue Lingchuan loudly announced that they had bought 10 jean of grapes, but there was a 51 difference in price.
Mine.
AI Shanli stared at the pouch, his eyes wide like copper bells. "Not yours. All lies to cheat others." Xue Lingchuan, like a generous spender, took back 51 and asked, "Who else bought grapes? Do you want a refund?" I bought 1 jean." A man timidly raised his hand. Xue Lingchuan casually threw 5 copper coins to him. Seeing he had money, others gradually said they also bought grapes. "You didn't buy my grapes at all." AI Shanli looked at the man, whose clothes had turned white from washing, and gritted his teeth as he said, "My grapes are bigger than others. Why can't they sell for 5 more coins?" Thinking of going to see the officials? Xue Lingchuan held the money pouch and glanced at him sideways. Dongdong firmly held AI Shanli's hand and whispered, "Brother Shan, stop talking. We can't afford to offend them." "Miss, do you want to?" Flower Qing sat at the front of the carriage, already unable to hold back and wanting to act. "People say these grapes are from Beiyang, but they're sold as if they are from Xizang, deceiving the common people." Xiao Jiuyue sat in the carriage, watching AI Shanli being beaten quite badly, still protecting the grapes below him. She lowered the carriage curtain and said, "His grapes are big and sweet, but claiming they are from Shijiang will definitely cause trouble. He looks quite like a person from Shijiang." Luo Kue whispered, noting AI Shanli's appearance, outfit, and especially his accent. She thought he sounded like a Shijiang person. What's the use of looking like that? Unless he's flawless, he'll be exposed. Xiao Jiyue's lips pressed slightly, admiring AI Shanli's boldness, daring to carry some large grapes and pretend to be from Shijiang, selling grapes as if they truly came from there. Although he lost today, in the long run, AI Shanli definitely won't be at a loss. Xue Lingchuan, like a generous spender, scattered the money from his pouch, 5 won at a time. He said, "Xiao Ge, now he won't dare to cheat the common people anymore." "Yes, very good." Xue Lingxiao nodded in approval and said, "Everyone should keep their eyes open in the future. For scammers like them, we must guard our money carefully. Young Master Xue is such a good person. He's a kind person." The common people praised Xue Lingxiao enthusiastically. Zhuang Qianqian looked into his eyes with admiration and longing. Xiao Jiyue glanced over from a distance, unable to hear what Zhuang Qianqian was saying clearly, but it was clear that she was no longer acting superior or aggressive like she did by the riverbank. Now, she looked gentle and delicate. "Brother Xiao, you care about the people. If you were an official, you would be a kind and caring leader," Zhuang Qianqian said softly as she accompanied Xue Lingxiao to leave. Behind them, Xue Lingchuan and his men had emptied Aishanli's money and even kicked and punched him. "Even if you're not an official, people like us should treat the common folk well," Xue Lingxiao said with a faint smile. When he passed by Xiao Jiyue's carriage, he looked back briefly. The fleeting face he saw seemed familiar somehow. "Brother Xiao, if everyone were like you, the common people would be happy." Zhuang Qianqian's gentle voice brought Xue Lingxiao back to his thoughts. Inside the carriage, Xiao Jiyue listened to their distant voices. The Xue family had completely left, and Aishanli's small grape stall was smashed clean. Even some villagers were smashing vegetables and leaves. Aishanli carefully packed the undamaged grapes. Beside him, Dong Dong choked up and said, "Brother Shan, I'm sorry. They took my son. I can't do anything." "Don't blame yourself," Aishanli said with tears, packing up the grapes. He dragged his basket, bearing the strange looks from others, and slowly left. Xiao Jiyue signaled someone to follow them. Only when they returned to their home did Xiao Jiyue appear. "I have no money left. If you're here to trick me out of my money, then." Aishanli shrank back, afraid Xiao Jiyue might hit him. Xiao Jiyue entered the courtyard directly, inspecting it. Although small, it was still clean and tidy. "Hey, what are you guys coming in for?" Aishanli wanted to step forward, but Hua Qing blocked him. "Stay away from our young lady. This is my home," Aishanli said with restrained anger. Not only did he earn no money today, but he also damaged some grapes. He felt heartbroken. "I know." Xiao Jiyue looked at Aishanli and asked, "Your name is Asan, right? What do you want?" Aishanli stepped back, feeling his whole body ache, as if his bones were falling apart. The people from the Xue family are really too much. "Any grapes left?"
Xiao Jiyue asked.
Ai Shan looked at her cautiously and said, "No, I told you, my grapes are big and sweet, selling for 50 coins, not expensive at all." Hearing his accent change, Xiao Jiyue teased, "Oh, not pretending to be from Shijiang anymore?" Ai Shan's way of speaking still sounded quite like the Shijiang dialect. "All the grapes have been smashed by others. I have nothing left now, and I didn't cheat anyone." Ai Shan, feeling defeated, sat down on the ground. He secretly and carefully tried to sell a few more grapes, just to earn a few more coins. It's really hard work. Thinking about the grapes he smashed today, Ai Shan felt worse and worse. Seeing Xiao Jiyue dressed so elegantly, clearly someone who wouldn't get angry easily, Ai Shan hung his head, seeming to accept whatever you decide to do. Using the name of Shijiang grapes, but actually they are from Beiyang. "Are you sure you haven't lied?" Xiao Jiyue raised an eyebrow. Before Ai Shan could speak, she continued, "You can say your grapes are big and sweet, selling for more than others, But if they are actually from Beiyang and you claim they are from Xizang, people will naturally think you're cheating. Xiao Jiuyu's voice was clear and sharp, like a heavy hammer hitting Ai Shan's heart. Ai Shan argued, "Where am I lying? Besides, the grapes are not from Xizang, but the size and sweetness, they are just like Xizang grapes, aren't they? When they were stolen earlier, why didn't you say so?" Xiao Jiuyu raised an eyebrow.
I shun.
Suddenly, he looked like a wilted eggplant, drooping instantly. He mumbled, I just lied about them being from Xizang. But the grapevines we planted came from Xizang, so how can they not be considered Xizang grapes? Then I ask you, you're from Manhwa, abandoned in Xizang since childhood. Are you a Xizang person or a Manhwa person?
Xiao Jiuyu asked.
Ai Shan was speechless. He looked at her with suspicion and asked, "What exactly do you do? How many grapes do you still have to sell?" Xiao Jiuyu was too lazy to argue further. She guessed that Ai Shan, being able to imitate the Xizang accent so well, probably knew the area quite well. Plus, he was bold, and he had been selling for a long time, making people think he was truly from Xizang. "Why are you asking this?" Ai Shan looked at her with guarded eyes, holding the few remaining grapes in his basket, protectively clutching them as if they were precious, afraid that the last few remaining grapes might be smashed by her. "Do you have any left or not?"
Xiao Jiuyu asked again.
"First, tell me why you're asking this," Ashen said. As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Qing raised his fist and waved it in front of him. "I have a bad temper. Whatever the young lady asks, just answer accordingly. Otherwise, I don't know where my fist might land." Hua Qing moved his fist slightly, then looked at a tree in the yard. With one punch, the thick tree snapped into two pieces instantly. Ashen swallowed hard and said, "There are grapes. All of these are for you." Ashen handed over the basket of grapes. No matter how important grapes are, life is more important. The Xue family beat him just to vent their anger, but this woman in front of him was deadly. "Are you sending away a beggar?" Hua Qing glanced at him and grabbed something nearby, asking, "Tell me, does Beiyang still have grapes?" Dong Dong pursed his lips into a straight line and closed his eyes, as if he wouldn't say anything. Hua Qing looked up, and Ashen immediately said, Yes, there are. I want to buy some grapes. How many do you have?"
Xiao Jiuyu asked.
"When I heard you want to buy grapes, my eyes lit up," Ashen said. "I won't cheat you. 45 coins per jean. 45 coins for 1 jean, and the same price for 100 jean?" Xiao Jiuyu raised an eyebrow. 100 jean? Hearing this amount, Ashen hurriedly ran to Xiao Jiuyu. "I have 500 jean of grapes at home. Do you want to buy?"
He was almost worried to death.
If he didn't sell those grapes soon, they would all spoil little by little. Now he was seen as a liar, and he couldn't continue selling grapes on Wanan Street. 500 jean is a different price, Xiao Jiuyu said, looking at him. Ashen hesitated for a moment and then said, "My grapes are shipped from Beiyang. They cost at least 30 coins per jean. To be honest, I only earn 1 coin per jean." Ashen looked sincere and raised his hand to swear, "Miss, I really didn't cheat you this time. Grapes spoil easily. I bought them from my fellow villager at 20 coins per jean. When shipped by boat, it costs about 8 or 9 coins per jean. Why go through all this trouble if you only make 1 coin?" Xiao Jiuyu looked at Ashen with a half-smile. Ashen cleared his throat and said, "Miss, when I sold grapes for 50 coins per jean on Wanan Street, I could make a profit. But many grapes spoiled, and I only earned less than 10 coins." His eyes clearly showed guilt. Xiao Jiuyu didn't answer but asked back, "So, are your grapes now in Beiyang or in Hongdu Prefecture?" "Hundufu, I have hidden everything here. If the girl wants it all, I might as well not earn this small amount of money. 29 coins, do you think that's okay?" Ai Shan looked at Xiao Jiuyu with a pleading smile. "If you're not earning a single coin, then take it all," Xiao Jiuyu said, and Ai Shan's eyes lit up with happiness. Xiao Jiuyu warned, "The grapes should be big and sweet like the ones you bought before, or else." Xiao Jiuyu's gaze fell on a broken tree nearby. Ai Shan felt a chill down his neck and hurriedly said, "Don't worry, girl. All the grapes are from good bunches still attached to the vine. I promise none are bad. Then he weakly asked, so when do you want them? How should I deliver them to you? Hua Qing, take some people and buy that batch of grapes, Xiao Jiuyu ordered. Hua Qing immediately responded. After Xiao Jiuyu left in her carriage, Luo Kuei said, Miss, 28 coins. Maybe he really didn't make any money? Wouldn't that mean all our effort was wasted? Fool, Xiao Jiuyu looked at her puzzled expression and couldn't help but smile. The transportation cost is about 8 or 9 coins per jean, and half of that is water weight. The local folks who buy grapes definitely won't charge more than 20 coins.
Ah.
Luo Kuei looked up blankly. But he swore an oath. If he swore an oath, did you really hear it clearly? Xiao Jiu, you let Luo Kuei think for herself. Zhuang Gui, who was driving the cart, asked, young lady, since you know he inflated the price, why did you still buy? Transporting some grapes isn't easy. The 29 coins price is already much lower than buying directly. Why bother arguing? Xiao Jiu leaned against the carriage, already thinking about how to divide these 500 jean of grapes. Miss, the grapes are back. Ai Shan hid them in a cave near the mass graveyard. No wonder he hasn't tried to sell them these days. Hua Qing excitedly told Xiao Jiuyu about the hiding spot as soon as she returned. Be careful, Xiao Jiuyu looked at the baskets of grapes being carried in. To prevent them from being crushed, each basket probably weighed about 30 to 40 jean. She looked at the bunches of grapes still attached to the vine, which seemed like a natural cold storage since they were hidden in the cave. The grapes looked good, so she asked Luo Kuei to pick some to wash. There should be more than 500 jean, right?
Don't worry, Mississippi.
They've all been weighed. Exactly 508 jean. The remaining 8 jean, Ai said he's giving to you. Hua Qing grinned, showing her big white teeth, and patted her chest. Rest assured, miss, it's definitely not less than that. 8 jean equals 232 coins. Is he willing?
Did you not do anything?
Xiao Jiuyu's gaze fell on Hua Qing's hand. Hua Qing's personality is different from Dong Gui. Dong Gui is calm, but Hua Qing is impulsive. She believes that if you can do it yourself, there's no need to argue. No. Hua Qing straightened up and said, Miss, we bought so many grapes. What's wrong with him giving a few more jean? Then how did he agree? Xiao Jiuyu looked at her with interest. Ai Shan is definitely not a generous person. Probably because he comes from a poor background. Every coin is hard to earn. So, Ai Shan would never offer to give freely. Ignoring the small change of 32 coins, Xiao Jiuyu believed that Ai Shan would never give away 232 coins. Cough. Hua Qing cleared her throat. She initially wanted to hide this from Xiao Jiuyu, but now it seemed impossible. She said, Miss, I really didn't do anything. Fearing Xiao Jiuyu wouldn't believe her, she added, I just calculated his fate, and then he decided to give the 8 jean of grapes to you. That 8 jean of grapes is your achievement. Xiao Jiuyu was a bit surprised, but thought it was reasonable. The Hua family members understand fate, and Hua Qing doing fortune-telling makes sense. Miss, this can't be. Hua Qing shook her head repeatedly. Xiao Jiuyu said, you do fortune-telling for others and you charge for it, so how can that be wrong? Miss, can I not take the grapes and exchange them for money? Hua Qing looked eagerly at Xiao Jiuyu. Compared to the unripe grapes, money feels more real. Yes, Xiao Jiuyu agreed happily. Tonight, go to Lien Exile to get the money. Thank you, miss. Hua Qing's eyes lit up with a smile. Luo Kuei was washing grapes when Xiao Jiuyu said, share the grapes with everyone 1 jean each, to try the taste. Miss, you're so kind. Luo Kuei looked at the big, red grapes, craving both with her mouth and eyes. Not long after, Luo Kuei returned, and none of the grapes were missing. Xiao Jiuyu asked, what happened? Didn't you share the grapes? Everyone was reluctant to eat them. They asked if I could take some back. Luo Kuei looked at Xiao Jiuyu eagerly. Miss, how many days can the grapes last? Can I take them home? Everyone wants to share with their family. Xiao Jiuyu raised an eyebrow, thinking she hadn't considered this. She said, then go wash a few jean and let everyone taste them. Also, send 10 jean to Manager Ding. We've stayed here long enough, and we should thank him properly. Okay. Luo Kuei turned and ran off. Lo Tuxin has returned. Miss, I just finished exchanging money with Hua Qing, and the 8 gene of grapes are also packed together. But now the grapes are stored in the warehouse. I'm worried, could there be mice or other pests? I've assigned someone to watch over them, Lo Tuxin added. Grapes don't keep well, so they'll be taken home tomorrow, Xiao Jiu ordered. By the way, has anyone gone to Sun's house to find Tang Tian? Dong Gui went. She should be back soon, Lo Tuxin replied. Soon after, they heard Luo Kuei's voice. Miss Tang and 2 pastry chefs have arrived. Big Sister Xiao, you called me? Tang Tian's cheerful voice rang out before she even arrived. Is there some new delicious treat? You guessed right. Xiao Jue had just finished instructing Mother Gung to wash all the grapes and separate the skins from the pulp. Sister Xiao asked me to bring the pastry chefs. That means there must be something tasty. Tang Tian saw the grapes in the kitchen. Xiao Jue's group was small. Lo Tuxin and Luo Kuei were busy washing and peeling grapes. Wow, Sister Xiao, how many grapes did you buy? Tang Tian saw the large basin filled with grapes and felt heartbroken. These big grapes cost about 40 to 50 cents per gene. How much do you think this all costs? Where are the pastry chefs? Xiao Jue didn't waste words with Tang Tian. She sent 10 gene of grapes to Director Ding and kept 50 gene for Fengchun Tower. She also reserved 50 gene to take home. The remaining over 300 gene of grapes were carefully prepared for use. Here, Tang Tian turned around and introduced, this is Lady Wang, and this is Lady Zhu. They used to make pastries in the county. Sister Xiao has met them before. They're very skilled. Hello, Miss Xiao. Lady Wang and Lady Zhu bowed respectfully to Xiao Jue. Today, I plan to make 3 kinds of pastries with these grapes, Xiao Jue said directly. Lady Wang and Lady Zhu listened carefully. After washing their hands, they started working. During the peeling of grapes, Xiao Jue said, you know how to make water from these grape skins for grape mochi, grape pulp, and grape jam. Yes, Lady Wang and Lady Zhu answered in unison. What is grape mochi? Don't worry. I've already prepared a shopping list for the ingredients. I'll teach you step by step how to make it, Xiao Jue said seriously. The last pastry is grape jelly. The grape mochi is soft and sticky, definitely a favorite among girls. Canned grapes help maximize the use of the fruit without waste. Otherwise, hundreds of pounds of grape pulp would be impossible to finish. The grape jelly is made for long-term storage. Since it's still summer, it's a good way to cool down and benefits the candy shop and the Spring Festival Pavilion. They kept teaching until evening. Xiao Jue finally stretched lazily. Luckily, Lady Wang and Lady Zhu are both smart and quick learners. They understood after just one explanation. This is so delicious. Tang Tian exclaimed, excitedly stomping her feet as she ate the grape jelly. I never knew that jelly could be purple and contain grapes inside. Chill it in well water overnight. It tastes even better. Xiao Jue watched Tang Tian eagerly. If they froze it again, the flavor would be even more delicious. I can't wait anymore. This is also very tasty, Tang Tian said, eating eagerly. It's completely different from the grapes I usually eat. It's so late, and you haven't gone home yet. Are you worried about your uncle's family? Xiao Jue looked up, noticing the bright moon high in the night sky. Miss, someone is outside claiming to be from the Sun family, here to pick up Miss Tang, the gatekeeper announced. Tang Tian grinned and said, my uncle's family is very kind to me. As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Tian hurriedly ran to the front hall to greet the visitors. When she saw her aunt and her cousin Sun Xiaodong, along with Sun Xiaolon, arriving together, she sweetly introduced them. Aunt, this is Sister Xiao. Aunt, I have guards with me. I can go back alone, Tang Tian said. Today, she came straight from the candy shop with the pastry chef to Zhao's house. Sun Xiaolon, who was following her aunt to burn incense, didn't like doing that. It's so late. I'm worried, her aunt said gently, her eyes falling on Xiao Jue. Suddenly, her face brightened. Miss Xiao, I often hear Xiaolon and Tian mention you. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Lady Sun, hello, Xiao Jue greeted with a smile and apologized politely. It was sudden to call Tian over, and it's late. I hope it didn't trouble you. No trouble at all, Lady Sun looked Xiao Jue over. Her delicate appearance was graceful and poised. Even in simple clothes, with her hair adorned with a jade hairpin, her modesty couldn't hide her noble demeanor. She was not an ordinary woman. Mrs. Sun thought to herself, her smile deepening a little. She spoke politely, saying things one after another. Xiao Jiuyu responded politely, giving just enough to keep the conversation going. Although it seemed like they were exchanging questions and answers, Mrs. Sun didn't actually ask anything personal. Big sister Xiao, I should go back now? Tang Tian said goodbye to Xiao Jiuyu. Madam Wang and Madam Zhu will work hard with you. I already told them everything. Today, I might trouble big sister Xiao to help find a place for them to stay. You're welcome, Xiao Jiuyu nodded slightly. She wouldn't stay in the city for long. She hoped the 2 pastry chefs could learn the 3 kinds of pastries by tomorrow. Big sister Xiao, I will come find you tomorrow, Tang Tian said reluctantly, hugging Xiao Jiuyu. If they were in Landong County, Tang Tian would want to stay overnight, but unfortunately, her aunt, cousin, and younger sister came to pick her up, so she couldn't stay. Xiaolan, what is Andy? On the way back, Tang Tian quietly whispered in Xiaolan's ear. Xiaolan whispered back, it's because of my brother's marriage. When we went to the temple today, we just happened to meet Miss Shuang. My mother, Mrs. Sun, walking ahead, turned back and said it's getting late. If you have anything to say, let's talk at home. We're here, Xiaolan replied.
I'll talk to you tonight.
Tang Tian nodded slightly and hurriedly followed Xiaolan, getting into the carriage. Tian, this Miss Xiao looks extraordinary. Where is she from? What does her family do? Mrs. Sun asked casually, as if chatting about everyday things. Tang Tian, who had just entered the carriage, paused for a moment. She smiled and said, Auntie, why are you suddenly asking about this? Big sister Zhao's ancestral home is in Landong County. I don't really know what her family does, but my mother said Xiao Jiuyu is a good person. She told me to learn from her. Tang Tian smiled brightly, showing a row of neat, white teeth, her eyes innocent and pure. If your parents know, I won't ask more, Mrs. Sun said casually. This Miss Xiao looks impressive. She must come from a noble family. Tang Tian sat quietly, smiling but not speaking. Mrs. Sun didn't ask further. She said, Tian, when will your parents come to the city? We should discuss your marriage with Xiao Dong.
Ah.
Tang Tian was so surprised she forgot to act obedient. Mother, you're scaring Tian, Xiaolan immediately said. Tang Tian blushed, looking shy, and threw herself into Sun Xiaolan's arms. She quietly pinched Sun Xiaolan's waist. Sun Xiaolan continued speaking, Mother, can I go to the candy shop with Tian tomorrow? They just added taro ball and tofu pudding. I want to try it. I'll bring some for you too. Madam Sun looked at Sun Xiaolan with confusion and asked, Didn't you say that Tian's food isn't good? Mother, sometimes changing tastes is good. Besides, not all the candies are sweet. Some are sour. Sun Xiaolan cleared her throat. In the past, she didn't like sweet things, but now she found that chewy taro balls are her favorite. All right, go early and come back early, Madam Sun said, then stopped talking and headed back to the Sun family house. Sun Xiaolan and Tang Tian hurriedly ran ahead, leaving Sun Xiaodong and Madam Sun standing behind. The moonlight stretched their shadows. Madam Sun looked at Sun Xiaodong and said, Xiaodong, tomorrow take Tian to the candy shop. I raised her myself. If you two get married. Mother, I see Tian as my little sister, Sun Xiaodong said, pursing his lips to show his stance.
In my heart, she's just like Xiaolan.
Madam Sun's face instantly darkened. Then who do you want to marry? Sun Xiaodong's lips moved. In his mind, he remembered today in the rose bushes, where a girl in pink, Shuang, was. She hadn't been seen for a long time. She looked thinner, probably bullied at the Shui family. Don't even think about it. Madam Sun looked at his absent-minded expression. If she hadn't gone to burn incense today and seen that scene, she would have known. She understood Sun Xiaodong's tender look. She said, Xiaodong, if she's the legitimate daughter, I'd risk everything to ask for her for you. But a common girl. Mother, her status as a legitimate or illegitimate daughter isn't her choice, Sun Xiaodong retorted, taking a step back. Please don't discuss my marriage with Tian Tian now, so we don't cause trouble between the families later. After speaking, Sun Xiaodong turned to leave. Xiaodong, Sun Xiaodong. Madame Sun called after him, almost tripping over her dress. Luckily, a maid nearby helped her. Madame Sun stomped her foot in anger. He's not even married yet, and he's already so protective. If he does marry her, will he still care about me as his mother? Madame Sun gritted her teeth. No, I want Tian Tian to be my daughter-in-law. When I see Gui Yun, I will definitely discuss her marriage with her. The maid beside her hesitated, but said nothing. Madam, it seems she's not very willing. Why wouldn't she be willing? Who she marries doesn't matter. I'll be her mother-in-law, and I won't let her be wronged. Mrs. Sun quickly shut her mouth, and the maid immediately stopped speaking. She lowered her eyes and thought, this matter is only of concern to my lady, who is very eager about it. Young lady, I found out that Xiao Wenping has developed a gambling addiction. Today, at the Chongla gambling house, he already owed money and was beaten for the third time. Last time, he lost a finger. Jin Wen returned and shared what he had learned. Xiao Song stays at home drinking every day. Even Xiao Wenqi, who is praised by the Xiao family, has nothing to do. Where is Xiao Wenxing? Xiao Jiyue asked. Since she first saw Xiao Wenping, she knew he was a fool who knew nothing. As for Xiao Song, everyone used to be hurt by Ganli, enjoying beauty and wine, and getting drunk in gentle comfort. Xiao Wenqi was called smart, but having no work to do could mean many things. She was more interested in Xiao Wenxing. The mistakes made by the Gan family hurt Xiao Wenxing. He took the blame and lost what men care about most, his life. Xiao Wenxing was gloomy and quietly caused the Gan family's downfall. Not seen him. It seems he's missing. Jinwen searched for a long time, but couldn't find Xiao Wenxing. Xiao Jiyue pondered and asked, and the Gan girl who married into the mansion as a concubine? This still needs more investigation, Jinwen hesitated to reply. Xiao Jiyue nodded slightly. Go find out more. Late at night, the kitchen was still busy. Everyone was peeling grapes, boiling skins, making grape jam. Luckily, Tang Tian's family had many ceramic jars, or else, even if they made these, there would be nowhere to store them. Thank you all for your hard work. Xiao Jiyue watched the flickering candle flame. They looked tired, but their hands moved without hesitation. It's nothing. I was free during the day, Gung Mama said with a forced smile, clearing her throat. Young lady, go to bed soon. We're here to help. Tomorrow, these grapes will be sold at the candy shop and they won't spoil. Tonight counts as overtime. Everyone will get triple pay, Xiao Jiyue said. Gung Mama's eyes immediately lost their tired look. Triple pay was a lot. Same for the two pastry chefs. I'll tell Tian Tian, Xiao Jiyue added. Her words made Lady Wang and Lady Zhu, who were initially unhappy, suddenly become very motivated. They thought earning a bit more money, staying up all night, what's so hard about that? Xiao Jiyue stayed with everyone until midnight, finally finishing all the grapes she had peeled. She then said it's getting late. Let's go to bed now. Miss, we haven't done enough. We can make more. Madame Gung was prepared to work all night and didn't want to stop now. Yes, miss. We can work until dawn. Lady Wang and Lady Zhu thought about working until morning to earn triple wages. Triple wages will be paid now. Everyone go to sleep first. We'll continue tomorrow morning, Xiao Jiyue said firmly, sending everyone back to rest. She fell asleep immediately. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Xiao Jiyue woke up to faint sounds outside. She rubbed her eyes when Lotus Heart entered and said, Miss, you're awake? Madame Gung and the others have started making snacks again. So early? Xiao Jiyue yawned, stretched lazily, and Lotus Heart smiled, saying, Yes, they said since they earned triple wages yesterday, they feel guilty about not working. They are indeed diligent. Xiao Jiyue changed into a new outfit and saw the basket of grapes. She asked, "Isn't this for Steward Ding?" Apart from Steward Ding, only the Xiao family members lived here. To avoid outsiders, she was uncomfortable living here. When she delivered the grapes yesterday, she chose Tenjin, considering this carefully. Steward Ding didn't want to accept it, saying it was too valuable, Lotus Heart replied. "This morning, I found the grapes just left in the yard. I asked about it and found out." After washing up, Xiao Juyu took the grapes directly to Steward Ding. With her charming words, Steward Ding tearfully accepted the grapes. Steward Ding is alone, so it's not easy for him, Xiao Juyu sighed. "Miss, you have it even harder." Lotus Heart, who accompanied Xiao Juyu every day, understood her difficulties well. The entire Xiao family burdened her shoulders, and she still had to find ways to clear their name. Lotus Heart, Xiao Juyu turned to look at her. Seeing her worried expression, she couldn't help but smile. "How is AI Qiushi doing?" "Miss," Lotus Heart blushed when mentioning AI Qiushi. She said, "He's been taking medicine for a few days. He says his body seems stronger than before. By the way, he asked me to thank you. He asked Jean when to teach him a set of exercises to strengthen his body. Now he practices every morning and also in the evening," Lotus Heart added. When they were in Lansong County before, Lotus Heart was worried that AI Qiushi's health wouldn't hold up. Things should be done gradually. Never overdo it, or it might harm your health. Xiao Jiyue reminded everyone that after she finished tasting the snacks she made in the kitchen, sticky grape mochi, chilled grape jelly, and jar after jar of grape preserves, she said, "You all did very well. Just follow this method for the remaining grapes. Miss, don't worry. We will definitely do a good job." Granny Gung smiled happily. After a few words of encouragement from Xiao Jiyue, Tang Tian and Sun Xiaolon arrived. "Big Sister Xiao, you all are really impressive. You made so much in just one night," Tang Tian said, looking at the many grape mochi and 7 or 8 buckets of grape jelly. She quickly suggested, "Divide these into 2 parts, one for Fengchun Tower and one for the candy shop." Tian, have you thought about the selling price for these?" Xiao Jiyue asked. Tang Tian paused and then said, "Grapes are so expensive. Maybe I should sell my grape mochi and grape jelly at a higher price, right? If not, I can sell smaller portions." Tang Tian was quite experienced in this. She explained, for example, this grape mochi, put a few pieces on a small plate. "We can sell it for 15 cents, and we probably won't lose money." The small plate didn't hold much. As for the grape jelly, sell it by bowl. Regular cold jelly sells for 2 cents a bowl. Our bowl might hold 3 to 5 grapes, so we can sell it for 12 cents. We definitely won't lose money, Tang Tian explained confidently. Seeing Xiao Jiyue praise her, Tang Tian proudly straightened her back and said, "Big Sister Xiao, I've been thinking about the prices all night." "Good progress," Xiao Jiyue praised. Compared to her initial inexperience in business, Tang Tian now showed some signs of a capable businesswoman. Right, I think so too," Tang Tian said happily, as if her tail was wagging to the sky. "Cousin, please send me a portion every day from now on." Sun Xiaolon tasted the grape mochi and jelly, and her eyes immediately lit up. On the way here, she had forgotten her worries about Tang Tian's marriage. "No problem." Tang Tian patted her chest. "Whatever you want to eat, I'll send it to you." "Thank you," cousin Sun Xiaolon happily said. "Actually, it would be nice if you married my brother-in-law. Then, I'd have endless delicious food to eat."
Sun Xiaolon.
Tang Tian immediately stepped forward and snatched the plate of grape mochi from Sun Xiaolon's hands when she heard this. "If I married your brother-in-law, you wouldn't get to eat anything at all." Tang Tian glared at Sun Xiaolon, hands on her hips, puffing out her cheeks, and said, "I'm your cousin. How can you think of making me your eldest sister-in-law?" Sun Xiaolon shyly touched her nose and weakly said, "My brother is also pretty good. Big brother is nice, but there are many good people in the world. If I only marry a good person, does that mean I have to marry many times?" Tang Tian reached out and pinched Sun Xiaolon's waist, saying, "Then you still say you want to marry someone skilled in martial arts, someone better than you. There are many skilled martial artists in the world. Do you want to marry every one of them?" "Cousin, I was wrong," Sun Xiaolon quickly apologized, clutching her pinched waist.
Tanti Anne's not sopti.
She then looked at Xiao Jiyue nearby and awkwardly cleared her throat, saying, "It's my aunt, who really wants me to be her daughter-in-law. I don't want to, my cousin doesn't want to either. My parents and my uncle don't have that idea. It's just my aunt's wish." Tang Tian sighed helplessly, pressing her lips. "It must be because I'm too good that my aunt likes me." Tang Tian touched her face and said proudly, "Sister Xiao, you say I look too beautiful. That's also a kind of trouble." Hearing this, Sun Xiaolon rolled her eyes silently. While Tang Tian was chatting, she secretly took some grapes and mochi from Tang Tian's plate. She listened to Xiao Jiyue's voice saying, "It's the will of the parents and the matchmaker's words. Since your parents don't agree, they will naturally persuade your aunt to give up." Hearing this, Tang Tian's eyes lit up like the clouds clearing. She frowned and pursed her lips, saying, "So, did I waste a whole night worrying yesterday?" "Yes," Sun Xiaolon nodded. "Last night, I didn't sleep well at all." Sun Xiaolon still had some grapes and mochi in her mouth. Seeing her like this, Tang Tian's mouth twitched. "Why didn't you think of that?" "I'm not smart. If I had to hit someone, I could do it. But thinking about all this? I can't," Sun Xiaolon answered confidently, not feeling embarrassed at all. "You're still shameless." Tang Tian shoved the plate into her arms and pulled Xiao Jiyue, asking, "Sister Xiao, do you mean I don't have to worry about anything? That my parents will handle it?" "You can think about how to improve the candy shop," Xiao Jiyue replied vaguely, smiling at Tang Tian. Since Tang's parents didn't agree, how could Madame Sun be so eager to see this marriage happen? "Sister Xiao, I will think of a way right now." Tang Tian said she would do it immediately, rushing off in a lively manner to deliver some snacks. After the opening of Fengchun Tower, many people enjoyed delicious dim sum there and started to come to her house for snacks. This time, she introduced new grape mochi and grape jelly. She plans to make more so she can attract more customers when the time comes. As long as customers come, she believes she can succeed. With her quick tongue and the many tasty snacks in her shop, she is confident she can attract enough people. "Cousin, wait for me," Sun Xiaolon said, holding a plate of mochi and quickly followed behind. Miss Tang is really quick to act. She hasn't even put down the plate yet. Lianxin watched their sisters back as she and Xiaolon left one after the other and couldn't help but comment. "It's okay, let them go." Xiao Jiyue shook her head helplessly. When Jin Wu returned, she handed him a letter she had written overnight yesterday. "Jin Wu, take these grapes quickly back to Fuan Village. Be sure to deliver this letter personally to Grandma," she said. "Yes," Jin Wu replied seriously. "Rest assured, Mississippi." He carefully placed the letter close to his chest. Jin Wu went back with the grapes, and Xiao Jiyue felt relieved. The restaurant was open, business was good, but there was some jealousy. With a few small tricks, Xiao Jiyue and Zheng Qing worked together smoothly to handle everything. "Miss Xiao, luckily the kitchen is well managed, and the staff are all trusted people. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain what's going on," Zheng Qing said nervously. He cursed, "I don't know which unkind person put poison in the food. If someone got seriously ill, the restaurant would have to close down." Zheng Qing was also worried. After opening, Xiao Jiyue had trained everyone in advance on all the procedures for serving food. The kitchen was especially strict. At all times, at least 2 people supervised. Today, during normal business hours, someone added ingredients to the dishes. If it had been served to customers, it could have caused a serious accident. Not only would the top restaurant in Hongdu be shut down, but everyone working there would be taken to the government office and put in jail. Today's incident was only discovered thanks to Xiang Tigan. Otherwise, the consequences could have been terrible, Xiao Jiyue said, still feeling scared. She just wanted to make money, not do anything harmful. She wasn't afraid of normal business competition, but using such underhanded methods, completely disregarding people's lives, was unacceptable. Yes, I already praised Xiang Tigan today. I also plan to give him a reward. Miss Xiao, how much silver do you think is appropriate? Zheng Qing did not directly mention the amount at first. First, because the matter was not yet settled. Although the person was caught and taken to the authorities, there were still follow-up steps. Second, Zheng Qing genuinely did not know how much reward would be appropriate. Of course, it should be a big reward, Xiao Juyu said. As soon as she finished, she added, I'm not saying this just because he is a villager of Fuan village. It's because with this kind of thing, one person does well and others will follow. If we don't give a big reward, how will future workers be motivated to be careful and attentive? If anyone in the restaurant has bad intentions and dares to harm it, we can't prevent everything. This time, we rewarded Xiang Tigan heavily. In the future, everyone will be more careful and diligent, Xiao Jiuyu said happily, proud of applying the restaurant management system that assigned responsibilities to individuals. Yes, you're right, Zheng Qing said after a moment of thought. How about 20 taels of silver? 20 taels of silver. For an ordinary family, that's a year's wages, and in a restaurant, it's enough for half a year's work. Zheng Qing thought this number was suitable. That works, Xiao Jiuyu nodded with a smile. The next evening, after the restaurant closed, Zheng Qing called everyone over and handed out the rewards for their hard work during the first few days of opening. He and Xiao Jiuyu had agreed that during the first 3 days, regardless of whether they worked in the kitchen, as dish preparers, or as servers like Xiang Tigan, everyone was busy and tired. Giving extra silver would motivate everyone to work harder. Thank you all for your hard work these days. Each person will get a jean of grapes and an extra tael of silver, Zheng Qing said. As soon as he finished, everyone in the restaurant became excited. 2 baskets of grapes were placed aside, and silver was arranged on trays, shining brightly. When everyone received their share, they felt light and happy under their feet. Thank you, shopkeeper. Is this really not your monthly salary but a reward for opening the business? Yes. Zheng Kuei and the staff holding silver and grapes were surprised. Grapes cost about 40 to 50 won per jean, and they had only dared to look at them before. Never buy. Zheng Qing smiled and said, It's not time for monthly wages yet. This is your reward for working hard these past few days. He raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. He lifted the tray on the nearby table, which held 2 silver ingots, and waved at Xiang Tigan. Shopkeeper, Xiang Tigan had just taken a few steps when he suddenly lost his footing and fell. Haha, Tigan, are you so happy that you're acting silly? Are your legs weak from joy? Everyone was talking excitedly, and Tigan's face turned completely red. He felt shy and stood up, walking over to Zheng Qing. That day, it was your careful help that saved the restaurant from a crisis. So I told the boss, and he was very happy. He also decided to give a big reward. Zheng Qing's voice was loud and clear. He looked into Tigan's eyes with admiration and encouragement. Manager, this is only right, Tigan said nervously, not daring to speak much. His gaze drifted to the silver ingots on the tray. He blurted out before thinking, That's too much silver. Tigan, the boss didn't say it was all for you, someone teased. Tigan's face turned even redder, and he wished he could find a hole to hide in. All 20 taels are yours, Zheng Qing said without hiding the truth. He placed the 20 taels of silver into Tigan's hand. The heavy weight made Tigan feel like he was stepping on cotton unreal. Is this really all for him? Everyone cheered loudly, saying, Keep working hard. If anyone helps the restaurant like Tigan did in the future, this reward will be theirs next time. At this moment, everyone had only one thought. Is there any fool who would try to poison the restaurant? They would keep their eyes wide open. Catch one, and that would be 20 taels of silver. Miss Xiao, don't worry. Today, when I rewarded Tigan, I saw everyone's eyes light up. If anyone tries to use such dirty tricks again, they won't escape our watchful eyes. Zheng Qing was in a good mood. The workers around him were like sharp eyes, helping him keep an eye on the restaurant. The effect of 20 taels of silver will only become more obvious in the future, Xia Jiuyu said confidently. Later, we can also evaluate outstanding employees or advanced workers annually and give a few taels of silver as a reward. That way, everyone will work harder with hope. Zheng Qing thought for a moment. Xiao Jiuyu reminded him, but The awards for outstanding or advanced workers must be fair and just. If not, people will feel uncomfortable. The selection should be honest, or it will only cause resentment. Miss Xiao, I understand, Xing Qing said, not stupid at all. He understood immediately. If he does well, everyone will work even harder and be reluctant to leave. After Qing left, Jinwen returned with news and said, I found out that Gan Mingyue from the Gan family married too. Jinwen corrected himself. No, she was taken in by the third branch of the Wen family as a concubine. Now, she only has one daughter, and life is hard. The Wen family? Xiao Juyue, hearing this unfamiliar surname, asked, Are they also wealthy merchants? She remembered Tang Tian mentioning it earlier. Song Yu told her that among the many officials in the Hongdu prefecture, no one had the surname Wen. Yes, they are fabric merchants. The Wen family owns a dyeing workshop, a fabric shop, and a clothing store. Jinwen shared all the information he had gathered. Big Sister Xiao, the Lotus Picking Festival is in 20 days. Are you really not going to join? Tang Tian held Xiao Juyue's hand eagerly, already looking forward to the festival. No, Xiao Juyue shook her head. The restaurant's business was back on track after the poisoning incident. Those jealous of the restaurant's success would need to think carefully before trying to undermine it. She also needed to go home. It had been more than 10 days, almost half a month. What a pity. Tang Tian sighed regretfully, then excitedly said, Big Sister Xiao, Little Lan and I will host a farewell banquet for you outside the city, at the village. We can go hunting. There are no large predators on the mountain behind the village, only some wild chickens and rabbits. It will be so fun. Summer, aren't you afraid of snakes? Xiao Juyue silently looked at her round face. Has this girl already thought about how to cook the wild chickens and rabbits?
Ah.
Tang Tian shivered at the mention of snakes. She was most afraid of snakes. She hesitated and looked at Sun Xiaolan. What's there to be afraid of? If a snake comes, I will protect you, Sun Xiaolan said confidently, puffing out her chest. Tang Tian frowned and shook her head. No, snakes are long and small. What if? What's there to worry about? We carry anti-snake, insect, and rodent medicine. Snakes won't dare come close. Sun Xiaolan put her arm around her shoulder. Her cousin was brave, but she had been bitten by a snake as a child. Since then, she was afraid even of earthworms, let alone snakes. Really? Tang Tian looked uncertainly at Sun Xiaolan. I am your close cousin. How could I lie to you? Sun Xiaolan pressed her hand to her chest, looking hurt. Before, you even used earthworms to scare me. Tang Tian asked Xiao Jue, Big Sister Xiao, should we bring more herbal medicines to prevent snake bites? That way, we won't be afraid. The roasted wild chickens will taste so good. Last time, I forgot to bring salt, but this time I must bring some. Sister Xiao, go ahead. Since you rarely come to the city, just accompany me a little. Tang Tian is never one to admit defeat when it comes to being cute. She gently pulls on Xiao Juyue's dress, looking at her eagerly. Sister Xiao, please go.
Please.
Tang Tian's voice is as sweet as her name, soft and with a little tail sound. The words go ahead sound almost magical. All right, go and have fun for a day, Xiao Jue thought. It's a good chance to relax and buy some gifts to take back.
Great.
Tang Tian says happily, pulling Xiao Jue to go outside. Let's go to the farm for lunch, then go hunting in the afternoon. We can come back before the city gates close. Xiao Jue is pulled onto a carriage. It seems Tang Tian came prepared. Sitting inside, she asks, What if I refuse today? Tang Tian grins and says, If Sister Xiao refuses, I will cry. Xiao Jue remains silent. The carriage slowly departs and disappears at the end of the road. Another carriage approaches slowly. Song Yu jumps down from her carriage, carrying a lot of gifts meant for Madame Xiao, Lady Xiao. Miss Song, the young lady isn't home, Lian Exile says, looking a bit troubled. Miss Song arrived early, but the young lady hasn't left the house yet. Song Yu anxiously asks, Has Sister Xiao returned to Lansong County? No. Lian Exile shakes her head. Song Yu finally relaxes and says, then I'll wait here. Miss Song, the young lady might not come back until evening, Lian Exile says, looking at Song Yu with some difficulty. Is there something you want to tell her? I can help pass the message. I'm here to deliver things, so she can take them home, Song Yu replies, looking back at the carriage. All these items should be moved into the yard. Miss Song, Lian Exile steps forward and blocks her. She smiles and says, please wait, Miss Song. Since the young lady hasn't spoken, I can't accept these things. Please don't make things difficult for me. Lian Exile looks at Song Yu with sincere eyes, stopping her from just moving the items into the yard. Taking advantage of the moment, Lian Exile continues, Miss Song, why not come back early tomorrow? Song Yu hesitates and asks, if I bring these things out, will I take them back again? And where has your young lady gone? Miss has gone out, but I don't know where she's gone. Lian Exile smiles and shakes her head, her eyes full of sincerity. All right then. Song Yu didn't find anything to ask, so she didn't insist and turned around, leaving with her belongings. Elder sister Xiao, look, the back mountain of the village is all fenced off. Only wild chickens and rabbits are there, Tang Tian enthusiastically introduced to Xiao Juyu as soon as she arrived at the village. It's a pity it's summer now. If it were winter, we could enjoy hot springs. The village has a hot spring, and in winter, it's very warm to soak in it. Cousin, you've said everything already. What am I supposed to say? Sun Xiaolon arrived at the village, intending to introduce herself, but Tang Tian spoke too quickly, leaving no chance for her to interrupt. Cough, you could invite us to come and enjoy the hot springs in winter, Tang Tian said playfully, holding Sun Xiaolan's hand and blinking her eyes. Sun Xiaolon immediately responded, Elder sister Xiao, you're welcome to come to our village for hot springs in winter. When it snows, hunting on the back mountain is so fun. We can follow the footprints in the snow to find rabbits. Yes, Tang Tian nodded excitedly. She visits the city for a few days every year. After lunch, Tang Tian changed into casual clothes, carried a quiver and bow, and posed as if she was shooting arrows. She turned to smile at Xiao Jiuyu, elder sister Xiao. Look, do I look like someone who goes hunting? Tang Tian, dressed in a pink frilled outfit, looked sweet and charming, but she didn't seem like a hunter at all. Xiao Ji looked at her for a while and said, you look nice, sweet, and lovely. Tang Tian pouted and said, Elder sister Xiao, isn't that brave and heroic enough? Cousin, don't make things difficult for Xiao Jia, Sun Xiaolon said, dressed in black and white riding clothes, her hair like a boy's, holding a black bow. She stepped forward, resting her elbow on Tang Tian's shoulder, and gently tilted her chin with her hand. Little lady, want to go play with your brother? Xiaolon. Tang Tian's fair face flushed with embarrassment. She cleared her throat and said, now I understand why my aunt doesn't let you dress as a boy. This is clearly a handsome young boy, shamelessly acting like a man, tilting her chin. Cousin, we're all girls. What's there to be afraid of? Sun Xiaolon grinned, looking like a handsome young man. Miss Xiao, I will protect you today. Sun Xiaolon placed her bow on her chest, acting like a guardian. Xiao Jiuyu chuckled softly, young Master Xiaolon. Let's see how well you perform today. When Xiao Jiuyu's clear voice called out young Master Sun Xiaolon's eyes sparkled with admiration. Seeing Xiao Jiuyu's appreciative expression, Sun Xiaolon strode forward confidently and stopped in front of her. Miss Xiao, what do you think of my outfit? Very handsome, Xiao Jiuyu praised immediately. If your skin weren't so fair, your eyebrows were a bit thicker, and your features sharper, you'd look more masculine. I think so too. I don't know how to draw my eyebrows, and my features aren't sharp enough, Sun Xiaolon said happily, as if she agreed with Xiao Jiuyu. Tang Tian, standing nearby, hurriedly stepped between them. She cleared her throat and said, Xiaolon, sister Xiao, it's getting late. If we don't go hunting soon, the wild chickens and rabbits won't be cooked properly. Let's go, Sun Xiaolon said, walking quickly ahead. Xiao Jiuyu was pushed from both sides by them, moving forward. She slightly smiled and asked, aren't you afraid of not catching any game? Sister Xiao, you're underestimating me, Tang Tian said excitedly, her eyes narrowing with enthusiasm. I'm really good at hunting. Sun Xiaolon patted her chest confidently. Sister Xiao, watch me. Later, if you want to eat some, just take as many as you like. All right, I'll wait and see, Xiao Juyu replied. When she was in Fuan village, she often climbed mountains and did yoga every morning and evening. Compared to Tang Tian, who was a pampered young lady, her physical strength was completely different. Ugh. Tang Tian panted heavily after climbing halfway up the mountain. Forget wild chickens, she hadn't even seen a rabbit. The uphill path made her breathless. She put her hands on her hips and looked back at Xiao Juyu and Sun Xiaolon. Sun Xiaolon was used to outdoor activities and was very fit. But how is Xiao Juyu in better shape than her? Sister Xiao, aren't you tired? Tang Tian asked, gasping for breath. She had already handed her bow and arrows to her maid. Xiao Juyu looked at her flushed face and was about to speak when Sun Xiaolon interrupted. Tian, you rarely come with us to burn incense. You don't like moving around. You get tired after just a few steps. Burning incense just involves climbing stairs. Once you do it, your legs will hurt for 2 days, Tang Tian said nervously. She hated going to temples with her mother. Her mother loved to burn incense, and every time she was pulled along, she just ate and played her way up. When she got home, her legs still hurt for days. Xiaolon, you keep saying wild chickens and rabbits are plentiful. Are you trying to trick me? I don't see any here. No, I'll go check over there. Tang Tian changed the subject and refused to admit she couldn't do it. Hey, Tian, slow down. That's someone else's land over there, Sun Xiaolon called out as she watched Tang Tian run faster than a rabbit. Tang Tian wanted to reach the top of the mountain in one breath, but didn't hear what Sun Xiaolon was saying. When she finally reached the top, she was so exhausted that she ignored her appearance and sat down in the shade on a nearby rock. Suddenly, a sharp scream rang out. As soon as Tang Tian's touched the rock, it felt like she was burned, and she quickly jumped up. She covered her eyes with her hands and only saw 2 figures, one blue and one red, tangled together, biting each other fiercely. What's wrong? What's happening? Sun Xiaolon ran over quickly, thinking Tang Tian had encountered a snake. Let's go, Tang Tian said hurriedly, still covering her eyes, trying to run away. What just happened? Sun Xiaolon turned around and saw a man in fine clothes standing there. Young Master Xue? Sun Xiaolon recognized the man in fine clothes immediately. This was Xue Lingxiao, a very popular young master in Hongdu. He was raised by his grandmother in Shengjing, where his uncle was a high-ranking official. If it weren't for his mother's serious illness, why would Xue Lingxiao come back to such a small place like Hongdu? Plus, Xue Lingxiao's charming eyes attracted many wives who wanted him to be their son-in-law, including her own mother. Until Xue Lingxiao married the daughter of the prefect's family, Qian Xianxian, her mother was still regretful, saying she was just too old. If she had married him a year earlier, she would have caught his eye. Miss Sun, from the Sun family? Xue Lingxiao recognized her at once. The little girl from the Sun family, dressed in men's clothes, looked quite unique. His gaze shifted past Sun Xiaolon to her behind, Xiao Juyu. Compared to Qian Xianxian, who was dressed elaborately even for hunting, Xiao Juyu wore plain light blue clothes, as simple as could be. Brother Xiao, look. Are the flowers I picked pretty? Qian Xianxian came out from behind the rock, holding the flowers she just picked. Very pretty, Xue Lingxiao nodded, then looked again at Xiao Juyu. When did Hongdu produce such a stunning beauty? Like a rare flower on a high mountain, making people want to pick her and see her up close. Miss Sun, are you also here hunting? Qian Xianxian asked casually, then turned to Tang Tian and said, Miss Tang, you just screamed so loudly that I was scared. Luckily, Brother Xiao was holding me, or I would have fallen today. Zhuang Xianxian's words immediately dispelled everyone's assumptions. Hearing her voice, Xue Lingchuan and Xue Han quickly said, Sister Xianxian, you will be my future sister-in-law. It's only right that my second brother supports you. Henin. Zhuang Xianxian stood beside Xue Lingxiao, shy and timid, glancing at Sun Xiaolon and others, then feeling a bit proud, she said, Miss Sun, your outfit today, if Lady Ming knew, she would worry. Then there's no need for you to worry. As long as you don't tell on me, my mother won't find out, Sun Xiaolon thought to herself, secretly criticizing how boastful Xueling Xiao was. What was there to show off? Besides, my clothes are suitable for hunting in the mountains. But Sister Zhuang, your attire from Wenxin Pavilion isn't cheap, is it? Sun Xiaolon's question made Zhuang Xianxian instinctively straighten her back and modestly reply, just a simple outfit. Sister Xianxian's clothes are the latest style from Wenxin Pavilion, Xue Han immediately chimed in. Although she didn't mention the price, Wenxin Pavilion was the best embroidery house in Hongdu Prefecture, and each piece of clothing was quite valuable. Someone of Sister Zhuang's noble status should wear more expensive clothes. But going up the mountain to hunt, no matter how expensive the outfit, it would get torn. Wearing it just once, and it's ruined. What a pity, Sun Xiaolon sighed sarcastically, saying, I remember last winter, many poor folks outside Hongdu Prefecture suffered frostbite and had no food. They were homeless, wearing thin clothes in the cold winter, with nothing to eat. Xian always sets up stalls to give porridge to help the common people, Xue Han quickly added. Zhuang Xian looked at her with admiration. Sun Xiaolon nodded and said, the daughter of the magistrate truly cares for the people. Although it sounded like praise, her tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Zhuang Xianxian's eyes flickered with displeasure. She changed the subject, asking Miss Sun, is your cousin all right? I heard her breathing was strange earlier. Could she have heat stroke? I didn't have heat stroke, Tang Tian immediately retorted, surprised by the way Zhuang Xianxian and Xueling Xiao kept praising each other and nibbling on each other's faces. I think you're looking pale. Zhuang Xianxian turned back. Hanan, do we have some green bean soup to help cool Miss Sun's cousin? Let's give it to her to help her with the heat. Sister Xianxian, you're so kind, Xue Han said as she handed over a water bottle. Brother Xiao. Zhuang Xianxian looked in the direction of Xueling Xiao's gaze and saw Xiao Jiyue, who had been silent all along. She pretended to be surprised and said, Miss Xiao, what a coincidence. We meet again? Turns out you also know Miss Sun? Zhuang Xianxian looked surprised and said, could it be also because of a life-saving favor? As she spoke, Zhuang Xianxian smiled and explained to Xueling Xiao, Brother Xiao, a few days ago, Miss Song fell into the water, and it was Miss Xiao who saved her. Suddenly, everyone's eyes focused on Xiao Jiyue. Zhuang Xianxian's words painted her as a powerful woman who used a life-saving favor to build connections. All this nonsense. Must it be a life-saving favor to be considered a proper reason to know someone? Sun Xiaolon always felt that Zhuang Xianxian's words carried ill intentions. She turned and pulled Xiao Jiyue aside, asking, Sister Xiao, when did you save Miss Song? Sister Xiao is just kind-hearted, Tang Tian, a loyal fan of Xiao Jiyue, chimed in. It's obvious she only saved Miss Song because of her special status, Xue Han snorted softly. Henin, Zhuang Xianxian said ambiguously, no matter what, she did save Miss Song. Miss Zhuang, I wonder how Miss Du is doing? Xiao Jiyue was not the type to be sarcastic and not respond. When mentioning Du Xiaoxiao, who was sent to Zhuang's residence, Zhuang Xianxian's face changed. She had only stayed a few days at Zhuang's, but Du Xiaoxiao was noisy and troublesome. Yesterday, she visited Du Xiaoxiao and almost got hurt by her. I heard Miss Du was rescued by the guards? Sun Xiaolon watched the scene with interest and no shame. Xiaoxiao is sick, Zhuang Xianxian said vaguely. She took a step back and looked at Xueling Xiao, saying, Brother Xiao, let's pick more flowers. This is honeysuckle. We should pick more to brew tea. It's good for clearing heat and detoxifying. Whatever you say, Xueling Xiao looked at Zhuang Xianxian with loving, smiling eyes and praised, I didn't expect you to recognize medicinal herbs. His gaze made Zhuang Xianxian's heart beat faster. She felt her face flush and shyly looked up, her eyes filled with joy and happiness when she looked into Xueling Xiao's. Gently, she said, Brother Xiao, how about I dry some and give it to Aunt Xue? My mother will be happy to drink the honeysuckle tea you make herself, Xueling Xiao said, gazing at Zhuang Xianxian with intense affection. She felt like she was drowning in his eyes. Xiao Jiyue couldn't hold back her laughter. Miss Xiao, what are you laughing at? Zhuang Xianxian felt the heat on her face slowly fade and looked at Xiao Juyue with a colder gaze. Miss Xiao, haven't you seen honeysuckle before? Someone like Madame Xue, with her noble status, has seen all kinds of fine things. A simple gift with sincere feelings is more meaningful. Her words subtly belittled Xiao Juyue for being inexperienced. I advise Miss Zhuang not to give it, Xiao Juyue said, looking at the flowers in Zhuang Xianxian's hand. They weren't honeysuckle at all, but a deadly, heartbreaking. Zhuang Xianxian stared at Xiao Juyue's face, standing beside Xueling Xiao.
What do you mean by that?
Your future daughter-in-law giving her mother-in-law some good heat-clearing and detoxifying herbs. I believe Auntie Xue will be very happy, Xue Han chimed in, defending her. If you're jealous of Sister Xianxian, that's useless. Jealous? Who's jealous? Sun Xiaolon looked at Zhuang Xianxian as if to say, who would care about Xueling Xiao? Big sister Xiao told you not to give it because she's kindly warning you. You're like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not recognizing a good person, Tang Tian said. She didn't understand why Xiao Juyue warned her, but she believed Xiao Juyue was right. So, why can't I give it? Zhuang Xianxian raised the honeysuckle and sneered. Do you think it's too cheap? In her eyes, the flowers seemed to say, too tacky. No, honeysuckle isn't cheap, Xiao Juyue shook her head. You can ask at the pharmacy whether the flowers in your hand are really honeysuckle. Zhuang Xianxian's confident expression suddenly faltered. She looked at the flowers, inspecting them carefully. Were they really honeysuckle? Oh, not honeysuckle? Could it be some poisonous flower? Tang Tian looked shocked at the yellow flowers in Zhuang Xianxian's hand. They looked quite similar to honeysuckle. Sun Xiaolon was even more direct, sneering. Thought you were knowledgeable, but you can't even recognize honeysuckle? Nonsense, Zhuang Xianxian's face darkened. She lost face in front of her beloved. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Who says it's not honeysuckle? Just because you say it's not honeysuckle doesn't make it so. Don't be self-important. To me, this yellow flower looks just like honeysuckle, Xue Han said, staring at the flower. She had seen dried honeysuckle used for tea before, but fresh honeysuckle was new to her. Still, they looked very similar. Xue Han, is your head only for making yourself look taller? Sun Xiaolon usually moves around the world like a man, her voice louder than usual. She said, are yellow flowers the honeysuckle? Osmanthus, wintersweet, calendula, chrysanthemum. Aren't they all yellow flowers? Could they all be honeysuckle? Sun Xiaolon. Xue Han angrily rushed forward, shouting her full name, trying to tear her apart with her words. Before she could get close, Sun Xiaolon grabbed her wrist. This woman, how can her strength be so great? Xue Han winced in pain, her face twisting. Sun Xiaolon quickly let go of her hand. I'm just an ordinary girl from a common family. I don't have much strength. You won't fall to the ground and say I hurt you, right? Just as Xue Han was about to fall, she froze. She covered her sore wrist, feeling wronged.
Zhuang Xianxian stepped forward, looking at her swollen wrist.
Sun Xiaolon, are you just an ordinary girl? Can an ordinary girl squeeze her hand so red? Oh, she just can't handle being squeezed, Sun Xiaolon said casually.
You.
Zhuang Xianxian was furious. She turned her head, watching Xueling Xiao earnestly asking Xiao Juyu questions, which made her even angrier and almost spit blood. May I ask, Miss Xiao, what is this? Is it poisonous? Xueling Xiao's eyes had a gentle smile, her voice soft like spring breeze. I'm not a doctor. I have nothing to say. Xiao Juyu quietly took a step back. Xueling Xiao's gaze was too purposeful. Spring has passed, yet she still seems so eager. Zhuang Xianxian sneered. Nothing to say? I think you're just pretending. This is honeysuckle. Are you trying to show off your knowledge? Her anger was obvious in her eyes, warning her not to be foolish. We don't want to tell you. Is that okay? Sun Xiaolon stepped directly in front of Xiao Juyu. Tang Tian's voice sounded. So many of you, and you don't even recognize honeysuckle? Elder sister Xiao, let's go. Sun Xiaolon and Tang Tian moved to either side, protecting Xiao Juyu like bodyguards. They pulled her away. Xiao Juyu chuckled softly and asked, "Aren't you afraid of offending her? She's the daughter of the prefect." "Afraid of what?" "My father is still a military officer," Sun Xiaolon replied. Then, worried Xiao Jiu, "You might overthink," she added. Zhuang Xianxian's eyes are on top of her head. With Xue Lingxiao, that flirtatious girl, she doesn't look like a good person. Zhuang Xianxian just treats her like a treasure. Exactly, Tang Tian nodded in agreement. After making sure they were far enough, she asked, "What do you think I saw just now?" They hugged each other. The rest of what Tang Tian wanted to say, she felt too shy to speak. "Shameless, and you're still talking about picking flowers," Sun Xiaolon said, seeming to remember something. She asked Sister Xiao, "What kind of flower did she pick just now? Is it poisonous? Don't you think I made a mistake?" Xiao Jiyue asked back without answering directly. How could Sister Xiao make a mistake? Tang Tian strongly supported Xiao Jiyue without thinking. Sun Xiaolon said, "Sister Xiao is careful and won't make mistakes." As for Zhuang Xianxian, she thinks she is very knowledgeable and is famous as a talented woman from Hongdu, but she's all show and not even 1/100th as good as the eldest lady of the Zhuang family. Does the Zhuang family have another young lady? Tang Tian looked curious, like a curious animal in a field. "Stop interrupting. Sister Xiao, tell us, what kind of flower was it?" Sun Xiaolon was convinced it was honeysuckle. Hook-knot vine, also called heartbreak grass. Xiao Jiyue didn't hide the truth this time and said directly, "Eating heartbreak grass can turn your intestines black and cause stomach pain, leading to death." Wow, Sun Xiaolon was startled. She said, "Sister Xiao, you are really kind-hearted." If she hadn't noticed, Zhuang Xianxian, this future daughter-in-law, might have poisoned her own mother-in-law. Wildflowers shouldn't be picked randomly. Tang Tian was also frightened and scared. They looked very similar. In fact, these two flowers are easy to tell apart if you look carefully. Xiao Jiyue started explaining scientifically, telling them how to distinguish between them. This little episode was quickly forgotten as everyone shifted into hunting mode. Maybe because of good luck, they soon had a harvest. Sun Xiaolon proudly held up a wild chicken. "Cousin, Sister Xiao, we can roast this wild chicken later. I also hit one." Tang Tian excitedly ran toward the wild chicken she shot. Just as she picked up the chicken, Dong Gui suddenly lunged at her, scaring Sun Xiaolon so much that the chicken almost fell from her hands. She trembled and thought, "Even if you want the chicken, you don't have to hit me." The next moment, Tang Tian saw Dong Gui holding a colorful snake. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted immediately. The wild chicken fell to the ground, flapping its wings.
"Zonggui squat dao, ismin Tang Tian."
She saw no injuries and looked innocently at Xiao Jiyue. "Young lady, the snake is dead and didn't bite Miss Tang." "Cousin?" Sun Xiaolon hurriedly ran toward Tang Tian, who was lying on the ground. Seeing Dong Gui holding a colorful snake, she immediately understood and said, "Don't worry, Sister Xiao. My cousin just fainted from fright. My older cousin has been afraid of snakes since she was a child. Not just snakes, even earthworms scare her. Seeing those colorful snakes now, she would definitely faint from fright." Sun Xiaolon confidently stepped forward, pinched Tang Tian's pressure point, and Tang Tian slowly woke up. "What's happening to me?" Tang Tian looked at the many eyes staring at her and didn't understand what was going on until she saw the colorful snake in Dong Gui's hand. She screamed, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted again. "It's my fault." Dong Gui quickly hid the snake behind her back, looked apologetically at Xiao Jiuyu, and asked, "Miss, what should we do with this snake?" "Bring it home and cook it," Xiao Jiuyu said without hesitation. "Snake soup clears heat and reduces fire. Good for summer." "All right then." Dong Gui swiftly threw the dead snake into the basket behind her. She had been thinking just now, if the young lady didn't agree, how could she secretly take the snake home? "Can this thing be eaten?" Sun Xiaolon, though not as afraid of snakes as Tang Tian, had never eaten one before. Xiao Jiyu didn't answer but looked at Dong Gui and asked, "Is it tasty?" Dong Gui immediately understood Xiao Jiyu's question and replied, "Yes, very tasty, and the soup is especially fresh." Can I try some too? Sun Xiaolon asked curiously. Xiao Jiuyu smiled. Of course, as long as you can eat it. Let's give it a try. I can eat less. Sun Xiaolon sat next to Tang Tian, grabbed the wild chicken Tang Tian was holding, and looked back at the unconscious Tang Tian. She said, Sister Xiao, shall we split up and start roasting the wild chicken? I see a stream over there. I'll handle the chicken, Sun Xiaolon said proactively, taking on the messy task. Then I'll go gather firewood, Xiao Jiuyu told Tang Tian. Dong Gui. I want to stay with the young lady, Dong Gui said without hesitation. Today, she was the one going out to guard the young lady, and she couldn't afford any mistakes. It's okay. Xiao Tao and Xiao Shi will stay with my cousin, Xiao Jiuyu reassured. Xiao Tao is Tang Tian's maid, and Xiao Shi is Sun Xiaolon's maid. Both know some martial arts. Xiao Jiuyu led Dong Gui to gather firewood nearby. After a short while, she realized she was just wasting her time. Dong Gui wasn't letting her gather anything. Young lady, I can gather the firewood. Be careful of the holes, Dong Gui said, carefully picking dry branches. She held a sharp dagger, and with each branch in her hand, she quickly turned them into suitable firewood. Dong-Gui, did you often camp outdoors when you worked at the agency? Xiao Jiu asked casually.
Yes.
Winter-Gui responded softly, and when she moved, she was very clear about her actions, pulling one stick after another. Xiao Jiu picked up a dry branch nearby. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Xueling Xiao walking toward her.
Miss Xiao.
Xiao Jiu quickly turned and walked away. Xueling Xiao took 3 quick steps to catch up and blocked her path. Miss Xiao, wait a moment. I think I've seen you somewhere before. Have we met? Such a clumsy way to start a conversation. Xiao Jiu silently took a step back. We have not met and I don't know you. Miss Xiao, Xueling Xiao still wanted to approach, but Dong Gui, holding a bunch of dry sticks, stepped directly in front of him. The sticks were long, and if Xueling Xiao hadn't moved quickly, he might have been blocked. I really feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Maybe you should think again, Xueling Xiao said, gazing at Xiao Jiuyu with focused eyes. Xiao Jiuyu turned to leave. Dong Gui immediately blocked Xueling Xiao from approaching further. Young Master Xue, my lady says she doesn't know you, and she truly doesn't. Please show some respect. Move aside. I need to talk to Miss Xiao, Xueling Xiao said. Miss Xiao, about that flower earlier. Dong Gui held the dry sticks tightly, blocking Xueling Xiao completely. Xiao Jiuyu's figure grew smaller in the distance. Xueling Xiao squinted and looked into Dong Gui's eyes. I've never seen such a foolish maid. If the young lady doesn't mind my foolishness, that's enough, Dong Gui said proudly, completely ignoring Xueling Xiao's words. Xueling Xiao turned and left. Not far away, on a hillside, Zhuang Xianxian watched the scene with anger, grinding her teeth. Xue Han comforted her, saying, Xianxian, it must be that Xiao woman, that fox-like girl, trying to brother Xiao. Brother Zhao's heart belongs only to you. Zhuang Xianxian clenched her hand tightly around her handkerchief. She had clearly seen how Xueling Xiao chased after Xiao Jiuyu and how her maid stopped him. She took a deep breath and coldly said, she's just a clever girl with some looks, a woman of low status. Yes, just a woman of low status, not even worthy of being a concubine, Xue Han agreed. She looked at Zhuang Xianxian tearing the branches nearby and quickly changed the subject. Xianxian, shall we go hunting? Maybe we can catch a wild rabbit today? Let's go, Zhuang Xianxian said, turning to leave. Xiao Jiuyue returned with Dong Gui, who had finished gathering firewood. Sun Xiaolon, experienced, had salted the wild chicken and was already roasting it over the fire. Sun Xiaolon said, Sister Xiao, roasting the chicken is taking too long. Maybe we should go hunting for some more? Xiao Jiuyue didn't reply and looked at Tang Tian, who was unconscious nearby. It's so fragrant, Tang Tian said, closing her eyes and sniffing. She suddenly opened her eyes, sat up quickly, and her eyes lit up when she saw the 2 roasted chickens on the fire. Cousin, is there a snake? Sun Xiaolon deliberately asked. Startled, Tang Tian rushed toward Sun Xiaolon and hugged her tightly, trembling as she looked around and asked, Where's the snake?
Ha ha ha.
Sun Xiaolon laughed, bending over. Cousin, there's no snake.
We caught all of them.
Tang Tian let out a breath of relief and then pinched Sun Xiaolon hard at her waist, feeling wronged. Then why did you scare me? I'm not trying to scare you. Sun Xiaolon gasped in pain. I'm just helping you. After a few more times, you'll get used to it. No, I don't want to, Tang Tian said, sitting by the fire and staring at the roasted wild chicken, drooling with hunger. Cousin, Sun Xiaolon started to speak, but Tang Tian shrank closer to Xiao Jiyue and said, Don't talk to me. Sun Xiaolon's mouth twitched. Sister Xiao, let's go hunting again. Let her stay here and watch the chickens. Okay, I can watch them. Tang Tian nodded repeatedly, signaling they could leave. Xiao Jiyue hadn't hunted much today, so she didn't refuse. She followed Sun Xiaolon back to the mountain. This time, Xiao Jiyue was lucky. She not only saw wild chickens, but also encountered a wild rabbit. Miss, there's more game coming. Dong Gui's voice sounded. Xiao Jiyue stood up and looked toward the direction of the voice. Help! Zhuang Xianxian's voice rang out. When she saw Xiao Jiyue, she ran straight toward her, followed by a wild boar piglet with a blue face and sharp teeth. Winter Gui's eyes are sharp. When Zhuang Xianxian runs over holding her skirt, Winter Gui steps forward and thrusts her dagger straight at the wild boar's eyes. That's so scary, Zhuang Xianxian says, walking behind Xiao Jiyue, covering her chest and gasping heavily. She asks, Can your maid fight better? Xiao Jiyue glances at the blood on her dress, then turns her eyes back to Winter Gui and the wild boar. She tightly grips her arrow, ready to help if needed. Zhuang Xianxian steps back, about to leave, but hears the wild boar squealing loudly. She gets scared and falls to the ground. She looks up as Winter Gui raises her hand and stabs her dagger into the wild boar's eyes. Blood splatters everywhere, creating a bloody and frightening scene. Swallowing hard, Zhuang Xianxian looks at Xiao Jiyue with fear.
Who are these people?
Is even a maid this fierce? The wild boar struggles a few times before collapsing heavily onto the ground. Winter Gui quickly stabs a few more times, and soon the wild boar stops moving. Xiao Jiyue praises Winter Gui, well done. Tonight, we can have wild boar meat for dinner again. Zhuang Xianxian confirms the wild boar is dead. She pretends to stay calm and walks forward, looking at Winter Gui, then at Xiao Jiyue. She asks, Is this still a maid? Or a butcher? Whose maid can kill a wild boar with a dagger? Your people can't do it, but mine can, Xiao Jiyue replies, looking at her. Are you unharmed? Did your maid get hurt protecting you? Zhuang Xianxian's face turns pale. She presses her lips and warns Miss Xiao, for the sake of this wild boar, I have something to say. Things that don't belong to you shouldn't be coveted, or you'll invite danger. Is she warning her to stay away from Xueling Xiao? Xiao Jiyue feels disdain inside. Her eyes show pity as she looks at Zhuang Xianxian. She says, the daughter of the prefect, deliberately leading the wild boar to me, just to make me the scapegoat? Too bad. My people are very capable.
I'm disappointed.
I also have something to say to Miss Zhuang. A misunderstanding. Zhuang Xianxian responds lightly. Everyone has their own taste. Some things you see as treasures might be nothing in others' eyes, Xiao Jiyue calmly counters. Even though she faces the daughter of the prefect, to Xiao Jiyue, she's just a competitive young girl. Zhuang Xianxian snorts softly, thinking Xiao Jiyue is just being stubborn. If she knew about Zhao's brother's status, she might even wish to be close to him. Zhuang Xianxian stared at Xiao Jiuyu's face and warned, It's better this way. Stay away from Brother Xie Xiao, or a clever woman will find a way to win a man's heart, Xiao Jiuyu said, not wanting to talk to Zhuang Xianxian anymore. She was a talented girl, but couldn't understand her words. She turned to leave. Zhuang Xianxian listened to her words, feeling as if they were mocking her for not being able to win a man's heart, mocking her for not being smart. She was furious and rushed forward, grabbing Xiao Jiuyu's hand, saying, Xiao, do you think your looks are so great? Do you think you're clever? She gritted her teeth and said, Are all women of the Xiao family here just to be concubines? I tell you. Xiao Juyu shook off Zhuang Xianxian's hand, feeling as if her face had been slapped. Was she slapped? Zhuang Xianxian's head buzzed, and she heard Xiao Juyu's cold voice. Your mouth is dirtier than a sewer. Stay indoors more so you don't stink up others. You dare to hit me? Zhuang Xianxian said, incredulous. Xiao Jiuyu pushed Zhuang Xianxian to the ground. Her head happened to land next to a wild boar, which had been processed, with blood flowing everywhere. The blood stained her face, and the tusked pigs had loomed large in front of her. Zhuang Xianxian, I don't even bother to look at someone like Xueling Xiao, who acts like he's in heat in spring. Our Xiao family girl, you're not even worthy to carry her shoes. From now on, if you keep spouting nonsense, I don't care who you are, I will beat you. Xiao Jiuyu pressed her face, forcing her to face the wild boar's head. She leaned down and continued warning, if I truly wanted to curry favor with him, do you think you could still marry into the Xue family safely? Zhuang Xianxian had never been so humiliated before. She struggled, feeling disgusted by the sticky blood on her face and hands, which also made her afraid. Xiao Jiuyu seemed completely unafraid of her, even indifferent to her noble status as the daughter of the prefect. It was as if she could take her life at any moment. Who do you think you are? Zhuang Xianxian couldn't believe it. Miss, Xueling Xiao and the others are coming, Dong Gui whispered. Xiao Jiuyu chuckled softly, then let's see. She released her hold on Zhuang Xianxian's face and helped her sit up. Zhuang Xianxian hadn't yet understood her words. Before her, the person she longed for appeared. Her eyes reddened, and she choked as she cried out, Brother Xiao, it's her who hurt me. Zhuang Xianxian pointed at Xiao Jiuyu, wiped the dirt off her face with her hand, and her pink dress was now dirtier than a rag. Miss Zhuang, I don't blame you for bringing the wild boar here, but you can't lie with your eyes open. Xiao Jiuyu no longer appears so confident. Now she looks like a girl who has suffered a great injustice. She lowers her head, wipes her eyes, and stumbles to her feet. The wind blows her unsteady body, making her look especially fragile. Xiao Jiyue's lips are pressed together, her eyes reddening. She says, if Dong Gui knew some fighting skills, today we would all be buried in that wild boar's mouth. Miss Zhuang. She stopped speaking, as if unwilling to say harsh words. Her eyes look at Zhuang Xianxian with disappointment. She lowers her shoulders and sighs, Miss Zhuang, don't worry. I won't ask you for repayment for saving my life. After speaking, Xiao Jiuyu turns around, her body trembling. Young lady, Dong Gui quickly supports Xiao Jiuyu and looks back at Zhuang Xianxian. I've traveled all over the agency, and I've seen many ungrateful people who betray others. You're talking nonsense. Zhuang Xianxian is stunned by Xiao Jiyue's performance and quickly explains. She touches her face and says, Brother Xiao, I didn't do anything. She slapped me and pushed me to the ground.
She.
Xiao Jiyue's whole body trembles with shock. She looks at her incredulously. Miss Zhuang, you're the daughter of the prefect. How dare I hurt you? Enough, Xueling Xiao frowns and interrupts her. He looks at the wild boar on the ground, and then at Zhuang Xianxian's blood-covered face. There are no signs of being hit. He asks, did you lead the wild boar here? This isn't important. What's important is that she slapped me just now. Look, there's still a mark. It hurts so badly right now. Zhuang Xianxian lifts her sleeve and wipes her face. The pig's blood is stuck to her, making it hard to tell. Miss Zhuang, I know you don't like me, but you don't need to falsely accuse me, Xiao Jiuyu says with her lips pressed tight. Her eyes show complex emotions as she looks at Zhuang Xianxian. Who's falsely accusing you? Everything I said is true. Zhuang Xianxian feels like she can't vent her anger. She moves closer to Xue Han, bringing her face near. Han, look. Is there a handprint? The smell of pig's blood hits her face, making Xue Han feel nauseous. She almost vomits. She covers her chest, wanting to explain, but her stomach churns fiercely. Finally, she turns pale and says, Xianxian, your face is covered in pig's blood, so it's hard to see. Xue Han stepped back a few paces after speaking. At this moment, Zhuang Xianxian looked a bit frightening, especially after just encountering the wild boar. Luckily, she was a little farther away and saw clearly that Zhuang Xianxian pushed her close mate in front of the wild boar. Now, she was lying on the ground, unable to move.
You.
Zhuang Xianxian was almost furious. My young lady clearly saved you, saw you fall, and kindly helped you up. How can you say my young lady hit you? Donggui looked like she was defending her lady. Zhuang Xianxian, you're too shameless. Xiao Jie helped you, and you still accuse her of hitting you. How can you repay kindness with evil? Sun Xiaolon, who arrived a little later, immediately stepped forward. Seeing Zhuang Xianxian's miserable state, she almost laughed. Sun Xiaolon suppressed her smile and kindly said, "You should go back to the Zhuang estate and clean yourself up quickly." Humph. Zhuang Xianxian snorted softly and looked at Xue Lingxiao. As long as Xue Lingxiao trusted her, that was enough. She looked at him with hope, choking on her words. Brother Xiao, her maid must be helping her. I really didn't lie. Was it you who led the wild boar toward Miss Xiao? Xue Lingxiao asked. As soon as his words finished, Zhuang Xianxian stepped back in disbelief. Brother Xiao, you don't believe me? You'd rather believe her than me? Xianxian, Uncle Xue always says that everything should be fair. I need to know the full truth to understand everything, Xue Lingxiao said with a fair tone. Yes, I let it there, but I had no choice at the time. I was terrified by the wild boar and ran in front of her. Zhuang Xianxian bit her lip and said. Later, her maid killed the wild boar, and that Xiao person hit me. Brother Xiao, believe me, she really hit me. She even pressed me to the ground and choked me.
Look.
Zhuang Xianxian touched her neck and moved closer to Xue Lingxiao, trying hard to prove she was telling the truth. The smell of blood and wild boar's flesh filled the air. Xue Lingxiao silently took a step back and comforted her. Xianxian, maybe we should go back to the estate first, wash up, and see if you're hurt. Xue Lingxiao. Zhuang Xianxian was so angry she called his name directly. She looked back at Xiao Jiyue with calm eyes, but she saw the smile in his eyes, as if saying, I knew you were right. Zhuang Xianxian suddenly fainted.
Xianxian.
Xue Lingxiao wanted to go help her, but was overwhelmed by the stench. He looked like he was throwing away a plague and told Xue Han nearby, Han, come help her. Brother Xiao. Xue Han was about to cry. Hurry up, let's go back to the village, Xue Lingxiao said firmly, ordering the guards to take Xue Han and Zhuang Xianxian back. Xue Lingxiao then looked at Xiao Jiuyu and said, Miss Xiao, Xianxian was also frightened today. I apologize for her. Tonight, I will host a feast at Rui Tower. No need, Xiao Jiuyu interrupted. This was a small matter. As long as Zhuang Xianxian doesn't cause trouble for me in the future, it's fine. After speaking, Xiao Jiuyu pulled Sun Xiaolon and said, Xiaolon, let's go. Okay, Sun Xiaolon was about to reply when she saw the wild boar being carried away in a basket by Dong Gui, who had already packed several pieces of meat and was walking off. How come you took so long? The roast chicken is almost burnt. Tang Tian had been watching the wild chicken. Hearing the noise, she quickly stood up and called out. When she saw the people, she was excited. Sister Xiao, why is there blood on you? Are you hurt? Tian, it's a pity you didn't go hunting. You missed a good show, Sun Xiaolon said excitedly. You didn't see how messy Zhuang Xianxian looked. In the end, she fainted out of anger.
Ah.
Tang Tian listened with excitement in her eyes. When they returned to the village, Xiao Jiuyu changed her clothes and ate roasted wild chicken, still hearing Tang Tian's regret in her voice. Throughout the journey, Tang Tian and Sun Xiaolon kept talking nonstop. Sister Xiao, do you think Zhuang Xianxian is crazy? Why does she think you slapped her? Tang Tian complained for Xiao Jiuyu. She was angry. She really thought she was the daughter of the magistrate. She wanted to frame someone, and she did. Yes, you didn't see it at the time. When Zhuang Xianxian heard that Xue Lingxiao didn't believe her, she fainted out of anger, Sun Xiaolon said vividly. Tang Tian felt regretful, wondering why she wasn't there. Xiao Jiuyu leaned against the cart, her lips slightly raised. After returning home, Each person took some wild boar meat. Since the weather was hot today, Xiao Jiuyu didn't bring much back. Instead, she divided her share into two parts, one for Xing Qing and the other to the Song family. Miss, today Miss Song came to see you. I told her you went out, so she'll come back tomorrow. Miss Song brought a cart full of gifts. As soon as Xiao Jiuyu arrived home, she heard Lianxin's words. Xiao Jiuyu looked at Lianxin with admiration. She trusted Lianxin's work. She said, "Tomorrow I need to go home first. I'll visit her tomorrow, then return home. It's just right, since when I arrive at the county, it will be time for Jiyuan's dismissal." Understood. Lian Xian responded immediately, and someone prepared bath water for Xiao Jiuyu to bathe and change clothes. Luo Kuei and Lian Xian prepared dinner together and then asked Dong Gui about any interesting things that happened during the hunting trip today. Lian Xian was guarding the house, while Luo Kuei carried the items Xiao Jiuyu bought, one by one, following the list Xiao gave her, to take back to Song County tomorrow. Dong Gui was quiet and answered only when asked until the topic turned to Zhuang Xianxian. If I had been here, I would have definitely given her a slap. What's so great about a county magistrate's daughter? How dare she bully the young lady? Luo Kuei was so angry she almost rolled up her sleeves to fight Zhuang Xianxian. Lian Xian fell silent, feeling something was off. Listening to Luo Kuei's words, Dong Gui thought silently. The young lady is quite formidable. Indeed, no one believed she would hit Zhuang Xianxian. This silent loss was something Zhuang Xianxian had counted on. After bathing and changing clothes, Xiao Jiuyu felt refreshed and leisurely enjoyed her dinner. Mother Geng's cooking was excellent, with delicate dishes that perfectly satisfied her appetite. After eating well, Xiao Jiuyu looked at Lian Xian, who seemed distracted, and asked, "Lian Xian, what's wrong?" "Nothing, it's nothing." Lian Xian shook her head. Xiao Jiuyu guessed, "Ai Chio's health is not good?" "No," Lian Xian quickly asked her inner doubts. "Young lady, why does Zhuang Xianxian want to do something that's not worth it and falsely accuse you?"
Ha!
Xiao Jiuyu chuckled and asked back, "You're so distracted during a meal just for this?" Lian Xian shyly scratched her head and said, "Young lady, I always feel Zhuang Xianxian wants to bully you." "I think so too." Luo Kuei came over to agree. Xiao Jiuyu wanted them to eat together, but both she and Lian Xian didn't want to break the rules. So, while Xiao was eating, they quickly finished their own meals and then came to join her. Luo Kuei ate a bit slower and arrived a little late, saying, "Young lady, next time I meet Zhuang Xianxian again, I will." Luo Kuei rolled up her sleeves, wanting to hit her, but stopped halfway and changed her words. "I will use a sack so no one will find out and cause trouble for you." "Oh, so you know how to use a sack, doing sneaky stuff?" Xiao Jiuyu gave her a thumbs up. Luo Kuei shyly lowered her head, seeming a bit silly before. "Zhuang Xianxian didn't falsely accuse me." After Xiao Jiuyu finished speaking, Luo Kuei and Lian Xian exchanged a glance. Luo Kuei looked confused and asked Lian Xian, "Lian Xian, I don't understand what you mean." "No wonder I thought something was off."
Lian Xin suddenly dilit.
She said, "Miss really did hit Zhuang Xianxian, but no one believes she did it. This unfair situation, only Zhuang Xianxian herself is suffering. It must be that Zhuang Xianxian did something really bad, and the miss only acted in self-defense." Luo Kuei looked at Xiao Jiuyu with admiration and said, "Miss, next time you slap someone, let me do it. I've been practicing my skills every day, and my strength has improved a lot." "Okay." Xiao Jiuyu nodded slightly. Listening to their chatter, she looked up at the bright moon outside and felt she wanted to go home even more. Night fell deeper. Zeng Qing came with a box of silver. "Shopkeeper Zeng, this is only a few days since we opened." Xiao Jiuyu looked at the banknotes inside the box and smiled helplessly. "Miss Xiao, this is the profit sharing for 10 days. Zeng Qing pushed the box toward her. "The restaurant's business has been much better than I expected. This silver is what you deserve. I'll work hard to earn back the principal for opening the restaurant as soon as possible. The rest will all be profit." Zeng Qing was so happy he was almost laughing in his sleep these days. Recently, the candy shop delivered 2 kinds of grape desserts, grape jelly and grape mochi. Many customers came just to try these treats. The restaurant was full of customers every day. Then, "Thank you, shopkeeper Zeng," Xiao Jiyue said without hesitation. After accepting the silver, she started discussing serious matters. Dongjia Troupe, will they still come to perform at the restaurant next month? Probably not. Zeng Qing didn't say it directly. He explained, the last time, they only paid 500 taels, but they didn't want to pay more. For the next cooperation, although they didn't say it openly, the meaning was clear. I've already contacted a few other troops privately. Each of them is calculating their own interests. Zeng Qing frowned as he mentioned this. I think they only talked to Meng Ji from Dongjia Troupe. The others, they want more money. Talk to Meng Ji again. If it doesn't work, change to another troupe. Xiao Jiyue had seen Miss Mingji sing opera before, and she sang very beautifully. She was thinking that if possible, she would invite her to Fuan village to perform for her grandmother. Okay, Zeng Qing replied, then added, but Xiao girl, don't get your hopes up too high. I've already met Miss Mingji and the head of the Dong family troupe.
They
don't think much of our tavern. Then Xiao Jiyue said, tell them that if this contract doesn't work out, we won't invite the Dong troupe again. She had a thought. If she wrote the scripts herself, maybe she could create her own opera troupe. That idea flashed through her mind quickly, but Zeng Qing's voice brought her back to reality. They talked until late at night. Xiao Jiyue stretched lazily and went back to bed. Early the next morning, Xiao Jiyue got up, packed everything carefully, and made sure she had bought all the gifts to take home. Only then did she feel at ease and go to have breakfast. She enjoyed crispy fried dough sticks dipped in sweet soy milk, feeling very satisfied. Big sister Xiao, Songyu came early to see her. Seeing the packed items in the yard being moved out, Songyu said, Big sister Xiao, are you leaving today? My father said, you must come to our house for a meal. Xiao Jiyue raised an eyebrow. Haven't we already eaten together before? She was grateful for the rescue, and the Song family's warm invitation was hard to refuse. No, that's not right. Yesterday you gave so much wild boar meat. Did you go hunting? Songyu looked at her eagerly, like a little kitten left behind. Cough. Xiao Jiyue cleared her throat. I just went to a nearby village to browse around. How about it? Do you want to go to Song County together? Sighing, Songyu's attention was diverted. I'd love to go, but my parents won't let me. Grandma's birthday is coming soon, so we need to hurry back. Next time, I'll come again, Xiao Jiyue comforted her. Xiaoyu, please tell Uncle Song and Aunt Song that I appreciate all your care these days. Hearing this, Songyu immediately stood up, pulled Xiao Jiyue to look at the gifts, and said, my parents said these are to thank the Xiao family for taking care of Song family before. Please give them to the old madam and the madam. Big sister Xiao, you mustn't refuse. Xiao Jiyue looked at the gifts, mostly expensive medicinal herbs like ginseng and lingji, fine fabrics, and some pastries. Then, thank you, Uncle Song and Aunt Song, she said, not refusing. As they exchanged words, their feelings grew closer. Xiao Jiyue offered her blessings, saying, may all your wishes come true at the lotus-picking feast. Big sister Xiao, Songyu hugged Xiao Jiyue and accompanied her out of the city, then reluctantly parted ways. Hey, isn't that Miss Tang? Not far from the city gate, Luo Kue spotted Tang Tian and Sun Xiaolon. Tang Tian hugged Xiao Jiyue and said, Big sister Xiao, when I go home, I'll come visit you. Didn't you say your parents are coming to the capital today? Xiao Jiyue looked at Tang Tian with some surprise. When she returned last night, they had already said goodbye. Tang Tian looked up and grinned. I'm here to bring good news. You're right, my parents said about the marriage, don't worry about it. Congratulations. Now you can happily enjoy yourself? Xiao Jiyue had guessed earlier that the Tang family spoiled their daughter so much, and with Tang Jing around, they were worried she might be tricked. It was impossible for her aunt to push such an unwanted marriage onto her. Yes, the lotus-picking feast is coming soon. I heard that the young masters and misses from Hongdu are eager to compete for the title of Lotus Fairy. Tang Tian was very excited about the feast. She sighed regretfully. It's a pity that big sister Xiao isn't here. Then you should win my share, Xiao Jiyue said simply. making Tang Tian very happy. She said cheerfully, "Big Sister Xiao, I will definitely win. I'll bring back more lotus seeds. Then I'll wait at home." Xiao Juyue smiled warmly. Before leaving, she warmly invited her, "Xiaolon, when you come to Lansong County, remember to visit me." "Definitely," Sun Xiaolon nodded repeatedly. "Big Sister Xiao, I will come." Xiao Juyue's carriage slowly left, and until it turned the corner and disappeared from sight, the city towers of Hongdu faded from view. Sun Xiaolon and Tang Tian hurriedly got into their carriage and left. Back in her carriage, Xiao Jiyue leaned against the side and thought she would come back to Hongdu again. Just then, she heard Tang Tian's last words as she left. "Zhuang Xianxian got sick after returning home. The Zhuang family is quiet for now.
Don't worry.
If anything happens, Xiaolon and I will tell you immediately." The bumps of the carriage were familiar now. Not long after leaving the city, Hua Qing and Dong Gue hurriedly drove the carriage, with several carriages rushing along behind. Hongdu is far from Lansong County. If they didn't speed up, they might not arrive in time for the Jeyuan school dismissal.
Who?
The fast-moving carriage suddenly stopped. "Miss, there is a situation ahead. I don't know whose carriage it is, but it's been targeted. There are 3 men in black." Hua Qing reported through the curtain. Dong Gue said, "The person inside the carriage should be a woman. On this official road, it seems they want to kidnap her and ruin her reputation. There are many people coming and going on the road, but everyone is running faster than rabbits. No one wants trouble." "Miss, let me estimate," Hua Qing said, taking out her divination stones and asking for guidance. Soon she said, "Miss, this person needs to be saved." Xiao Juyue twitched her mouth. Whether to save her or not depends on those 2 stones in Hua Qing's hand. Xiao Juyue looked at the situation of the carriage ahead. Whether it was the maid or the coachman, they were all protecting the person inside. She asked, "How confident are you?" "Miss, these are the divination shells given to me by the clan leader, the family treasure of the Hua clan. They are very accurate." Hua Qing saw that Xiao Juyue didn't quite believe her shells, so she explained quickly. She put the shells into her pocket and said, "With just these small thieves, I can handle them easily." "Dong Gue." Xiao Juyue looked at Dong Gue. Dong Gue immediately jumped down from the carriage and went forward. Master Jean, when Jean and the guards intentionally protected Xiao Juyue, watching around carefully to ensure safety. "Miss, I can do it too." Hua Qing clenched her fists tightly, eager to rush forward and fight. "Hua Qing, hurry up and drive the carriage. The most important thing now is to get home safely." Xiao Juyue leaned against the carriage. Dong Gue made his move, and those 3 men in black had no chance to resist. Ai Chiu Shi at the back of the carriage watched this scene with bright eyes. If he could have such skills, maybe he wouldn't get sick just like that. "Miss, beating these little thieves won't affect our journey." Hua Qing saw Dong Gue quickly take down the 3 men in black and said, "If it were me, I'd definitely be faster. If it were you, those people would be all knocked out." Dong Gue jumped onto the carriage and said, "Miss, all 3 of them are still breathing."
Good.
Xiao Juyue felt relieved. She said, "Let's go." Hua Qing was stunned. We're leaving now?" She glanced at a young lady who was helping herself down from the carriage, looking dignified and graceful. "We're on a journey. If we don't leave, it will delay us." Dong Gue pulled the reins and shouted. Everyone immediately moved, and the carriage slowly started to move. A graceful and elegant woman quickly walks to Xiao Juyue's carriage and bows politely. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life." Xiao Juyue lifts the curtain, revealing a woman with a very fair face, probably frightened just now. Even in her distress, she does not look flustered. Her voice is gentle and intelligent, clearly well-educated. She smiles and says, "No need, it was just a small favor. My name is Zhuang Jingning. I don't know your surname or given name, benefactor. How can I repay you?" Zhuang Jingning's voice is soft and refined, calm and gentle like a spring breeze. Her eyes show sincere gratitude. Xiao Juyue's eyes flicker slightly and replies, "I am Xiao Juyue. Meeting today is fate. There's no need to talk about repayment. I have something to do. So Miss Zhuang should go back early to avoid those people and their accomplices. Miss Xiao, how can I find you again? Zhuang Jingning asks softly. Xiao Juyue responds, if it's fate, we will meet again. With that, Xiao Juyue lowers the curtain, and the carriage slowly departs. Luo Kue mumbles, there are quite a few people with the surname Zhuang in Hongdu Prefecture. Zhuang Xianxian is quite annoying, and she's the daughter of a prefect. In the past, any daughter of a prefect wouldn't even have a chance to speak in front of a young lady. Miss, do you think this Miss Zhuang is related to Prefect Zhuang? Lian Xian asks. That would be too much of a coincidence. Luo Kue looks at Lian Xian in shock, as if to say, how could you think it's such a coincidence? Luo Kue, that girl just now seemed to have an unusual background, right? Lian Xian asks. Luo Kue nods slightly. She seems more like a daughter of a prefect than Zhuang Xianxian. Exactly. Maybe they are family. Lian Xian also feels this way. Zhuang Xianxian has her eyes on her head, proud and arrogant, never taking others seriously. Then, are we actually saving our enemy? Luo Kue frowns. Xiao Juyue chuckles softly. If I'm right, that girl just now should be the eldest daughter of the Zhuang family. Zhuang family's eldest daughter? Luo Kue stands up excitedly, completely forgetting she's inside the carriage. She covers her head, which was hit, feeling pain and scrunching her face. Luo Kue, I told you not to be so impulsive. Did you bump your head? Lian Xian says while gently massaging her head and asks, let me see if there's a bump. I was just too excited. Luo Kue sits down on the footrest of the carriage, looking up at Xiao Juyue with doubt, and asks, I heard that Zhuang family's eldest daughter is aloof and a bit of a fool. But today, she doesn't seem that way at all. Seeing is believing, but hearing is deceiving. Besides, all the noble young women in Shengjing seem kind and helpful. When disasters strike, they distribute porridge and do good deeds. Which girl doesn't look like a goddess? Lianxin pursed her lips and said, but in reality, those noble daughters are quite ruthless and cold-hearted. That's true, Luo Kue nodded, then started gossiping. I also heard that the eldest daughter of the Zhuang family was born to the original wife, while Zhuang Xianxian was born to the second wife. But Zhuang Xianxian is famous in Hongdu Prefecture. So many people don't dare to mention her. Where did you hear that? Lianxin asked, staring. Luo Kue answered confidently, at the tavern. The diners like to chat while eating, talking about this family's affairs and that. One time, I overheard them talking about it. Sometimes, I just happen to hear things. Luo Kue smiled at Xiao Juyue. Miss, rumors from the street can sometimes be true. 90% are false. Xiao Juyue leaned against the carriage. It was nice to have them keep her company and pass the time. Miss, I've already secretly left what you asked for with Steward Ding. Lianxin suddenly remembered and said, Good. Steward Ding has taken care of us these days. We should thank him properly, Xiao Juyue casually replied. The carriage swayed, making her feel a bit sleepy. Luo Kue's gossip and Lianxin's chatter made the journey more interesting. Even the boring road became lively. By noon, they stopped for a simple meal and rested a bit before continuing. Lianxin and Luo Kue silently exchanged a look, giving Xiao Juyue a chance to take a nap. Miss, here's some water. We'll arrive at Landong County soon, Lianxin said as she saw Xiao Juyue wake up and handed her the water. Luo Kue then offered some snacks she had prepared, grapes and mochi, specially sent by Miss Tang today, and sour plum soup, though it's hot, so the sour plum soup isn't chilled. No problem, Xiao Juyue ate a little, then pushed aside the curtain. Although outside were mountains, as they got closer to Landong County, she felt the peaks looked quite adorable. Luo Kue took a deep breath and said, Miss, although Hongdu is better than Landong County, I feel especially comfortable when we return to Landong County. Home is like standing on solid ground, feeling grounded and at ease, Lianxin added, also looking forward to it. In Hongdu, it felt like floating on water, never truly stable. Wait, what is that? Luo Kue suddenly looked at a group of people nearby. She immediately recognized the person wearing a splint and in prison clothes. She excitedly said, "Isn't that the daughter of the Chung family? Her father is the county magistrate."
Where?
Lien Xian looked over and widened her eyes. "That's her. She almost harmed the young lady." Yes, I recognize her even if she turns to ashes," Luo Kue said, now losing her appetite.
What?
She harmed the young lady? Hua Qing, hearing this, looked at the group of exiled prisoners and immediately wanted to step forward and fight. Exactly, Luo Kue started criticizing how the Chung family and the daughter-in-law of the Chung family hurt Xiao Juyu. She also thought about Xiao Juyu, who wanted to marry a swan, but her own mother came to complain about her. The young lady refused to look at the Chung family, especially after the assassination attempt in Wannan village, when the young lady was on a runaway carriage that fell off a cliff. The carriage was destroyed, and she almost lost her life. "No, this can't be ignored," Hua Qing said as she turned back. "Young lady, I will go vent my anger for you. You can punish me later." Without waiting, Hua Qing jumped off the carriage and rushed toward the group of exiled prisoners. Hua Qing, Xiao Juyu didn't even have time to speak. Hua Qing moved too fast, like a flash of light. "Take me along." Luo Kue also jumped down. "Young lady, I want to go and vent my anger too." Now, Xiao Juyu didn't need to call out. Dong Gue also followed, looking fierce, as if they wanted to tear the others apart. "Shameless! How dare you hurt our young lady? I curse you. May you have a miserable life." Hua Qing slapped her and cursed angrily. She stood there waving her hands and muttering to herself.
Who are you?
Chung Fengjiao, who had been very thin and almost skin and bones, was knocked to the ground by Hua Qing's slap. Cheng's father stepped forward and scolded. Even the Yamen officers nearby prepared to intervene. If the prisoners died here, they wouldn't be able to explain. "Officer, we're just venting our anger. We won't cause trouble for you," Luo Kue said, taking a small purse from her waist and handing it to the officer. The officer weighed it and looked around, saying, "Don't cause a scene." "Of course not," Luo Kue said with a smile, watching Hua Qing's fierce attitude as if she was watching a show. "All the bad things you do will eventually come back to harm you," said Hua Qing after casting a curse. She looked at Father Chung and said, "You have caused many deaths. No wonder you're struggling in middle age." "You're talking nonsense," Father Chung replied with a stern face. "She's not lying. Your Chung family is really in trouble now," said Luo Kue, furious at what the Chung family had done. Dong Gue stepped forward quietly, waiting for everyone to argue, then suddenly kicked Xing Yanwen in the foot, a cold look in her eyes. She thought, the young lady belongs to the prince, and anyone daring to covet her is asking for trouble. By the time Xiao Juyu arrived, the situation was already getting out of control. "Stop!" Xiao Juyu's clear voice rang out, and Hua Qing, Dong Gue, and others all stopped. "Father, I've been kicked," Chung Yanwen said painfully, clutching his groin. His white prison clothes were now stained with blood. Father Chung looked at him with concern and shouted loudly, "Doctor, call the doctor quickly." "A little blood won't kill him," the officer in charge said indifferently, staring at the blood on his clothes. Even as he was still alive.
"You."
Father Chung was so angry, he wanted to hit someone. The officer swung his whip, but Father Chung dared not speak further. He looked up at Xiao Juyu with a look full of hatred, as if he wanted to tear her apart. "You broke your promise," he said. "Let me correct you. It's you who broke your promise." Xiao Juyu stepped forward. "Master Chung, you promised me something long ago, but I won't say more about what your family did behind my back. Those lives in Hujia village, and all these years of embezzled money, you're guilty of wronging many good people. Don't you fear they might come for you in your dreams? The common people are already suffering enough. As the county magistrate, you not only don't care for the people but also use them as tools to make money." Xiao Jiuyu's voice grew more emotional. At first, she thought Master Chung was just a little greedy, but now she saw it was much worse. During the drought 2 years ago, the people had nothing to harvest. The relief funds from the court were embezzled, and even the grain given to the people was old, moldy, or mixed with stones, she said coldly, looking at him. Your current situation is all because heaven is punishing you. The evidence from the Chung family was personally collected by her and delivered to Songden. She knew all the details of the complaints, like the back of her hand. Lord Chung was not only greedy but also lacked conscience, showing no regard for the lives of ordinary people. Compared to the Shao family, who embezzled 80,000 taels of disaster relief funds, I have never seen so much silver in my life. Chung County Magistrate stared at Xiao Jiyue. Since the Chung family was already down on their luck, he was good at attacking his opponents. Those who are innocent will be cleared. One day, the Shao family's affairs will come to light, he said.
You?
Xiao Jiyue looked at Chung County Magistrate with disdain. Her eyes suddenly turned sharp. Do you think you can compare yourself to the Shao family? Everyone was exiled after their family was seized. What's there to compare? Chung Magistrate looked at Xiao Jiyue's face. You don't need to act like a noble lady. You're just a daughter of a guilty official, ultimately destined to be a concubine, to be enjoyed by others. Smack. Dong Gui punched forward. Master. Madam Chung rushed over. During these days of disaster for the Chung family, her only thought was that as long as her husband was alive, their family would recover. I'm telling the truth. Can you shut my mouth? Can you silence others? Chung County Magistrate said plainly, lying on the ground. I heard that after the Shao family's trouble, the Yongchang Marquis estate withdrew their engagement. Dong Gui raised her hand, ready to strike again. Xiao Jiyue stepped forward, smiling slightly. I wish you a longer life. Chung County Magistrate thought Xiao Jiyue would be furious, desperately trying to prove that the Shao family was harmed by treacherous people. But to his surprise, she actually smiled at him. She was angry, furious, even cursing him, which he thought was normal. The harsher she cursed, the more it showed she was afraid of this matter. While cursing him, her heart was also filled with anger. But Xiao Jiyue remained so calm now. Her gaze was sharp, but when she stood there, it was as if he was just a tiny speck of dust. Ridiculous. Only if you live longer can you see the Shao family return to Shengjing and restore the glory of the entire family, she said before turning and leaving. My family's master will surely live longer. People like you will end up unmarried in the future. Uffed. Returning to Shengjing and restoring the family's glory? That's just a dream. Madame Chung stared fixedly at Xiao Jiyue's back.
Why?
Even if the Shao family was exiled and their estate seized, the women of the family remained safe. Why should they be exiled together? Master. Madame Chung looked at the stunned Magistrate Chung and asked worriedly, Sir, what's wrong? Yanwan is injured. You can't have any more trouble. Jia Yi, they hurt my son. How can we just let them go? Madame Chung turned to look at Chung Yanwen, who was still clutching his groin in pain, feeling so worried she didn't know what to do. Madame Chung then scolded Chung Fangjiao, who was staring blankly nearby. You don't even know to help your brother. Kavai, please don't get angry. Be careful not to harm the baby. Madame Cheng's words sounded coaxing. The baby in her belly might be the only heir of the Chung family. It's impossible, impossible, Magistrate Chung muttered to himself. Xiao Jiyue's simple remark made him feel as if it might really come true. Just now, his conversation with Xiao Jiyue was full of anger. Because of everything happening to the Chung family, he even argued with a teenage girl. Moreover, he was always at a disadvantage. Sir. Madame Chung turned her head and saw Magistrate Chung fainted. She scolded the sky and the earth in frustration. Xiao Jiyue, sitting in the carriage, watched this scene silently. She said, Hua Qing, Dong Gui, Luo Kue, impose a month's allowance penalty. Miss, I just bribed the Yamen officers with several taels of silver, Luo Kue said grievance. Since the lady hasn't spoken, who told you to go over there? Lian Xin Witspai. Did you forget the rules? Luo Kue's lips moved as if to explain, but finally she sighed and said, I just wanted to vent my anger for the lady. Young miss, I accept the punishment, Dong Gui responded quickly, not caring about the allowance for the month. I accept too, Hua Qing, who didn't seem upset about being punished, was actually very happy. She said, "Young miss, I've looked at the faces of the Chung family members, and they all look bad. They do too many evil deeds. Even if I don't curse them, they won't have a good ending. Does the curse of the Hua family work?" Xiao Jiyue looked at Hua Qing. When she went to Hongdu Prefecture, Hua Qing even used her bamboo shell to cast a divination, saying she would meet a noble person. "Of course it works. Young miss, don't underestimate my curse. The curse of the Hua family is not to be taken lightly. The more evil deeds the Chung family does, the greater the curse they will face in the future," Hua Qing said excitedly. Xiao Jiyue listened vaguely, feeling confused. She really didn't understand metaphysics at all. She raised her hand and said, "Stop, we're entering the city. It's crowded there, so focus on driving the carriage and be careful not to bump into anyone. Miss, with your natural spiritual power, you'll definitely learn it." Hua Qing looked at her eagerly and asked, "Do you want to learn, miss?" "Let's talk about it later." Xiao Jiyue quickly brushed off the topic. She asked, "It shouldn't be past the end of classes now, right? If Zhe Yuan sees me, he'll be very happy. If the third young master sees miss, he'll probably grin from ear to ear." Luo Kuei wiped away her previous bad mood from being punished. Since going out with miss, she earned several months' worth of allowance, so she didn't mind this small amount. "The thing the third young master wants most is probably the books miss bought," Lian Exile chuckled softly. "He now loves books, ink and brushes, or swords and food." "No, it's definitely snacks," Luo Kuei argued. "Grapes made mochi, soft and sticky. That's what the third young master likes best. He used to love eating the sticky rice cakes." "Books and inkstones," Lian Exile confidently said. "No, Lian Exile, you don't understand the third young master. He's probably craving food the most," Luo Kuei firmly said. Lian Exile shook her head and looked at her with a half-smile. "How about we bet a tael, or 2 of silver?" Luo Kuei immediately covered her purse. "Lian Exile, I just got punished and lost my allowance. Do you still need that allowance?"
Lian xin she mao thở toai.
Since the young lady's housekeeper took over, not only she and Luo Kuei, but even the maids, servants, and maids in the old Xiao family estate, besides their basic allowance, if they did good work, they could earn extra money. During festivals, the young lady was generous, both food and gifts, plus bonuses. If anyone faced difficulties, they could even receive their allowance early. The young lady was kind-hearted, and every 6 months, she would invite the doctor to check everyone's pulse. They only paid for herbs, and the consultation was free. In the past, the old Xiao estate had some scheming and petty people, but they were all driven away. Now, only those who worked seriously remained. They were all very excited and happy to stay. Now, everyone was even more motivated, afraid they might be kicked out of the Xiao family. Who would dislike having more money? Luo Kuei covered her purse, which was her lifeline. "Lian Exile, you're like a miser." Lian Exile almost laughed herself to tears. "What's wrong with being a miser? This money must be saved, or what will I do if I need it later?" Luo Kuei answered confidently, without feeling that the Iron Rooster was in any way bad. Yes, you're just worried about running out of money when you go out to buy something tasty," Lianqing teased. Luo Kuei cleared her throat and said, "Well, but I might run out of money when I buy other things too." "If you run out of money for other things, you won't buy them." Lianqing knew Luo Kuei well. Besides food, Luo Kuei was willing to save on everything else. "Lianqing." Luo Kuei glared at Lianqing. Haha, Xiao Jiyue couldn't help but laugh. These two maids were becoming more and more interesting. "Miss, you're laughing at me," Luo Kuei said sadly, feeling like Xiao Jiyue was still laughing at her. "The academy is here." Hua Qing's voice just sounded. Xiao Jiyue looked outside. The familiar Huaixian Academy was in sight, but now, many people were standing at the gate. "Xiao Jiyuan, I will definitely beat you." Opening the curtain, Xiao Jiyue saw a tall young man, more imposing than Xiao Jiyuan, speaking fiercely to him. "Let's wait and see." Xiao Jiyuan straightened his back. Even though he was younger and shorter, his presence was just as strong as the others.
Humph.
The young man turned and ran off angrily, looking so furious that outsiders might think they were about to fight. Wow, young master is really amazing, Luokue praised. Lianxin said, young master is naturally the best. Jiyuan, you've really grown up, Xiao Jiyue admired Xiao Jiyuan. Among the crowd, Xiao Jiyuan was shorter, but the most handsome boy. When faced with challenges, Xiao Jiyuan remained calm and dignified. Brother, Lei Yan just wants to see you fail. Last year, he participated in the college competition and won first place in the book category. Xiao Jiaqing looked worriedly at Xiao Jiyuan. Jiaqing, the Xiao family will never give up or back down, Xiao Jiyuan said with a firm face. I want to be like my father and older brothers and strive to be number one.
But
Xiao Jiaqing wanted to say more, but suddenly, Xiao Jiyuan saw Hua Qing and the carriage with Xiao Jiyue inside. Just moments ago, she looked like a mature young girl, but now she was smiling broadly and running toward Xiao Jiyue. Sister, you're back? Xiao Jiyuan hurriedly ran onto the carriage, panting heavily. Luo Kue and Lian Xian had already voluntarily gotten off and moved to another spot. At the same time, they handed Xiao Jiyuan a snack they had prepared for Xiao Jichen. Big sister, grandmother, and mother miss you very much, Xiao Jiyuan said excitedly, his face turning red as he got on the carriage. Don't you miss your sister? Xiao Jiyue teased, gently pinching Xiao Jiyuan's cheek. You've lost some weight. Big sister, I've grown up. Xiao Jiyuan blushed, saying this with his words, but his smile remained unchanged. All that effort I made to bring you a gift, and you don't even want to see your sister? Forget it. Xiao Jiyue leaned against the carriage, tapping the snack on the table. The purple snack hadn't been eaten yet, but its aroma kept wafting over. Big sister, Xiao Jiyuan said awkwardly, nodding. Xiao Jiyue looked at him and deliberately said, Didn't hear that. Xiao Jiyuan puffed out his cheeks and said, Big sister, you're doing it on purpose. Xiao Jiyue sighed and said, Sigh, I came back from Hongdu in a carriage, didn't even have lunch, just to pick you up after school. Xiao Jiyuan was very touched and quickly nodded, Big sister, I miss you too. A mosquito-like sound caught Xiao Jiyue's attention. She looked around in confusion. Jiyuan, did you hear that? Where's that mosquito sound coming from? Xiao Jiyuan looked at his dramatic sister and finally raised his voice a little. I miss you. Such a good little brother, Xiao Jiyue said happily, finally not teasing Xiao Jiyuan anymore. She was afraid that if she kept joking, Xiao Jiyuan would lose his temper. Inside the carriage, laughter could be heard. Xiao Chachun looked at the carriage with envy in his eyes. Young master, it's time to get on the carriage, the young servant, Liang Guang, whispered as he tugged Xiao Chachun's sleeve. Xiao Chachun looked lonely as he stepped onto the carriage. Luo Kue handed him a snack. Fourth young master, this is a snack brought back from the county town by the young lady. Seeing the purple snack, Xiao Chachun's eyes lit up again. He carefully held the plate and said, Thank you, big sister. I like it very much. Jiyuan, tell me, is your Huaiqin Academy going to have a big competition with Qingyin Academy? A calligraphy contest? Did you sign up? Xiao Jiyue finally understood. The person Xiao Jiyuan challenged earlier was a student from the same academy, Lei Yan. Yes, sister. Don't worry, I will do my best and not disgrace the Xiao family, Xiao Jiyuan said firmly. Sister believes in you. You're the best. Xiao Jiyue encouraged him and then asked about Lei Yan. Knowing that Lei Yan had won first place last year, she asked, You knew he was doing it on purpose, but you still agreed? I can win. Xiao Jiyuan's words were full of confidence. He looked up at Xiao Jori and said, Sister, the calligraphy competition isn't just about writing. It also tests memory. Xiao Jori nodded slightly. If it's like the competition in Qingyin Academy, then it probably involves choosing a less common poem or scripture, memorizing it on the spot, and then writing as much as possible within the time limit, right? Yes. Xiao Jiyuan nodded firmly. When he talked about memory, his confidence grew brighter in his eyes. Sister, I have a good memory. You've praised me before. So, I just need to focus on writing well. Mr. Jiang said I improved a lot, Xiao Jiyuan mentioned, smiling shyly and a little embarrassed. Keep it up, sister believes you can do it. Xiao Jui encouraged him. Encouraged, Xiao Jiyuan's eyes sparkled. He asked sister, on the day of the competition, can you come? Fearing she might refuse, Xiao Jiyuan quickly added, sister, last year's competition was at Qingyan Academy. Usually this year, it's at our academy. Mr. Jiang said we can invite family to watch. Okay, Xiao Jui replied cheerfully. Just tell me when the competition is. Thank you, sister. Xiao Jiyuan was very happy. He asked sister, when you go to Hongdu this time, is the restaurant opening smoothly? Very smoothly. Xiao Jui shared some good news, like the grand opening of the restaurant and the opera troupe performing there. Sister, there's an opera troupe at the restaurant? Xiao Jiyuan was surprised. Yes, there's a pond inside the restaurant, with a round stage built on it, specially for singing performances. Xiao Jui's words made Xiao Jiyuan long to see it. If I get the chance, I must go see it. Listening to opera in a restaurant is a first for me. On the way back, Xiao Jiyuan was no longer the mature and steady boy who had made promises to classmates earlier. He returned to being a young boy who hadn't fully grown up. Miss Lianxin is back. Has Xiao Girl returned? Xiao Girl's carriage. Xiao Girl is back. Hello, Xiao Girl. As the carriage entered Fuan village, they met many villagers. When they saw Lianxin and Luokue on the carriage, they immediately asked questions. Xiao Jui lifted the curtain of the carriage and saw Granny Shi. Granny Shi was carrying a basket of water. Seeing Xiao Jui's beautiful face like a fairy, she clapped her thigh and said, I knew this was Xiao Girl's carriage. Xiao Girl is back. It's been more than half a month since we last met, and Miss Xiao looks even prettier now. Xiang Dinyang put down the water and hurried over, asking anxiously, Miss Xiao, is Iron Gung doing well at the restaurant? How about my second son? Is he eating well and sleeping soundly? Tian Dinyang also squeezed over, her second son having gone to the city to work. Xiao Juyu saw that all of them had crowded near the carriage curtain, with their faces almost pressed into the small window. She said, stop the carriage. She then stepped out and said, those going to work in the city, they asked me to bring back letters and things. You can come to the Xiao family later to pick them up. But I can't read or write, said Tian Dinyang with a dismissive tone, though her face was smiling happily. There's nothing missing at home. Why bring things back? Dinyang's face showed annoyance, but her smile was bright. Shi Dinyang pushed forward and said, Miss Xiao just returned. The old madam and others are probably waiting anxiously. Besides, Miss Xiao is tired, and there are many things. We can go later to pick them up. Yes, Xiang Dinyang and others nodded and stepped back, saying to Xiao Juyu, Miss Xiao, we'll go later tonight to get them. After dinner, before it gets dark, Xiao Juyu arranged for everything to be ready. She had the items Iron Gung, and the others were bringing home packed into one carriage. But since there were many things now, they still needed some time to find and organize everything. All right. Everyone moved aside to let her in the carriage. After Xiao Juyu entered, Xiao Jiyuan said, Sister, Shi Dinyang and the other ladies are very warm and friendly now. Unlike when we first arrived in the village, they don't ignore us anymore. Once, when we went to school, the carriage broke in the middle of the road. We happened to meet Uncle Huang and others from the village who were driving ox carts to the county fair. They went back to the village and brought a wheel to fix ours, Xiao Jiyuan explained.
Uncle Huang est son?
Xiao Jiu, knowing some villagers, asked. Among those going to the city was Huang Wang. She asked, did you thank them afterward? Yes, I brought gifts to thank them, but they didn't accept, Xiao Jiyuan said clearly. Xiao Jiu looked at him, and he added, Sister, don't worry. Even though they didn't want money or gifts, I later gave each family a piece of durable cotton cloth. They accepted it. Sister, Mother said that durable cotton cloth is useful. Other kinds of cloth are not needed if they give it to them. Xiao Jiyuan quickly added, worried that Xiao Jiyue might misunderstand. Xiao Jiyue nodded slightly, Mother is right. They work from sunrise to sunset. If we give them fine silk or satin, they might be reluctant to wear it. Even if they make clothes from it, they probably won't wear them, and it will just be kept at home. Big sister, I like playing with them. There are many children in the village around my age. Xiao Jiyuan's voice grew softer. If you want to play with them, then go ahead. Xiao Jiyue immediately saw the hope in his eyes.
Can I?
Xiao Jiyuan was a bit surprised. Is that okay? What's wrong with it? Xiao Jiyue reached out and gently tousled his hair. She looked at him seriously and said, Jiyuan, don't you want to be a good official for the people? Do you know how to be a good official? Xiao Jiyuan replied without hesitation, to seek happiness and benefits for the people. Do you know how to bring happiness and benefits to the people? Xiao Jiyue asked back. Xiao Jiyuan fell silent and looked confused. Only when you truly understand what the people want and need can you better seek happiness and benefits for them. Xiao Jiyue looked at his young face and said, in the past, you were a son of the official's household, and it wasn't appropriate to spend all your time with villagers.
But now our Xiao family.
Xiao Jiyue paused, then continued, our Xiao family is no different from the villagers. So, if you want to play with them, just go ahead. Observe carefully, perhaps they have qualities you need to learn. Xiao Jiyuan seemed to understand, but also not fully. He said, Sister, is it true that you can only do what matches your status? Yes, Xiao Jiyuan nodded in agreement. You're very clever, Jiyuan. Sister, can I become an official in the future? Can I be a good official? Xiao Jiyuan looked up at Xiao Jiyue with confusion. He knew his father had been exiled, the Xiao family had been confiscated, and the 3 generations of the Xiao family were barred from taking the imperial exams. Then, do you trust your sister? Xiao Jiyue's lips curled slightly. Xiao Jiyuan didn't hesitate and firmly said, I trust you. Xiao Jiyue nodded confidently. The Xiao family will be restored someday, and Jiyuan, you will definitely become a good official. Sister, I will study even harder. Xiao Jiyuan's young face was full of determination. He not only wanted to be a good official but also to protect his sister from harm and prevent anyone from bullying her. Mu Jin, hurry to the kitchen and ask someone to cook some dishes that Yue likes. Mrs. Su listened as the gatekeeper reported that Xiao Jiyue had returned. She immediately put down what she was doing and went to busy herself. Mother, Xiao Jiyue's voice sounded. Mrs. Su's steps quickened, and her eager, hopeful eyes couldn't hide her excitement. The moment she saw Xiao Jiyue's figure, her eyes welled up with tears. She hurried over, took her hand, and choked out, You've lost weight. Seeing her mother's red eyes and the tears in her eyes, Xiao Jiyue held her arm and said, Mother, I really want to eat your snacks. Please make some for me tomorrow. Okay, I'll make date-filled pastries and date paste cakes for you tomorrow. Mrs. Su nodded repeatedly. Are you tired? Come on, take a bath and change clothes. I'll have someone in the kitchen prepare your favorite sweet and sour ribs and steamed rice flour meat. Mother, I'm not tired. I haven't visited Grandma yet. I want to see her first. Xiao Jiyue paused. Mrs. Su hesitated, her eyes full of concern. She said, Yes, you should visit Grandma. She's been worried about you these days. I'll go check the kitchen. When you go back to your room later, you should quickly take a bath and change.
Okay. Xiao
Jiyue and Mrs. Su parted ways. After a few steps, Mrs. Su turned back. Under the setting sun, Xiao Jiyue's slender figure looked tired. She raised her hand to wipe her eyes and said, Mu Jin, am I a useless mother? If she weren't such a useless mother, the large Xiao family wouldn't need her daughter to shoulder all these burdens. A young girl, going alone to Hongdu to run a restaurant. Madam, don't say that, Mu Jin comforted her. Mrs. Su wiped her tears with a handkerchief and said, Let's not talk about this. Hurry to the kitchen and check. I need to see for myself, or it might not suit Jiyue's taste. By the way, check Jiyue's room again. See if anything's missing, especially mugwort. Stock up more, since the countryside has many mosquitoes and Jiyue's skin is delicate. On the way to the kitchen, Mrs. Su kept giving instructions. The mugwort should be prepared early, and don't make the smell too strong. Jiyue doesn't like it. Rest assured, Madam. The young lady's room is cleaned thoroughly every day. And the bedding is sun-dried and warm, Mu Jin said, supporting Mrs. Su carefully, afraid she might fall. Mrs. Su looked back and reminded her, Mu Jin, think again. Is there anything I might have missed? At dinner, after bathing and changing clothes, Xiao Jiyue was surrounded by everyone's curiosity about how the Fuchin Tower in Hongdu was doing. Xiao Jiyu had not spoken yet when Xiao Jiyuan began to speak, saying, I know about the Spring Meeting Pavilion's restaurant, the stage for opera, and the private rooms on the boat. Xiao Jiyuan spoke animatedly, as if he was Xiao Jiuyu's spokesperson. Jiyuan, when did you go to Hongdu? Old lady Xiao teased, looking at Xiao Jiyuan. These days, Xiao Jiyuan had grown up. Xiao Jiyuan felt a bit shy, then said, Grandmother, I also heard from my sister. I didn't go to see it myself, but my sister said it was very beautiful, so it must be really wonderful. Yes, old lady Xiao nodded with a smile. Seeing that the third branch still wanted to speak, she cleared her throat and said, you must be tired. Rest early today, lose some weight, and take good care of yourself. Mother is right. Starting tomorrow, I will ask the kitchen to prepare nourishing food for Yuer in turn. To help her recover, Su Shi immediately agreed. Jiu Yu has worked hard in Hongdu. She should rest well, Aunt Xiao San quickly added. She suddenly felt she had been a bit too impatient because she had been busy every day with the matters at the cloud-weaving tower and had neglected that Xiao Jiuyu had just returned from Hongdu. At the entrance of the Xiao family's old house, Lady Xiang, Lady Tian, and Old Man Huang each received letters and gifts brought back by their children. Oh, my son is really promising. He even sent silver back to me. My son, too. This time, he sent back 2 taels of silver. Is this a pastry from the city? It looks really nice.
Oh.
Lady Xiang looked at the letter in her hand, unfolded it again and again. When she didn't see any silver, she suddenly got anxious and asked, Did my son forget to send the silver back? That can't be. It's in the letter. Maybe it fell out? Lady Tian looked at her own letter and asked. Lady Xiang kept flipping her letter over and over, almost checking every wax seal, but saw nothing. She suddenly panicked and asked Lotus Heart, Miss Lotus Heart, has my son encountered any trouble? Lady Xiang's hands trembled as she held the letter, worried that something had happened to her son. Lady Xiang, don't worry. This time, Xiang Tigan really helped the restaurant a lot. Lotus Heart simply explained how Xiang Tigan had assisted the restaurant. Lady Xiang listened in confusion and couldn't figure out what her son had done, but she understood one thing. Her son had done a good deed. Miss Lotus Heart, did he not get paid for his work? After speaking with Madame Xiang, she felt a bit shy and said, he's getting old. I want to build him a house and find him a wife. Now, I just need him to send money back. Madame Xiang, don't worry, Lianxin said as she pulled Madame Xiang aside. She handed her 2 silver ingots. Madame Xiang's eyes widened, and she instinctively moved to block herself. She said, Miss Lianxin, this is. Xiang Tigan is doing very well at the restaurant. This is a reward, Lianxin said simply. When Madame Xiang heard it was a reward, she quickly took the 2 silver ingots from Lianxin's hand and secretly put them into her sleeve. She looked at Lianxin gratefully and said, Thank you, Miss Lianxin. You're welcome. Lianxin was surprised by her quickness. She reminded her, keep it secret. I know. Madame Xiang looked at Lianxin with even more gratitude. When she turned to leave, Aunt Tian asked, How did it go? Did you find out everything? Is Tigan okay? No, nothing's wrong, Madame Xiang said vaguely, not saying much. Aunt Tian was anxious to find someone to read the letter, so she left. Madame Xiang took a few steps, then paused with the letter in her hand. She said, No, I still need to find Miss Lianxin. She turned back to find Lianxin again. She still needed her to read the letter. Xiao Jiyue returned to her room, stretched lazily. Sitting in the carriage all day made her back sore and her waist ache. Now, sitting on a soft bed, drinking tea and enjoying the moonlight, she felt very comfortable. Miss, the letters and things for everyone have been delivered, Lianxin reported immediately after reading the letter to Madame Xiang. Good work. Rest early, Xiao Jiyue nodded slightly, signaling them to go back and rest. The next day, after a full night's sleep, Xiao Jiyue felt completely refreshed. She said, Lianxin, send someone to the county to buy a pig. Tonight, Let's treat everyone well. Miss is truly the best young lady in the world, Luo Kue said excitedly as she brought in chicken soup noodles. She overheard Xiao Jiyue and said, "This chicken soup was specially made by Mama Gung from the kitchen. It's skimmed of oil, so it's not greasy at all." The noodles were made by Mama Wang, Luo Kue added, placing the chicken soup noodles in front of Xiao Jiyue. She praised, "Mama Wang makes excellent noodles. The strands are clear and uniform, with the same size. After being in the city for so long, I just want to eat the noodles made by Mama Wang." Xiao Jiyue took a deep breath. The chicken soup cooked over gentle heat, after skimming off the oil, was just full of fresh flavor. The handmade noodles had an unbeatable texture. "Xiao Jiyue, you not only finished the noodles, but also licked the soup clean," she said. "Mama Wang's cooking is still so good." The chicken soup noodles were so delicious that it made her tongue almost melt. "You wear, if you like it. Mama Wang can make it for you again tomorrow." Su Shi entered the room early and looked at the empty bowl, feeling relieved. "I've steamed 8 treasure rice for you. What else do you want to eat? I'll ask the kitchen to prepare it." "Mother, 8 treasure rice is very tasty. Anything made at home is delicious." Xiao Jiyue felt a little overwhelmed by her mother's care. Especially during the time she was away, the house was cleaned every day, and the bedding smelled of sunshine. Her room looked untouched for half a month. Not even a mosquito dared to come in because she had used mugwort to keep them away, making her stay fresh and comfortable. "You just tell me what you want to eat. No need to be polite," Su Shi said. "By the way, the grapes you sent back earlier, I took the lead and divided them among everyone. Also gave some to the villagers. The rest, I'll take to the workshop to make canned fruit." Grape canned fruit is also popular in the city. Xiao Jiyue listened to her mother's organized plans and said, "It's very good that you do this." Even Jia Yuan said that he feels closer to the villagers now. "The villagers treat us well. We never have to buy things like shiitake or wood ear mushrooms because the villagers always give us some," Su Shi explained. She didn't usually deal with the villagers at first, but after the workshop was built, she, as the mother, couldn't keep letting her daughter handle everything. When Xiao Jiyue went out this time, Su Shi took on the role of the middle person. She interacted most often with Aunt Shi, her eldest daughter-in-law Tian Jinhong, and Aunt He. The more she interacted with them, the more she realized that dealing with them was much more comfortable than with the wealthy ladies in the capital, less scheming, more straightforward. The villagers are honest. Except for few not-so-good ones, most are quite nice. Xiao Jiyue still likes staying in Fuan Village. She asked, "How are the canned yellow peaches? How's the workshop doing?" When she went to the city, the workshop had already started making canned yellow peaches. From harvesting the peaches to canning them, it all needed careful supervision. "Don't worry, the canned yellow peaches are all done. And he is very careful with her work. Any bad peaches were all picked out by her," her mother assured her. Mrs. Su visits the workshop every day to check if the canned yellow peaches are good, so she can rest easy. "That's good." Xiao Jiyue feels relieved. She says, "I came back late yesterday. I looked at the rice in the fields, and it's about to mature. I heard the rice is growing well," Mrs. Su says, sharing what she heard from Auntie Shi and Auntie He. They are very happy, saying the rice stalks are heavy. This year will surely be a good harvest. By the way, Auntie Shi also said that the rice we planted seems to be growing even better. Mrs. Su's eyes light up when she mentions this. When her daughter first wanted to farm, the Xiao family was surprised. They thought Xiao Jiyue, a young lady and a daughter of a wealthy family, wouldn't know how to farm. Especially at first, Xiao Jiyue planted the rice more densely and added fertilizer. The villagers secretly laughed and warned her often. But now, time has proven that the rice Xiao Jiyue grew is better than what people who farmed all their lives could produce. "When the harvest is good, we won't lack food," Xiao Jiyue says, worried about running out of grain. In ancient times, they relied on heaven for food. No harvest means hunger. "Yes, and later we can send some grain to your father and them," Mrs. Su says excitedly. Xiao Jiyue thinks for a moment and says, "Mother, it's perfect. Chu Ong and He Chongqing have gone to Lingnan. When they come back next time, it will be autumn. We can have someone send a batch of grain over then." "Good," Mrs. Su nods repeatedly. Then she worries, Where is there enough here? The Xiao family old residence has about 100 people. The grain we produce now will have to last until next year's new harvest. That's a long time. Mrs. Su's worried expression makes Xiao Jiyue smile, knowing her mother is thinking that way. She comforts her gently, Mother, don't worry. There will definitely be a surprise when we harvest the grain this time. Mrs. Su is curious, but Xiao Jiyue keeps quiet. Miss, Aunt Lan and the third madam are here, Lianxin announces. Xiao Jiyue says, let them come in. The business at Jian Tower is very good. The embroidery workers recruited by third sister-in-law and Aunt Lan are now making clothes every day, but it's still not enough to sell. Mrs. Su's simple words show how successful Jian Tower is. Xiao Jiyue nods slightly, looking at her worried mother, and says, Mother, you are busy managing the Xiao family and the workshop already. You don't need to worry about Jian Tower. That won't do. Mrs. Su immediately said, Don't forget, my embroidery skills are pretty good too. Once we finish building the Jian building, we can earn more silver. You can also have less travel. Mrs. Su looked at Xiao Jiyue, but didn't finish her sentence. As long as Mother isn't tired, Xiao Jiyue affectionately linked her arm with her mother's. In her past life, she worked hard alone. Even if she had billions in wealth, her heart still felt empty. Now, she has her mother, grandmother, younger brother, and her grandfather and father far away in Lingnan. Her heart is full of hope. I'm not tired, Mrs. Su said confidently. She felt that doing a little more could help Xiao Jiyue relax. Jiyue, Aunt Xiaosan entered the room and saw the mother and daughter talking warmly. She asked, Am I disturbing you? No, Aunt San, Aunt Lan, please sit down. Xiao Jiyue invited them to sit. Seeing Xiao Yurong was not surprising, but seeing Xiao Tingwu surprised her. She said, Aunt San, Tingwu's complexion is much better than before. When she returned from Shengjing, Xiao Tingwu's face was as white as paper. She hardly saw Xiao Tingwu get off the carriage. She went to the old house to recover, and Xiao Tingwu was also resting. Once she recovered, Xiao Tingwu rarely went out. That's right. Since I heard your words about letting her get more sun, her health has gradually improved, Aunt Sen said, her eyes shining when talking about her daughter. Jiyue, you're right. Medicine is a double-edged sword. Tingwu now refuses to take medicine unless she's sick. She gets more sun, and her health really improved. Aunt San looked at Xiao Tingwu, who was getting better, and was even more determined to make Jian building a success. That's good. Now Tingwu looks not only healthier, but also has a sparkle in her eyes. Xiao Jiyue looked at Xiao Tingwu. She used to be like a flower in a greenhouse, delicate and easily broken by a breeze or rain. Now, she was like a sprouting grass, full of energy. Big sister, I made silk flowers and grass flowers with Helian. Can we sell them? Xiao Tingwu asked curiously. Since deciding to make silk and grass flowers, she had been fully immersed in it. Every time her fingers moved quickly to make beautiful hair accessories, she felt incredibly happy. Of course, you can. Xiao Jiyue confidently said, the silk flowers and reed grass jewelry brought to the capital are very popular. This time, I brought back a lot of silk yarns in various colors from the capital. That's great, Xiao Tingwu exclaimed happily, feeling like she might fly. She smiled and said, Thank you, big sister. Seeing the happy look on the young girl's face, Xiao Jiyue teased, Since you call me big sister, don't be so formal. Big sister, I will definitely work well with Helian. Eagerly, Xiao Tingwu went to look at the silk yarns and threads brought back from the capital. Jiyue, you really should thank third aunt, Xiao San aunt sincerely said. If it weren't for you letting Tingwu come out to sunbathe and find something she likes to do, she wouldn't be where she is today. Xiao San aunt liked the current Xiao Tingwu. She looked lively and energetic. As for her making silk flowers, she was happy to do it. Making money was the best, but if she couldn't, she wasn't afraid. In terms of rules and learning how to manage the household, Xiao San aunt had been teaching Xiao Tingwu all along. Third aunt, I don't think I'm meddlesome, Xiao Jiyue modestly said. Not at all. Jiyue, third aunt is not that unkind, Xiao San aunt immediately replied, her eyes narrowing with a smile. Jiyue, we came here to talk to you about Ji Yinlu. I've been discussing with Lan. We're thinking of building an embroidery workshop next to the canned food factory, Xiao San Aunt said, not calling her Aunt Lan by her formal name. In the past, she never thought she would get so close to her aunt. Xiao San Aunt looked at Lan and said, "It's better if you explain." Compared to talking, Lan was much better at business. "Miss, now Ji Yunlu has many custom-made clothes. At the old house, it's hard to recruit more embroiderers, and many outfits need space and fabric to be laid out." Lan enthusiastically explained the advantages and disadvantages of Ji Yunlu, saying, "Our clothes at Ji Yunlu sell well, but if we can't produce good quality or if we do poorly, the business will suffer. Only when every lady's outfit is perfect can Ji Yunlu truly be fearless in the future." "That's right, Auntie. Ji Yunlu's custom orders are high-end. Each outfit costs a lot, but we must take it seriously," Xiao Jiyue agreed. "Ji Yunlu's fabrics can be sold at affordable prices, but the finished clothes must be priced higher. If no one orders, that's okay. As long as we do good work, people will like it even if it's expensive. Ready-to-wear custom clothing, if truly made, even taking a few orders could earn a lot of money. I support building the embroidery workshop. You can draw the rough sketches. How do you want to build it?" Xiao Jiyue sat up straight. "The harvest season is almost here. We should build the workshop before the harvest." "Really so soon?" Lan was stunned. She had thought about the workshop for a long time, discussed it with the third lady for a while, and practiced her speech in her mind last night, worried she might not persuade Xiao Jiyue. To her surprise, Xiao Jiyue agreed and started planning immediately. Of course it has to be quick. The harvest lasts at least a month. After that, the orange harvest will begin, and the fields need plowing, rice stubble trampled, and radishes and cabbages planted. Everyone is busy. Xiao Jiyue continued, "In autumn, mountain bamboo shoots will be available. The spring pavilion will definitely want to harvest winter bamboo shoots. The villagers are busy digging bamboo shoots. Who has time to help you build the embroidery workshop? Temporary workers from outside are not as good as villagers," Xiao Jiyue reminded. "Villagers are free now. If we want to build a workshop, we should do it while it's suitable. Then what should we do?" Auntie San was suddenly at a loss and looked to Lan for help. Lan hesitated for a moment before saying, "Miss, although our family used to make fabric, we also had our own embroidery workshop. Can we base it on that?" "Yes. Today you draw the main framework for me, and I will talk to Lijing," Xiao Jiyue said. Seeing their anxious departure, she reminded them, "Once the house layout is decided, make it a bit larger. Also, leave some space for future expansion." A flicker of confusion crossed Lan's eyes. "Miss means leave more rooms? Better to have more than less. Who knows if the workshop will need to expand in the future?" Xiao Jiyue replied. "All right, miss, don't worry. I'll discuss it when I go back." Lan hurriedly left. After a few steps, she put down the ledger from Ji Yunlu and said, "Miss, this is the ledger for Ji Yunlu, and my brother sent another batch of fabric."
"Good."
Xiao Jiyue looked at the thick ledger and started flipping through it. Lan and Auntie Sin left. Su Shi watched Xiao Jiyue busy herself again, but didn't disturb her. She carefully left and went to the kitchen. She wanted to see if she could make more of her favorite treats for Yuer today, red date pastries and date flour pastries. Su was happily busying herself in the kitchen. When she arrived and saw the pig that Master Jean had bought, she realized that Xiao Jiyue wanted everyone to eat meat today. "Mother Gung, Mother Wang, today the kitchen will be busy again," Su said with a smile. "Yuer said that whether you went to the city to accompany Yuer or stayed at the old house, everyone worked hard." "Madam, it's what we should do," Mother Gung said, feeling a bit guilty when she looked at the fat pig. She hadn't felt tired at all during her trip to the city this time. "Exactly, madam, it's what we should do," Mother Wang agreed, starting to organize everyone. The pig had already been slaughtered, and if they didn't process it quickly, the hot weather might spoil it. "Madam, how about we serve everyone pig rice for lunch today?" Mother Gung asked. Besides 8 treasures rice, this stir-fried meat, is it pig rice?" Xiao Jiyue looked at the stir-fried pork, which had no chili at all, only a little and soy sauce. "Yes, Pig rice, Sue said while eating with Xiao Juyue. Mother Gung said this pork is fresh and perfect for pig rice. I was worried you'd want 8 treasures rice, so I made both. Mother, I really wish I could grow another belly, Xiao Juyue said after filling her stomach. She let out a satisfied burp. So fragrant. The pork even tastes sweet. Sue wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and said, if you love eating, I'll have the kitchen make it again tomorrow. No, Xiao Juyue immediately stopped her when she heard that. Her beautiful mother loved to cry, but when she said she would do something, she always kept her word. If she said something was delicious, the kitchen would make it every day. Mother, even the most delicious food, if eaten every day, will become boring. It's better to leave some for later, to remember the taste. Xiao Juyue decisively changed the subject and asked, Mother, how's the family been these days? Very well. Sue smiled and looked at her. The extra maids and servants, you told them to plant vegetables before. Now that summer is here, we can't finish cucumbers, eggplants, and such. We earn money from Jian Tower and sell canned goods in the workshop. The household expenses are covered, and we even have a little surplus. That little surplus isn't enough. Xiao Juyue stood up, took a box, and handed it to Sue. Mother, open it and see. Child, you're so mysterious. What is this? Mrs. Sue looked at the box, thinking it was a gift. When she opened it, she saw a stack of silver notes inside. She closed the box again and looked at her. Didn't you take some money to the restaurant earlier? Why is there still so much here? Of course, I earned it. Xiao Juyue straightened her back proudly and said, Hongdu restaurant made a 40% profit in just 10 days since opening. Wow, that's a lot. Mrs. Su used to manage the family's supplies. Although Xiao Fu was a high-ranking official, his salary was fixed each year. The rest came from the family's shops, farmland, and her early departed parents, leaving her with quite a bit of wealth. Not exactly tight on money, but not very wealthy either. It's pretty good. Once Fengchun Tower establishes itself in Hongdu, it will only get better. Xiao Juyue pushed the box toward her and said, Mother, from now on, our family won't have to worry about money. Then you mustn't work so hard in the future, Mrs. Su immediately said. Xiao Juyue smiled and changed the subject. By the way, Mother, I brought gifts for you, grandmother, and everyone. After handing out the gifts, Xiao Juyue was about to find Shi Lijing. Before she left, she heard that Shi Lijing had arrived. In the front hall. Miss Xiao, you're finally back. I have good news for you. The rice in the fields will definitely have a good harvest this year. Since the rice headed out, Shi Lijing had been going to the fields 3 times a day. He had planted some rice using the old methods and some following Xiao Jiuyu's new method. After the rice headed out, Shi Lijing noticed that the rice plants grown with Xiao Jiuyu's method had longer ears. Longer rice ears meant more rice could grow. As time passed, the ears were ripening. The heavy, bent rice ears looked full of grains inside. Shi Lijing looked at the increasingly plump rice grains with mixed feelings, happy, but also a bit complicated. He was glad there would be a good harvest, but he also felt regret. He should have planted all his fields with Xiao Jiuyu's method, not just part of them. Lying in bed every day, he couldn't help but regret deeply. Then, congratulations first. Xiao Jiuyu smiled at him and said, a good harvest means we won't have to worry about starving anymore. Yes, yes. Shi Lijing's eyes squinted with a smile as he stood up, put away his smile, and looked at her seriously. Miss Xiao, I want to thank you on behalf of my son, Yumin. He was supposed to come, but now he's busy collecting freshwater snails early in the morning and late at night, so he really has no time. Thank you, Miss Xiao, for recommending Yumin to Fengchun Tower. Recently, Shi Lijing watched his son every day, full of energy and hope. As a father, he felt the deepest gratitude toward Xiao Juyue. Sure, Yumin is careful, diligent, and cautious. He earned this job himself. When he went to the city, the shopkeeper even praised him, saying that the freshwater snail collection should be expanded and increased. Xiao Juyue recounted Zheng Qing's words exactly. Hearing this, Shi Lijing's smile grew even narrower with happiness. However, I must remind you of one thing. Although freshwater snails are seasonal, as long as he collects good ones, he can earn this money every year. Whether he wants to earn just this year's money or to make a long-term income depends on his own choice. Xiao Juyue warned, people who want to make money from freshwater snails are not only Shi Yumin. Shi Lijing immediately wiped his smile and said, seriously, Miss Xiao, rest assured. I will remind Yumin to work hard and not to take any bad snails. The snails sent to the restaurant will definitely be the best. Xiao Juyue nodded slightly, but didn't say much more. No matter how good her words were, promises were useless. Only time would tell if Shi Yumin was reliable. Shi Lijing, can the vacant land under the pear blossom tree be used to build a workshop? Xiao Juyue asked directly. At first, she considered building it next to the canned food workshop. In the end, Xiao Juyue thought that the open space under the pear blossom tree behind the canned food workshop seemed more suitable. Most of the women would come and go from the embroidery workshop in the future. The canned food workshop still had many men coming and going because of the heavy labor involved. The space under the pear blossom tree was different. It was right on the main road, between the canned food workshop and the Xiao family's old residence. Most importantly, it was close to the old residence, making it more convenient for Aunt Lon and the third aunt to visit the embroidery workshop. It was also safer. Do you want to build a workshop? Shi Lijing asked doubtfully. Hasn't the canned food workshop already been expanded? No, not the canned food workshop, but the embroidery workshop, Xiao Juyue clarified. Shi Lijing immediately said, I understand. There are 7 or 8 people in the village working embroidery for the Xiao family. Now, do you want to build a dedicated embroidery workshop? Yes. Xiao Juyue nodded confidently. If possible, I want to start construction in the next couple of days, before the autumn harvest begins, and build the embroidery workshop. The harvest is less than half a month away. Shi Lijing was initially surprised, then said, Miss Xiao, with your experience, it's possible to get land and build the workshop, but rushing like this might be too hasty. After the harvest, everyone will be busy with winter work and won't have time for embroidery. Xiao Juyue smiled at Shi Lijing. So I want to ask you, Shi Lijing, if you can think of a way to build the workshop before the harvest. Miss Xiao, I will think of a way, Shi Lijing said, straightening up immediately. I will go ask the villagers how many can come to work. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Lijing hurried out. He visited each household to gather numbers, and when he returned, he was stunned. The entire Fuan village had 98 households. He visited about 30 or 40, and no one refused. Even Sun Jilin's family, who usually didn't get along with him, cooperated because they heard Xiao family wanted to build a workshop, and even offered 3 workers from their family. Shi Lijing returned home, sat in the yard, looked up at the sky, and saw the faint glow of candlelight in the Xiao family's house hidden among the bamboo forest. He asked his wife, do you still remember the old Xiao family? Old Xiao family? Granny Shi was sewing shoes, biting thread into thick fabric. She spat and said, the old Xiao family? Didn't even the village dogs dislike them? That drunken second master Xiao, the reckless Madame Gone, and those unruly young masters. Granny Shi mentioned the Xiao family with disdain. Who in the village hasn't suffered some grievance from them? That's true. Shi Lijing had lost some reputation in the village because of the Xiao family. He was just a bit wealthier, owning a little more land, but he had no power to oppose the Xiao family. But now it's different. Shi Lijing told Granny Shi about the past few days building the workshop. One after another, everyone was eager to work there, afraid they wouldn't be allowed. Old man, that's normal. Granny Shi put down the shoes she was sewing. Look at how much benefit our village has received since Miss Zhao's family moved here. Last year's oranges are not worth mentioning. Let's talk about now. The canned food workshop, river snails, winter bamboo shoots, and chickens and ducks, things from our village, are selling very well. Auntie Shi carried her chair and sat next to Shizheng. She said, old man, I tell you, the embroidery workshop is even more impressive. I heard that women from other villages who know embroidery want to come here. Many young men from the village have gone to the capital city, and now they're sending money back. Everyone's jealous, Auntie Shi said proudly. The village will be lively in the second half of the year.
Huh?
Shizheng leaned back in his lounge chair. Andy sure stepped on the lounge chair and said, "Of course it's good news." In the past, young women in the village wouldn't talk to outsiders, but now things are different. "Old man, do you think our girl can join the embroidery workshop?" Auntie Sure asked her youngest daughter. "Don't get involved." Shizheng was about to doze off when she stepped on him. He said, "The girl is still young and might cause trouble. Besides, do we lack enough to eat at home? Is that all you care about?" Auntie Sure glared at him. If she joins the embroidery workshop, she can learn to do embroidery. When she gets married, she can rely on her skills to never go hungry. Shizheng got up and went into the house. Andy Sure, still angry, shouted after him, "Old man, I haven't finished talking yet." The front and backyards of the Shao family were bustling with activity. In the front yard, Manager Jean led all the servants and guards, drinking wine and eating meat and canned food. Nothing was lacking. At first, everyone was a bit reserved, but soon they ate with great enthusiasm. The table was full of dishes, just like during the New Year. In the backyard, maids and older women, led by Mother Gung, were eating together. They enjoyed braised pork with a perfect balance of fat and lean, delicious. "It's so good to be a maid at the Shao family. I'm glad I didn't do anything bad, or I'd have been kicked out. Then I wouldn't have any meat to eat," the maids whispered, especially the former maids from the old Shao estate. They remembered that even during the New Year, they only ate leftovers from the master's meals. They rarely had meat all year. Now it's different. Last year, their monthly allowances doubled, and they could sit together with familiar maids to celebrate the New Year. "Miss, everyone is very happy, and says you're generous." Lianxin quietly told Xiao Jiyue the news from the backyard. After eating and drinking well, Lianxin eagerly shared all the compliments she had heard with Xiao Jiyue. "As long as everyone works hard, we won't lose out," Xiao Jiyue said while looking at the account book. It wasn't that she didn't trust everyone, but since Jiyun Tower had just started, she needed to watch closely. If she wasn't careful, someone might set a trap, which would be very troublesome. She had to keep an eye on things herself. Once everything was running smoothly, she would feel at ease. "Miss, don't worry. Everyone is willing to risk their lives for the Shao family." Lianxin stepped forward to grind ink for Xiao Jiyue. Usually, Xiao Jiyue stayed up late at night, rarely sleeping before midnight. She was either reading, studying, or drawing. Time passed slowly. The next morning, Xiao Jiyue saw the sketches of the embroidery workshop sent by Auntie San and Lady Lan. "Have you two not slept at all?" Xiao Jiyue looked at their red eyes and dark circles, surprised. "Actually, you could have given me these sketches before tonight. There's no need to rush." "Miss, we were just excited and stayed up a little late." "We didn't stay up the whole night," Lady Lan quickly explained. Auntie Sin added, "We only slept a little after midnight." "Jiyue, take a look and tell me if anything needs to be added." Lady Lan looked at her eagerly and nervously. "Sit down, have some tea." Xiao Jiyue gestured for them to sit. She carefully examined the sketches. It was clear they lacked experience. The sketches were rough and somewhat hard to understand. Auntie San and Lady Lan stood nearby, earnestly explaining the functions of each room. Xiao Jiyue listened carefully and finally summarized, "Overall, there are no major problems, but the door needs to be changed."
Door.
Auntie San and Lady Lan looked at each other in confusion and asked together, "How should we change it?" Xiao Jiyue pointed to the sketch with her slender finger. She said that with a slight improvement, the layout of the embroidery workshop could be used. She first praised their careful planning and then said, "You considered everything well, but besides the main door and side door, there should be an additional door for easier access for the Shao family." Everyone working together made the embroidery workshop framework quickly take shape under the pear trees. The daily wages paid at the end of each day motivated everyone even more. Just as the framework was finished, village carpenters, along with Ai Qiushi and others, started making the embroidery racks needed inside the workshop. The young lady, the villagers work very quickly. "I forgot that just a few days ago, this was just a patch of wild grass," she said, helping Xiao Jiuyu onto the carriage with a sigh. "Many hands make light work." Xiao Jiuyu looked at the embroidery workshop in the sunlight and asked as she turned around from the carriage, "Aunt Lan, are you really not going to watch Jia Chen's competition?" No. Aunt Lon shook her head firmly. It's enough that the young lady goes. Xiao Juyu looked at her deeply, but said nothing more. She bent down and entered the carriage directly. Aunt Lon watched the carriage leave until it disappeared around the corner, standing still in place. The maid, Inju, helped Aunt Lon and said, Madam, you clearly want to go.
Why not?
Inju, if Jia Chen's classmates find out that his mother is just a maid, how can I hold my head up in front of them in the future? Aunt Lon clutched her handkerchief, tears in her eyes. It's good now. Jia Chen can go to school just like Jia Yuan, regardless of family background. That's good. Inju, the young lady has been kind to us. In the future, you must be careful with your words. Aunt Lon turned back to remind her. At Huaxian Academy, the entrance was full of carriages. As Xiao Juyu entered the academy, Xiao Jia Yuan and Xiao Jia Chen ran over quickly. Big sister, you're here. Big sister, Xiao Jia Chen looked shyly at Xiao Juyu, eyes full of expectation, glancing around. Jia Chen, your mother is busy and didn't come, Xiao Juyu explained. I know. Xiao Jia Chen's expression flickered with a brief sadness, then he smiled softly. I'm just happy that big sister came. Mother is busy and doesn't like to go out. Having big sister here is enough. Xiao Jia Yuan had already told Mrs. Su that just having her come was enough. Then you two compete well. Big sister will cheer for you, Xiao Juyu encouraged as she led Xiao Jia Chen and Xiao Jia Yuan to their seats on the second floor. This is where we usually read books. This table is where Jia Chen and I sit often. Isn't the view just right? Xiao Jia Yuan proudly said. I picked this spot first. Good. Xiao Juyu looked around. The bookshelves in the middle were filled with the scent of books, and along the window were many desks for reading. The sunlight on the windowsill was perfect, making it very convenient for reading and writing. The gong sounded, and Xiao Jia Yuan and Xiao Jia Chen hurriedly ran to the open space in the courtyard. Xiao Jiyue looked around and had to admit that the academy's arrangements were quite thoughtful. Male and female guests were separated, and this area was all female relatives, which made her feel more at ease. The academy's competition focused on the 6 arts: Li, etiquette; Lur, music; Shi, archery; Yi, charioteering; Suo, calligraphy; and Sui, mathematics. Considering Xiao Jiyuan and Xiao Jichen's ages, their group was simpler. Mother, this Huaxian Academy is too small. The bookshelves are crowded, and the books aren't even original copies. How can such a poor academy compare here? A woman's voice caught Xiao Jiyue's attention. Qingyan Academy is much better. The spectators each have their own private room. It's not as shabby as here, the woman said with a sense of superiority when mentioning Qingyan Academy. Qingyan Academy is impressive. Last year, the top student in the younger group was from our Huaxian Academy, wasn't it? Another woman spoke. Soon, even before the students' competition started, a quarrel broke out upstairs. Most of it was between Qingyan and Huaxian academies. Qingyan looked down on Huaxian, thinking it was too poor. But the people from Huaxian Academy looked down on Qingyan, questioning how a few rich kids could be so impressive. Real talent was what mattered. As they were about to argue more, someone from the academy came over. The noisy crowd was all dissatisfied with each other. Jia Yuan and the others chose good spots. Xiao Jiyue was very pleased. Her seat in the corner was quiet, and no one could disturb her. Soon, the competition began. The first few matches involved students from other schools. Xiao Jiyue watched the children compete and listened to their naive music, feeling that no matter the time, children must always be involved. The oldest of those children was less than 10, and the youngest, like Jia Chen, was only about 7. Their etiquette, music, and archery were all quite proper. Suddenly, Xiao Jiyue felt sorry for Lianxin and the others. When she first played the piano, she was even worse than these little kids. If it weren't for her memories of the original body, she might have. Soon, it was Xiao Jiyuan's turn for the calligraphy contest. She sat up straight, her gaze fixed on Xiao Jiyuan, dressed in a blue outfit. Her eyes briefly swept over the other students, noticing Lei Yan, who had challenged Xiao Jiyuan the other day. Big and rough, not as handsome as Jia Yuan at all. All the other students were less impressive than Jia Yuan. 1 incense sticks time limit. The winner is whoever copies the Taishang Cunning Pian with the most characters, the best handwriting, and the fewest mistakes, Mr. Zhang's deep voice announced as he slowly began to write the calligraphy piece. Just like this, everyone will have to watch, remember, and then go back to their desks to write? Lianxin whispered. Yes, Xiao Jue nodded slightly. The test isn't just about calligraphy but also memory. When she mentioned memory, Xiao Jue thought of Xiao Jiyuan's proud look. His memory was very strong. His handwriting, which used to be messy, improved rapidly after nearly a year of practice. Especially after going to school, Mr. Jiang taught Xiao Jiyuan how to write, and Prince Junlai also taught him for a while. Xiao Jiyuan's writing improved as if he had unlocked a new skill, progressing very fast. It seemed the students had already been trained. When the bell rang, they eagerly rushed to the front to see the beginning of the text. Why did young master go to the very end? Lianxin saw everyone moving forward, but Xiao Jiyuan went straight to the back to read the ending. She hesitated and asked, "Could it be that you can start from the end? The rules are that the best are those with the most characters, the best quality, and the fewest mistakes. It doesn't say you can't start from the end to memorize." Xiao Jiyue clearly listened to the rules carefully. Maybe that's allowed. Lianxin silently thought through the rules in her mind. It seemed they didn't say you couldn't start from the end to memorize.
Whose student is that?
How come they start from the end to memorize? That doesn't seem right, does it? Everyone whispered, and Lianxin quietly observed Xiao Jiyue. She saw Xiao Jiyue sitting calmly, watching Xiao Jiyuan quietly memorize without rushing. Every time Xiao Jiyuan looked back, he returned to his seat and wrote very carefully. Young Master Jiyuan is different. Look at the other students, they're panicking and rushing around. It looks like they haven't written many characters. Lianxin eagerly stretched her neck, her eyes shining with excitement. Miss, young Master Jiyuan will definitely get first place. Stay calm. Xiao Jiyue looked at the excited Lianxin, a slight smile forming at her lips. If my brother doesn't get first, that would be the surprise. Lianxin covered her mouth and laughed. The young lady said she was calm, but she thought if the young lady had a tail, it would probably be standing up in the air. The hour passed quickly, and soon it was time to submit the papers. Mr. Jiang and the other examiners took each student's calligraphy scroll and began grading on the spot. One by one, the papers were graded. Not only the students were nervous, but also the parents waiting on the second floor were very anxious. Girl, don't worry. Our Jinglin is the best student at Qingyan Academy, and Jinglin will definitely get first place. The woman's voice was clear and bright, and everyone on the second floor heard her clearly. The results haven't come out yet. Isn't it too early to say that? Another woman replied coolly. She stood up and said, Lu Yeruo, be careful. If your brother doesn't get first place later, that will be really embarrassing. The woman shook her head and sighed. That would be a huge shame. Lei Yan, you're just a tomboy. What do you know? Lu Yeruo stood up, twisting her handkerchief angrily, and looked at Lei Yan. You're just a shopkeeper's wife. You probably can't even read many characters. I'm a tomboy, but you're not much better, Lei Yan said casually, stepping onto a stool. She didn't care about being called a tomboy and looked at her. Lu Yeruo, look at yourself now. Do you think you look like a noble young lady?
You.
Lu Yeruo was so angry she wanted to step forward, but her mother grabbed her. Yeruo, what's the point of arguing with a merchant? Don't lower your status. Mother, Lu Yeruo took a deep breath and said, You're right, Mother. Madam Lu, what's wrong with being a merchant? Merchants can raise children and support a family, Lei Yan said with her arms crossed, hinting at something. It's better than some people who eat their fill and then curse. Lei Yan, Madam Lu's expression turned cold when she heard this. Her eyes looked at Lei Yan with anger, as if she wanted to swallow her alive. What, want to fight? Lei Yan rolled up her sleeves, ready for a fight. Mother, Lu Yeruo quickly pulled Madam Lu aside. Seeing the crowd watching, she whispered, Mother, you need to watch your status. First should be Lei Yan, Mr. Su's voice rang out. Mr. Jiang disagreed, saying, Xiao Jiyuan's calligraphy is 20 characters better than Lei Yan's. His calligraphy is flawless. He should be first. Mr. Jiang, but he started writing from the end of the essay. He didn't even write the beginning, Mr. Su countered. The rules didn't say you have to start from the beginning, Mr. Jiang argued. Finally, Jiang stood forward and announced, Now I declare that the third place in this calligraphy contest is Lu Jinglin from Qingyan Academy, the second place is Lei Yan from Huaixian Academy, and the first place is Xiao Jiyuan from Huaixian Academy. Good. Lei Yan clapped loudly, her sharp and high-pitched voice. Lei Yan, you're great. Oh, Lady Lu, Miss Lu, I apologize. Our Lei Yan took second place. Merchants are not very good. Your family's young master is just one rank higher than ours. Lei Yan smiled proudly, emphasizing the second place. Humph. Second place. People who don't know better might think it's first.
What's so special about that?
Lu Yaruo snorted coldly. It's nothing impressive, just a little better than your brother. Lei Yan smiled brightly and hurried downstairs, holding up his skirt. Mother, why didn't Jinglin get first? Is it because the people from the Huaixian Academy are deliberately doing this? I have to go see. Lu Yaruo immediately headed outside. Xiao Jiu watched this scene thoughtfully. Lei Yan and Lu Lady probably had some past conflict. Miss, the young master is so amazing. He really got first place. Lian Exile said happily and excitedly. Xiao Jiu's thoughts were pulled back. She smiled and said, Not surprising at all. Xiao Jiu and Lian Exile went downstairs. As they approached, they heard Lu Yaruo's voice. This first place is written from the back to the front. How can that be first? No, my Jinglin writes so well. How can he not be first? Jinglin's writing is clearly better than Lei's. He should be the first, Lu Yaruo said confidently, looking at the 3 calligraphy pieces hanging up. She still thought her brother's was the best. Miss Lu, this is the result of our 2 academies' joint decision, Mr. Jiang said with a smile. But this first place is definitely not right, Lu Yaruo pointed at the first calligraphy. Writing from the back to the front. How can that be first? The rules of the competition are, compare the number of characters, fewer mistakes, and better calligraphy, Mr. Jiang patiently explained. Lu Yaruo pointed at the first piece. But isn't writing an essay supposed to start from the beginning? Where does it say you start from the end? I don't accept this first place. And the second place calligraphy. How can it be better than Jinglin's? I think your judging is unfair. Lu Yaruo shouted loudly.
Pa.
Lei Yan stepped forward, blocking his brother Lei Yan's view. He said, Your brother got third place, so that's unfair? Must your brother be first for it to be fair? It's always been that my brother writes better than yours. Lu Yaruo turned and shouted to everyone, Everyone take a look. Does my brother write better? Lei Yan was very angry. The judges have already made their decision. Why are you still talking nonsense here? Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Miss Lu, do you think that the parents here are more skilled than the respected teachers at the academy? Xiao Jiyue's clear voice rang out as she stepped forward. Or does Miss Lu believe she is better at appreciating calligraphy than the teachers present? Xiao Jiyue's words left Lu Yaruo unable to argue. She certainly didn't dare compare herself to the teachers at the academy. Most of the teachers there are scholars, and if she claimed to be better, it would just be embarrassing.
Who are you?
Lu Yaruo looked at Xiao Jiyue, annoyed that after finally calming down Cheng Fengjiao, someone else was causing trouble again. I think she's right. Are you even better than the teachers? Lei Yan quickly agreed. To succeed, you need to be strong yourself. Miss Lu, the calligraphy of the top student, Xiao Tongxue, was chosen by both of our academies. Xiao Tongxue's calligraphy not only has no mistakes, is neat and well-written, but also has the most characters on the page. Mr. Su from Qingyan Academy cleared his throat and stepped forward. At first, he also doubted Xiao Jiyuan's calligraphy, but as he looked closer, he realized that besides being written from the end of the article to the beginning, the calligraphy was flawless except for some youthful brushwork. Really? Lu Yaruo listened to Mr. Su, clearly skeptical. When Mr. Su and Lu Yaruo approached Xiao Jiyuan's calligraphy, Lu Yuru initially wanted to find faults, but seeing the neat writing, she couldn't believe it was done by an 8-year-old child unless she saw it herself. Xiao Jiyuan, I lost, Lei Yan said with his head bowed. Starting today, I will grind ink for you every day. I promise. Good. Xiao Jiyuan responded crisply. That's my good little brother. Willing to lose and accept it. You're a real man. Lei Yan stood beside his younger brother Lei Yan, looking at Xiao Jiyuan and praising him. Are you Xiao Jiyuan? I'm Lei Yan's sister, Lei Yan. How did you think of starting from the end of the text? That's really clever. Thank you, Sister Lei Yan, for your praise. Everyone come closer to see. Fewer people at the back, Xiao Jiyuan humbly said. Maybe it does seem faster to think that way. Ryan nodded in agreement, then suddenly her eyes flicked as she looked at Xiao Jiyue approaching. She also glanced at Xiao Jiyuan. Xiao Jiyue, with her angelic appearance, and Xiao Jiyuan, with his handsome features, seemed somewhat similar. She asked, Are you perhaps Xiao Jiyuan's sister? Xiao Jiyue. Xiao Jiyue liked Ryan's cheerful and straightforward attitude. Hello, Miss Xiao. Ryan smiled at Xiao Jiyue, but she felt unsure of how to behave around her. The other girls with some status looked at her like she was a pest, as if she were a rough woman. You're Xiao Jiyuan's sister? No wonder you came out so quickly to argue with me, Lu Yaruo said, feeling upset. She scolded Lu Jinglin and, hearing Ryan and Xiao Jiyue's words, stepped forward softly and muttered, Xiao Jiyue, that name sounds familiar. I see. You're the daughter of the disgraced official who was exiled from Shengjing, Lu Yaruo said. Her body instinctively moved back. She stared at Xiao Jiyue, who was once the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. Lu Yaruo's voice was loud, and suddenly everyone looked at Xiao Jiyue differently. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not the daughter of a disgraced official, Ryan replied. Lu Yaruo muttered. I'm just stating the facts. The Xiao family are criminals. Their children can't be top students. That would be a joke, Lu Yaruo said excitedly, her eyes shining. Mr. Su, how can someone like Xiao Jiyuan study in the academy? All eyes turned to Xiao Jiyue and Xiao Jiyuan. People whispered among themselves. Xiao Jiyuan, feeling uneasy, tugged at Xiao Jiyue's sleeve, trying to speak but unsure how to argue. He stood in front of her with red eyes. Xiao Jiyue gently patted Xiao Jiyuan's shoulder, then stepped forward and looked at Lu Yaruo. She said, The emperor is wise and cares for his people. Since he allows Xiao family women to stay at home to care for their elders, how come your words make it seem like our women are hated and chased away? She bowed toward Xingjing and said, The emperor hasn't said my brother can't study in the academy. Why do you think it's not allowed? Do you think the emperor is wrong? I haven't, Lu Yaruo said, her face turning pale at her words. Miss Xiao, Yaruo didn't mean that. The emperor is wise and won't be wrong. Mrs. Lu listened to this, then spoke seriously and knelt down while holding her skirt, heading toward Xingjing. She then stood up and looked at Xiao Jiyue, changing her tone to say, However, according to Manhwa law, anyone who commits the crime of house search cannot take the imperial exams for 3 generations. Lu Yaruo, hearing this, immediately straightened her back and said, If you can't take the exams, why come to the academy? Isn't that a waste of time? Dean Lin, Xiao classmate, is the child of a criminal. How can he continue studying at Huaixin Academy? Lu Yaruo, sharp-eyed, looked at Dean Lin as he approached and spoke first. Xiao Jiyue's eyes flickered slightly. Just as she was about to speak, Dean Lin bowed toward Xingjing and said with a look of difficulty, Your Majesty is wise. It's not that Xiao classmate is not allowed to study. Xiao classmate is very talented, but he cannot participate in the imperial exams. Even if he gets into the books, he can't fully use his abilities. Moreover, many students will take the Xiaocai exam in the future. If others find out that Xiao classmate is the child of a criminal, it might cause trouble. Dean Lin looked around. At first, only some parents were present, but now, all the people from the 2 major academies had gathered. Studying is mainly about understanding principles. Passing the exams is secondary. Dean Lin, I think Xiao classmate is very talented. Mr. Jiang, proud of his student, couldn't help but defend him. Dean Lin whispered sternly, "What's the use of talent if he can't take the exams? He can't even get a Xiao spot. Not to be classmates with the child of a criminal. If he can't take the exams, why stay in the academy? Why study at all?" Everyone was talking quietly, their whispers reaching Xiao Jiyuan's ears. Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Jiyuan tightly held her hand and shook his head at her. "Thank you, sir, for teaching Jiyuan. Please accept my respect." Xiao Jiyuan stepped forward and bowed to Mr. Jiang. He took off his gown and hat, saying, "From now on, I, Xiao Jiyuan, am no longer a student of Huaixin Academy." Xiao Jiyuan looked at his small figure. Clearly, he longed to study and wanted to learn. He woke early every day, riding a carriage for over an hour, never complaining. He and Xiao Jichen sat in the carriage, reciting lessons together. Xiao Jiyuan's eyes turned slightly red. Was he afraid she would be troubled? "Me too." Xiao Jiyuan suddenly stepped out, taking off his clothes and hat. "Since third brother isn't studying here, I won't either. I used to think Huaixin Academy was different from Qingyan Academy. What did Xiao Jiyuan do wrong? Why can't he study here?" Chu Qingshu stepped forward and said, "If classmate Xiao Jiyuan can't continue studying, then I, Chu Qingshu, wouldn't want to stay in this academy either." "Chu Qingshu, this isn't your concern. Don't cause trouble." Director Lin looked at him. "He's almost a scholar." "Director Lin, I'm not causing trouble. If the academy forces classmate Xiao to leave, I will leave too," Chu Qingshu said firmly and decisively. Director Lin's face turned red with anger. He stared at Chu Qingshu and said, "Chu Qingshu, if Qingyan Academy kicks you out, and we kindly take you in at Huaixin Academy, if you want to leave, don't even think about taking the imperial exam next spring." Chu Qingshu clenched his fists tightly. Xiao Jiyuan stepped forward, tugged at his sleeve, and smiled at him. "Big brother Qingshu, you'll definitely pass the imperial exam next year. If you're not at Huaixin Academy, you won't pass the exam, and you won't even have a spot." Director Lin threatened openly, glaring at Chu Qingshu as if certain he would give in. "Jiyuan, people need to have their own principles and bottom line. Otherwise, no matter how much you read, what's the use?" Chu Qingshu looked at Xiao Jiyuan's worried eyes. He slowly raised his head and looked more determined at Director Lin. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Jiyuan and said, "I will go through thick and thin with classmate Xiao." "Big brother Qingshu," Xiao Jiyuan looked at Chu Qingshu in shock. Usually, Chu Qingshu treated him well, but this decision involved his entire life. "Classmate Chu, you don't need to." Xiao Juyu spoke, but Chu Qingshu straightened his back and said, "Miss Xiao, this matter isn't really related to Jiyuan. Different paths, no common ground." Xiao Juyu looked at him deeply, but didn't say anything further. Such a good saying, different paths, no common ground. "From today, you're no longer a student of Huaixin Academy," Director Lin said angrily. Without hesitation, Chu Qingshu began removing his hat and outer coat from Huaixin Academy. "I don't want to study here anymore." Lei Yan suddenly burst out, looking at Xiao Jiyuan. "I lost to you. Promise to grinding for you. If you're not here, I won't stay either."
Classmate Lei Yan.
Xiao Jiyuan was again shocked. Lei Yan turned to look at his sister Lei Yan and said, "Second sister, you said a spit is as good as a nail. Once you say something, you have to keep your word, right?" Lian was eager to step forward and cover Lei Yan's mouth. She loved her younger brother dearly and was secretly cheering for him. However, her parents had high hopes for Lei Yan. As Lei Yan was about to speak, he said, "Second sister, I don't think Jia Yuan is wrong. Get lost, get lost. Who else wants to stay at Huaixin Academy? Just leave now," Director Lin said sternly. The scene fell silent. Except for Lei Yan, everyone else was held back by their elders or was holding tightly to prevent speaking. "Just leave if you want. Who cares about your broken academy? From now on, our Lei family won't send supplies to your school." Lei Yan originally wanted to talk to Director Lin, but he was impulsive. Unexpectedly, Director Lin responded sarcastically. Lei Yan got angry. The Lei family always sent meat and snacks during festivals to support Lei Yan's studies at Xian Academy. They even brought large bags of sweets and candies from the grocery store. It was as if they were feeding the dogs. The school gate slammed shut, and Lei Yan was furious. TSK, Xian Academy probably can't take students anymore, said Lu Yarua with a proud look. Maybe you should beg me. I might be able to help. I would rather beg a ghost than ask you, Lei Yan said coldly, glaring at Lu Yarua and then sharply at Madame Lu. He grabbed Lei Yan and said, Lei Yan, let's go. Miss Xiao. Lei Yan quickly approached Xiao Jiyue with Lei Yan. Seeing Xiao Jiyue, she immediately smiled and asked Miss Xiao now. Lei Yan's words stopped. He looked back at the closed gate of Xian Academy and asked, what should Xiao classmate do in the future? Where should she go to school? He felt a bit embarrassed, but had to ask firmly so his brother could continue studying. Miss Lei, of course, you still need to study, Xiao Jiyue replied. Lei Yan immediately became excited. Then, can Lei Yan come along? Jia Yuan, I promised to grinding for you for a month, Lei Yan said with a smile to Xiao Jia Yuan. At this moment, he had no idea what he would face after going back. Xiao Jia Yuan didn't speak. He looked back at Xiao Jiyue. Xiao Jiyue patted his shoulder and said, since there are no suitable academies in the county town, let's invite a teacher to come and teach at home. Where can we find a teacher? Lei Yan asked eagerly. The sky has no dead end. We can always find a teacher, Xiao Jiyue added. If we can't find one, then he can go to the city to study. Lei Yan muttered, if things really can't work out, I guess I'll just do this. Maybe I should open a general store in the city. Miss Xiao, we're leaving now, Lei Yan said, pulling Lei Yan along quickly. His urgency was obvious. Big sister, I'm sorry. Xiao Jiyuan lowered his head, standing in front of Xiao Jiyue like a child who had done something wrong. Silly boy, you got first place today. That's really impressive. Xiao Jiyue praised him. Jiyuan looked up, moving his lips as if to speak, then finally said, sister, even if I can't go to the academy, I can still study at home. Me too, Xiao Jiaqin said the same. All right, you two, get on the carriage. We've prepared some snacks for you, Xiao Jiyue said with a gentle smile, watching them. The little ones must be quite scared, right? When they left Xian Academy just now, no one dared to come near them. Xiao Jiyue's eyes lowered slightly. She was used to this kind of situation. After Jiyuan and Jiaqin got on the carriage, she looked at Chu Qingshu. Chu Qingshu seemed to understand what she wanted to say. He bowed and said, Miss Xiao, you saved our Chu family and Chu Eng's life. It's like rebirth. If I just stand by and watch now, am I still a person? After speaking, Chu Qingshu turned and strode away. Xiao Jiyue watched his figure leave, dressed in a thin, light robe, his slender figure now appearing tall and strong. Not everyone in this world is unkind. Young lady, young Master Chu is truly a brave man. Lien Xian praised his back with a thumbs up. He has principles and a bottom line. In the future, he will be a good official, Xiao Jiyue murmured. Even without Xian Academy, she believed they could still pass the imperial exam and that Jiyuan and Jiaqin would definitely be able to go to school. On the carriage, Xiao Jiyue pretended to be relaxed, playing games with Jiyuan and Jiaqin. Lei Yan, I tell you, if mom and dad find out you can't go to school, they'll definitely scold you. Lei Yan led Lei Yan into the general store and directly went to the backyard. Seeing Lei Yan holding snacks and eating, that mischievous kid was really carefree. Second sister, you have to protect me. Lei Yan quickly stuffed a snack into his mouth. Looking at Lei Yan, he said, Second sister, Jiyuan didn't do anything wrong. Why can't Jiyuan go to the academy? The dean used to praise him often. Now that they hear Jiyuan's family has issues, they want to send him away. I don't like this kind of academy. I don't like your academy either. Every time I send things, like pork, they eat it happily. Now they suddenly turn their backs on me. Lei Yan spoke about past events, her voice filled with bitterness. She added, and that director Lin. No matter what they need, I always send it. Even if I do, they still complain. They say it's a big favor to let you study in the academy, like they've shown great kindness. Lei Yan was so angry she stormed into the house, starting to rummage through boxes. Soon, she pulled out a notebook and a set of abacus beads, which she was clicking loudly beside her. Big sister, I'm good at calligraphy. Maybe in the future, I can make money copying books, Lei Yan whispered to Lei Yan, who was angrily clicking the abacus. Lei Sanhua, shut up. Lei Yan snapped, her fingers flying over the abacus as she muttered to herself. After being scolded, Lei Yan silently grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and started eating. She slumped into her chair, tossing shells onto the ground one by one, quickly piling up into a small mountain. Heartless. Too heartless. I didn't realize until I counted. It's shocking. Lei Yan stood up, slamming the abacus, startling Lei Yan, who was eating sunflower seeds. Lei Yan was so scared, she didn't dare to throw the shells, wishing she could hide her head in the chair, hoping no one would see her. In less than 2 years, after paying a year's tuition of 10 taels of silver, I spent 92 taels, 3 chien and 7 fun. Lei Yan gritted her teeth as she calculated precisely. Even if I went to the capital to study, I wouldn't spend this much money. Second sister, now you see, I was right not to go to the academy, Lei Yan nodded vigorously. She was mentally counting on her fingers. 92 taels, 3 chien and 7 fun. How many books would she need to copy to earn that much? Why are you back so early today? Jiyuan Jiachen, how did your competition go? Mrs. Su had just gone to the kitchen to talk to Gung Mama about what to cook for Xiao Juyu tonight when she saw them returning. Mother, something came up today, so I came back early. I need to go out again, Xiao Juyu said as she saw Xiao Jiyuan and Xiao Jiachen off. Won't you have some water before you go out again? I was just about to make you some mung bean soup to beat the heat, Mrs. Su called after her. Xiao Jiyu hurriedly walked away, clutching her skirt. Mrs. Su called Mugen to send Xiao Jichen to the second house, then pulled Xiao Jiyuan aside and asked, Jiyuan, tell me, did something happen at the hospital? I won first place in the competition. Xiao Jiyuan's words eased Su's worries immediately. She happily looked at Xiao Jiyuan and said, Jiyuan, you're really amazing, just like your older brother Jialing. Thinking of her eldest son, Xiao Jiyuan, who has already become a successful scholar, she believed that if he participated in the August autumn exams, he would surely pass as a top scholar. Shi Lijing came out of the embroidery workshop. After several days of hard work, the framework of the workshop was built, and today they were laying tiles on the roof. Hearing that Miss Xiao had arrived, Shi Lijing brushed off the dust from his clothes and smiled, saying, Miss Xiao, the weather is good today. If we keep working hard, we can finish laying all the tiles today. Shi Lijing, I trust your work. Xiao Jiyue looked at the finished embroidery workshop and then looked up at the bright sun. She asked, Shi Lijing, may I speak with you privately? Shi Lijing paused for a moment and then replied, of course. Under the shade of a tree, Shi Lijing listened to Xiao Jiyue's words and was stunned. Miss Xiao, you really want to set up a school in the village? Yes, Xiao Jiyue nodded confidently. She asked, if we establish a school here, will there be a chance to take the imperial exams? There is such a chance, but let me advise you, setting up a school is easy, but finding good teachers is hard, Shi Lijing said tactfully. Also, it's good for children to go to school, but many of the young boys are busy with farm work at home. If they go to school, who will do the chores? There probably won't be many willing to attend, Shi Lijing added. The quota for county exams isn't limited. Anyone can sign up by paying the fee. But the quota for the provincial exams is limited. Passing the provincial exam makes you a scholar, and only then can you take the imperial exams. If it's because of your brother, Miss Xiao, there's no need to set up this school, Shi Lijing continued, not knowing why Xiao Jiyue suddenly wanted to establish a school. My youngest son, Shi Yuchong, whom you've met, just became a scholar this year. He's now studying in the city and preparing for next year's imperial exams. Shi Lijing's words were sincere. Hearing this, Xiao Jiyue became even more determined to establish a school at home. She said, Shi Lijing, I understand what you're saying. Jiyuan is still young, and I don't feel comfortable sending him to the city. She thought Huaxian Academy had a good school atmosphere, but because of the Xiao family's affairs, she hurried Jia Yuan to leave. If he went to the city, it would be even harder to control. She took out a small bag of money and handed it forward, saying, "Village chief, there are 30 taels of silver inside. Please go to the county and help set up the village school." "Miss Xiao," said the village chief, holding the heavy silver, "if the school is established, it will be a great benefit for the villagers." "Thank you for your effort, village chief. If you need anything later, just tell me." Xiao Juyu finished and went home. The school must be built. Who in the village can still chase Jia Yuan away? Xiao Juyu took a deep breath and went to find old lady Xiao at home. It was hot and old lady Xiao's appetite was not good. Xiao Juyu asked the kitchen to prepare some sweet and sour dishes. "Where, didn't you go to the academy?" Old lady Xiao, holding a fan and having just drunk a bowl of mung bean porridge, looked surprised when she saw Xiao Juyu. "Grandmother, I just came back from the academy. I hope I didn't disturb your nap," Xiao Juyu said as she helped fan her. "Just sit down, no need to fan." Old lady Xiao looked at her, noticing the thin sweat on her forehead, and asked, "Did something happen at the academy?" "Jia Yuan and Jia Chen had a test today, but they came back early." "Grandmother, you know everything," Xiao Juyu said straightforwardly. "I want to set up a school in the village. It will save a lot of time on the road in the future." "Teacher, do you have someone in mind?" Old lady Xiao asked. "Yes," Xiao Juyu named the person she had in mind. "It's Mr. Jiang, who visited us earlier. Mr. Jiang is talented and doesn't want to be involved with the powerful. He won't stay long at Xian Academy. Since you have someone in mind, go ahead and do it without worries." Old lady Xiao smiled kindly, as if to say, "No matter what happens, grandmother is here." "Director Lin, today's work was very good. Our young lady is very satisfied." A man handed a small bag of money to Director Lin and said, "Jia Yuan cannot stay at the academy anymore." "Don't worry, Xian Academy will never admit him," Director Lin assured, weighing the bag of money, opening it to see the silver inside, and looking at the silver notes. His eyes narrowed with a smile. Director Lin, just as he turned around and looked at Mr. Jiang, instinctively hid his money pouch inside his sleeve. He cleared his throat and said, "Mr. Jiang, why do you walk so quietly?" Mr. Jiang looked at Director Lin with a cold face, disappointment in his eyes. He said, "Lin, you've changed." Cough. Director Lin cleared his throat and said, "I know you're angry about Xiao Jiyuan, but I am the head of the academy. I have many students besides Xiao Jiyuan. Do you want them to attend school with the children of criminals? Moreover, even if Xiao Jiyuan studies very well, he is destined not to succeed. He can't even take the county exam, let alone become a scholar," said Director Lin confidently, not feeling he was wrong at all. Mr. Jiang took a step back and said, "I heard everything you just said." Director Lin's face changed. Then he said, "The academy needs money to buy books and furniture. You said before you wanted to go to the city hall to copy more books? Now, we don't need to copy anymore. We can buy them directly for the students to read." It seemed Director Lin understood what Mr. Jiang was thinking. He smiled and patted Mr. Jiang's arm. "Mr. Jiang, I know you think Xiao Jiyuan is a good student and learns quickly. But no matter how well he studies, he can't become a scholar. Maybe you should look at the other students in your class? Starting this month, I will give you an extra 800 coins each month. How about that? We don't need to argue over money, right?" As soon as Director Lin finished speaking, Mr. Jiang said, "I want to leave Xian Academy." "Jiang Yu, do you know what you're saying?" Director Lin's eyes darkened. "When you returned from the city hall in a poor state, I was the one who brought you into the academy. Now, you want to leave because of a child of a criminal? I've heard that Zhao's family committed a crime of mass eviction, and they won't have a good ending. I chose Xian Academy because of friendship, not because of money. I thought you and Qingyan Academy were different. I didn't expect that it was all about money." Jiang Yu's disappointment was obvious. He took a step back. Different paths, different goals. "Jiang Yu." Director Lin didn't even bother to hide his anger. He threatened, "If you leave Xian Academy, I guarantee Qingyan Academy won't want you either. Where will you go then? Don't forget, your mother needs medicine every day. Ginseng and Lingji herbs are not cheap." Jiang Yu brushed off his sleeves and turned around. "As a scholar, Even if he only studied books, he could support his mother. Jiangyu, today you step out of the academy. From now on, even if you ask me to let you come back, I won't agree. Director Lin scolded angrily. Jiangyu paused, then looked back. There's no need to argue over money. Once we run Heiress Academy well, you can still. Before Director Lin finished speaking, Jiangyu left without looking back. Watching Jiangyu's figure walk away, Director Lin's face turned red with anger. He's gone mad with studying. He doesn't want the money he earned. What pretension! If he wants to come back later, I won't agree. Jiangyu's steps grew even faster. Just after Jiangyu and Director Lin parted ways, Xiao Jiyue received news. She listened to Jinwen and said, "Let's go to the county town." "Miss, it's already dark now that we've arrived at the county seat." Jinwen looked up at the sky. Fuan Village is about half an hour's journey from the county town. I guess I was too happy and careless. Xiao Jiyue's lips curved slightly. At night, the Xiao family gathered together. Aunt Lan's worried face was written all over her, and she hesitated in her words when looking at Xiao Jiyue. I have good news to tell everyone. Today's academy competition, both the calligraphy and arithmetic contests, Jia Yuan and Jia Chen both took first place, Xiao Jiyue praised. Old Madame Xiao was the most supportive, saying, "No wonder they're Xiao family children. Mother Jiang, bring out the 2 inkstones I prepared." "Thank you, grandmother." Jia Yuan and Jia Chen, who received praise, happily hugged the inkstones. Aunt Lan couldn't smile at all. Xiao Jiyue didn't keep them in suspense. "Once the village school is built, you two must study hard." "Big sister, will there still be a school in the village?" Xiao Jiyuan wanted to say that if he couldn't go to the academy, he wouldn't study, and it would be the same at home. But hearing Xiao Jiyue say the village could have a school, his eyes immediately lit up. "Of course there will be. These days, you're just resting at home. When the school is ready, the teacher will check your lessons." Xiao Jiyue's words reassured Aunt Lan. Even Aunt San Xiao looked at her 3-year-old son, Xiao Gahong, with hopeful eyes. Even if he can't take the imperial exams, Gahong can still go to school and won't be illiterate or unable to read and write. "Sister, who will be our teacher?"
Xiao Jiyuan asked.
"Once you start school, you'll find out," Xiao Jiyue replied mysteriously. No matter how Xiao Jiyuan asked, she didn't answer. Lansong County, Lei family. Lei Sanhua, you're doing well. Even if you don't go to school, you still dare to speak. Come on, let's go to the academy and apologize to the dean. Lei father's one hand held a fire poker and the other gestured towards Lei Yan's back. "I won't go," Lei Yan cried loudly. "I don't like Heiress Academy. Sister, save me." Lei Yan, who was pressed on a bench and being whipped, looked tearfully at Lei Yan. "Still trying to call for help?" Lei father stared at Lei Yan. "Second Lei Hua, tell me, you were supposed to watch the competition, but instead, you caused your brother to lose his school. Kneel now." "I won't kneel." Lei Yan stood next to Lei Yan, confidently replying. "Dad, Heiress Academy is a dishonest school. In 2 years, besides the tuition, I only took 92 taels, 3 qian, 7 fun from the general store. If I have that much money, I can just send him to study in the city. Talking sweet but going to the city? You're just a girl." Lei father started to speak, but Lei Yan interrupted. "What if I were like my big sister? Wouldn't I be bullied to death? Mom, please tell Dad, I want to call a doctor. If Dad's hitting is too hard and hurts my bones, it will be over." As she spoke, Lei Yan grabbed her skirt and ran outside. Mother Jiang looked up at her son Jiangyu, who was sitting in the yard, sunning the honeysuckle, and asked with doubt, Are you not going to the academy today?" "Today is a rest day." Jiangyu paused while plucking the honeysuckle. "No, you usually rest every 5 days?" Mother Jiang counted the days. "This is only the 3rd day. Why are you resting now?" "Yesterday was the competition and today we finished early." Jiangyu quickly gave a reason. Mother Jiang believed him and smiled. "How is the student you liked before? Did he win a prize in the competition?" "Yes," Jiangyu nodded with a smile. "He has the best memory I've ever seen in a student. Getting your praise is a big deal," Mother Jiang said happily. When he grows up a bit more, he might even pass the imperial exam and become an official. Then, you as a teacher shouldn't feel overshadowed by your students. Be happy, Mother Jiang kept talking cheerfully. Jiang Yu was holding a tray of dried flowers, placing it on the firewood rack to dry. He looked at the gold and silver flowers in his hand with a sad expression. With Jia Yuan's talent, he was sure to pass the imperial exam, but unfortunately, someone is knocking at the door. Is it for you? Zhang's mother put down the gold and silver flowers, wiped her hands, and quickly got up to open the door.
Coming. Who is it?
When Zhang's mother opened the door and saw a beautiful young woman standing outside, her eyes lit up a little. Miss, who are you looking for? Excuse me, is Mr. Jiang living here? Xiao Jiyue asked with a smile. Jiang Yu heard the noise and came out. Seeing Xiao Jiyue, his face paused, and he introduced himself. Madam, this is my student sister. Your student sister? She's very pretty. Zhang's mother looked kindly at Xiao Jiyue and warmly invited her inside.
Come in, miss.
After entering the house, Zhang's mother brewed a cup of tea and then went to the yard, showing no intention of staying to gossip. Xiao Jiyue spoke directly. Mr. Jiang, I heard that you have already left Xian Academy? Jiang Yu instinctively straightened up and looked toward the yard. Fortunately, Zhang's mother was drying the gold and silver flowers outside, and her maid was talking with her. Jiang Yu lowered his voice and said, Miss Xiao, Jia Yuan is very talented. He must continue his studies. Would Mr. Jiang be willing to continue teaching Jia Yuan? Xiao Jiyue looked at Jiang Yu, who seemed to cherish talent and felt more confident about what she wanted to say today. Jiang Yu sighed. I want to teach, but as long as the teacher wants to teach, it's fine. Xiao Jiyue said directly. I want to set up a school in Fuan Village. Would Mr. Jiang be willing to come and teach there? Start a school? Jiang Yu looked at Xiao Jiyue in surprise. Yesterday, when Xiao Jia Yuan volunteered to leave Xian Academy, Jiang Yu felt regretful and helpless. Even if Xiao Jia Yuan hadn't left, Dean Lin would have found a way to make him leave. He hadn't slept all night, worried that such a talented student like Xiao Jia Yuan would be wasted, and also worried that as a poor scholar without a job, he wouldn't be able to support his mother anymore. Who knew that today, Xiao Jiyue would come to him and propose starting a school? Yes. Jia Yuan and Jia Chen go to the county every day to study, which is far. If we set up a school in the village, they wouldn't have to travel so far. There are many children in the village of Jia Yuan's age. If we open a school, it will not only be convenient for Jia Yuan and others, but also benefit the children in the village. Manhwa values education highly. If someone in a family becomes a scholar, it is considered a great honor that brings glory to the family. However, most villagers live simple lives, and few families, like the Xiao family, have carriages to pick up and drop off scholars every day. In the entire village, only Shi Lijing's family and Song family have scholars. Shi Lijing's family is not worth mentioning, but the Song family is proud because they have Song Chongwen, a young scholar. The villagers see him as if he already holds a high official position. Mr. Jiang, don't worry. I can teach in Fuan Village and earn twice the salary of Xian Academy, Xiao Jiyue confidently said. After several interactions, she trusted Mr. Jiang's character and talent. No need. Just pay me the same as Xian Academy, Jiang Yu replied quickly. He asked, are there any empty houses in the village? I can rent one. Xiao Jiyue looked at Jiang's mother outside and said with certainty, yes. At the Jiang family home. As soon as Xiao Jiyue left, Jiang's mother asked Jiang Yu, has Miss Xiao been married? Jiang Yu was startled and quickly dismissed the idea, saying, Mother, she's from Shengjing. From Shengjing? Jiang's mother sighed. That's a pity. Miss Xiao looks very elegant. She doesn't wear much jewelry, but her speech and manner are different from ordinary girls. Shouldn't you also get married? Jiang's mother sighed. It's all my fault for holding you back. If it weren't for her weak body, perhaps Jiang Yu, with his reputation as a scholar, would have already married. Mother, you haven't held me back. I just don't want to marry right now, Jiang Yu quickly said. His mother looked at him, hesitant to speak. Jiang Yu said, Mother, forget about the affairs in the capital city. Teaching here is good enough. After leaving the Jiang family, Xiao Juyu felt relaxed. Her mission to teach was settled, and she no longer had to worry. At Lei's general store, Xiao Juyu immediately recognized Lei Yan, who was carrying a jar of wine inside the store. Compared to yesterday, Lei Yan looked much stronger. Carrying that jar of wine was no easy task, even for a man. The store was busy. Lei Yan was busy selling, pouring, and carrying goods. He worked quickly and efficiently. The store looked lively and well-organized, despite having many different items, all arranged neatly. Miss Xiao? Lei Yan, just finished selling vinegar and wiping sweat from his forehead, saw Xiao Juyu at the door. He warmly approached her. Would you like to buy something? I can give it to you as a gift. No need. Xiao Juyu shook her head. Lei Yan warmly greeted her into the backyard and handed her a handful of sunflower seeds. As she took them out, Lei Yan hesitated and said, Would you like some sunflower seeds? Lei Yan looked at Xiao Juyu's clothes and wondered if she usually snacked on sunflower seeds like them. Xiao Juyu picked a few seeds and started eating, which made Lei Yan feel relieved. Xiao Juyu asked, Yesterday, Lei Tong went back. She paused, thinking that regardless of everything, Lei Yan didn't go to school because of Xiao Jiyuan. It's okay. My dad just scolded me, Lei Yan said casually. I've decided that if I can't go to school in the county, I'll just go to the city. It's not like only Lansong County has schools. What about your brother? Is he not going to school either? Lei Tong, would you be interested in studying at our village school? Xiao Jiuyu asked. Your village? Lei Yan asked with doubt. Does your village have a school? Her eyes showed confusion, as if asking, if your village has a school, why bother going all the way to the county? After the harvest, there will be a school again, taught by Mr. Jiang, Xiao Juyu said. This made Lei Yan suddenly stand up excitedly with a loud bang, scattering sunflower seeds all over the table. Really? Mr. Jiang is a scholar. Lei Sanhua will listen to Mr. Jiang. Sorry, I got too excited, Lei Yan said, not caring about the scattered seeds. She asked eagerly, Is Mr. Jiang at Huaxian Academy? How come he's teaching in your village? What does it mean by a school after the harvest? Is it a temporary school? Can my brother Lei Sanhua also go to your village school? Lei Sanhua is my brother, Lei Yan explained, her eyes full of excitement. Her series of questions left Xiao Juyu unsure of how to respond. As long as Lei Tong is, how come he's teaching in your village? What does it mean by a school after the harvest? Is it a temporary school? Can my brother Lei Sanhua also go to your village school? Lei Sanhua is my brother, Lei Yan explained, her eyes full of excitement. Her series of questions left Xiao Juyu unsure of how. Dad, why are you here? Lei Yan looked at Lei Fu with confusion. Usually, he wouldn't come because he'd rather hide somewhere drinking small wine than work. When he came, he'd bring some peanuts and a little wine. Lei Erwo, tell me quickly, where are the Xiao family people? No, I have to find the Xiao family. Since Sanhua can't go to school because of the Xiao family, this matter must be settled with them. Father Lei still smelled of alcohol and looked at Lei Yan blankly, standing there foolishly. Second Lei Fire, speak up. Where are the Xiao family members? Miss Xiao, sorry about this, Lei Yan said awkwardly, trying to send Xiao Jiyue away first. Hearing this, Father Lei immediately stared at Xiao Jiyue and said, Are you from the Xiao family? Is it because of your family that my son can't go to school? Burp. Father Lei hiccuped after drinking and wanted to speak again, but Lei Yan pushed him aside and said, Dad, I'll explain this to you. Explain what? Explain what? Father Lei pointed at Xiao Jiyue and said, The matter of going to school, the Xiao family must take responsibility. Dong Gui, who was pulling the carriage, saw this scene and immediately stepped in front of Xiao Jiyue to protect her. Lian Exile held Xiao Jiyue's hand, worried she might get involved. Dad, you've had too much to drink. Lei Yan tightly held onto Father Lei's arm and said, This has nothing to do with the Xiao family. It's my son insisting he doesn't want to go to school. I don't care. It's the Xiao family, Father Lei said fiercely, looking like he wanted to eat someone. Dad, you've had too much to drink. Lei Yan tightly held onto Father Lei's arm and said, "This has nothing to do with the Xiao family. It's my son insisting he doesn't want to go to school. I don't care. It's the Xiao family," Father Lei said fiercely, looking like he wanted to eat someone. Lei Yan quickly pulled Father Lei back, and after speaking, Lei Yan looked at Xiao Juyue with an apology. "Miss Xiao, sorry. My father has had too much to drink. He doesn't have any bad intentions. He just hopes my brother can pass the exams and honor the family." "Miss Xiao, about what was just said, is it still valid?" Lei Yan asked carefully, afraid that if his father caused trouble, it would no longer count. "Yes, it still counts. Come back after the harvest," Xiao Juyue replied confidently, which reassured Lei Yan. Lei Yan took a cloth bag, filled with sunflower seeds, and handed it to her. "Miss Xiao, take this and enjoy it slowly. If it's not enough, I have more here." Second Lei Fire, "Are you crazy?" Father Lei saw Lei Yan still stuffing things into her, a full cloth bag, at least 10 jin of sunflower seeds. That must have cost a lot. Lei Yan turned around and waved the knife he was holding. Father Lei immediately dared not speak. "Thank you then," Xiao Juyue nodded at Lian Xian and quickly got into the carriage. As soon as the carriage moved away, Father Lei rushed forward. Lei Yan said, "She came today just for the matter of Manhwa going to school. If you cause trouble again, be careful. Manhwa might really not go to school anymore." "Really?" Father Lei was skeptical. He stared at the departing carriage and said, "Does the Xiao family really have such power? If they can't get into Huaixian Academy, then Qingyan Academy will be the same." "It's not Qingyan Academy." Thunder Flame is correcting herself. Thunder Father's eyes are burning as he stares at Thunder Flame, looking at the knife in her hand, but not daring to step forward. He says, "Lansong only has 2 schools? You're not being tricked, are you? That's none of your business. Anyway, Manhwa has a school, with the same teacher as before." Thunder Flame is too lazy to care about him. While tidying up, she notices the broken silver on the table, quickly pokes her head out. The carriage has already disappeared. She picks up the broken silver and says, "Miss Xiao, really, I told her I'd send her, so why is she giving money back? All those sunflower seeds, you think they just in the wind?" Thunder Father's gaze is fixed on the silver in her hand. He tries to it, but Thunder Flame quickly grips the silver. He asks, "Just tell me, where are you going to school?" Thunder Flame looks at him with a half smile. "What? Are you going to pay the tuition?" Thunder Father is speechless for a moment and warns, "Anyway, Manhwa has to go to school. If she can't get in, you'll regret it."
"Give me the money."
"I'll buy medicine for Manhwa," Thunder Father says, staring at her money. "Are you going to gamble with it?" "Not a chance." Thunder Flame puts the silver in her pocket, picks up the nearby knife, and wipes it with her sleeve. "Humph. Which daughter dares to draw a knife on her own father? Who will marry you in the future?" Thunder Father snorts coldly, leaves in a huff, and storms off. Miss Thunder is quite impressive. Thunder Yan's father is also tough. He's so beaten up he can't get out of bed, Lian Xian sighs. When Thunder Father's drunken figure rushed over just now, she was really scared. If Thunder Flame weren't strong, her little shop wouldn't just be losing money. Probably many people would be causing trouble. Xiao Juyu realizes that if Thunder Flame weren't assertive, Thunder Father would definitely empty the shop. A young girl like Thunder Flame. I wonder how many hardships she has endured to be able to stand up and confront her own father with a knife today. Yes, she's just a girl, selling miscellaneous goods in public. It's not easy, Lian Xian whispers. I just overheard an older woman nearby say that Thunder Flame's father lost money gambling, almost losing the shop, and even tried to sell her sister.
Huh?
Xiao Juyu straightens up, listening as Lian Xian continues. Her sister's marriage was paid for with the bride price, and she used that to keep the shop running. But Thunder Flame's father only wants to gamble and drink. Thunder Flame's mother is in poor health, so Thunder Flame took over the shop. Suddenly, Lian Xian lowers her voice and whispers once. The gamblers came to threaten to smash the shop. Thunder Flame directly handed her father over, chopped off a finger, and only then did the gamblers leave. The reputation of the fiery woman had spread widely. People around here all knew about Lei Yan. Lien Xian had only casually overheard a few things.